The Postcolonial Orient, the Politics of Difference and the Project of Provincializing Europe by Vasant Kaiwar. Preface. This book is an engagement with what is commonly understood nowadays by the term postcolonialism in American and British universities and, to an extent, in the ex-colonial countries themselves. The postcolonial might once have referred primarily to the agendas of development and distributive justice that informed the concerns of the first two generations or so of progressive thinkers and public figures with the end of the formal colonization of a number of countries of what was once called the Third World. That is, included in that definition would have been forms of thought, critique, and so on, that had sought to deal with the legacies of a specific kind of political economic geography associated with the fallout of capitalist imperialism, the competition among the industrial/industrializing countries for markets, land, and raw materials for their industries, often culminating in the outright annexation and sometimes occupation by settler populations from the imperialist countries of previously autonomously governed territories. Anti-colonialism, in the critical and programmatic senses, was very much part of what would have been included in a definition of postcolonialism, to the extent that anti-colonialism also had an anticipatory element, a looking forward beyond the period of colonial rule by one or another metropolitan capital to a period when the specific articulations implied by colonialism would no longer exist. A concern with the present, or immediate past, served also as an anticipation of a future in which elements of that past could be made serviceable for a new kind of political economy and society. Implicit in this thinking, therefore, one suspects, was the idea that European colonialism in the Third World was part of a revolution betrayed, one it represented the conquest minus the bourgeois revolution that was supposed to come with the advent of capital, especially as its progressive results were visible in the European countries that had carried out a social transformation that could conveniently be captured under that rubric. What the Third World represented was, so to speak, the blood without the fruit. The huge challenge that theory and practice have tried to meet is to address the many problems left by the colonial legacy. However, this is not the post-colonialism one is likely to encounter in the Anglophone metropolitan universities nowadays. Point to what one is much more likely to find is a mode of thinking that eschews economism, focusing instead on Eurocentrism, resistance to its pretentious and empty universalism, difference grounded in cultural autonomy, however diminished it is now, and a conception that when European modernity was introduced into the Third World it took alternative forms that did not replicate or attempt to emulate the original. An insistence on difference is the crux of the project of provincializing Europe. This kind of post-colonialism, replete with incredulity towards the meta-narratives of capital and a range of other postmodernist gestures, has become the representative form of post-colonial thinking. There are good reasons for rejecting economism, not least the tendency in ahistorical mainstream economics to exorbitate the place of some substantive entity called the economy, more or less deleting the historical novelty and specificity of capitalism, the capital social form, by simply positing a universal set of economic laws and tendencies that operate across history, assigning it thereby the same value and place it holds in capitalism. This is the proper definition of economism, an ahistorical abstraction involving Homo economicus. For the most part, Marxists have been critical of this tendency. Point 3 But in some metropolitan post-colonial circles, this sort of historicizing of economism seems to be of no interest at all. A critique of the term economism has become shorthand for a critique of any literature that still insists on focusing on the broad range of political economic concerns having to do with the polarizing impact of capitalism on the world scale. Point 4 I suppose we could call this a metropolitan post-colonialism. In that case, of course, there is the very real possibility that the post-colonial critic will call into question the very use of the term post-colonialism. Terry Eagleton is barely joking when he notes that there must be a secret handbook for aspiring post-colonial theorists that calls on them to do just that, pointing in the process to the homogenization, Eurocentrism, and so on, involved in the use of the term 5 while retaining the substance of a critique that draws on a venerable body of European writing that is broadly consistent with phenomenological existentialism, whose politics range from far right, Heidegger, to, at best, a liberal left, Derrida. Point 6 Its dominance in the ex-colonial countries is much less certain, for there are more complex reality supervenes in which the original concerns of post-colonial thought and programs will not go away, and metropolitan post-colonialism's pretensions are themselves the subject of some suspicion. This book is divided into 6 parts. Part I, Introduction, sets the stage by means of an inquiry into the historic conditions of arrival and reception of post-colonial studies from the margins in the United States. It makes the argument for the necessity of periodization involving critical historical moments and passages of the post-Second World War period, further amplifying the point by examining the implications for the politics of knowledge production of major changes in immigration patterns, transformations in academic fields of study, the crisis and restructuring of capitalism, all culminating in the political waves generated by the collapse of a major component of the post-1917 world order in the years 1989 to 91. Part 2, Situating Post-Colonial Studies, turns to the other side, as it were. It presents aspects of the rich spectrum of post-colonial thought via a case study of India, including a close look at the modernization, Marxist, and populist variants of it, attempting in the process to locate subaltern studies and its successor post-colonial form in a field of debates and polemics that emerged out of the legacies of colonialism. This perforce requires a proper understanding of colonialism and the divergent meanings of the post in post-colonial studies. Part 3, Colonialism, Modernity, Post-colonialism, reads 2 of the keywords of the post-colonial lexicon, colonialism and modernity, as periodicing concepts and structuring categories that come together with significant effect in the compound colonial modernity. This is a compound employed both to indicate the limits of a Eurocentric historicist perspective, and to provide the basis of an alternative narrative, which is, in all but name, itself a grand reset, but which is nonetheless limited by its failure to historicize either of its constituent terms adequately. Part 4, Provincializing Europe or Exoticizing India, carries the arguments of Parts I-III forward by examining 2 exemplary texts, Dipesh Chakrabarty's Provincializing Europe and Ranjit Guha's Dominance Without Hegemony, which foreground the key historical and historiographical issues of the present metropolitan moment of post-colonialism. This affords a vantage point from which to inquire more closely into the implications of the project of provincializing Europe, its potentialities and limitations for a critique of colonialism and imperialism, and for an understanding of the state of the world in our day. Part V, Uses and Abuses of Marx, takes up several issues of enduring political theoretical significance, modernity/modernization, the transition to capitalism, labor, exploitation, hegemony, and historicism, that recur in various registers in post-colonial theory, and which have been vital components of Marxist theory as it has sought to grapple with the concerns of the Third World. The aim here, as in the book more generally, is to read post-colonial texts against the horizon of late capitalism and with the still unrealized potentialities of Marxism in mind, remembering Sartre's assessment of Marxism as the untranscendable philosophy of our time. 7 Part 6, The Post-Colonial Orient, concludes the book by exploring the politics of difference and the limits of a post-foundational approach to explaining such issues as the fragmentation, dispersion, atomization and heterogeneity that seem to mark the current moment of capital. The post-colonial Orient itself, conceptualized not as a geographic space so much as an arena in which cultural claims, political debate, not to mention polemical exchanges of the theoretical kind, converge, emerges in this context as a crystallization of aspects of the post-1989 development of post-colonial thought. And, in that sense, it also reflects the workings of transformism, in the Gramscian sense, on the world of post-colonial intellectuals and the subsequent loss of a political will to grasp the workings of the capital system in its global totality within a properly historical materialist framework. In saying all of the above about the post-colonial Orient, I should note that I am not mainly interested here in entering the lists either with those who imagine that, as said noted with reference to his position in Orientalism, interpretation is misinterpretation, there is no such thing as correct interpretation. 8 Or those who maintain that Orientalism is a misrepresentation of the lives of the people of the Orient. To an extent, Orientalism is misrepresentation if the agenda of such a form of thought is taken literally to be about the realities of places in the East, or whatever gets drawn into this geographic common sense, and their social, political, and cultural developments over time. But much of it is so hackneyed that it is really about something else, for example, the political and moral right of the European ruling classes to dominate and improve the lesser civilizations. It is not so much about the places themselves as what is wrong with them, what differentiates them from the West, and why it becomes necessary to see the world in such stark binary terms. 9 There is a politics of knowledge involved that is a discourse, but also an ideology, in that it enables the construction of political agendas, the mobilization of a political constituency, not to mention fabrications invented to conceal the truth of one's intentions and the like. 10 Perhaps it is this ideological dimension that has now come to roost in post-colonial circles, but one involving a neat reversal of the values associated with colonial-era Orientalism. It is also in this world of post-colonialism that we see some telling categorical and theoretical shifts, for example, from capitalism to modernity, and all its so-called hybridizations, alternatives, and so on, from class to civilization, that is, from the struggles of often non-literate working populations over land and wages to those of intellectuals over culture, from Marx and Gramsci to Nietzsche and Heidegger, if not Foucault and Derrida. The historical conditions in which these shifts might have occurred and their political and theoretical implications are what this book, for the most part, aims to illuminate. A more general argument underpinning the book is that notwithstanding the ambition to provincialize Europe, that is historically to decenter Europe and free its former colonies from the taint of inadequacy in relation to the West, the results fall well short. Indeed, in many respects, the dominant post-colonialism of our day can be seen as part of a longer history of what one might call, following Raymond Schwab, the Oriental Renaissance. 11 Historically, it has involved, from the metropolitan perspective, the possibility of renewing Europe via an encounter with sources of wisdom from the East. The original Oriental Renaissance was a response to and refuge from the spreading influence of the Enlightenment and the French Revolution. It was a doctrine that sought the sources of a renewal of Europe in the Aryan Orient. Europe, distracted by the radical secularism of the Enlightenment and proletarian masses on the streets, turned to the Orient for the wisdom that would renew it, and found it in the classics of Persian and Sanskrit antiquity. While the original Oriental Renaissance had but shallow roots in Europe and blew over with the repression and containment of the revolutions of 1848 and the consolidation of bourgeois Europe behind the ramparts of the integral state à la Gramsci, it has had a curious afterlife, an ever-present resource to be drawn on at times of crisis or moments when the agenda of muscular imperialism seems rather threadbare. This curious afterlife is no doubt what René Guénon, in his 1929 pamphlet Autorite spiritualité pouvoir temporel, called upon when he drew a parallel between contemporary India and medieval Western society to illustrate the universal supremacy of the spiritual over the temporal, even if the occasion for it was a French political crisis involving the authority of the Pope, Pius XI, vis-à-vis the monarchist and counter-revolutionary l'Action Française. 12 Or, more broadly, it could be captured in the statement attributed to the interwar race theorist, Houston Stewart Chamberlain, a great humanistic task has fallen to our lot to accomplish, and there too is Aryan India summoned. 13 Undoubtedly, this was also the spirit in which Foucault could write about two completely different discourses, belonging to two equally different kinds of society. And even if one had ruled the other for a century or more, their essences remained radically different, the East with its erotic arts and its timeless political spirituality, the West with its sexual science and its modern, secular, concept of political revolution. Presumably, the West needed to come into contact with the political spirituality, if not the erotic arts, of the East so as to breathe some new life into its desiccated scientific secularism. 14 From the perspective of the colonies, the Oriental Renaissance has had rather different valences. The ideas of conservative or reactionary European thought, whether it originated with Orientalists like Guénon, Mircea Eliade, Louis Dumont, Henry Corbin, and Louis Messiaen, or more generally with philosophers like Nietzsche and Heidegger, even if not directly known or cited, have become general currency and inspired among anti-colonial thinkers of a like stripe the possibility of asserting their cultural autonomy vis-a-vis the West, demonstrating that actually a truer universalism than the one that came in the wake of Europe's revolutionary tradition was already available to the East, which it would be the task of a proper cultural nationalism to develop. The parallel to Chamberlain's assertion of the great humanist task is to be found in the sentiment expressed by interwar and post-war Pan-Asianists and Pan-Islamists that Asian civilizations should not be regarded as inferior to Europe's on the grounds that the priceless gifts of their own civilizations contributed to the European Renaissance. 15 Logically, it would be the task of nationalists, if not Pan-Asianists, to develop this legacy on their own behalf. A post-colonial expression of the civilizational gifts involved in the Oriental Renaissance is to be found in Chakrabarty's notion of an anti-colonial spirit of gratitude to European thought. 16 and the latter's renewal from and for the margin. 17 itself a paraphrase of Juravalal Mehta's idea of a long journey through Europe, the foreign and the strange, before returning to one's home base. 18 All this no doubt serves well a Europe facing fears of growing old, being swamped by immigration, and losing its way in endless battles over identity, Christian, post-Christian, secular. 19 And, equally or more so, an ex-colonial world in which the promised social outcomes of economic development and redistributive justice have turned very sour indeed. The Oriental Renaissance, in its post-colonial variant, then, is for a world in which the political tasks involved in bringing about certain outcomes seem very hard to imagine, shifting the debate not so much to culture as to civilization. Culture is merely a somewhat compromised and hybridized expression of an underlying civilization with roots that extend far back beyond the onset of colonialism to some classical moment of authenticity. The post-colonial wisdom from the East, relocated now in the centers of Anglo-American higher education, offers its counsels not in a militant counter-revolutionary mode, but in a somewhat wistful, resignationist one. Without an understanding of this historical legacy, it would be difficult to grasp the ways in which a sophisticated post-colonialism has sought to construct its civilizational narratives, or the reasons for its reception in the West. Orientalism as a massive accumulation of thought in a variety of disciplines posits the Orient as the adequate or only civilizational foil for Europe, which nonetheless remains the invariable place of the universal against the many particularities represented by the former. 20 Orientalism is renewed, reconstructed, and given new form at moments of critical and extended political engagement. 21 Historically, the Orient appears as an inexhaustible source of inspiration and distractions for a self-identical Europe that needs the rest of the world to renew itself. It is Europe's birthright. When the crisis passes, Europe moves on and the Orient sinks back into its provinciality or marginality until something else, predictably enough given capital's chronic proneness to crises and endemic uncertainties, brings it back into view. Europeans can never really become deracinated because their culture is Promethean and can take on any identity, wearing and discarding it as needs must. The many Orients have no such luxury, they are quickly deracinated by contact with Europe. Thus appropriating Oriental lore, in a shallow dilettantish manner ignoring the historicity if not political implications of ideas contained in that lore, in order to make political points vis-a-vis one's domestic interlocutors. 22 Exoticizing and admiring the East from afar while remaining a Westerner in one's own life does not seem to entail any liability for a European. 23 Indeed, it might signify the latter's graciousness in acknowledging the existence of the rest of the world. In reverse, this simply produces the imagery of bestiality, the East aping the manners of the West without comprehending its proper civilizational genius. The ape can only mimic the gestures of the human, the domain of the latter is simply beyond the former's reach. Enough said, we must consider the possibility that the East-West dichotomy is fundamentally racist and that operating within its parameters is already to succumb to racism. But this judgment is complicated by the issue of a threshold of audibility that the third world theorist is expected to rise above, and this involves some acceptance, whether in an anti-colonial spirit of gratitude or something more pragmatic, of an essential divide between East and West. It is odd how the philosophical nostrums of Europeans become the existential realities of the Orient, if not the present then the past, for example, Guhasmanusmrti via Nietzsche, which then come back in that form to propel a fresh round of deep thinking in the West. Michael Hart's verdict on provincializing Europe, that it promises to take Marx beyond Marx, renew Marxism with the aid of post-colonial theory, is probably as clear an example as any. 24 It is a problematic assessment. The references to Europe in post-colonial thought, pretentious claims of universalism, floating signifier, and such like, come across as so many empty gestures, devoid of an understanding of the contradictions of Europe, the suppressians that have allowed Europe to emerge as a self-identical entity confronting the world as the place of the universal. There is always already an asymmetry in the relationship between the place of the universal and the places of particularities, and the civilizational narratives built around it. Postcolonial studies, listing several important contributions made by the latter that could potentially enrich Marxism. Among those are the extension of the discussion of subalternity and political representation in the non-metropolitan context, the contention that the master narratives of nationalism, secularism, and internationalism have been neglectful of difference, not to mention the detailed knowledge of particular local conditions, situations, and texts, and the identification of Eurocentric concepts, practices, habits of thought, and so on. 26 Perhaps so, but it is worth pointing out that most of these contributions long antedate what Bartolovish and her fellow contributors to the volume identify as postcolonial studies. Indeed, many of these insights were contributed by Marxist or left Keynesian political economists who might look askance at postcolonial studies. What is distinctive about the latter is the adaptation of a range of issues central to anti-colonial and anti-imperialist thought to a kind of post-structuralist idiom, heavily influenced by post-war Heideggerian quietism. More promising, I think, is the approach advocated by Neil Larson in the same volume. Larson notes that all contemporary theory with social implications can be shown to bear a necessary, if tensile relationship to the thought of Marx, if one accepts Sartre's view expressed in his Search for a Method, that a going beyond Marxism will be at best the rediscovery of a thought already contained in the philosophy which one believes he has gone beyond. 27 This reminds one of a point Frederick Jameson makes with regard to second-order philosophies that presuppose the totality. They reject 28, a notion that can well be applied to post-colonial studies. But a more important point made by Jameson is that Marxism can reveal the seam that other theories conceal. 29 Which, once revealed, open the inquiry to history and to the social totality that it is the perhaps non-conscious vocation of other theories to occlude from view. It is in this spirit of dialectical critique that an engagement with post-colonial studies should proceed, not in the spirit of epistemic charity and ecumenical multiculturalism. I would argue against the proposition, a la Robert Young or Benita Perry, that we should all somehow accept the post-colonial label as it is currently employed. Just as not all European theorists, for example, are expected to be postmodernists, so not all people from the ex-colonies should uncritically accept the post-colonial label. It cannot be used in this objectifying fashion. Post-colonial studies represents a political stance. Post-colonial texts should be read in detail to highlight the kinds of omissions and amnesia that accompany their stated objective of developing a critique of Eurocentrism, and their less overtly articulated goal of establishing a safe distance from Marxism. They should be read, as noted, against the horizon of capital and with the still unrealized potentialities of Marxism in mind. When Stuart Hall states that something has changed, and that the world has somehow become post-colonial, he merely registers an appearance form of late capitalism. 30 Post-colonial studies with its post-structuralist, postmodernist imbrications does not have the same value or valences as Marxism, to the extent that post-colonial studies has the ability or ambition to enrich Marxism, it must perforce become an aspect of Marxism, whose core theses it should be in the interest of Marxists to defend. At the heart of this line of thinking is the realization that Marxism is not just a theory of capital, important though that is in the face of the arbitrary carnage wrought by the notion that it is some sort of meta-narrative of progress. Marxism is also the anticipatory expression of a future society. 31 Neither Marx nor the rich tradition of thought that his work inspires seek to construct utopia in the sense in which a Fourier or an Owen might have done, but as the rich debates about utopia make clear, and the work of Ernst Bloch has been one of the indispensable if neglected sources here, a utopian horizon is indispensable to Marxism. Marxism's categorical abstractions are profoundly historical, rooted not only in the social form of capital but also in the struggles to overcome that form. It should be in the interests of Marxists to develop this rich conceptual and political heritage, among them, the labor theory of value, its emphasis on the social form of capital rather than some quantitative physicalist reduction of it, the non-intuitive nature of an understanding of the capital relation and the ineluctable exploitation built into its core. 32 Alienation and reification, totality, understood minimally as the imperative to totalize even if any particular form of it should be open to question and refutation. 33 The refusal of closure, and the centrality of class struggle, sometimes breaking out into mass rebellion and even revolution but often submerged, taking on board a variety of other struggles that are the displaced and transformed forms of it. The question of difference should be applied not so much to language as to the question of revolution, a punctual rupture in the fabric of capital through which the future comes rushing in. Politics, no matter how mundane, takes place against the backdrop of that possibility and its endless and, in our time, seemingly interminable deferrals. But the question of revolution itself, it seems, will never disappear, it is constantly reposed in different forms. And perhaps here we find a valuable reminder about history itself, refusing desire and setting inexorable limits to individual as well as collective praxis, which its ruses turn into grisly and ironic reversals of their overt intention. 34 We are very far now from some ambiguous desire to make ourselves at home within the rule of capital, or rather advocate that as a final horizon of practical possibility. If some people should still insist on reaching out to post-colonial studies, my inclination would be to mine it for whatever insights it might offer, a sensitivity to difference, for example, but relocated from some cherished cultural legacy to the uneven and combined geographies of capital, to enrich Marxist theory and praxis. What makes Marxism so rich and able constantly to renew itself is its inexhaustible ability to take on board insights generated within very wide and seemingly unrelated fields of intellectual inquiry and subject them to the incomparable critical power of its core concepts and methods of analysis through collective work, polemical exchanges, and so on. 35 This sort of undertaking assumes a degree of urgency because under the present globalization of capital something has been achieved that no earlier stage of capitalist development has been able to do, namely, making the overcoming of capital seem like an archaic and quixotic task. As Eagleton has pointed out, the tendency in some quarters of the left has been to concur with this assessment and trim their political sails accordingly. 36 The prolonged crisis of the capitalist economy, post-1974, has been a vital catalyst in a certain mode of representing the history of class struggles and revolutions in the past, as well as eradicating in some cases any mention of them in history texts. A good deal of evidence has had to be suppressed to pull off that narrative. The history of colonialism has not been exempt from this sort of revisionism. That is to say, a crisis of world capitalism has been a material precondition for the full flowering of post-colonial studies. 37 In the process of addressing these issues, one might have to subject the starting point, that is, the self-identification of historians and social theorists with Europe or the margins, as the case may be, to critical scrutiny. A commitment to a transformative internationalism should mark the point of departure from which all identitarian positions on the one hand, and euphemisms such as globalization on the other, are subject to a critical appraisal. Marx's observation that labor in a white skin cannot emancipate itself where it is branded in a black skin, is truer now than in his own time. 38 One sees little productive political space left for nationalism, and none whatsoever for Eurocentrism, even and especially if it claims to be of the left variety. 39 Or for that matter for third-worldism, however disguised. Our political geography may have to come to terms with a world in which there will be no margins or center in an increasingly turbulent world, no room for mystifications of history, only a clear-eyed historical materialism, which as Gramsci says is the absolute historicism, the absolute secularization and earthliness of thought. 40 Perhaps, once again, Jameson's call to historicize, rooted in a persistent human curiosity of a generally systemic, rather than merely anecdotal, kind and pervasive anxieties about the larger fate and destiny of the system. 41 Retains its political charge and perennial appeal. What the utopian impulse calls on us to do, then, is to account for the present from the perspective of the future, and in so doing asks us to recognize that the future is in our hands, which is to say, the future is now unfolding because of us, or else in spite of us. This is what the slogan "Always Historicize" means when it is turned around and made to look forwards, not backwards. 42. Chapter 1. Introduction. In response to the question, when exactly does the post-colonial begin, Arif Dirlik responds with admirable brevity, and, as he claims, only partly facetiously, that it does so when third world intellectuals have arrived in the first world academy. 1 Nowadays, the question runs the risk of being dismissed either as the reworking of an old historicist approach, seeking origins and absolute starting points, or the reply itself is seen as merely rhetorical since the third world itself has been declared defunct. Of course, that could in itself be a function of a certain kind of historical moment, the passing of a political aspiration, but more on that later. In the meantime, post-colonial studies of a certain genealogy and derivation has become securely institutionalized in any number of US and Anglophone universities in the British Commonwealth for reasons that have much to do with the complex politics of academic knowledge production, and it is perhaps the privilege of those on the inside, relatively speaking, not to want to rock the boat too much by looking into the conditions of possibility of their own academic practice. 2. 1.1 A narrative of arrival. That said, the question of beginnings is not so easy to discard. No fewer than two luminaries of the academic formation to which Dirlik refers seem to share a perception that the publication of Edward Said's Orientalism, in 1978, launched a new area of academic inquiry that has subsequently been called post-colonial studies or some variation thereof. If so, 1978 must have been the annus mirabilis of post-colonial studies, for it was also the year of Foucault's visit to Iran, then on the cusp of a revolution to overthrow the Shah whose tyranny had become unbearable to large sections of the population of that country. In an interview with Bakir Parham, Foucault declared that in 1978 humanity was at point zero insofar as political thought was concerned, and that Iran offered new possibilities of a concept of revolution that attempted to go beyond both liberalism and Marxism. 4 Just as Marxists regarded the Russian Revolution of 1917 as a new type of revolution that had gone beyond the perspectives of the French Revolution of 1789, so too did Foucault seem to anticipate that the coming revolution in Iran would reduce the 2 centuries from 1789 to 1979 to a modernist parenthesis amid something far deeper and more permanent, namely, the phenomenon of an elemental and irreducible religious uprising. 5 In retrospect, of course, Foucault was wrong in his anticipation. Unlike the French and Russian revolutions, the Iranian Revolution, or counter-revolution, has not inspired many imitators. But it did usher in a period when religious issues of an elemental nature have become far more prominent in politics, a development fairly well documented in the directions taken by academic knowledge production as well. The roots of this kind of reaction lie, to an extent, in the often violent politics of the Cold War, especially as it affected a range of poor and sometimes newly independent countries in, what one used to call without qualification, the Third World. The United States, as Brennan points out, made it its business to export counter-revolution, working ceaselessly, often covertly, to undermine, subvert, and overthrow regimes and movements it deemed in opposition to its interests and political philosophy. 6 The reach of the United States was truly global. In Latin America this included Cuba, of course, but also Guatemala, Nicaragua, Guyana, Grenada, Haiti, Venezuela, Peru, and Chile, the locus of the first 9/11, in Africa, Angola, Mozambique, Congo, Libya, Ghana, not to mention the Horn of Africa, in the Middle East, Iran, Iraq, Syria, Afghanistan, in Southeast Asia, Vietnam, the Philippines, Korea, but also Indonesia, Cambodia, and Laos. Coups and targeted assassinations were launched in Greece, Turkey, Iran, and Pakistan. 7 This narrative would be incomplete without the participation of the US then satellite states in Western Europe and the actions of the USSR and its own satellite states in Eastern Europe. 8 The purges, the show trials, not to mention armed intervention on the streets of Budapest and Prague, were only the more overt and brutal manifestations of a logic of geopolitics that carried on where the more overt colonialism of the pre-war period left off. On both sides of the Iron Curtain, the left was subject to massive suppression, if not liquidation, the entire socialist agenda, or what had survived of it. After fascism and Stalinism, came to be thoroughly destabilized from within and without. All this was happening even as the economy, after the economic depression of the interwar years and the ravages of World War II, entered a golden age, a long economic boom that lasted until the early to mid-1970s or so. It was during this period that the welfare state as we knew it was constructed in the prosperous West, and the newly independent countries staked out a position that included economic development and political self-determination. 9 One can see that the goal of the superpowers was in fact a gigantic global operation of containment of these tendencies, limited only by their need for tactical and other alliances in their global confrontations. With the end of the post-World War II boom, the world economy has reverted to a more familiar pattern of long drawn-out recessions, followed by short-term and feeble recoveries often accompanied by various speculatively induced bubbles. The dynamics of this process lie entirely within the logic of capitalist competition itself, although the costs have been frequently visited upon workers demanding a living wage, and a range of countries whose debts and financial obligations, piled up during the boom years, have now come home to roost. 11 In this period of slow growth, long recessions, evanescent booms, and bubbles, the welfare state of the West is being rolled back, just as in the Third World the demands for development and economic justice have been discarded, sometimes under pressure from the multilateral agencies, the IMF and World Bank, and the indigenous ruling classes. Postcolonial studies in the metropolitan countries, emerging as it did at the end of the 1970s and consolidating itself over the next decade and a half or so, would seem to coincide with, if not follow, these developments rather closely. Foucault's critique of liberalism and Marxism, and his calling into question the emancipatory potentialities of the Enlightenment 12 expressed in his assessment of the Iranian Revolution, could also have been the position of Jacques Derrida 13 and would seem to be the direct inspiration for a great deal of postcolonial political thought. A periodization of postcolonial studies in its emergence and consolidation as a field of academic inquiry ought to involve both the critical passages of post-war history and the impression they leave on theory, structuralist, and post-structuralist. 14 If E.P. Thompson had a point in arguing that structuralism recapitulated some of the sense of powerlessness that many people felt in the face of the Cold War. 15 Then post-structuralism, it might be argued, was a sign of the impasse of structuralism and of a renewed overtly imperial dominance. 16 The ensuing rollback of the historic gains of the working people, albeit at very different levels, the development of parasitic casino capitalism, and the crushing of any sort of hope that capital as a social form could be transformed. Postcolonial studies might be most usefully located in these political, theoretical, and institutional cross-currents. That is, if the emergence of a field of postcolonial studies is traceable to a period when the economic boom of the post-war period came to an end, the mid-1970s, and the limits then placed on the programs of modernization and social transformation in the ex-colonial world, and the subsequent consolidation of that field can be seen in the 1980s and thereafter, coinciding with the entrenchment of a kind of market fetishizing ideology and its disciplining of working class and peasant populations to austerity, wage cuts, and so on, it still leaves room for considerable regional variations. Those would depend on the sites of emergence and consolidation, issues of intellectual formation, the size and diversity of the local intelligentsia, their exposure to critical bodies of thought including Marxism, migrations, and diasporic settlements, not to mention the varying depths of the crises induced by the post-1970s economic slowdown. It should come as no surprise that Latin American intellectuals should develop their particular heritage of radical thought in the post-1970s conjuncture in particular directions, confronted by the immediate presence of the United States 17, and that South Asian and African intellectuals should do so in other directions, influenced by their varying proximity to their erstwhile colonizers and, in some cases, to the Soviet Union or China. Harutunians point that the subaltern studies people, in practice, tend to portray a putative relationship between the English colonizers and their Bengali subjects as a stand-in for the relationship between colonizer and colonist everywhere, marked further by a psychological ambiguity that owes much to Hegel's master-slave dialectic, is well taken, but postcolonial studies is hardly alone in this manner of representing a particular situation in universalising terms. Point 18. Indeed, a case can be made that the postcolonial arises when a range of political ideologies that went by other descriptions, for example, liberation theology, anarcho-communism, Maoism, the Bandung spirit, third-worldism, Pan-Asianism, subaltern studies, and so on and so forth, are captured under that singular heading. Point 19. But by and large, the postcolonial also seems to signify a radicalist reading of what many of the social movements stood for. A reworking into forms consistent with the keywords of today's academic production: hybridity, mimicry, liminality, migrancy, multiculturalism, transnationalism, globalization, to name but the most prominent. The result is sometimes a randomization of history, 20 if not outright denial of the very historicity of the phenomena of postcoloniality itself. This is exemplified in Vieira's statement that if postcolonialism somehow presupposes colonialism, any attempt to identify beginnings is doomed to failure, insofar as it has existed from time immemorial. Point 21. Stuart Hall has his own version of history, but the randomization goes beyond history to concepts themselves. Thus, in his view, colonization has made ethnic absolutism an increasingly untenable cultural strategy, and made the colonies diasporic in relation to their cultures of origin, although it is arguable that both ethnic absolutism and the notion of an original national culture to which modern identity politics ought to seek a return owe much to colonial rule. Point 22. Colonialism, in Hall's account, originating with the conquest of the New World and the arrival of the Portuguese in the Indian Ocean, both in the late 15th century, henceforth shifts everything so that the very idea of isolated or separate identities has been obliged to yield to a variety of paradigms designed to capture these different but related forms of relationship, interconnection, and discontinuity. Yet it also seems that the Enlightenment, dominated by science and the social sciences, imposes a single discursive system within which people are constrained to maneuver. Point 23. So, what is the relationship of the Enlightenment to colonialism? Does it put an end to colonial paradigms? Is the Enlightenment continuous with the romantic racialism of the 19th century, or is it simply another construction whose historical coordinates are of no interest in comparison to its polemic uses? One could go on, but the point is that any account of post-colonialism that does not seek to locate it in a historically identifiable modern-day colonialism, itself a product of the dynamics of capital as the modern world system, is likely to produce precisely the sorts of confusions that I have outlined above. It is therefore with some relief that one turns to Chatterjee's outline of the emergence of the post-colonial moment of subaltern studies, or a subaltern studies influenced post-colonialism. Chatterjee's brief but highly informative essay, India's History from Below, published in Le Monde Diplomatique 24, a condensed version of an earlier essay 25, might be read in part as a rebuttal of Derlich's position on post-colonial studies, although Chatterjee himself nowhere indicates, nor is there reason to believe, that he intended it to be so. If Derlich's position is thought of as externalist, The origin of postcolonial studies being a function of relocation or translocation of third world intellectuals, Chatterjee's position is internalist. His narrative locates postcolonialism as a move beyond subaltern studies. The latter began with Gramsci-inspired studies of rural rebellions and insurrections by a group of historians under the leadership of Ranjit Guha. They launched a series of impressive volumes simply entitled Subaltern Studies, published by Oxford University Press in India from 1982 onwards. The first 6 volumes were edited by Guha himself between 1982 and 1989. These studies, Chatterjee informs us, by and large utilized the British colonial archives, reading them against the grain to arrive at an understanding of rebellions, insurrections, and the world of the rebels themselves. But as he explains, from about 1987, and more so from about 1989, the participants in the group began to grapple far more seriously than they had earlier with the realization that subaltern histories were fragmentary, disconnected, and incomplete. 26 The project evolved from inquiry into subaltern autonomy at moments of rebellion through representations of the subaltern in the colonial archives and in mainstream histories to a whole range of subjects connected to colonial governance, education, movements of religious and social reforms, the state and public institutions, modern ideas of rationality, science, regimes of power and related topics. At the same time, the question of modernity came into focus with the idea of alternative or hybrid forms of it, focusing on the dissemination of the ideas, practices, and institutions of Western modernity under colonial conditions. 27 In a nutshell, this might be considered the post-colonial moment of subaltern studies. If the narrative is taken at face value, what stands out is the statement that the internalist transition is a function of a realization of the inadequacy of subaltern histories that are fragmentary, disconnected, and incomplete. This would imply that the ambition of post-colonial studies now stands for something else, a move from anecdotal accounts of small-scale events to nothing less than a totalizing interpretation of modernity itself, indeed, possibly even what one might call the development of a post-colonial meta-narrative consciously distanced, one might imagine, from those attributable to nationalism or Marxism. The focus is now on cultural continuities and ruptures, Eurocentrism and its pretentious universalism, authenticity, symbolic issues of identity and difference, and, of course, the whole vexed issue of multiple, alternative, and hybrid modernities and the like. The idea of other modernities was developed to take aim at the facile Eurocentric universalism of the Enlightenment-inspired civilizing mission and the pretension that European experience must stand as the normal line of development of all other histories. Chatterjee, like his colleague in the Subaltern Studies Collective, Dipesh Chakrabarty, argues that to reveal the workings of these other modernities is to question this type of universalism and, in the process, provincialize Europe. In light of the above, Derlich's response to the origins of the post-colonial has come up against a spirited and, dare one say, totalizing riposte, one that compresses aspects of a turbulent history in which the very meanings of post undergo a complex series of transformations and transmutations corresponding to some of the deeper impulses working through the system. However, a little reflection will suggest that a good deal of history has been suppressed in this account. For instance, the pioneers of subaltern studies, including Ranjit Guha, Chatterjee, Chakrabarty, and others like Sumit Sarkar who later left the collective, are Bengali intellectuals. Of course, one can object that subaltern studies has not only drawn into its fold intellectuals throughout India, but abroad as well, in Latin America and Africa, and there were always a few English contributors to the early volumes. But this is hardly a crippling objection. The originality of subaltern studies is traceable to a specific historic geographic location. Here it ought to be salient that Bengal was not only the first major province of the former Mughal Empire to be colonized by the British, but that, in Tapan Rai Chaudhury's words, Bengalis, more expressly, middle-class Bengalis, were the first Asian group of any size whose mental world was transformed through its interaction with the West. 28 Their political perspectives were simultaneously transformed by their location on the cusp of massively traumatic fissures, One thinks now of 1905 and 1947 and the experiences of those two partitions of the province of Bengal, but also of 1971 and the War of Independence in the former East Pakistan that resulted in the birth of the new nation-state of Bangladesh and the accompanying sorrows of a large refugee population in Calcutta, Kolkata, and elsewhere in West Bengal. 29 One also thinks of a settling of political accounts in India itself with, for instance, the far too rigid and bureaucratized Stalinist communist parties, one of which, the CPM, had ruled West Bengal for almost 34 years until recently defeated at the polls, and the other, the CPI, which had earlier compromised itself via its complicity with the emergency rule of Indira Gandhi in the mid-1970s. 30 There is also the legacy of the Naxal insurrections that had resulted in a broad stalemate, if not urban guerrillism without a coherent ideology or program by the early 1980s. 31 Like their counterparts of the Scottish Enlightenment, Bengali intellectuals have been immensely productive of new social thought. Bengal's continued positioning on the forefront of methodological and theoretical innovations is a function of its history, and the intellectual vitality that began with the earliest encounters with European thought continues to this day. Ironically, then, at least one contributory factor to the immense output of intellectual innovation by Bengali intellectuals is explainable by the impact of the Enlightenment on Bengal, far greater than elsewhere in India, and by the eccentric positioning of Bengal vis-a-vis the intellectual map of the world since the late 18th century. So that while middle-class Bengalis experienced the furious oscillations of modern times 32 to which the Enlightenment gave expression, they did so as outsiders, even somewhat despised ones. The attraction towards, and the animus against, the Enlightenment are not hard to understand. Some of the foregoing might also explain the early receptivity to Gramsci's work and its adoption into the history courses taught by Susubhan Sarkar at Presidency College, Calcutta. 33 Where Ranjit Guha was a student of his. Intellectual filiations of this sort are immensely important at certain critical junctures and form part of any routine discussion of the works of European intellectuals and should form part of the discussion of Third World intellectuals as well. Intellectual history is not simply an exclusive prerogative of metropolitan intellectuals. In this case, a history with a very specific regional location can nonetheless illuminate some of the broadest global currents of reform and revolution, the relationship of the Third World and the West, losing neither the sense of the larger shaping forces, nor the concrete experience of individuals. 34 A further set of affiliations, this time with SED and Gayatri Spivak in the US, signified a crucial development through which subaltern studies could position itself as an influential branch of the larger field of postcolonial studies. The 1986 publication of Chatterjee's Nationalist Thought in the Colonial World, which applied the Sedian view, expressed in Orientalism, about the overwhelming nature of post-Enlightenment colonial power knowledge to the case of the colonial Indian intelligentsia, no doubt a position Chatterjee arrived at as part of the re-examination of the limitations of the earlier Gramsci-influenced subaltern studies commitment to studying peasant rebellion, alluded to above, completed a rather felicitous circle, from Foucault's views on modernity to Sed's views on colonialism, and now a comment on the possibilities and limitations of alternative modernities produced under colonial conditions. 35 The publication in the following year of selected subaltern studies, including essays from the first 4 volumes of Subaltern Studies 36 with a foreword by Sed and an editorial note by Spivak, signified the moment of triumphant arrival. Henceforth, subaltern historiography could lead a schizophrenic double life, in India itself as part of a field of debates about politics, gender issues, economic development, and social justice, and in the US as part of postcolonial studies with its interest in migrancy, fragments, and so on, the Third World intellectual as a sort of mildly insurgent presence within the solid structures of a still Eurocentric academy. The combined influence of Sed's literary humanism, French post-structuralism, and US post-colonial theory with its play of desires and the seduction of the commodity, and their combined lack of interest in exploring any social reality in historical depth, has no doubt taken its toll. Chakrabarty's claim to be writing some very particular ways of being in the world, the Bengali past, into some of the universal, abstract, and European categories of capitalist/political modernity. 37 perhaps represents one result of this sort of immigrant positioning in the U.S. Academy. This could probably only happen in a country where post-coloniality can be represented as immigrant presence. 38 In the U.S., where the term has the densest network of references, it more often than not refers to the impact on identity politics of the post-1965 immigration from outside the old European heartlands. That the massive new immigrant presence after 1965, coinciding with the end of formal colonialism in parts of Asia and Africa, the Vietnam War, and a phase of pitiless counter-revolutionary vigilantism by the U.S. in Latin America and by its proxies in southern Africa, should generate fields of study and polemics is not surprising. That post-colonialism should ultimately come to stand for a forgetting of those worldly processes of war, revolution, and counter-revolution is perhaps the mystery. Post in this sense might also stand for a successful operation of containment and redirection. Ijaz Ahmed's point that this intellectual formation has gone through two stages, Third World cultural nationalism followed by a postmodernistic celebration of fragments. 39, is useful. But both actually coexist, partly because of the very real disciplining that has made them the only apparently safe expressions of a politics that no longer speaks its name, and partly because the size and composition of the fragments has become indeterminate. Indeed, when Chakrabarty states that we are in an unhistoricizable now 40, he most probably means to refer to things and people that have fallen into this liminal zone. One might argue, then, that there are not two stages, but rather the progressive realization of the potentialities of the first in the second. Ahistorical culture and indeterminate fragments express, as it were, the post-colonial Geist. For said, ironically, the initial interest in promoting subaltern studies was that here was a group of intellectuals from an ex-colony who represented a revolution in historiography, and were attempting to restore to Indian history the important role of the urban poor and rural masses. 41 He must have recognized the broader political necessity of doing so at a time when the struggle for self-determination of the Palestinian people was heating up, and that anti-colonial and post-colonial struggles for social justice were neither things of the past nor mere discontinuous fragments. Perhaps he was also expressing this hope in the face of the inability of his colleagues in English departments, not to mention the number-crunching social scientists and post-foundational economists, to do so. What he did not recognize, and 1995 was quite late in the day already, was that the focus on the properly insurgent urban poor and rural masses that informed early subaltern studies had already been practically jettisoned. The shift in critical registers during this passage, from capital and its colonial manifestations and class struggles, albeit in inchoate forms, to a critique of Enlightenment rationality, from colonial archives read against the grain to literary sources, plays, novels, biographies, autobiographies, that afforded those with the proper language skills access to ways of being in the world that did not replicate a Western paradigm, from multinationals to Macaulay 42 and so on, encountered, in the expansion of English studies, and more broadly cultural studies, in the U.S. during the 1980s, one set of structural conditions of enablement. Part of this shift, Harutunian argues, is connected to a broader restructuring of the U.S. Academy, a function of the failure of area studies to fully meet the challenge posed by SED's critique of knowledge production that was in collusion with imperialism, and the simultaneous overpopulation of the canonical fields of literature. How many books on Keats do we need and what's left to edit, he asks. 43 And Western civilization. All this created an opening that was seized by academics located outside those canonical fields, often in English departments, SED's home base, to reposition themselves vis-a-vis this classical canon, and towards the literature produced under colonial and post-colonial conditions. One of the effects of the emphasis on English literature, and especially 19th-century writing, has been to give special prominence to the literature on India, especially Bengal, and to Indian Anglophone writers. 44 Or translations from the vernacular into English for the purposes of illustrating certain aspects of those conditions. In retrospect, it is ironic that pioneering theorists like Césaire, Fanon, and Lumumba, who from the vantage points of former French imperialist strongholds in Africa and the Caribbean made extensive and often militant interventions on issues of politics and culture in colonial and post-colonial contexts, have only belatedly, if at all, in the case of Lumumba, been absorbed into the post-colonial canon, and often at the initiative of those opposed to the directions taken by post-colonial theory. 45. Nor yet have they, and other theorists like Memmi and Senghor, whose interventions were perhaps less militant, provided the impetus to the development of a full-scale theory or discourse of post-coloniality in either France or Western Europe. 46. Although this may be changing as the impact of post-colonial studies diffuses outwards from the metropolitan Anglophone, especially the U.S., academy. Be that as it may, one of the exceptions to the largely literary focus of post-colonial studies, Harutunian notes, has been Ranjit Guha's stable of subaltern specialists who nonetheless have largely if not exclusively focused on Bengal. 47. Even here, one might argue, the force of our times has made itself felt in that the literary has trumped a more classically socio-political focus, literary texts becoming the privileged way into indigenous histories suppressed by the prose of world history. And its narrative of progress. 48. One of the effects of the institutional capture of the field of post-colonial studies by English literature and cultural studies departments has been that the more modest associations with chronology and temporality, political economy and materiality that one would expect to see in any field that organizes its own historicity around the term colonial have been subordinated to a new identity serving an entirely new or different field of study and research, in which the emphasis would be textual, semiotic, and generic. 49. The privileging of novelistic or poetic narratives had already been anticipated in Benedict Anderson's Imagined Communities 50, which forged the connection between novel, modernity, and nation, but this tendency found its full expression in Babha's Nation and Narration 51, where the English model was forcefully restated and the act of writing the nation was made to look inconceivable without appealing to the novelistic narrative. 52. If U.S. area studies inaugurally and lastingly suppress the role of capital in its curricular and research paradigms to emphasize the role of culture, and cultural difference, on the road to political and economic modernization, post-colonial studies has followed suit, insisting on presenting capital as a mere narrative category that subserves a Western historiography of progress, as sheer economism and homogenization of history. These gestures have become an intrinsic part of the post-foundational rhetoric of post-colonial studies. 53. There is a historic background to these gestures that needs to be remembered. Organizations like the Social Science Research Council and the Rockefeller Foundation poured money at home and abroad into the social sciences to prepare them for combat against the Cold War enemies of the United States. During the Vietnam War, the Ford Foundation tried to support the study of Southeast Asia at Kyoto University, and had also been active in India and Indonesia. 54. Capital could hardly be framed for critical study in this environment, which was directed to combat the twin evils of Marxism and communism. Now that area studies has itself become a casualty of the post-Cold War moment, it would appear that the field has been vacated for a post-foundational post-colonialism to occupy, even if in the process capital is not actively promoted in academic study, but more or less silently suppressed as the central, indeed foundational, category of modern life. Some of the corporate concerns of the Cold War moment have, in their turn, made their way into the rhetoric and positioning of post-colonial studies. In fact, post-foundationalism seems to be a response to 1989, or more so 1989 to 91, the moment of collapse of the entire system that revolved around the Soviet Union and its satellite states. This is how I read Stuart Hall's statement that the world has become post-colonial in some very profound way, and any interpretation of the contemporary world in post-foundational terms is also post-colonial. 55. The foundation for social thought in the post-war period seems to have been provided not so much by the colonial system or its historical aftermath as by the opposition of social forms that underpinned the Cold War, the U.S. as the representative of capitalism in its global extension and the Soviet Union as the representative of something else seen to be in opposition to it. When the opposition disappeared, the foundation went with it, and we were dumped into a post-foundational world. This might lend some credence to Robert Young's point that the rise of post-colonial studies coincided with the end of Marxism as the defining political, cultural, and economic objective of much of the Third World. 56 It is doubtful, of course, that Marxism ever had such a defining position in Third World political economy, but the point might be the larger one that most countries, in the immediate aftermath of their political independence, had at least the semblance of a choice between the Western free market demand economy or the Soviet-style command economy, or a mixed economy, like that of India. 57 Most, of course, had very little room for maneuver and remained captive to their erstwhile colonial masters, but in the conceptual field such a juxtapositioning was very important to oppositional forces. With the collapse of the Soviet system, and the headlong rush of China to embrace capital, there is effectively no choice. For all practical purposes, there is only one single global system. As Young notes, with the collapse of the Second World, the Third World itself ceased to exist, not as a substantive entity, which it probably never was, but as a kind of political position of non-alignment or neutrality, or it moved from an affiliation with the Second World to the First. That is to say, post-colonialism is the moment when the Third World embraces US-style capitalism in a fit of absent-mindedness. Stuart Hall seems troubled by the fallout of post-foundationalism since it brings with it a forgetting of economics altogether. Hence his argument that in abandoning deterministic economism, alternative ways of thinking questions about economic relations and their effects as the conditions of existence of other practices have failed to materialize. Instead, we have a massive, gigantic, and eloquent disavowal, a failure of theorization so profound and so disabling that much weaker and less conceptually rich paradigms have continued to flourish and dominate the field. 58 He suggests the possibility that there is some conceptual incompatibility between a certain kind of post-foundationalism and the serious investigation of these complex articulations, partly an institutional effect of the fact that, as outlined above, post-colonial work has been most fully developed by literary scholars who have been reluctant to make the break across disciplinary boundaries required to advance the argument. But one need not assume that this is an unbridgeable chasm since, in Hall's opinion, certain articulations are either implicitly assumed or silently at work in almost all post-colonial critical work. 59 But such minimalism is hardly acceptable. After all, one of the most famous Marxist theorists of our day has brilliantly combined an interpretation of literary and philosophical texts with a searching analysis, even a dramatic reconstitution, of the understanding of the relationship between culture and economics. 60 The mutual cost involved in isolating one from the other is hardly inevitable. In the final analysis, post-colonialism's failure in this regard is political. Much discussion of the economic trajectory of the world under colonial and post-colonial conditions in Marxist, and Marxist-influenced, circles has been informed by the indubitable fact that the economic instance under capitalism is far more prominent and more autonomous of customary ideological dominance than in previous epochs of social production. And while capital's dynamism has had dramatic effects, inconsistently promoting output and more inconsistently human welfare, it has also brought about massive and unprecedented levels of global polarization between rich and poor countries, and now increasingly social polarization between classes. Discussions of polarization have also turned to its political, social, cultural, and environmental effects. But this is far from an economic determinism that posits either self-sustaining growth without limits once the right preconditions are met, or a notion that economics always everywhere determines other outcomes. Indeed, these issues ought to be front and center of post-colonial studies, as a means for considering not only its own trajectories but the realities of the times that have shaped the formations of fields of study. The high rates of growth in the immediate aftermath of the end of World War II was accompanied for a time by a distribution of the benefits to a much larger portion of the population than ever before, and sustained by progressive taxation on the rich. Those in turn paid for investments in infrastructure, institution building, Comprehensive Social Security Program 61 and geographic alliances between labor and capital that led to a phenomenon widely known as labourism, whereby political parties representing organized labor assumed some of the tasks of managing working class demands on behalf of capital. 62 Beginning in the 1970s, however, this period of buoyant growth petered out, a function of overproduction and overcapacity in the advanced industrial countries. 63 A return to high and persistent unemployment, the fracturing of the geographically specific cross-class labourist alliances, attempts to export some of the costs of the economic crisis to the Third World. 64 A stringent regime of debt collection from the latter by banks and governments, sometimes euphemistically packaged as structural adjustment, and ferocious attempts to push through privatization to levels that the Western countries would not have tolerated for themselves even in their chronically crisis-ridden state. 65 The last expression of Third World solidarity, San Juan argues, was in 1973 with the demand for a new international economic order staged at the United Nations in the wake of the oil crisis of 1973, not surprisingly a failure in the circumstances. By 1982, he suggests, the defeat of the Third World Bloc allowed the US-led Western Bloc into a campaign against global Keynesianism. Despite occasional success stories, the Third World as an independent actor, with its own singular interests and aspirations, has virtually disappeared from the world scene. For our purposes, the economic boom, especially in the US, was also the period of the vast expansion of the modern university system, securely tenured professorships, recruitment of non-traditional students, both from the working class and from abroad with extensive scholarship support, and teaching of non-traditional subjects, not without a great deal of foot-dragging from vested interests. The downturn, for its part, has been accompanied by the promotion of a more utilitarian educational curriculum, a stress on number crunching in disciplines like political science, sociology, and economics with no real interest in investigating the actual causes of economic and social crises. To an extent perhaps the discourses of the Post, as Hall calls them, have preserved from a completely opposite angle the same disdain for actual investigations of the socio-economic dimensions of today's culture, accompanied by a rather unhealthy disrespect for evidence that might point to certain truths, however limited and contingent, beyond interpretation and construction. 66 On the other side of the world, the boom and the bust have produced the stagnation and decline in countries like India of colonial-era university structures, some of which had attained high levels of academic excellence during and after the colonial period, while glittering new private institutes of science and technology have sprung up, in part financed from abroad and sustained by contract work from Western corporations. It is in this climate that post-theory came to the fore and indeed to command the heights, however not so much, as Lazarus suggests, against this increasingly chill sociological political climate, but as he himself notes in some sort of heady, almost delirious, disavowal of the structural conditions of its own genesis and development. 67 It is a matter of puzzlement to some that post-colonialism tends to sidestep the issues opened up by this moment of history, and that it has remained silent on the relationship of the idea of post-colonialism to its context in contemporary capitalism. 68 For the most part, Derlich maintains, post-colonial studies makes no significant attempt to address the causes of the often dire socio-economic situation of former colonial peoples with the requisite depth and sophistication. He might be alluding to structural adjustment, environmental destruction, the dismal prospects for many of the working poor, chronic and indeed lifelong unemployment, not to mention the continuing predations of brutal regimes that took over from colonial rulers and have received generous support from them, aspects of the gale of destructive production characteristic of the present phase of capitalism. 69 But if post-colonial studies is to position itself in a properly oppositional role, or survive in any meaningful way, its sympathetic critics maintain, it will need to be far more absorbed with the contemporary world, in the process developing a substantive economic basis for its critique. 70 Of course, this can only be a beginning. After all, a post-colonial theorist like Chatterjee does claim that people like him, who maintain a close connection to, and, indeed, live for part of the year in their country of origin, need to be involved in the present-day world, actively intervene in political debates, and maneuver themselves in opposition to the political and economic projects of the modern nation-state. 71 However, one would need to have exceedingly modest expectations of post-colonial studies' oppositional stances to be satisfied with this. Liberal and even conservative critics can have an oppositional stance towards present-day economic trajectories, especially those associated with cronyism, speculation, and so-called vulture capitalism. Right and left can agree on many things, save the essentials. At minimum, it seems the post-colonial theorists' disavowal of the totalizing impulses of Marxism are at the root of some of their unease with it, rather than its supposed economistic, ideological, and reductionist aspects. 72 That these have been part of the history of Marxism, alongside more sophisticated understandings of the interpermeation of the economic and the cultural, need not be denied. 73 What is missing, however, in post-colonial studies, besides the imperative to historicize, is the equally critical imperative to totalize. As Brennan notes, the post-colonial critics' project is always some variant of a sweeping claim to break from historicism, and escape totalizing thought. 74 An oppositional stance can certainly be built from elements such as this, but what sort of opposition? 75 Recall that in Chatterjee's narrative, the move away from the original emphases of subaltern studies on rural class struggles was launched during the late 1980s, from about 1987 and more so from about 1989-76, and that it was the result of a collective rethinking of the limitation of that approach. Questions arise when one takes into account the issue of timing. 1989, we all know, is a year of some consequence, too much, so one assumes, to be mentioned en passant in an account that largely, as in Chatterjee's, focuses on an internalist evolution of an intellectual academic project launched a few years earlier, the early 1980s, but not so early as to have escaped the initial rumblings of the epochal events to come. For at last in 1989, and more in the years 1989 to 91, a whole host of local discontents, advances and retreats, described above, had their global denouement in the collapse of the geopolitical divisions inaugurated by the Revolution of 1917 and its aftermath. The reverberations of those massively significant events were felt most acutely, needless to say, in the Eastern Bloc countries and the republics of the ex-Soviet Union, which experienced the shock of entering the capitalist world as now underdeveloped, virtually third world entities. But the reverberations were also felt strongly throughout the former colonial world, and particularly in countries like India that had developed a close relationship to the ex-Soviet Union. A strange symmetry asserts itself in considering the moment of departure and the moment of closure of a historic epoch encompassing the years 1917 to 1989. The Russian Revolution taking place on the peripheries of the European world certainly poses the question of an affinity with the anti-colonial movements already underway in the colonial world in the aftermath of World War I. 77 The revolution was, as Eagleton describes it, ectopic as well as untimely, pitched on the narrow ground between Europe and Asia, city and country, past and present, the First World and the Third. 78 It faced two ways, towards Europe where it could be read as the harbinger of revolutions in the economically more advanced countries that would consolidate it and lead to world communism, and towards Asia, and the colonial world, where it could be seen as an anticipation of anti-colonial revolutions. The lead-up to the Russian Revolution had also provided people in both Europe and the colonial world a significant corpus of Marxist literature on imperialism, its relationship to capital and global polarization that is relevant to our day. Lenin's imperialism, for example, had spelled out the link between capitalism and imperialism, the latter as the superstructure of capitalism 79, by which he meant that it was at the same time a form of capitalism, the economic element, a form of class activity of the bourgeoisie, the social element, and a form of the state, the political element, the whole being inseparably combined. It involved an immense development of cartels, trusts, big banks, all implying the concentration of production, the seizure of the sources of raw materials, at home and abroad in the colonies, by the trusts and the financial oligarchy and the economic division of the world. 81 Whether through the physical conquest of less developed regions or their subordination through the mechanisms of finance, gunboats, and Maxim guns. Lenin also pointed to the profound hypocrisy of the most liberal and radical of politicians in Great Britain transforming themselves when they became governors of India into real and proper Genghis Khans. 82 Echoing Marx and Engels, he noted the limits of bourgeois civilization taking on respectable forms at home but going naked in the colonies. 83 To arrive at our own day, the manic triumphalism that accompanied the collapse of communism coincides with a period when capital revealed prodigious new powers, penetrating and colonizing the last pre-capitalist enclaves, nature and the unconscious. 84 But also unleashing in the process brutal regimes of accumulation based on sweatshops and Victorian-style discipline in factories located in export processing zones free of even minimal pretensions to regulation and organization. 85 Capital finds itself today not only mired in prolonged stagnation accompanied by massive unemployment and deep cuts in wages and social welfare, but has become in the process as threatened and threatening as it ever was during the high noon of imperialism. 86 However, it was in the 1990s, with the slowing of growth in the core countries of capitalism, and the spectacular acceleration of growth in some ex-colonial and post-revolutionary societies, that a momentous change, or at least the unmistakable signs thereof, in the global distribution of capital really took shape, giving rise to the BRICS group of nations. But these changes have come at a price. The bold new world that the United States wished to usher in, as we now know, has also resulted in widespread social inequalities and environmental degradation, in the latter regard perhaps equaling the record of some of the former communist countries. 87 The spectacular collapse of communism has been accompanied not only by the equally spectacular collapse of the left in the West, particularly in its Latin European heartlands, but also by the rise of all manner of extreme right-wing, neo-fascist parties across the ex-communist countries and in the West, where the weakening of left-wing forces has given license to the ideologues of the far right. What Harvey calls the spatial libertarianism of market forces has had deeply unsettling effects on the ex-colonial world, leaving for many only the secular spatio-temporalities of the free market and the mythological time-space of religion and nationhood. 88 Had Chatterjee's account made note of these world-shaking events in the formation of the post-colonial moment of subaltern studies, it might not be a stretch to assert that the neatly contained internalist account would have broken down. After all, if 1917 pointed simultaneously west and east with radically different valences, so too did 1989. Globalization, if that is how we wish to refer to post-1989, is the moment of difference par excellence, even if not in the precise sense that post-colonial theorists would have it. A break from historicism cannot, of course, excuse a randomization of history. Post-colonial studies came into being and consolidated itself, Lazarus notes, during the 1980s in a relation of supplementarity to post-theory whose key positions included a hostility towards totality and systematic analysis, the adoption of epistemological conventionalism or constructivism, anti-foundationalism, and anti-humanism. 89 Relative to Marxism, we are now supposedly confronted with a critique that has been finally detotalist, refined, diversified, opened up to the questions of desire and intensity, to flux and signs and the multiple subject, in a word, the tools of a social critique for today. 90 The refinements include a refusal of struggle-based models of politics and a preference for models that privilege difference, ambivalence, complexity, and complicity, the ensuing repudiation of Marxism, usually taking the form not of a Cold War anti-Marxism but of an avant-gardist post-Marxism. 91 But the question that continues to pose itself is whether a critical post-colonialism can dispense with structures or foundational concepts. Critical foundational concepts, such as capital, class used not as a static sociological description, but as a relationship of forces around the production of surplus value, and not least the concept of value itself in its historically determinate form rather than in its trans-historical neoclassical form, are not intrinsically essentialist. 92 Derlich is right to insist that this is a bogeyman designed to scare off the opposition, especially a Marxist opposition, and does not reflect the ways in which these concepts are employed by critical thinkers. 93 No doubt, all this is because revolutions are said to have failed, to have consumed their own, and given us macabre caricatures. Some of this is true, but it also involves serious amnesia. History will, of course, remind us that every revolution has been followed by massive counter-revolution, able to muster many times more resources than anything a revolution could ever do. It is in this historical context, a massively material, unmissable fact, that revolutions turn on their own. That is when criticism from within seems to echo criticism from without, accompanied by the force of arms. No immaculate account of revolutionary self-devouring will do. Any opening to desire and intensity, to flux and signs and the multiple subject that dispenses with the brute realities of capital, and its counter-revolutionary tendency, can only be open to co-optation by capital, the subject par excellence that in all its variety is entirely devoted to one end, accumulation, the Moses and the prophets. For those who want to break from historicism, escape from totalizing thought, somehow a detotalist, refined and diversified critique of Marxism has also ended up implicitly turning capitalism into the final, untranscendable horizon of human social existence. 94 It all came to a head in 1989, when we were invited, in Galeano's memorable words, to the world historical burial of socialism. 95 The quickening pulse of history requiring a pugnacious confrontation with the political economies of the present seems to have elicited a range of quixotic responses from the post-colonial theorists, who defend, as it were, the right of social formations subject to pretentiously universalist Enlightenment designs to reject them in favor of a more authentic culture, but often in postures that appear quietistic if not entirely resignationist, thereby rendering their odds of success even more insuperable than they might otherwise be. 96 When Chatterjee writes that after some consideration the subaltern studies focus on peasant rebellions was abandoned during the late 1980s, it was not because they had disappeared. If anything, Maoist rebellions in some 60 of India's 160 districts have intensified, seeing new levels of militant organization. Similar trends are visible in many countries with still considerable rural populations. But now it is no longer possible to tell that story as part of the heroic resistance of a pre-capitalist community to the encroachment of an alien world of colonial capital, because by and large the subsumption of the peasant mode of production to capital is virtually complete. The peasantry, for all the predictions of its longevity, is finally disappearing into the ranks of the proletariat, a class of landless, surplus value producing workers on farms now owned or leased for long periods by transnational corporations. Class struggles, whether for better wages, a share of the resources on or under the land that people could once have called their own, or any other variation thereof, now pit workers against their capitalist employers. Of course, there is vast structural, near permanent, unemployment, but this is part of the new configuration of the capital relation, a reserve army of often rural paupers. 97 Their heroism and that of their ancestors seems to have spent itself in what appear as, in retrospect, futile gestures to hold back this tide. But Chatterjee's stated reason for the abandonment of the study of peasant rebellions has nothing to do with these historically significant socio-economic developments. Rather it has to do with the notion that peasant histories are fragmentary, disconnected, and incomplete. 98 The abandonment coming just at the moment when it should have been possible to start telling those histories in a less fragmentary, and more connected and complete form. In any case, why the champions of fragments should abandon a history because it is fragmentary is a mystery, unless one considers other temptations. The study of peasant rebellions no doubt contained a utopian surplus, a dream of a revolution designed to wipe away eons of scandalous exploitation and needless suffering, especially among those who did not go along with the reactionary historicist notion that the pain was worth it for the ultimate improvement of the human condition. That dream, one might say, died many small deaths with each encroachment of capital and each act of political repression, but its big death seems to have come with the winding down of the post-war economic boom, the determined steps taken by the leading powers and their allies in the ex-colonial countries to push through agrarian modernization at all costs, not to mention the prodigious powers of recuperation shown by capital in its post-1989 phase to conquer every hitherto autonomous region of social life. For those who will have nothing to do with the narrative of capital's ruthless and final conquest of the world, including the last redoubts of autonomous peasant life along with nature and the unconscious, the temptation to shift ground in favor of studies of political spirituality, different ways of being in the world, insanity, sexuality, governmentality, ethnoscapes, not to mention migrancy, marginality, fragments, and anecdotes of all kinds, nicely filled out with the new buzzwords of postcolonial studies, must have been irresistible. 99 These have taken the place of peasant rebellion, which has been quietly consigned to a place of forgetfulness. Indeed, it seems the social life of the commodity is to be celebrated even as the social life of the peasantry no longer figures on the research agenda. A fragmentary history has been replaced by substantive fragments, held together conceptually by the notion of alternative, different, hybrid modernities and the framework of an institutional realist post-colonialism 100 coinciding with a lot of postmodernist-inspired culturalist jouissance. It was in the United States that the revised, late, subaltern studies first came to be articulated as a post-colonial project 101 when the historical study of modern discourses and institutions of power in colonial India fed into a growing literature on the production of hybrid cultural forms in many different regions of the formerly colonial world 102 when a project originated in England and India by Ranjit Guha and a group of like-minded historians in the late 1970s, and developed via a close engagement with colonial-era primary sources relating to rural India, debouches into a larger, primarily US-based field of post-colonial studies. It does so from a special vantage point, the subaltern consciousness. Here, the notion of a subaltern split starts to assume some rather interesting new valences. Chakrabarty argues that subaltern histories will have a split running through them, constructed within the elements of the master codes of secular history without ever granting them complete hegemony. Subaltern history, Chakrabarty reminds us, remembers history as an imperious code that accompanied the civilizing mission of the European Enlightenment, inaugurated in the 18th century as a world historical task, and that this history is neither natural nor indeed hegemonic in the world of subaltern peoples. 103 While in the colonial context the subaltern split would have referred to class issues, it was extended in the metropolitan context to rework arguments about contemporary cultures in the Western countries, instanced most immediately in the diasporic cultures of immigrants, but less obviously in the formation of Western modernity, even in its purportedly original form. 104 In the process, Chatterjee explains, historical and social science disciplines have tended to merge with the concerns of literary and cultural disciplines to break new ground. 105 Here, the project of studying subaltern consciousness, a notion that can be and has been easily extended to embrace immigrants no matter how privileged, can overlap nicely with the study of us-born minorities regardless of their socio-economic standing. And here, the supplementarity of post-colonialism to post-structuralism takes a rather concrete form. That is, despite its initial reception as a form of apolitical idealism 106 its hostility to totality and systematic analysis, its adoption of epistemological conventionalism or constructivism. Anti-foundationalism, and anti-humanism 107 post-structuralist theory had been adapted in the 1980s to the peculiarities of the situation of the United States where class issues were seen as far less central than in either Europe or South Asia, and society itself was segmented into communities and microgroups. 108 In a country that at least since the immigration reforms of the mid-1960s has seen a vast influx of immigrants from the former colonial world, any sort of emphasis on class contradiction, especially involving mostly the traditional Euro-American population, could be portrayed as a kind of ethnocentrism. 109 For post-colonial studies, likewise, the emphasis on minorities, communities, microgroups, and so on, involves playing down issues of class and nation, and a corresponding exaltation of migrancy. Liminality, hybridity, and multiculturalism. 110 Occurring in the wake of the more radical phase of the civil rights movement in the United States, postcolonialism arrived, as it were, at a moment when a liberal desire for formal equality, an opportunity to compete for a place at the table, coexisted with a libertarian desire for individual autonomy and freedom from constraints, coinciding in the latter aspect with the culture wars raging in the aftermath of the Vietnam War. Not so ironically, then, its critics have noted that postcolonialism has tended, in repudiating meta-narratives, foundational categories, and the like, in favor of localized contingencies, to reproduce the essential lines of liberal and libertarian empiricism, or a fetishist narcissism of small differences. 111 That is, at least, one aspect of the narrative of arrival. It is difficult in the context of all the valences, historical, theoretical, political, of postcolonialism to accept Peter Hume's assessment that the term postcolonial is, or should be, a descriptive, not evaluative, term. 112 Perhaps this is an opening to consider the kind of triangulation that Cussett employs for cultural studies. To paraphrase the surrealist's formula, he states, cultural studies could be defined as the chance encounter between a recent British Marxist apparatus and a French theoretical umbrella, in the arena of American leisure culture, although on a less than surrealist operating table. 113 Postcolonial studies can then be represented as the less than chance encounter between Third World anti-colonialism and American cultural studies under the protective umbrella of German phenomenological existentialism reworked by French post-structuralism and thereby given its de-totalist form, all taking place within the sanitized precincts of the U.S. university campuses. In privileging culture in the above sense, particularly cultural heterogeneity and hybridity, in the readings of contemporary migrations and metropolitan settings, there might be an implication that a contrasting homogeneity might have existed in the past. Young suggests that the histories of slavery, indentured labor, and political exile refute such an idea. 114 At the same time, the tendency towards an emphasis on heterogeneity or hybridity ignores the extent to which the contemporary cultural scene is marked by cultural, ethnic, and racial essentialisms. 115 Or at any rate the tendency is to pass over these essentialisms with a light touch within the cultural geography of nation-states, while emphasizing hybridity and the like in an immigrant context. 116 The indeterminacy of the fragment noted earlier is most likely a function of the issue of scale in the passage from one domain to the other. The privileging of culture over political economy was anticipated, as noted, by area studies, whose essentialisms postcolonial studies would almost certainly repudiate. Arguably, by a circumflex motion, culture has made a turn to history, minus a detailed engagement with political economy, and with every potentiality of replacing recognized essentialisms with unrecognized or denied variants. 117 The exemplary place accorded the novels, plays and short stories of the writer Pramaditya Anantatur in Benedict Anderson's account of the unfolding of Indonesian nationalism, is also present in the works of the subaltern studies postcolonialists, where one finds an exalted position for religious ritual, the novel and poetry in the making of Indian nationalism, all of which mark, as it were, the peculiarities of a national or, more likely where a subcontinent like India is involved, a regional formation, essential signifiers of cultural authenticity and post-colonial difference. If the genesis of any significant development and movement in the domains of ideas, politics, economy, and culture can be traced to particular historical locational factors, their continued import rests on the larger fields of concerns and interests they tap into. Subaltern studies has had an impact not only on the Western Academy, but also across Latin America, Asia, and Africa. 118 This has been attained not by micro-studies or micro-histories, charming as those might be, and not by anything that might be construed as an empiricist defense of the fragment, but instead by engaging epically significant bodies of theoretical thought. The attraction of the earlier subaltern studies essays and monographs on peasant rebellions and insurrections lies not in garden-variety sociologies of peasant struggles, but in the centrality of Gramsci and the category of the subaltern. Later, the Marx-Heidegger dyad, around which Chakrabarty, for instance, organizes his Provincializing Europe, undoubtedly the most important work to emerge out of the post-colonial phase of subaltern studies, corresponds to the two political registers in which the politics of the ex-colonial countries can be represented in universalist terms. This is ironic when one reflects on how vehemently Chakrabarty himself, and his colleagues in arms, polemicize against universalism and in favor of the many ways of being in the world. The engagement with Eurocentric pretensions on the requisite levels of sophistication and scale, while made possible by extensive and intensive mining of major bodies of European thought, fully acknowledged by all the major theoreticians of post-colonialism, also makes possible a confrontation with, for example, the ideological legacies of Hegel and Weber. Therefore, any attempt to assess the import of post-colonialism requires going well beyond a provincial to a global archive of knowledge, informed centrally by European and, indeed, Eurocentric thought. The key terms of post-colonial studies, like Eurocentrism, colonialism, universalism, and so forth, are animated by debates that originated in the global moment of modernity and require thinking in large historically determinate abstractions. 119 Their vitality rests on the political moments outlined above, and by enabling conditions and opportunities intrinsic to actually existing globalization, by revisions to immigration laws in Western countries for holders of general currency, like doctorates from major Western universities, that enable these individuals to secure employment in a global workplace of ideas, and to opportunities for publication in major outlets, some of which have been started by the same people. Needless to say, in considering the histories of slavery and indentured labor, not to mention migration and exile, violence and resistance, and strategic political alliances of all kinds in the context of empires and nation-states, the primary debate is not about homogeneity, the drive for shallow homogenization, the totalizing viewpoint of nationalism and variants thereof versus heterogeneity and the potentially richer definitions that a fragmentary point of view might afford. 120. Other more pressing issues come into focus, namely, the political economy of capital, both in relation to its earlier forms, which gave rise to colonialism, and its contemporary forms of neoliberal globalization. Common to both variants is the millennial toil of countless numbers, the scandalous wasting away and destruction of human life to feed the engines of capital accumulation. 121 There is no formula involving post-colonial difference, or the irreducible heterogeneity of difference. 122 That can capture this continuous and continuing reality. Pace Stewart Hall, we have not moved from colonial difference to post-colonial difference. If difference refers to the entrenched structural properties of capital, its tendencies to separate, fragment, alienate, exploit, create societal crises of all kinds. 123 Infinite divisibility of social relations. 124 and so on, then perhaps deferral should refer us to the question of overcoming. In fact, it should pose the question of a revolution that will have to attack head-on the challenges created by the mode of production that has dominated social life for several centuries now, and that in its erratic progress has created massive productive forces that should have enabled us to banish hunger and privation, exploitation, and oppression of all kinds. That such issues are still with us, more urgently than ever, is perhaps testimony to both the inventiveness of capital itself and the failures, often tragic and grotesque, of past revolutions. But this is not to suggest that the latter have been wiped off the agenda and that we are now free to indulge the joyous affirmation of the play of the world and the innocence of becoming without fault, without truth, and without origin. 125 The seduction of the commodity, and so on. These are exercises in futility. Chapter 2. Situating Post-Colonial Studies. The preceding pages have tried to develop an overview of what we now understand by post-colonial studies with some careful attention given to global historical conditions and conjunctures. What follows in this part is an attempt to place key terms like postcolonialism, Eurocentrism, and universalism within a set of historical coordinates, linking the Indian experiences of colonialism, decolonization and economic development to each other. The different moments of anti- and post-colonial thought constitute a broad zone of engagement that properly grounds the condition of possibility of post-colonialism as understood in the preceding pages. In launching this line of thought, it is necessary to point out that the post-colonialism familiar to the Metropolitan Academy is only the latest moment, and is by no means an exclusive representation of post-colonial thought, broadly conceived, past or present. Not only has the specific Indian variant of post-colonialism had a complicated evolution out of subaltern studies, but it has also emerged from an involved engagement with ideas associated with modernization and forms of populist thought, even if that particular genealogy would be unrecognizable as such to post-colonialism's metropolitan adherents and interlocutors, or, indeed, would be of little interest to most of them. Of course, this could be a function of the loss of interest in history, particularly in that of the ex-colonial countries, even as breaking down area studies rhetoric flourishes. In order to correct this historical amnesia and myopia, a more complete, if still somewhat schematic, consideration of the different moments of post-colonial thought will be necessary in order to illustrate their history and dynamics, internal and global, the conditions in which they took shape, persisted, or gave way to other forms. The point to remember is that these are not autarkic developments within specific countries in relation to specific colonial experiences alone, although, as mentioned at the outset, a proper historical grounding is important. Rather, they should be conceived of as forms of thought and action embedded in the complex forces of the history of the second half of the 20th century. And so, the argument here will have two reference points: 1. A history of what might broadly be termed post-colonial thought in India, and 2. A set of political theoretical coordinates within which subaltern studies inspired post-colonialism has framed that history and its own position. Whatever the other valences of post-colonialism, the point of departure has to be an understanding of what is meant by colonialism. After all, crucial to the whole project of unthinking Eurocentrism and provincializing Europe, which post-colonial studies sets forth as its main goals, is the issue of alternative and hybrid modernities that result when aspects of European modernity are introduced elsewhere under colonial conditions. Point 2. That is, the world is neither programmed to follow the European path, nor is it therefore somehow to be considered defective. In the Indian context, colonialism in the common parlance refers to the period of British rule, which began piecemeal in the 1760s and ended formally in 1947. The East India Company, chartered by Queen Elizabeth on December 31, 1600, had been trading with various principalities in the Indian subcontinent and apparently doing quite well by its shareholders for many decades before acquiring any sort of territorial aspirations. The transition from trading company to company Raj was triggered by a variety of global and local factors: the silver famine, the disintegration of Mughal power, Anglo-French rivalries from North America to South Asia, the rise of new principalities, especially the Marathas and Mysore under Tipu Sultan challenging the Mughals and the British for a major share of the considerable wealth of the subcontinent. Point 3. After massing armies throughout the subcontinent and following numerous pitched battles, from the last third or so of the 18th century to the end of the second decade of the 19th century, the British had not only acquired considerable territory in Bengal, but had also defeated their European rivals the French, not to mention Mysore and the Marathas, successfully occupied important arteries of trade, major centers of both artisanal and agricultural production, and gradually but systematically imposed their own legal and administrative framework on the subcontinent, which they welded during the decades that followed into an empire with its capital first in Calcutta and then in Delhi. Point 4. In general, since the period of British rule over India is referred to as the colonial period, what aspects of it are the keys to the definition? Often colonialism is narrowly understood to refer to the conquest by European nation-states of polities located outside Europe. Deciding where Europe ended and where non-Europe began could be at times a tricky business, as in the case of the Russian Empire of the Tsars, or the Ottoman Empire, but it was often accomplished with some degree of arbitrary finality by choosing a mountain range or a body of water that could stand as a dividing line when a surrounding ocean did not quite provide the line of demarcation. 5 This was the predominant form when theories of imperialism and colonialism caught up with history, perpetuating two myths. 1. That colonialism required a Europe other binary, and 2. That it had a cultural dimension, which acted as a justification for the colonizing venture. 6 At the simplest level, this has allowed for a definition of colonialism that simply subsumes the prior presence of Europeans in foreign waters to the subsequent completed form. Thus, in Stuart Hall's definition, colonization is more less than direct rule over certain areas of the world by the imperial powers. It signifies the whole process of expansion, exploration, conquest, colonization, and imperial hegemonization, which constituted the outer face of European and then Western capitalist modernity after 1492. The formulation is question-begging enough to be useless for most purposes of scholarly definition, since colonization seems to include colonization, but the notion of an outer face of European modernity is interesting enough to debate. Does this exclude the colonization of one European country by another, for example, of Ireland by England? After all, Engels observed in a letter to Marx of 1856, Ireland may be regarded as the first English colony and as one which because of its proximity is still governed in exactly the same old way, and here one can observe that the so-called liberty of English citizens is based on the oppression of the colonies. 7 By the same token, it would seem that cultural distance is not particularly useful in defining colonialism either. As Cleary points out, the thesis that Ireland was an English colony does not at all rest on the assumption that the country was somehow, culturally or otherwise, outside of Europe and hence part of the Third World. 8 The major social, intellectual and cultural transformations that shaped Western Europe's society over several centuries, the Reformation, Counter-Reformation, the Enlightenment, and French Republicanism, the Industrial Revolution, not to mention German Romanticism, were, as Cleary notes, decisive to the development of modern Irish society. The usefulness of the Irish example is that it puts paid to two rather unfortunate effects of conventional nationalist and post-colonial thinking. One is the continuation of the metageography of inside/outside that has not only inspired colonial-era ideologies, like Orientalism, but also the more contemporary notion of different regimes of truth in Europe versus the outside, non-Europe. The other is a notion of modernity as always already inherent in Europe and its imposition on the outside under colonial conditions. Ireland, fully a part of Western European history and civilization, was nonetheless a colony of another Western European country. Can the argument about colonization rest on foreign occupation, that is, the origins of the occupiers outside the pre-existing polity that they occupy and later administer? If that were so, it could be argued that India had been colonized many times before, and the Mughals could then be said to have preceded the British as a colonial power. While the Mughals may have originated as a self-consciously foreign occupation force, over time at least the ruling family became indigenist in a number of ways. But more significantly, the economy was not systematically subjected to the interest of an external metropolitan power that structurally subjugated and derived vital economic benefits from its relationship to the occupied land. Whatever the sources of inspiration for Mughal identity, courtly etiquette, dietary preferences, and so on, the economy they presided over was centered in the subcontinent, and more so as time passed. Much of the surplus extracted as revenue was dispersed in the subcontinent, albeit often in the form of conspicuous consumption. 9 In many ways, therefore, over time the Mughals came to call Hindustan, the name they gave to the northern part of the subcontinent, their home. 10 They retained their Persianate, Afghani, and Turkic connections, not only in the forms of elite culture, but more narrowly in terms of the administrators, advisors, and institutional arrangements for surplus extraction. For instance, the Mansabdari system and the Jagiir, whose Turkic inspiration has been commented on by a number of historians. 11 The resulting fusions, syncretism, and so on, are now generally referred to under the umbrella term, Indo-Islamic. Point 12. The key point for my argument is that Hindustan was not subsumed to an external metropolis either in the ancestral lands of the Mughals, located in present-day Uzbekistan, or any intermediate locus of power and attachment, either in Persia or Afghanistan. Even if one were to assume that this may have been Babur's original intention at the time that the Mughal Empire was founded in the early 16th century, his successors had neither the means nor the capacity to do so. Point 13. The tendency to use the term colonialism for foreign occupation is in fact loose and not particularly useful, either from a theoretical or historical perspective. To cut a very long and complex story short, the most useful point of departure for our purposes is the development of capitalism. As the capital form developed, unevenly to be sure, in the European countryside, there was a drive to overcome the pre-capitalist modes of production that had been hitherto dominant. Historically, this has taken the form of a separation, the wresting away of the sources of subsistence, including land and other natural resources, from immediate producers by a class of people who were able to concentrate the often scattered holdings of the former and thus undertake large-scale production, often on an improved technical basis. For in agriculture, unlike industry, small-scale production based on peasant possession of land and other means of production could not be overcome by starting parallel enterprises producing similar goods more efficiently at lower prices. As an indispensable condition of production and always in short supply, land had to be acquired by one means or another. Marx describes the entire process of eviction by legislation, force, and fraud that cleared the English countryside for capitalism to take root. 14. Summarizing this process thus: to unleash the eternal natural laws of the capitalist mode of production, to complete the process of separation between the workers and the conditions of their labor, to transform, at one pole, the social means of production and subsistence into capital, and at the opposite pole, the mass of the population into wage laborers, into the free laboring poor, that artificial product of modern history. Point 15. Money comes into the world with a congenital blood stain on one cheek. 17. Then capital comes dripping from head to toe, from every pore, with blood and dirt. There was no peaceful evolution of capital in Europe out of the womb of feudalism. Point 18. Colonialism, then, follows a similar logic, the wresting away of the resources of immediate producers, now by conquest, occupation, and brute force, and the transfer of land and other means of subsistence either into the hands of colonial rulers in areas dominated by plantations, or into the hands of a class of landlords who paid sizable rents to the colonial state in return for their land deeds. In his writings on the conquest of India by the British, Marx emphasized the plunder of the subcontinent and its similarities to the brutalization of Ireland. Point 19. If the dawn of the era of capitalist production was driven by the accumulation of resources on a worldwide scale, based in part on the discovery of gold and silver in America, the extirpation, enslavement, and entombment in mines of the indigenous population of that continent, not to mention the conversion of Africa into a preserve for the commercial hunting of blackskins. 20. Its further consolidation required that the treasures captured outside Europe by undisguised looting, enslavement, and murder flow back to the mother country and be turned into capital there. Point 21. There were, in brief, two aspects to the whole situation: the quantitative, the accumulation of resources, primitive or original accumulation in the Marxist parlance, and the qualitative, the transformation of those resources into capital, that is, into a specific social form based on the systematic competition among capitalists for raw materials and market shares. The brutality of colonialism was a direct expression of the horrors of capitalism, the profound hypocrisy and inherent barbarism of bourgeois civilization lying unveiled before our eyes, turning from its home, where it assumes respectable forms, to the colonies, where it goes naked. Point 22. The expropriated and subordinated indigenous elite of the various regions that came under European control had constituted the basis of their authority in the inheritance of ancient cultures and states of more recent vintage, and in some cases had developed a high degree of collective consciousness of their privileged place in the natural order of things. The discourses developed to symbolize this order, and the nostalgia produced by its passing, have left powerful legacies for some, the more conservative or romantic strands of anti-colonial and post-colonial thought. New battles have reached back for slogans and ideas extractable from old, now defunct social orders. To an extent, it might be useful to think of the bourgeois revolution in Europe, at least in its negative valence, as the overthrow of the old feudal regimes, and colonialism abroad together, even if the economic outcomes were vastly different in the short term. Counter-revolutionary thought in Europe, often based on an integralist Catholicism strongly supporting the concepts of social order and hierarchy. 23 has its anti-colonial reflections in the nostalgia for the Rani of Jhansi, or the Rani Sikh of Sirmur, or even for the Mughals, or at least some form of untouched, authentic civilization. The themes of social order and hierarchy recur in post-colonial thought in ways that might not be easily recognized in relation to its European counterpart, coming to the fore perhaps in the quest to locate the roots of an anti-colonial nationalism uncontaminated by the force of a colonizing presence. 24 or in the unity of a community established by recognizing the rights of subsistence of all sections of the population, albeit a differential right entailing differential duties and privileges. 25 The lords in their palaces and the peasants in their thatched huts, all in their proper place before the advent of colonialism. In thinking through the structural coordinates of colonialism, what is distinctive about British rule over the Indian subcontinent, for example, is not simple occupation or even outside rule, but that over time, at least until the interwar years, India was firmly tied to Britain as a subsidiary, dependent appendage of an outside power. With the development of modern technologies of transport, communication, and banking, among others, it became possible to subsume the economy of a distant occupied land to that of a metropolitan ruling power. With the advent of industrial capitalism and its ever more insistent demands for resources for domestic industries, and for markets to which the resulting manufactures could be sold, the subsumption became ever tighter. A well-known Pakistani sociologist, Hamza Alavi, used this type of economic relationship to formulate his idea of a variation on the classic theme of capitalism, namely, the colonial mode of production. Alavi saw the internal disarticulation and external articulation of the colony as the keys to his definition of this particular mode of production. That is, the internal connections of differentiated economic activities in the colony are disrupted, and henceforth get disconnected from each other, and are only completed through links to economic activities in the colonizing country. 26 The main sectors of the local economy are often more strongly linked with the metropolitan country than with the rest of the colonial economy. The circuit of value had to be completed via the metropolis, at least in key economic arenas such as agricultural production. 27 Over time, as new sectors of the colonial economy developed, for example, jute or cotton textile manufacturing using modern machinery, the expansion of railroads, or plantation-based tea production, these were also tied into colonial interests, either via the monopolist ownership by expatriates from the colonizing power who were free to repatriate their profits to the home country, differential tariffs on imported machinery, spare parts, yarn, or cloth from England, which kept domestic production dependent on metropolitan suppliers, guaranteed rates of return on invested capital, or a near-exclusive reservation of the best quality produce for export to the metropolitan market. 28 This type of economic linkage is the nub of a proper definition of colonialism. A specific kind of economic geography, not mere external occupation, is implied in the definition. This echoes the experience of other colonist lands. In Ireland, for example, there was an exceptionally rapid and violent effort to control and redirect the society and economy in the interests of the colonizers. Thus, at the beginning of the 17th century, as Cleary points out, Ireland was a lightly settled, overwhelmingly pastoral, heavily wooded country, with a poorly integrated, quasi-autarkic and technologically backward economy. By the century's end, all of that had changed, as the country was reoriented towards English mercantilist interests and concurrently integrated into the world of North Atlantic trade. 29 In all the colonial sites in the emerging Atlantic world, this precociously accelerated process of modernization was accompanied by what would ultimately appear, from the perspective of a more fully developed 19th century industrial capitalism, as economic and legal juridical archaism. For example, the landed oligarchic estates system in Ireland, the Spanish encomienda and hacienda systems in South America, all of which came to be regarded as impediments to proper capitalist development. Point 30. Critical here, of course, is the fact that the process of transformation of productive forms, based on intercapitalist competition, which ultimately drove the industrial revolutions, was absent in the colonial cases. Whether the colonial regimes were protecting their own settlers or their indigenous compradors, the situation that evolved was one of an initially rapid transformation of the external form of the economy, a dependent link to the metropolitan economy, and subsequent stagnation, which in effect condemned these societies to economic backwardness, endemic poverty, and periodic famine. 31 One could find in colonial India any number of agrarian and industrial archaisms similar to the Atlantic cases. Zamindari landlordism, indentured labor in plantations, debt bondage of ostensibly free peasants by methods resembling serfdom. 32 Or even the monopolistic practices of jute manufacturers, protected by the colonial state, that contributed little to overall capital accumulation in India. 33 Other features may supervene, of course, cultural trauma. 34 Racial domination, cultural, religious and linguistic diversity in territories joined by the colonizers for administrative purposes, and so on. More critically, economic backwardness may have manifested itself in the persistence of different modes of production articulated in such a way as to perpetuate it even after the removal of the colonial presence. Economic backwardness may also have been perpetuated by the persistence of a large and illiterate peasantry governed by traditional authorities who might have been put in place by colonial authorities in the interest of indirect rule. 35 A weak indigenous bourgeoisie unable to carry out transformative tasks and often subordinated to the aforementioned traditional authorities, not to mention a scarcity of intellectuals, a legacy of the miserliness of colonial rulers in investing in modern educational curricula. 36 Of course, these are matters of gradation rather than absolutes, symptomatic features of social and economic backwardness and not entirely unique to colonies. Lenin would have recognized many of these features as integral to the late Tsarist social formation in Russia, and Gramsci would have recognized the same in Sardinia before and after the Risorgimento. 37 What then defines a colonial situation in this gradation is a specific variety of economic dependence made possible by a political system of direct or indirect rule in which the key levers of the economy are very much under the control of the colonizing power, a structure within which the multiplier effects of economic activity accrue not to the colony, but to the colonizing power, overdetermined by the replacement of indigenous systems of customary practices, law and administration by those of the colonizer's country, and some attempt to combine the former and the latter in ways advantageous to the latter, and some or all of the cultural features, including the linguistic trauma described above. 38 Significantly, Alavi does not emphasize the violence involved in foisting this dependency on the colonist subjects as a distinctive feature of the colonial mode of production. Indeed, this does not seem to be a significant part of Indian writings on the colonial mode of production or its variants. It is arguable that the transition to capitalism was just as violent and far more comprehensive in the colonizers' own countries, for example, the United Kingdom. One thinks now not only of the enclosure movement in England, of which Marx wrote so eloquently in Part 8 of Capital, Volume I, but also the Highland clearances in Scotland. 39 Whether these events were any less violent than the conquest of Bengal, or the imposition of the Protestant ascendancy in Ireland, ought to be a matter of sober debate rather than nationalist assertion. And whether the violence of the initial incorporation under metropolitan rule is invariably a predictor of the future status of the area brought under control is also debatable. By the 1840s, when Scotland was becoming, in Cleary's words, an advanced industrial and urban economy, Ireland remained an overwhelmingly agrarian country locked into a sustained economic crisis, culminating in the Great Famine, the last great subsistence catastrophe in Western Europe. 40 In this case, Scotland became a part of the metropolitan economy rather than remaining a colony. With those contrasting cases in mind, The key to colonial capitalism is most likely to be the absence of the full development of the capital-social relation that characterized advanced metropolitan structures of production. In the colonies, vestiges of older social relations were maintained to ensure a degree of dispersed social control and governance on the cheap, whose main aim was resource removal and market monopolization. The Indian debate on this issue coincided with and was part of a much wider debate about the modes of production in colonial, and peripheral capitalist, societies, that pitted the likes of Sweezy, Frank and Wallerstein on one side and Lacka and Brenner on the other. 41 The former equated the penetration of market relations into a society with capitalism per se and argued that the necessary focus of attention needed to be on the unequal exchange that obtained between core and periphery. 42 The latter tended to argue that the expansion of capitalist relations did not necessarily mean that the colonies were fully capitalist. In Brenner's summary of the latter position, a very influential one following a similar intervention in the European debates on the transition to capitalism, the argument of the former failed to take into account either the way in which class structures, once established, will in fact determine the course of economic development or underdevelopment over an entire epoch, or the way in which these class structures will themselves emerge. 43 Both the mechanisms of colonial extraction of resources and the establishment of a caricatural version of capitalist social relations were well known to Marx, who alludes to India under East India Company rule as a battlefield between the Lancashire industrial interests and the moneyocracy and oligarchy of the home counties, who were more interested in extracting a goodly amount of revenue from India. Thus, writing in the early 1850s, he notes that the charges of the so-called home establishment amounted to 3% of the considerable agricultural revenue extracted from India, along with an additional 14% on interest charges for the Indian debt and dividends paid to company officials and stockholders, along with military charges amounting to 66%. This contrasted with the expenditures on public works, which amounted to no more than 3% of the total revenue. Similarly, both zamindari and ryotwari land settlements in India were compared to what came later to be known as semi-feudal relations involving a great deal of extra economic coercion structured into the production relation, not to mention swinging levels of debt imposed by money lenders unrelieved by any form of capital investment. 44 The resulting structures were most likely sufficient to produce the vast economic polarization of the metropolis and colony in terms of the productiveness of the overall social economy, per capita output, and income. What is not being argued for here is some vague trans-historical tendency of all societies to develop autochthonously towards the capital social form, a historical teleology built into much dependency theory, a potentiality that is then brought to a crashing halt by being incorporated into the European economic circuit. 45. On the question of polarization, Angus Madison's calculations reveal that from the beginning of British conquest of territories in the subcontinent in 1757 to independence in 1947, per capita income increased by no more than one-third on the most optimistic reading, while in the United Kingdom itself there was a tenfold increase in per capita income over the same period. 46 In the agrarian sector, particularly food production, there was actually a secular downturn in output by something like 0.18% per annum between 1891 and 1941. And for the period 1921 to 41 it was around 0.44% per annum at a time of rapid population growth. 47 The more conservative sections of British opinion tended to blame the Indians for the economic calamities and regular famines that punctuated the period of British rule, culminating in the double strike of the 1896–97 and 1899–1900 famines that took around 10 million victims. 48 An editorial in the Times noted, for instance, but for their listless acceptance of the worst miseries in the hand of fate, India would ages ago have been fertilized by a system of irrigation, and saved almost from the possibility of famine. The natives are one of the most improvident as well as helpless races on earth. 49. Critical voices within the colonial administration knew better. Many of the small irrigation works that dotted the Indian countryside, especially in areas where monsoon runoff could be diverted to fields, were allowed to fall into disrepair, while the colonial administration concentrated on showpiece large-scale irrigation works. 50 Sir William Stamp, architect of several of those irrigation projects in northern India, warned of the serious technical and environmental problems arising out of what he thought were issues endemic to the colonial administration's implementation of those works, particularly in relation to drainage, rising water tables, and soil salinity. 51 Others pointed to chronic problems of underinvestment in agriculture and fixed capital. 52 And to extractive practices that amounted to mining the fertility of the soil and the biological vitality of India's workers. Later works have borne out these judgments. 53 One would have to conclude that the failure of colonial improvement or development had little to do with the remnants of an age-old culture dragging down the priceless gifts of European civilization. Rather, colonial improvement was not designed to succeed. As with other bureaucratic centralist forms, aggravated by its own peculiarities, the colonial version had little potential for either local initiative or efficient top-down management. The results were predictable enough. The fin de siècle famines were something like a turning point. British colonizers were running out of fresh rationalizations for their presence in India. In the immediate aftermath of World War I, it became apparent that the British were in a holding pattern in India, with the initiative slowly but surely shifting to the other side. 54 In colonies like India, administrative colonies, as Cleary calls them, more accurately perhaps colonies of extraction or exploitation, the metropolitan society was a mere sociological bridgehead to colonial capital, with no Creole identity. When the tide of nationalist resistance could no longer be stemmed, they simply packed up and left 55, not without some considerable last-minute damage, as we shall see. These considerations on the structural coordinates of colonialism are salient to thinking about some of the elements of post-colonialism that this work will consider later. The global capitalism of the post-1848 period has been extremely cruel. It has left most of the world with no place to hide. The descendants of the vanquished have been forced to live alongside those whose ancestors had conquered and colonized them, and whose taunts continue to inflict a great deal of psychological damage. Prefixes like neo and post come into their own in circumstances like this. In the 1950s and 1960s, in Latin America, even without the direct territorial occupation associated with colonialism, the term neocolonialism nonetheless acquired a resonance within the politics of the Cold War, bringing about a political, economic, cultural, and social convulsion akin to the concomitant anti-colonial movements in Africa and Southeast Asia. 56 All kinds of phenomena that may or may not have had any direct relation to colonialism could be subsumed under the sign of a post, although the historicizing of the post itself is often vigorously denied. Thus, in Latin America, transculturation, hybridization, which Vieira suggests might be understood as a cultural strategy to undermine domination, and in-betweenness, cast as a locus of enunciation, features of Latin American society that supposedly existed long before the post-colonial acquired any sort of theoretical cachet, could be resumed under that rubric. 57 This sort of arbitrariness, while common enough, is unfortunate. One might find faint traces of transculturation, and so on, in ancient societies, but to suggest that a post-colonial moment always already existed in those societies is problematic. Secondly, to assimilate the turmoil of the world over the last half-century or so to colonialism and its aftermath, rather than to capital, given that colonialism and its post-form cannot be understood apart from capital, is to add a sheerly meretricious surplus to the already controversial shiftiness of the prefix post in post-colonialism. 58. 2.2 Post-colonial modernization. The growing self-assertion of a nationalist movement in India, still inchoate in many ways, but beginning to acquire firm outlines in the course of the first 2 decades of the 20th century, set in motion substantial political reforms after 1918. Decolonization in some form, whether full political independence, or dominion status in the first instance, was not only on the cards, but proceeded on the ground in slow steps, starting with devolution to elected local councils and graduating to progressively greater power sharing with elected Indian officials at the provincial and finally central government levels, Indianization of the civil service, and so on. 59 The global context in which these significant forays into anti-colonial activism were launched included, of course, the experiences of World War I and more so perhaps the Russian Revolution. It is easy now to forget that the Russian Revolution had significant resonances for anti-colonial activists in the interwar and post-World War II periods. Brennan reminds us that the first flush of the revolution created a massive repertoire of images, tropes, and vocabularies that hovered over everyone's thinking. 60 Facing west, the revolution represented, in Lukács's view, the promise of community, the coming light for Europe. 61 Facing the colonist world, it created a political climate in which new political possibilities opened up, sowing the seeds of doubt in the minds of thinking people about the validity of many things which they had accepted without question from the West, quickening the pulse of the peoples of Asia. 62 If external impulses acted to quicken the pulse, events closer to home were unquestionably of equal significance. The massive famines of the last quarter of the 19th century in India, alluded to above, were further overlaid by the worldwide economic depression of the 1873-96 period, creating levels of rural poverty, debt, and endemic deprivation of basic necessities that even colonial officials were forced to acknowledge. For example, an official inquiry found that the weight of the average Bombay mill worker, perhaps among the better paid of the urban proletariat, at the turn of the century was 99 pounds, and although their diet did not even meet the standard set by the Bombay Jail Manual, the mill workers were forced to save money and send it home to keep their holdings intact. 63 A rapacious social order, sandwiched between the relentless demands for revenue by the colonial state and for interest payments by the money-lending capitalists, and the need to hold on to even an exiguous parcel of land in the event of unemployment or old age, forced workers into the syndrome of overwork and underconsumption. As in the case of their Latin American counterparts of a century earlier, it might be true to say of the emergent South Asian political elite that many if not all of their struggles that resulted in the independence movement were motivated as much by a fear of what would happen if the masses revolted as they were by dissatisfaction with imperial control. Concerned to ensure against the prospect if not the looming certainty of such insurrection, and rather like the Creole elite of South America, the nationalist leadership of India seemed to have concluded that the best course of action would be to take direct control of government. 64 Some of the features of Creole nationalism, which Cleary alludes to, had their counterparts in India, although some were specific to the local situation. In many instances it seems the attitude of the Creole elite towards Spain was indecisive, even after they had seized control from royal governors in the early 19th century, and it was only the restoration of the Spanish monarchy in 1814, after the end of Napoleon's occupation of Spain, and its decision to return to the status quo ante that pushed many of them into opting finally for independence. 65 War and Revolution, nearly a century later, may have played a similar role, quickening the pulse and hardening the political resolve. The British colonial government's decision to employ emergency powers after World War I to arrest and try in camera anyone suspected of political terrorism, the so-called Rowlatt Act, finally pushed Gandhi from loyalty to empire, and perhaps some vague commitment to home rule, to a more uncompromising stance for Swaraj. 66 It must be remembered that what sent Gandhi back to India from South Africa in 1915 was the development of a violent anarchist movement directed against colonial officials and their proxies in the rural areas. While he may have believed, in all sincerity, in ahimsa and satyagraha as absolute principles, as the very breath of life, as he declared, he was also honest enough to confess that he placed it before the Congress and the country as a political weapon to be employed for the solution of practical problems. 67 The practical problem in question was precisely an insurrectionary movement with anarcho-communist tendencies. In 1947, India became independent, but not before a bloody partition had taken place, to the satisfaction of some of the departing colonial officers for whom the prospect of relocating units of the colonial army to Pakistan, with the possible support of elements within the newly formed state of Pakistan, was not too far-fetched. This was the Viceroy Wavell's so-called breakdown plan for the withdrawal of the British Army and officials to the Muslim provinces of the northwest and northeast of India, in the face of considerable agitation against British rule in 1946, leaving the rest of the country to the Indian National Congress. 68 It should be pointed out that the seamless transition from British to US dominance that characterized the situation of many ex-colonial countries, including the white settler dominions, was not entirely replicated in India, although the situation in Pakistan was rather different. 69 Notwithstanding the fantasies of extremists in the British military, I think it is fair to say, based on the Indian experience, that the process of decolonization begins not just when the colonizing power starts pulling its troops and administrators out, but when the integral relationship of domination begins to break down. In general, decolonization has been a long and drawn-out process in which the push for full and formal independence, the formation of new nation-states, forms of development characterized by the growth of indigenous capital, and the disengagement from disarticulated relations, can be seen as the final phase. 70 In the Indian case, this could be traced to the immediate aftermath of World War I, although very few at the time would have visualized an early exit for the British. Any definition of post-colonialism must refer to this historic process of at least a formal reversal of the colonial relationship, and a form of thought and action that attempted to chart a course that would repair the harm caused by colonial rule. This involves, at minimum, addressing the legacies of maldevelopment, the disarticulated economic relationships that originated with colonial rule, and a critical engagement with the neglect during colonial rule of education, housing, welfare, women's rights, not to mention invidious laws, the use of racializing, ethnicizing discourses directed towards the colonist population and specific groups therein. With reservations that will vary by country, it should be possible to find agreement with Lazarus when he states that we must decisively register the sheer, irreversible advance represented by decolonization in the post-war years. 71 Notable among the achievements were the articulation and elaboration of a national consciousness, the mobilization of a popular will, and the tempering of this will in the fire of anti-colonial campaigns for national liberation in the face of the hugely repressive response of the colonial governments, repressive efforts in which somehow the U.S. managed to insert itself alongside or in place of the former colonizers. Vietnam would be the clearest case in point, but there are other more covert examples not only in the rest of Asia, but also in Latin America and the Great Lakes region of Africa. The energy, dynamism, and optimism of the decolonizing and immediate post-independence era have had to grapple with the enormous burdens left behind both by colonial rule and the massive disorders created during the decolonization process. Perhaps the uneven geography of the ex-colonial world, the profound differences between countries that some people have alluded to 72, is a result of the specific disposition of forces, both internal and external, with which the transformational energies of each newly independent nation-state have had to contend. To the extent that nationalism may be considered the ideology of the classes that stepped up to assume those tasks, it is best thought of not as a restoration of the status quo ante in terms of law, administration, and related superstructural aspects of society. In much of the ex-colonial countries, constitutions were framed so as to strike down bitterly resented colonial laws and edicts, and many equally resented pre-colonial customs and practices were officially scrapped or proscribed. 73 The development of a secular constitution in post-independence India, for instance, along with the legal abolition of the obnoxious practice of untouchability, separate electorates for religious minorities institutionalized by the colonial rulers, not to mention the termination of princely privileges, speak to an embrace of the more progressive possibilities opened up by modernity, while developing economic policies adequate to the new order of politics. In other words, nationalism was not the restoration of a self-identical cultural sphere disrupted by colonial rule, nor was it by and large a reactionary nativism or generalist xenophobia, although on the far right of Indian nationalism such tendencies did and still do exist. In fact, today we confront the paradox of ultranationalism in India as elsewhere that favors neoliberal globalization on the one hand, and nativist and xenophobic cultural programs on the other. 74 In an ironic recapitulation of elements of the colonial epoch. But within the broad mainstream, nationalism represented a form of thought and a set of policies addressed to the limitations of colonial rule, its disarticulating and subsuming functions. For the leaders of the Indian National Congress, and for others including Indian economists who had mostly studied in England, the main tasks were to reconstruct the Indian economy, including the improvement of food production that had been left in a shambles by colonial mismanagement for many years, and to develop a system of education and basic industries to protect India's independence once formal decolonization was complete. The Bombay Plan of 1944, drawn up by some of the leading industrialists of India, would be a good instance of the thinking involved in what one might call post-colonial modernization. It visualized a doubling of the per capita national income in 15 years through the development of basic industries, including coal and steel. Despite being drawn up by big industrialists, it was prepared to accept a temporary eclipse in the freedom of enterprise in order to jumpstart economic development, and indeed it made a number of positive references to the Russian experiment, no doubt alluding to the 5-year plans developed by the Soviet Union. 75 Br. Ambedkar's position, articulated in 1945, that machinery and modern civilization are indispensable for liberating humans from the life of a brute, would be another instance, in this case coming from a lawyer of untouchable background, who as the chairman of the drafting committee of the Indian Constitution articulated many of the underlying principles of modern-day secular India. 76. Nationalists therefore had no issue with capital or modernity in the conventional sense of the development of the productive forces, indeed, they gave the impression of being all too eager to embrace both. Some nationalists may have claimed to be socialists as well, or at least liked it well enough at a theoretical level to keep their more conservative counterparts guessing. They could draw on a vast wealth of analysis coming from metropolitan critics of colonialism, who saw colonial rule itself as the source of the problems of ex-colonies. 77 A crucial part of the critique of colonialism related to the disarticulated development of colonial economies, manifested in a backward agriculture that nonetheless provided both food crops and commercial inputs, cotton, sugarcane, and so on, to industrial development mainly to the colonizing metropolis, but with little in the way of fixed capital investments in return. Much of the money extracted from agriculture went into further money lending, or speculative activities in real estate, usury, and hoarding. 78 This prompted the urgent development of policies designed to direct agriculture towards a more productive symbiosis with the urban sector, based on what Samir Emin called semi-autocentric development. 79 That is, economic transformation in which the immediate needs of the newly independent nation-states would take priority over the needs of metropolitan ruling classes. Without agricultural growth of at least 1% per capita for several decades, Amin argued, no industrialization, urbanization and social development would be possible. 80 Several concurrent policies were needed to jumpstart autocentric development, starting with an agricultural revolution involving appropriate kinds of equipment and inputs, water supply, fertilizer, and so on, the technical aspects of development, and economic policies of support, prices, income structures, finance, and so on, along with social administration, organization of property, ground rents, agricultural wages, marketing, credit and producer cooperatives, a proper articulation with trade and industry, involving variously state holding, cooperation, local and foreign private capital. 81 Semi-autocentric development would then encompass within general parameters a growth path that reflected previous levels of development of the agricultural productive forces, previous levels of industrialization, class forces, state formation, the history of colonialism, and so forth. 82 The Intensive Agricultural Development Program, IADP, launched by the Indian government shortly after independence to increase the productiveness of agriculture with aid and technology from the USA, together with lessons learned during the late colonial period, was an instance of this sort of semi-autocentric development. Altogether it was neither an adoption of Soviet-style planning nor a commitment to American-style capitalism, but a patchwork of pragmatic arrangements that were designed not to upset rural property holders or urban industrialists. Rather like modernization initiatives elsewhere, whose primary objectives were to bring capital into a productive relationship to agriculture, while enabling the latter to provide food surpluses to feed a growing urban population and provide some crucial commercial inputs for national industrial development, the state was a crucial part of the initiatives. Envisaged was a kind of triangulation of state, rural and urban capital in a productive relationship. 83 Alongside the application of a broad range of modernizing initiatives, and these included basic literacy and adult education campaigns, political enfranchisement, including the vote for women, the construction and provision of hospitals and clinics, roads, and sewage facilities, there were lively debates informed by economic theories of both Keynesian and Marxist origins. In India, for example, newspapers and journals like the Economic Weekly, founded by Sachin Chaudhary in 1949 and published since 1966 as the Economic and Political Weekly, EPW, attempted to assess the potentialities and limitations of India's development experience. Special issues devoted to political economy and agriculture provided a forum for extended and detailed discussion. The founding of the Journal of Peasant Studies in 1973, and the Cambridge Journal of Economics in 1977, begun by economists at SOAS and Cambridge, respectively, provided further opportunities for debate. Some of the economists, like Joan Robinson, who initiated and participated in these debates were British. 84 but many more were Indians trained at Oxford and Cambridge, the London School of Economics, not to mention the Delhi School of Economics founded in 1948. Indian economists were well represented on the academic staff of leading British and US universities, and indeed on the Planning Commission of India as well. One of them, Manmohan Singh, is the Prime Minister of India at the time of writing. 85 With variations, this sort of scenario was repeated elsewhere, for example, the critical work on planning and development that emerged from the Institution for Economic Management in Cairo, or the African Institute for Economic Development and Planning, and the Third World Forum in Dakar, Senegal. 86 While for most people, modernization was uniquely a third world challenge, informed by their experience of colonial-era maldevelopment, we must remind ourselves that it was occurring against the backdrop of several critical global developments. One was the absolute devastation during the Second World War of many of the metropolitan powers that still had colonies at the end of the war, and were forced to give them in the next 2 decades or so. Another was the prolonged economic boom that succeeded the interwar economic depression, and a third was the construction of welfare states in Western Europe, alongside the development of Soviet-style command economies with extensive state-directed welfare systems in place. There is no question that something resembling modernization was also occurring in both Western and Eastern Europe, albeit at much higher levels of economic development and with a historic background of already fully capitalist social relations in the West and a Soviet-style bureaucratic centralization in the East, and that the surpluses generated by the post-war boom sustained many of these welfare mechanisms. Thus, Habermas's point that in welfare state democracies, highly productive capitalist economies were socially domesticated for the first time, and were brought more or less in line with the normative self-understanding of democratic constitutional states, seems entirely appropriate. 87 As Lazarus notes, in commenting on Habermas's points, if the social gains achieved under the aegis of the welfare state in Europe or the so-called Great Society in the US were made possible by a temporary truce between capital and labor, in the Third World they were powered by the struggle for self-determination. 88 I think this underestimates the extent to which some form of truce between capital and organized labor was required in the Third World itself, a truce that has since broken down in ways not dissimilar to the more developed West, but also the extent to which European development was driven by self-determination against the post-war giants, the US and the USSR. However, What is critical here is that the economic boom and the profits it provided were the cushion on which all variance and manner of development agenda could rest. 89 The first phase of post-colonial development inspired high, if in retrospect unrealistic, hopes, and although nowadays this phase, dominant in the 1950s to the mid-1970s and by no means entirely moribund even now, may have been judged a failure, the reasons for that failure are rather complex. They relate very much to the ways in which a host of newly independent countries were drawn into the global economy under colonial conditions, the conditions of general economic backwardness within the countries concerned at the time of independence, and the challenges of developing a far-reaching program of land reform or indeed public efficiency, both of which have posed insuperable problems in countries, like India, which have not undergone a social revolution and have an entrenched middle class that has grown rich through speculation, rentierism, and so on. 90 The specter of rural uprisings and mass urban revolt has not disappeared in the post-colonial countries and has fueled the diversion of scarce resources from development to repressive purposes, including the purchase of small arms for paramilitary forces and private armies. These conflicts have often taken priority over the interests of the often impoverished majority, and have indeed often been used as a pretext for violently suppressing their entirely legitimate demands. This situation is hardly unique to any one region of the ex-colonial world. 91 Of course, overlying these domestic class conflicts has been the shadow of the Cold War and the self-appointed task of the Western powers, including the United States, to suppress what they regard as the faintest whispers of communism. 92 These have led to prolonged disasters and a complete collapse of the state, for example, Somalia or Afghanistan, and to new imperialist wars in Angola and Mozambique after their independence from Portugal, and in Iraq and the Balkans more recently. The contradictions emerging from this specific ensemble of conditions do not appear likely to be resolved in the near future. The social inequalities and economic inefficiencies that result from it are scandalous. The development decades, as they came to be known, coincided with rapid population growth, which had begun in the 1920s, actually accelerated in the 3 decades or so from the 1950s and continued to the present, although one now sees significant regional variations. The most glaringly visible failures of the development decades are the growing numbers, if not percentage of the populations, of poor in both rural and urban areas in many countries, including ones that seem to be tackling the challenges of development well in the immediate aftermath of their independence. In India, which has had a much harder time than countries in Southeast Asia, much less East Asia, in dealing with basic social issues, mass poverty is manifested in the desperate condition of the poor, visible even to a casual visitor, and the gender imbalances that have continued from the colonial period, and indeed have grown in recent years. 93 While the issue of population growth and its relationship to poverty is susceptible to a Malthusian causal explanation, a better argument would identify an underlying structural issue whereby large sections of the rural economy are locked into absolute surplus value extraction of which population growth and mass immiseration are symptoms. Undoubtedly this would be one way to read the subaltern split, the subjection of the immediate producers in the rural sector to the modern forces of technology and finance while they continue to labor under social and economic constraints consistent with colonial or even pre-colonial times. Technological progress per se does not appear adequate to resolve that issue, since it often comes with the expropriation of the immediate producers and their relocation to cities, often to the teeming slums that characterize the former colonial countries. The intensive agricultural development program's successor in India, the Green Revolution, for instance, brought considerable growth in food output and may have contributed to ending the specter of mass famine in India. However, as a report of the International Food Policy Research Institute notes, critics have claimed that Green Revolution practices, including the extensive resort to hybridized seed stock, inorganic fertilizer and pesticide use and release into water sources, soil erosion resulting from intensive cultivation and deforestation, have contributed to serious environmental degradation, increased income inequality, inequitable asset distribution, and worsened absolute poverty. The report concedes that some of these criticisms are valid and will need to be addressed, but it also points to a tendency today to overstate the problems and to ignore the appropriate counterfactual situation, namely, what would have been the magnitude of hunger and poverty without the yield increases of the Green Revolution and with the same population growth. 94 The assumption of such an appropriate counterfactual in the report is almost certainly part of the problem of this line of reasoning. As for the gender imbalance, that would seem to be much more than a function of sediment cultural structures and practices, and more a sign of the overall failure of the state, not to mention social and political forces more generally, to mobilize the necessary commitment for the virtually revolutionary change that would be required to halt and reverse what is clearly a growing trend. 94 IFPRI 2002. The report goes on to note, in India, the percentage of the rural population living below the poverty line fluctuated between 50 and 65% before the mid-1960s but then declined steadily to about one-third of the rural population by 1993. Research studies show that much of this steady decline in poverty is attributable to agricultural growth and associated declines in food prices. In response, it might be argued that the poverty line in India is exceedingly austere and has probably not shifted upwards since the 1930s, an unacceptable situation. If it had moved up as it should have, the percentage of those below the poverty line might still be as high as in the mid-1960s. 57 Situating Postcolonial Studies. On this score, the blueprint set out by the Bombay Plan and its successors in the 5-year plans have come up short. While post-colonial modernization did represent a break with colonial-era policies, it has been plainly inadequate unless one accepts social inequalities and continued mass poverty as part of an unalterable inherited condition. Like its successors, the Bombay Plan aimed to raise per capita income, but this is not inconsistent with widening social inequalities. Overall, the debate over the legacies of the development decades is unlikely to be resolved quickly one way or the other. Mainstream economists, like Jagdish Bhagwati at Columbia University, have judged them rather harshly as a bureaucratic control-infested straitjacket that brought neither rapid growth nor social justice, leaving India with problems that it would take decades to solve. 95 Achin Vinayak, originally a Marxist trade unionist and now a professor at Delhi University, in his book, The Painful Transition, sees the development decades more charitably as having laid the indispensable groundwork for India's growth, but also for having achieved some political and social gains for untouchables and the poor. 96 With the usual caveats, this debate can be repeated in any number of third world countries. The end of the post-war boom has also meant, in effect, the end of the phase of post-colonial modernization as autocentric, or semi-autocentric, development. Throughout the ex-colonial world, the last quarter of the 20th century has seen the virtual collapse of state-originated and introverted development projects, widely associated with the core principles of post-colonial modernization. While those have not been entirely abandoned in a country like India, in the context of its somewhat managed version of structural adjustment and shock therapy, they now take a backseat to much more extrovert if not entirely export-led policies, and the outsourcing of key infrastructural and distributive projects to transnational corporations. A focus on issues of social justice, not least the redistribution of productive resources, most notably land, the use of a variety of state-backed initiatives including education and public health measures designed to ensure some level of enhanced socio-economic possibilities and opportunities to redress inequalities inherited from an earlier epoch, and the rhetoric of socialism that accompanied it, has been replaced by a much more neoliberal market-first approach. Social expenditures, including price subsidies to poorer farmers, have been systematically cut or eliminated from about the 1980s and accelerated in the 1990s, plunging many rural poor into severe crises of subsistence. Huge cuts in government spending were accompanied by the deregulation of all sectors, including finance, the removal of exchange controls, protective tariffs, and public ownership. Fire sales of government-owned enterprises became commonplace in many of the ex-colonial and Eastern European countries. 97 These changes, variously ascribed to some unstoppable dynamic built into capital, a kind of demiurge beyond any sort of social control, have been on the contrary, as Lazarus insists, a consciously framed set of policies designed to redress the falling rate of profits and to pass on the costs of recovery to workers and the poor in the ex-colonial world. 98 The impact of these changes, prompted by the economic crisis manifested in a falling rate of profit after around the mid-1970s, has produced inflation without adequately stimulating the economy, provoking high levels of unemployment, aggravating chronic deficits in the balance of payments of the poorer countries by bringing down the price of their raw materials, while raising the price of oil and other imports. This has led to a huge expansion of the Third World international debt, which several countries were unable to repay, forcing them into default. 99 This was accompanied by a harsh new regime of debt collection and the imposition of the so-called structural adjustment programs as the precondition for new loans, which the recipient nations were in no position to refuse. 100 The new policies have generally but not exclusively followed the recommendations of multilateral agencies, most notably the IMF and the World Bank. 101 Giving them a spuriously objective appearance. These changes have produced the odd spurt of jobless growth and made for feeble recoveries followed by long recessions, and since 2008 at least to what amounts to a global depression, in which many countries that had painfully bootstrapped their way out of chronic poverty have been returned to their former state. But from our perspective, the most notable effect has been the restructuring of class relations, the breaking down of unions and organized labor, chronic unemployment for millions with no prospect of a job, draconian work regimes amounting to sleep deprivation in some factories, a form of torture, to be sure. 102, and a systematic overturning of the limited gains made by working people in the post-war period. 103 A ferocious class war, in fact, but no longer fought on an exclusively national terrain. In a country like India, where some form of input-output price protection for agriculture was considerable, their removal in part or full has led to the growing and painfully visible phenomenon of farmer suicides, not to mention levels of indebtedness that beggar the 19th century levels that were condemned as cruel and undeserved punishment. Indeed, unpayable debt, often incurred to buy inputs at full market price against the backdrop of stagnant or falling prices of output for the immediate producers, is associated with those suicides. By a Government of India estimate, 200,000 farmers have committed suicide since 1987, sometimes by consuming the very pesticides that are supposed to protect their investment in genetically modified seeds and inorganic fertilizers. One might think of them as the collateral damage from neoliberal globalization. 104 An explanation of the shift out of the development decades into neoliberal policies associated with globalization has to factor in the timing of it, for in India as in Russia, China, not to mention Southeast Asia, the initial movement in this direction is usually dated to sometime in the late 1970s, with the full force of it becoming apparent in the late 1980s to early 1990s. In China, the post-1976 reforms associated with Deng Xiaoping reversed some crucial elements of the Maoist period and ushered in a period culminating in the neoliberal policies of 1992, almost exactly following the timeline of Indian developments. 105 Here again one sees the interaction of external and internal developments. As noted, the key developments followed the slowing of the economy in the North Atlantic countries and Japan. 106 These include the collapse of the Bretton Woods institutions, the so-called Nixon shock, followed by attempts by the multilateral agencies to impose a stricter regime of debt collection, structural adjustment policies, and finally the full blast of neoliberal globalization closely following the epochal transformation of the political economic landscape accompanying the collapse of actually existing communism in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, or its adaptation in the case of China to an unfettered capitalism. Capitalism undergoes periodic restructuring, and the post-1989 moment appears to be only the latest, and if the world was not quite turned upside down, it still represented a massive tectonic shift in global economic balances. 107 These global forces reached countries whose internal evolutions had allowed for different degrees of cohesion and organized response to global forces. In the Indian case, impressive growth, which has made India the 11th largest economy in the world, has kept company with massive levels of deprivation and poverty. As The Hindu reported on July 15, 2010, more than 410 million people live in poverty in 8 Indian states, including Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, and West Bengal, researchers at Oxford University, England, found. The intensity of the poverty in parts of India is equal to, if not worse than, that in Africa. When the vast central Madhya Pradesh, which has a population of 70 million, was compared with the Democratic Republic of the Congo, the war-racked African state of 62 million inhabitants, the two were found to have near identical levels of poverty. 108. The shift from the so-called development decades to neoliberal globalization coincides for all practical purposes with the dates attributed by Parth Chatterjee to subaltern studies becoming part of a post-colonial project. That is, a momentous shift in global political economy is also when subaltern studies overlapped with and contributed to what has become known in the United States and Britain as post-colonial studies, fed into a growing literature on the production of hybrid cultural forms in many different regions of the formerly colonial world. 109 Is this supposed to be the properly universalizing sense, a la Stuart Hall, in which the post-colonial can be said to be used nowadays, marking a process? That is, we are told, subverting the old colonizer/colonist binary in the new conjuncture, 110. If so, and based on the kinds of disavowals to which Hall himself refers, perhaps we should think of the post-colonial in its uses in post-colonial studies not in terms of a properly theoretical and political confrontation with new forms of social and global polarization so much as a strategy of containment, or even diversion, not so much a quickening of the political pulse as much as a slowing of it. It should be evident from what has been said above that colonialism and indeed the post-colonial experience of modernization are central to a historical materialist perspective and are not regarded as some marginal or local subplot of a European transition narrative. Marx and Engels, no less than their immediate successors like Lenin, Trotsky, and Luxemburg, presented colonialism as central to world history, and their successors in turn have done the same for the experiences of post-colonial attempts at addressing the legacies of colonialism. In that sense, the perspective of post-colonial studies adds nothing new, as Stuart Hall seems to imply. Colonialism can and should be seen as indeed inaugural, the onset of a major, extended and ruptural world historical moment. 111 With significant continuities and discontinuities in the period after formal decolonization. What makes it ruptural, however, is that a new social form, associated with capital, becomes a worldwide reality. Its internal dynamics, its secular cycles of growth and recession, its proneness to crises, which give rise to periodic storms of major disruption, are inescapable, even, and especially, one would think, for people on the peripheries of this new social form. If many of the central contradictions of the earlier period persist in new forms, and indeed are internalized in the decolonized society itself, this should act as a call for a proper class analysis, bearing in mind the asymmetrical power relations between the rich countries of the so-called global north and the poor countries of the so-called global south that labor under the burdens of mass poverty, hunger, and deprivation, albeit in highly socio-economically differentiated societies. It is the class issue and its roots in the capital social form that appear to be missing from post-colonial studies. Growth ground to a halt by the mid-1970s, many of the problems that the ex-colonial countries had inherited from their recent past showed themselves to be perduring and hard if not impossible to overcome within the parameters of a modernization from above agenda. The dependent and cruelly circumscribed positions of the former colonial countries, or at least the vast majority of them, were obvious to even the most superficial observer. 113 Writing in the early 1990s, Basil Davidson diagnosed the problem in terms of the subordination of social imperatives, involving the redistribution of capital, resources, and services, to the class imperatives of elite entrenchment. 114 The form in which this issue is posed, that of a basic contradiction between an economic strategy of modernization and industrialization, and a political strategy of popular mobilization and democracy. 115, in effect sums up a critical impasse in the development experience of most former colonies. Formal decolonization was accompanied by a class struggle in which bourgeois imperatives won out, something that the Leninist perspective of support for anti-imperialist struggles, in effect, for third world bourgeoisies that had often placed themselves in the van of anti-colonial struggles, had not sufficiently taken on board. Ironically, then, formal decolonization created the conditions for the consolidation of post-war capitalism worldwide and in the end prepared the grounds for today's globalization. Under the best of circumstances, modernization theories developed in the advanced countries have operated under an overarching assumption that traditional society in the former colonial countries not only survived colonialism, but has also stood in the way of a proper modernization, and that overcoming its cultural resistance to modernization would be a minimum precondition for self-sustaining growth. When internalised by third world economists and development experts operating within the precincts of planning commissions and government bureaucracies, the need for rapid modernization was seen not only as the unavoidable precondition for finding a proper place of respect vis-a-vis their former colonial rulers, but more generally as a requirement in a race among competitive nation-states for the necessarily limited resources that would fuel development. The logic of the situation seemed inescapable. At a more subjective level, either a sort of cultural paternalism, an adversarial relationship, or benign neglect, has governed the relations of the ruling class to the working poor, but it has also seemed to be fueled by some sort of a spirit of post-colonial shame at the backwardness, poverty, superstitions, and general shabbiness of their countries. All this has come in for some considerable criticism at the hands of a variety of populist thinkers. A critic of modernization theories in India, Claude Alvarez, has lambasted what he calls modernization's lame hypotheses. 116 He characterizes its cardinal tenets as resting, variously, on the Harrod-Domar model in which saving and investment are considered the critical element for growth. Perhaps he means to suggest that these are euphemisms for exploitation in various forms, or the Arthur Lewis model to get backward economies to raise their rate of savings from 5 to 12 to 15%. Presumably by turning the revenue screws on the working people, since tax avoidance among the wealthy is almost a religion in many countries, and the Clark-Fisher hypothesis that equates economic advance with the movement of labor from primary to secondary and tertiary activity, all leavened by foreign aid which was supposed to overcome bottlenecks posed by traditional behavior involving population growth and the like. 117 When these models ran aground of structural problems, the experts argued that what was needed was a change of values and attitudes. The most outrageous, in Alvarez's opinion, was a psychologist, David McClelland, who ruled that people in the South lacked achievement motivation. 118 In Gunder Frank's parody of this line of thinking, all that would be required for the South to become like the West was to inculcate in them the Protestant ethic. 119 Alvarez suggests that development economics was nothing more than the mainstream economics of the North applied to the South, and though unwarranted it took root. Because of the peculiar optimism of the time. 120 Its costs, although considerable at all times, seem to rise to the level of general consciousness at moments of major accidents and crises, such as the Union Carbide disaster in Bhopal. But even here mainstream economics seems to have a rationale to hand, as Adolphe John, the former president of the Swiss pharmaceutical company Hoffmann La Roche, is reported to have said when asked about the dioxin spill from the Sevso plant in Italy in 1976, "Capitalism means progress, and progress can lead sometimes to some inconvenience." 121 When asked about children crying in the hospitals he replied, "It is normal, the children weep when they are subject to injections." 122 Disasters like this will occur, Alvarez argues, because the production involved is part of a schema of costs and benefits that is incomparable in its primitiveness, founded on a theory of man and nature that is an affront to human beings, particularly workers. 123 The charge sheet against modernization is thus a formidable one. Modernization is associated with displacement, for while it is possible to maintain large numbers of people on the land on a relatively less intensively exploited resource base, simpler technology, and a wide array of occupations and trades, this is not possible at all with the industrialization project. The industrialization project requiring ever-fresh resources to be brought to market has led to the appropriation of the free gifts of nature as private property, of forests, for instance, that were either no man's property before or were of use to millions. 124 Of course, the entrepreneur does not create the value of the primary material, he simply appropriates it. Even the evolutionary capacities of plants, crystallized in their germplasm, is now appropriated by transnational corporations via patents. 125 Accordingly, development has become a kind of war, with governments in the South teaming up with international financial institutions to slaughter their own folk. Weapons purchased by the government, ostensibly for defense, on closer inspection turn out to be intended for use in the development battles that have broken out throughout the ex-colonial world. As far as consumption is concerned, the subsidies required to keep the prices of food grains within the reach of urban consumers do not help the rural consumers at all. Migration, corruption, and abuse prevent the majority of the really poor even from utilizing their own ration cards in countries like India. 126 Development, based as it is on unidimensional ideas like productivity, profit, and market, has produced its own pathology, commodities serving as markers of power, identity, and meaning, filling up a kind of spiritual and emotional emptiness. 127 Indeed, the indictment does not stop at economics or the unequal struggles between small producers and giant corporations. Science itself is implicated in the violence. That is, the powers of modern science integrate property and technology to produce a scale of violence hitherto unknown, and this situation if continued can only increase the scale of violence and constitutes the most serious threat to human rights in our era. 128. The countries of the Global South, Alvarez informs us, had gone from being colonist to underdeveloped. If a country registers a consistent growth pattern, as India or Brazil have done recently, then they can be seen as newly emergent or newly industrialist. 129 Their history before the age of colonialism is of no interest to development economics. They were given the option, during the Cold War years, of being either capitalist or socialist, communist, but there was not the option of being themselves. Alternatives, like the Gandhian vision, based on indigenous physical, spiritual, and mental resources, were distanced from the public debate by the imperial powers, and reflected locally by leaders like Nehru who, in Alvarez's opinion, had utter contempt for their own peoples and traditions. 130 This is the nub of much populist thought in the ex-colonial countries, whereby indigenous traditions and solutions exist that could help to develop authentic solutions to the challenges they face in a post-colonial world. However, it is in the interests of both the major powers and their dependent allies in those countries to suppress them. I would call this the spirit of post-colonial pride, rooted in the antiquity of non-European civilizations and their supposed achievements in a distant past, uncontaminated by foreign intrusion, when self-identical cultures flourished according to their own genius. This seems to be the post-colonial populist adaptation of the idea of a return to past indigenous sources of plenitude. 131 which were lost or partially lost when the West exploded into the East with its own designs of conquest and modernization. Thus, it is no longer a living reality for most people, but is instead a body of thought kept alive in the writings of special people like Gandhi, and through oral traditions and the quotidian practices of the rural poor. No recent writer has so fully embodied this traditionalist pride and indictment of post-colonial modernization as Vandana Shiva. Rather like Alvarez's, Shiva's argument traces a lineage back to Gandhi's early masterwork, Hind Swaraj or Indian Home Rule, written in 1909 as Gandhi prepared to return to India from South Africa. 132 Shiva has argued that Indian development has not only impoverished its rich natural and cultural legacies in favor of some notional gains in per capita income, but has also created a climate in which the often considerable expertise of the ordinary people, particularly in rural settings, is sidelined by office-bound experts and bureaucrats. The government, development economists, and their fellow travelers, not to mention transnational corporations, have been charged with, among other things, bringing about the forbidding human consequences of their neglect, including the dislocation of people from the sources of their livelihood, massive injustices towards women, and environmental and ecological damage, all of which are implicitly understood to have been absent in traditional society. Shiva develops her argument in a formidable series of books, from Staying Alive, Ecology and the Politics of Survival, Biopiracy and Soil Not Oil, Environmental Justice in an Era of Climate Change, documenting conflicts over natural resources in India and the theft of India's, and other third world countries, biodiversity by transnational corporations, largely located in the West. 133 If the theft is undertaken nowadays by transnational corporations, it is nearly always facilitated by a compliant ruling class in the ex-colonial countries involved, when it is not also part of their own agenda. As the environmental and social problems associated with neoliberal globalization have accumulated, Shiva's sharp and incisive critique of it has drawn praise and admiration both in India and abroad. Gender justice and ecological issues are now more than ever on the minds of an ever-growing constituency, and not only on the left. Other major contributors to understanding the environmental implications of development in India, both for the colonial and post-colonial period, include the ecologist Madhav Gadgil, and the social historian Ramachandra Guha. Their ecological history of India is a useful survey of the environmental impact of colonial-era deforestation and policies that impoverished the natural basis of agricultural productiveness. 134 Both Gadgil and Guha have contributed more widely to a significant critique of development economics from an environmental perspective. 135 In their ecological history, they set out to explain both the preservation and loss of sacred groves, forests dedicated to nature deities in many parts of India. To do so, they develop a model in which rational choice micro-foundationalism and the hold of religious ideology are combined to account for the coexistence of cultivated land and forests in a productive symbiosis in pre-colonial times. In the process, they advance two claims: peasants are rational in ways we can understand, but this reason appears to operate according to a prudential rather than the devil-may-care profit-maximizing logic associated with modern-day capitalists. It would appear that religion must play a part in the operation of this prudential logic, although it is unclear if religion is simply part of a rationalization mechanism given all sorts of resource constraints, or if it has some greater ideological priority. However, since the religious ideology appears to have a communitarian, prudential, nature-embracing tendency, we may also say that the reason of the peasantry is an ecologically informed one, as opposed to those of alienated modern beings whose reason is distanced from and in an antagonistic relationship to nature. In any case, by autonomizing religion and making it part of a causal explanation, Gadgil and Guha attribute to it a degree of freedom from the social form, otherwise it could become a mere utilitarianism avant la lettre. In this model, reason operates at the social microcosm of the village, a small world of enclosed populations, while religion exercises an overarching metaphysical disciplinary function that is generalized over a larger space. The loss of this kind of overarching disciplinary function, brought on by modernity, specifically the kind of modernity that was brought to colonies like India from the West, then begins to unravel the homeostatic balance of humans and nature. Taken together, these critiques of post-colonial modernization declare the failure of the mainstream agendas of development. In this they are part of a broad global agreement. Indeed, from Japan to Mexico 136 and not excluding the Western countries themselves, the idea of development as a defunct set of ideologies and practices is growing alongside neoliberal globalization. Neoliberal policies, accompanied by austerity for the working classes, now in force not only in the countries subject to recessionary downward spirals due to the draconian discipline of international financial agencies, but also in countries that have been undergoing fairly rapid growth since the early 1990s, may be seen as a decisive repudiation of the populist critique more so than the post-colonial modernization outlined in the previous section, since the latter retained at least some notion of national autochthony and self-sufficiency and some commitment to a redistribution of wealth. In the language of posts, so popular today, the stream of thought associated with post-colonial populism might qualify as post-development. 137 There is a lot in the indictment of the development experience that will ring true for many Marxists who see the manifold injustices of our times as not just a necessary price to be paid for progress, but as extracted by a system that piles on the wreckage. If Marx himself believed at one point in his life, perhaps in his 30s, that colonialism had a double mission, by the time he wrote Capital he had come to revise his views significantly, seeing it, at best, as a civilized barbarism. 138 But there is something else to the post-development populist tendency that would not be shared by Marxists. It is both excessively romantic about the pre-colonial past, and carries the autocentric impulses of post-colonial thought to an almost ethnocentric excess. As the ever-reliable Alvarez puts it, for centuries the Chinese believed themselves both the measure of civilization and the true measure of significance. People, ideas, technical inventions, and commodities from outside the realm were of little consequence or import, and therefore kept at a distance. In India, likewise, up to about 1800, we are told, the society retained a similar notion of self-containment and sufficiency. By and large, traditional societies in Asia did not apparently feel the need to replace their ideas and values with alien ones. 139 For centuries Indians were Indians, but now it seems wrong to be so. Now they seem to have developed traits associated with the Western personality. 140 Alvarez interprets Gandhi's Hind Swaraj as making a pitch for an urgent return to civilizational self-identity. All that comes from the West on this subject comes tarred with the brush of violence. I object to it because I have seen the wreckage that lies at the end of the road. 141 Alvarez also notes that Chatterjee interprets Hind Swaraj as a radical critique of bourgeois civil society and its institutions. 142 Gandhi may have read or misread class as civilization, the bourgeoisie as the West, for whatever polemical or political purpose was foremost in his thoughts at that moment. 143 Nowadays, it is simply another example of what Lazarus calls the fetish of the West in post-colonial theory, by which he means a transposition of categories whereby references to bourgeois civilization in Marx, for instance, are simply rewritten as the West. Perhaps this is also what Chatterjee is doing, if by bourgeois we now understand, in addition to the West, the colonial era compradors. So what does it mean to be Indian even before India in any modern sense existed? Perhaps one can follow Shiva's tendency to posit some sort of ancient vital holistic force that she calls Prakriti, whose source is Hindu cosmology, which she repeatedly refers to as Indian. 144 In a manner of generalization familiar to readers of subaltern studies in its early and late forms. This vital force, which could act as the savior of Indian society confronted with the alien forces of Western-style development, seems already to inform the worldview of Indian women, or at least those subaltern elements that live close to nature. The antidote to the reductionism of science and instrumentalization of nature inherent in Western civilization therefore lies ready to hand. Prakriti, in her view, can become the source of respect for nature as the creator and source of wealth and opposition to Western science's treatment of nature as an exploitable resource. She is not above suggesting that the concept can also save the West from itself, in a gesture reminiscent of the Romanticism of the Oriental Renaissance, or more particularly its nationalist variants. But as Mirananda notes, Shiva also seems to be in agreement with the spiritual turn in Western ecofeminism that finds in the goddess a metaphor for the re-enchantment of the world and liberation from the tyranny of reason. 145 In this view, the alternatives to Western science and the dissociated Western personality are ancient, available, and still valid for people in the East. All that it takes is some looking around. For Gandhi, a study of our Eastern institutions is sufficient to evolve a truer socialism and a truer communism than the world has yet dreamed of. 146 These would include, in the terms of his latter-day acolytes, reviving some of the virtues of the non-Western human experience for post-development. Thus, Fukuoka's one-straw revolution is the alternative to modern agricultural science, a do-nothing method of farming based on the values of Zen Buddhism, a vantage point for criticizing economic development and progress. Fukuoka's recipe for the future consists of bringing about a movement not to bring about anything. 147 And the greater the reliance on subsistence, the less dissociated the personality. 148 As for illness and death, we are offered the lessons of herdity, not heredity, developed by Manu Kothari and Lopa Mehta. This consists of arguing that the cause of disease is a function of the herd we belong to. Out of every 5 people in the world, one must develop cancer, this is certain. Which one of the 5 will get it is uncertain and follows the law of probability, and every healthy individual carries with him an IOU card addressed to another individual not so privileged. 149 Rather than the research and development of the medical sciences, the PHY post-development seeks to elaborate should be seen not so much in terms of an alternative to interventionist science and medicine, designed to cure diseases, but as an introduction to an evaluation of lifestyles, sick preoccupations, and social ideals that diverge from it or remain uninfected by it. 150 The alternative to the restless energies of Western science and development, capitalism presumably being simply an extrusion of the Western personality, is to counterpose to it heroic idleness, do nothing, and fatalism in the face of the challenge of poverty, sickness, and disease. 151 It is almost as if the spirit of Sisian's task is simply to care, to ease people to their inevitable demise. This approach to the treatment of major diseases relies on the notion that what the Times editorial writer of 1877 walks again, appearing now not as tragedy, but as farce. 152 A similar set of challenges and failures have triggered comparable responses in other parts of the global south. The Iranian Jalal Ali Ahmed's, 1923-69, Garbzadgi plagued by the West of 1963 anticipates much of the later rhetoric of the Islamic Revolution in Iran, and is even said to have been one of its inspirations. 153 For Ali Ahmed, the only thing that stood between Western capitalism and runaway disasters was indeed Islam. He warned that if not harnessed and put back into the bottle, the machine demon driven by science and materialism, will place a hydrogen bomb at the end of the road for mankind. 154 Gandhi and Khomeini make strange bedfellows, but for the likes of Alvarez that is hardly a problem. After all, in the xenogeography of post-development, being anti-Western is the virtue. Thus, while Gandhi sought to liberate India, and the West itself, from modern civilization, Khomeini sought to save Islamic civilization from Western culture. Both agreed, it seems, that the elaborate development effort to turn the people of post-colonial societies into second- or third-rate Europeans or Americans was an unmitigated obscenity. 155 The Islamic Revolution in Iran is lauded for generating an either/or reaction to the institutions of the West, the conflict itself condensed to one between the forces of Islam and those of Kufr. In Kalam Siddiqui's understanding, Kufr includes the Westernist elite who, rather like Nehru, are merely the local instruments of it. They may be nominally Muslim, but they pursue education, modernization, and development according to the meanings given to them by the West. They accept the philosophy of the West, and it hardly matters that a fringe of this elite calls itself leftist, socialist, or even communist. 156 Kufr also includes nationalism, the nation-state, capitalism, feudalism, modernism, and the Western culture of nakedness, free will and liberal values. 157 The answer to this capture by the West is to revitalize the resources of Islam, refounding science on the basis of Islamic concepts such as Tawhid unity, Khalifa trusteeship, Ibadah worship, Ilm knowledge, Halal praiseworthy and Haram blameworthy, Adl social justice and Zulm tyranny, Istislah public interest and Daya waste. And so scientific and technological activity that seeks to promote ADL is halal, while that science and technology which promotes alienation and dehumanization, concentration of wealth in fewer and fewer hands, unemployment and environmental destruction is zalim, tyrannical, and therefore haram. 158 Since the tenor of this critique of some of the effects of science and technology under capitalism has been a staple of the left, going back to Marx and Engels if not earlier, what Sardar has done is by now familiar. He has replaced socialism with Islam, while ridiculing socialists and communists for being stooges of the West, which stands for destructive development. For a leftist like Ali Ahmed rediscovering the virtues of Islam, the problem was also internal and associated with the loss of the unity and elah of early Islam. Thus, he notes the weakening of the Muslim world by the Shi'i-Sunni divide, and the loss of vitality within the body of Shiite believers themselves once the discourses of jihad and martyrdom were abandoned. 159 In his own colorful words, the day we gave up the possibility of martyrdom, and limited ourselves to paying homage to the martyrs, we were reduced to the role of doormen to the cemeteries. 160 Perhaps it was this Islam of jihad and martyrdom that Foucault imagined the Iranian revolution to be attempting to restore. As he saw it, the revolution was as much religious as it was political, and in confronting the Pahlavis, easily rendered as the pinnacle of an effete Westernist elite, the celebrated demonstrations themselves took on, in his eyes, the rhythm of religious ceremonies. Foucault concludes that the drama caused a surprising superimposition to appear in the middle of the 20th century, a movement that while strong enough to bring down a well-armed dictatorship nonetheless reenacted old dreams that were once familiar to the West when it too wanted to inscribe the figures of spirituality on the ground of politics. 161 The revolution, Foucault thought, was outside the Western paradigm of revolution, embodying a timeless spirit of martyrdom, and indeed, political spirituality, which the modern concept of revolution had vainly tried to supplant. 162 Modernization in the ex-colonial world is subject to the most radical criticism via the attribution of the direst consequences to it. No good can come of an external imposition that cannot square with indigenous culture, rooted in the blood and soil of the people. It is a deracinated and arbitrary way to proceed and indeed only benefits the West, the original exploiters of colonial wealth, and their native compradors. It is of some interest that populist strands of thought, while drawing on left-wing critiques of imperialism, employ predominantly bio-naturalistic arguments against modernity to which political economic arguments against capital are assimilated, if capital even appears in the picture at all. Certainly, a historical materialist elucidation of the origins, tendencies, and development of capital as a social form are anathema, since it would place them in proximity to Marxism, which they abhor as a foreign infection on the cultural body of the nation. The only way ahead in the populist framework is to draw on the superabundant riches of one's own culture that already contain the conceptual and practical guides to a properly oriented life, however that is defined, and to allow the ordinary folk in their wisdom to find the optimal pathways to securing their livelihood without the interventions of governments and bureaucracies and the whole phenomenon of irrational rationalization with which they are associated. 163 It would appear almost as if a notion of caste pollution has been taken to a new level of the self-identity of cultures rooted in age-old civilizations that then dictates what is authentically pure and what is inauthentic and contaminating. This is no doubt also a sign of the importance of a certain kind of organicist holism for populist thought, which then permits the articulation of the most apocalyptic scenarios based on threats to a bio-naturalistic cohesion by powerful outside forces, mostly, of course, the West. 164 What can be said is that these views reflect and are to an extent derivative of a moral climate inherited from a time when Europe declared its independence from the rest of the world and stressed the autochthonous roots of its own civilization, its immaculate conception scrubbed clean of an insertion within the geopolitical lines of force of the ancient Mediterranean. 165 Europe's subsequent development then could be seen as generated from within its own civilizational genius, the European miracle in short. 166 In an imitative gesture, those subject to colonialism have often adopted the same posture, declaring that the search for the authentic and autarkic roots of their nation's cultural antiquity and independence must underpin their future trajectory. 167 And they have found within Europe a number of supporters who either believe civilizations have their own destinies or that the West can now learn, once again, from the East to avoid its own worst predilections. In this post-development discourse, the themes of democratic self-determination and autocentrism have been represented as autarky and finally xenophobia, expressed as anti-Westernism. Essentially, what is at stake is a clash of civilizations now told from the perspective of the countries that have been generally at the receiving end of the discourses of the colonizers and modernizers' civilizing missions. Apparently, it matters little if in the process the interpretation of the past is forced or arbitrary, or if the end result is to create myths and delusions about societies uninfected by the West, since the distance between myth and history has been all but obliterated. As Levi Strauss once observed, it mattered little if the thought processes of South American Indians take shape through the medium of my thought or whether mine takes place through theirs. 168 The post-development people, who no longer wish to be plagued by the West, have created a parody of Levi Strauss for their own polemical ends. The very notion of causality, a proper explanation for historical phenomena, comes to seem like the tyranny of the West. At the most banal level, this requires resorting to a fairly stock Orientalist trope, that in the Orient, or, at any rate, non-Europe, for example, religion is the key to explaining social phenomena. As we have seen above, Godgil and Guha resort to the disciplinary power of religion, presumably some variants of what later came to be understood as Hinduism, in explaining the preservation of sacred groves in pre-colonial times, whereas the deracinating touch of Western civilization in the form of colonialism removed the restraints leading ultimately to the cutting down of the sacred groves and the disruption of long-preserved homeostatic balances between arable and forest. What is not explored is the way in which concrete circumstances, the social form of rural life in specific historical circumstances, affect thought and ideology, of which religion ought to be a constituent, rather than behavior alone. If the reason of the peasantry appears different from bourgeois reason, it is most likely to be the result of the way in which information about complex realities or methods of analyzing appearance forms are available in dramatically different ways to different social classes once the social science disciplines, formal education and the institutions of modernity start to make their differential impact felt along class lines. In a social form like capitalism, scalar issues matter, on the time axis, the duration of an individual lifespan versus the secular trends of the mode of production 169, and on the space axis, the spatial distanciation between sites of primary production, secondary manufacture, and final consumption 170. These are formative influences, and to exoticize the social agency of the peasantry, based on an organicist view of culture, is rather lame. In a more historically determinate perspective, alternative explanations come into view to account for the preservation of sacred groves, the near-constant warfare on a variety of scales endemic to pre-colonial times that had consequences for both fertility and mortality, with low population densities placing less pressure on natural resources, the agricultural taxation policies of those times, and the limited ambit of markets for agricultural products, all of which coincided to keep forests in place. Conversely, the cutting down of the sacred groves in colonial and post-colonial times can be explained in terms of changes in the working of the entire social formation, a rising demographic trend, following the establishment of colonial rule, combined with new taxation policies and indeed opportunities for sale of commercial crops on the world market that all conspired to put a premium on extending cultivation. The report of the Deccan Riots Commission of 1875, set up to look into the causes of the riots in Pune and Ahmednagar districts of Bombay Presidency, cited among other things the land settlement and revenue policies of the colonial government that acted in concert to create pressures to clear land for occupation and cultivation, even marginal land that might have been previously held as copses or scrub forests. 171 The introduction of private property in land during the course of the 19th century, eagerly seized on by immediate producers, not to mention landlords and merchants, appears to have broken communitarian constraints on the exploitation of the commons. Furthermore, there were two kinds of forest clearances, one, alluded to above as the clearing of village-level copses and groves, often marginal and secondary to the prime land held for cultivation, but still important for the maintenance and reproduction of livestock, and two, the clear-cutting of major old-growth stands of hardwood, thereby tapping India's supposedly inexhaustible forests for infrastructure, public works, and strategic military constructions. 172 The latter is an example of how financial incentives provided to contractors by the government, in conjunction with a growing market for timber associated with the expansion of the colonial infrastructure, proved inimical to the preservation of forests. My argument is that rational but historically determinate explanations are preferable to the ahistorical rational choice/religious ideology combination of God-Gil and Guha. While one does not want to discount altogether the possibility of religious ideology exercising some disciplinary and dependent causal agency, 173, the disappearance of sacred groves over the last 2 centuries or so would suggest either that the power of religion is waning, hardly credible in India, or that mundane explanations related to changing material constraints and incentives offer a better explanation. However, their very near extinction ironically leads to their rediscovery as the archaic, sacred, and so on, by social scientists if not the denizens of village India. 174 The remit of religion, in other words, is historically variable. Attempts to found science on religious grounds, based on relegating Galilean in favor civilizational science, 175, are far more seriously flawed. The Vishva Hindu Parishad, VHP, of the United Kingdom, in its 1996 book, Explaining Hindu Dharma, A Guide for Teachers, offers teaching suggestions for introducing Hindu ideas and topics in the classroom at the middle to high school level in the British school system, claiming that Hindu Dharma is just another name for the eternal laws of nature first discovered by Vedic seers, and subsequently confirmed by modern physics and biological sciences. 176 Pervez Hudbhoy, for his part, gives examples of Islamic science that are both hilarious and tragic. For instance, a Pakistani scientist, chairman of the Holy Quran Research Foundation in Islamabad, advocated using fiery creatures called jinns, who presumably inhabit the heavens, to generate power, thus solving Pakistan's energy problem in an environmentally sound fashion. Similarly, others have used Einstein's theory to calculate the speed of heaven and the angle of God, and have provided other information beneficial to Pakistan's economic progress. 177 As for the effort to refound science on 10 basic Islamic values, including Tawhid, unity of God, Ibadah, worship, and Khalifa, trusteeship, and so on, Hudbhoy concludes they are little more than platitudes. 178 What is so regrettable to a practicing scientist like Hudbhoy is that all this civilizational excess is such a complete negation of the phenomenal scientific advances of Muslim scientists over the centuries. 179 Advances that fundamentally altered the intellectual landscape of the Middle Ages and indeed made possible modernity, as we understand it, in fields like medicine, mathematics, astronomy, chemistry, optics, and so on. Something like a severe attenuation of truth is at work in this discourse. As Anderson points out, the distinction between the true and the false is the ineliminable premise of any rational knowledge, and its central site is evidence. 180 Once this premise is brought into disrepute, anything goes. A couple of examples should suffice. One such instance is brought to light curiously by Richard Lewontin in an interview that the Harvard biologist gave to Harry Chrysler at the Institute of International Relations at the University of California, Berkeley. 181 This relates to Shiva's indictment of the promotion of baby food based on genetically modified seeds in the poorer countries, part of her much broader critique of Western corporations. Lewontin refers to an argument that Shiva puts forward against the use of genetically modified foods and their dangers to health, in which she alleges that children who eat baby food processed from GM seeds are getting 8 times the amount of oestrogen that a woman gets when she takes a contraceptive pill. That would be utterly shocking if true. On investigating the situation, in the first place because he took Shiva's credentials as a scientist seriously, Lewontin found that, yes, the children were getting 8 times the dose of a thing, but it was a plant oestrogen whose physiological activity was 1,000th that of the hormone oestrogen. Lewontin observes that Shiva must have known the truth of the matter because she cited the paper from which she got the data, but concludes that she would probably regard it as a justifiable distortion for the greater good. Lewontin's response to this bit of pseudoscience is that it is likely to lead to cynicism and make a proper opposition to corporate agriculture nearly impossible. 182 In a somewhat different vein, Fukuoka's one-straw revolution is based on the most minute and arduous observation of nature and critically timed interventions in the natural cycle to optimize the output of food crops without arbitrary and destructive interventions. As Engels once argued vis-a-vis the relationship of science to nature. Let us not, however, flatter ourselves overmuch on account of our human conquest over nature. For each such conquest takes its revenge on us. Each of them, it is true, has in the first place the consequences on which we counted, but in the second and third places, it has quite different, unforeseen effects, which only too often cancel out the first. At every step we are reminded that we by no means rule over nature like a conqueror over a foreign people, like someone standing outside nature, but that we, with flesh, blood, and brain, belong to nature, and exist in its midst, and that all our mastery of it consists in the fact that we have the advantage over all other beings of being able to know and correctly apply its laws. 183. For Fukuoka to misinterpret his work, as if it were a call for a do-nothing method rather than a call for a critical intervention in the direction of a more properly scientific approach to agriculture, knowing and correctly applying nature's laws, than the big corporations currently practice, is lamentable. It suggests that in this populist civilizational discourse there is more than an element of self-deception, if not an outright deception of others. Insofar as such a discourse, or a loose ensemble of discourses tending in the same direction, draws on issues first highlighted by the left, they have taken them in a conservative if not outright reactionary direction, aiming to preserve the few enclaves still remaining from a simpler era or imagined to be such, or to recover some ostensible collective or communal forms of the past. 184. This is certainly the case with certain strands within postcolonial studies as well, especially the element that traces a lineage back to or that draws its inspiration from subaltern studies. On the issues that late subaltern studies or subaltern studies in its postcolonial moment has written much about, for example, religious minorities, women, and caste, what is distinctive now is not the positions they adopt, but a conceptual apparatus revolving around the politics of being, biopower, anti-modernist modernism, and a metageography of East-West. Around this, there is some notion that solutions are being or could be fashioned from the ground up that are properly indigenous, on a human scale and vastly superior to anything proposed by deracinated modernizers, who rely on the crude power of the state to get the business done. 185. Of course, that is also part of a much wider disavowal of the state in post-theory, not least the post-development tendency we have been examining in this section. As little state as possible, or none at all, might be their motto, following Nietzsche, whom Brennan declares the fons et origo of radical theory over the last 3 decades. 186. That there might be other ways to look at the state is now all but forgotten, but it is worth remembering that, as Gramsci noted, a revolution is a genuine revolution and not just empty, swollen rhetorical demagoguery, only when it is embodied in some type of state, only when it becomes an organized system of power. 187. Like Lenin, Gramsci was not only positively invested in Fordist modernity. 188. But he, like Marx, might even have thought of the factory itself, under a new social system, no longer as the place of the terrifying imprisonment of industrial wage labor, but as a transformed space, a crystal palace of human development. 189. Capable of producing fully developed human beings. 190. But by now Lenin and Marx are figures of near universal vilification among both the metropolitan post-colonialists and the post-developmentalists. Less so is this the case with Gramsci, but only because he is read against the grain of his own views on a whole range of issues, including subalternity. What late subaltern studies in its post-colonial moment brings to the mix, which is missing in the post-development populists, is that alongside the civilizational xenology that acts as a backdrop to their academic endeavors, when it is not being mobilized as part of a critique of historicism seen from the vantage point of history too, is the spirit of practicality and institutional realism. 191. And a quite straightforward decisionism, not to mention a certain kind of nescience about truth claims. Goddesses, like the Grihalakshmis of Bhadralok households, are to be understood as objects of post-colonial desire, and truth in that case might just be the capacity to articulate desire. 2.4 Subaltern Studies. Subaltern studies emerged as part of a broad zone of engagement constituted by modernization theory and practice, Marxist work on the mode of production in agriculture and on working class movements, Maoism, and the political uprisings it inspired in rural and urban India after independence, peasant studies, not to mention a complex of theories including structuralism and post-structuralism that developed in the wake of the 1968 uprisings in France, and the debates and polemics among them. Further, Ranjit Guha sought to situate the subalternist critique of historiography in a tradition reaching back to the 19th century 192 when a politically engaged scholarship emerged that subsequently articulated many of the themes of Indian nationalism. Of course, the term subaltern has an immediate reference to Gramsci's work, but subaltern studies was also undertaken with critical attention to the writings of English Marxists like E.P. Thompson, Eric Hobsbawm, Christopher Hill, not to mention the transition to capitalism debate that followed Robert Brenner's article in the Pages of Past and Present in 1976.193. The influence of Susubhan Sarkar on Ranjit Guha has already been invoked. During the late 1950s, Chaturvedi points out, when most Marxists in the West were unfamiliar with Gramsci 194, Sarkar began discussing Gramsci's work with his students at Yadavpur University, his ongoing interest in the Italian thinker resulting in publications in the late 1960s and early 1970s. 195 The availability of an English translation of the Modern Prince and other essays in 1957 had made some key writings of Gramsci available to intellectuals on the left who could read Sarkar's work with critical understanding. Guha's first book, A Rule of Property for Bengal, was indeed dedicated to Susubhan Sarkar and attested to Gramsci's influence on the intellectual milieu in the circle around him. 196 All this in an environment in which mainstream left parties in India were lukewarm if not indifferent to Gramsci, a situation that continues to this day. 197 The idea for subaltern studies took shape in Britain, under Guha's leadership, in the late 1970s, at a time when Gramsci's work was influencing both historiographical work and the political culture of that country. From the early 1960s, Perry Anderson and Tom Nairn, among others, in the pages of New Left Review provided a comprehensive development and critique of Gramscian thought for an English reading public. 198 In the 1970s, the influence of Gramsci extended into studies of popular culture in the works of Raymond Williams and Stuart Hall, for instance. 199 While Anderson and Nairn, Chaturvedi notes, were primarily interested in the uneven development of the European state form, the latter two focused on the authoritarian valences of popular culture and questions of hegemony. 200 English Marxist historiography had already begun to develop the potentialities of a new social history based on the lives of ordinary people. By 1960, Hobsbawm's Primitive Rebels, and his For a History of Subaltern Classes, published in the Italian journal Società, employed Gramscian concepts to liberate the study of primitive rebellions from the taint of crime and backwardness. 201 Thompson's work on the making of the English working class sought to depict the lives and voices of the working poor caught up in the swirling currents of radical movements, not to mention Protestant evangelism and the relentless pressures of industrialization, in the process freeing them from what he called the enormous condescension of posterity. 202 Hill's study of Milton and the English Revolution showed the influence of the radicals, the levelers, the diggers, and the ranters, on the poet's preoccupations with free speech, divorce, regicide, and so on. 203 Chaturvedi rightly notes that while Thompson's impact on subaltern studies has been acknowledged, most amply by Sumit Sarkar, that of the others has not received the same attention. 204 In any case, several of the key issues that were the subject of vital interventions in politics and historiography, from a broadly Marxist if not specifically Gramscian perspective, were to find their way into subaltern studies in its founding moment. Closer to home, the emergence of subaltern studies in the early 1980s coincided with what Sumit Sarkar calls the development of a dissident left milieu in which sharp criticisms of orthodox Marxist practice and theory, Stalinist and Maoist, presumably, were combined with the retention of a broadly socialist and Marxian political horizon. There were obvious affinities with the radical populist moods of the 1960s and 70s, with peasant rebellions and anti-imperialist revolutions, alongside a growing disillusionment with organized left parties, and the bureaucratic state structures of actually existing socialism. 205 The last was part of a much wider sphere of changes taking place in the 1980s. Eurocommunism had originally been formulated in the mid-1970s as a Western European alternative to the actually existing variety of the Soviet Union, which had come under sustained critical scrutiny since 1956. Eurocommunism was partly based on an idiosyncratic reading of Gramsci as having already anticipated theoretical modes of understanding suitable to the modern, media-saturated capitalist state. 206 Over time it became practically indistinguishable from the mildest form of reformist social democracy. 207 Whatever their original theoretical differences, its subsequent disappearance altogether, amid a global retrenchment of capitalism and a determined attack on the bastions of organized labor, went hand in hand with a theoretical re-evaluation of the revolutionary potential of the working class. After all, it was in the 1980s when André Gortz's Farewell to the Working Class 208 summed up the feeling that had been growing on the left, namely, that the radical political potentialities of the working class were a thing of the past, if they had ever been true at all. These were accompanied by the travails of revolutions from Vietnam and Nicaragua to Chile. Foucault's self-imposed silence on the Iranian Revolution spoke for perhaps a larger silence in the aftermath of the defeats of the 1970s and 80s. The petering out of the mode of production debate in India was simply a local manifestation of a world that was effectively disappearing, restructured out of existence by the political economy of late capitalism. Ironically, it was in this world that the notion of peasant autonomy, the essential lines of the structure of peasant consciousness, came to be formulated as an integral part of the subaltern studies project. Gramsci was reinterpreted as one whose work was applicable to the developing world, to feudal incrustations and religious backwardness, to weak and wavering bourgeoisies seeking ways to construct hegemony. A Gramsci diametrically opposed to that of the Eurocommunists emerged, useful above all for an analysis of the colonial situation. 209 By the mid to late 1980s, however, the collision with reality would prove too strong. The search for a structure of peasant consciousness was then no longer acknowledged as valid, and with it, in a gesture imitative of so much that was already transpiring in Europe, Marxism itself came under a cloud, seen in this instance as much too limited a resource for a project that now claimed to contest Eurocentric, metropolitan, and bureaucratic systems of knowledge. 210 The Orientalist Marx was henceforth a staple of subaltern studies and post-colonial polemics. The lukewarm reception accorded the original subaltern studies project in the U.S. perhaps encouraged the transition, the lifeline thrown to it by Spivak, and less so by SED, no doubt helped make a transition towards US-style post-colonialism both relatively painless and, for some, quite profitable. But for our present purposes, it is important to note that even before the formal launch of the Subaltern Studies project in 1982, the ground had been prepared by the coming together of a wide array of political, theoretical, and scholarly developments across the world. As noted, since 1982 Subaltern Studies has mapped out the widest terrain of investigation of the rural world. There have been collections of essays published under the title Subaltern Studies, articles in journals, and full-length monographs. 211 1983 saw the publication of Ranjit Guha's critically important elementary aspects of peasant insurgency in colonial India. 212 A concern for writing the histories of the subaltern people, especially as they emerge from the shadows in the archives of the ruling classes, say, during times of rebellion, however fragmentary the evidence, underlay the original project. Guha wrote in the preface to the first volume of the Subaltern Studies series. The aim of the present collection of essays is to promote a systematic and informed discussion of subaltern themes in the field of South Asian studies, and thus help to rectify the elitist bias characteristic of much research and academic work in this particular area. The dominant groups will therefore receive in these volumes the consideration they deserve without, however, being endowed with that spurious primacy assigned to them by the long-standing tradition of elitism in South Asian studies. 213. So the immediate concern of subalternist history was to correct the elitist bias of South Asian studies dominated, as Chatterjee argues, by a debate between two groups of historians, located in Cambridge and Delhi, the former maintaining that Indian nationalism was a bid for power by a handful of Indian elites who used the traditional bonds of caste and community to mobilize the masses against the British. The latter arguing that colonial exploitation had created the material conditions for a cross-class alliance forged by a nationalist leadership who organized the masses in the struggle for independence. 214 The former could present the nationalist leadership as manipulative, while the latter could present them as idealistic or charismatic. The focus on leadership was accompanied by economistic assumptions. 215 And neither had any place for the independent political actions of the subaltern classes. The elitist bias could certainly be extended to include the post-colonial modernization that followed independence, a prime example of bourgeois nationalist elitism and its propensity to treat the countryside as a resource for largely urban designs. The main line of attack on post-colonial modernization from the left has been that it was a continuation of policies begun under colonial rule. This is a truism to the extent that colonial rule introduced the social form of production associated with capital, albeit at a very basic and stagnant level. Post-colonial modernization sought to deepen the development of capitalism, not break with it, that is, concentrate on developing the productive forces in India which colonial rulers had no interest in doing, while aiming to do away with colonial-era impediments to that process. So it was a break to that modest extent, even if it has been widely castigated as a clumsily conceived and poorly executed one, a failure on its own terms, often instrumentalizing the relationship of the state to the subaltern classes in the form of piecemeal intervention for very restrictive ends. 216 Be that as it may, subaltern studies was sharply critical of the nationalists' disposition to subsume the peasantry into a nationalist narrative in which they were subservient and backward, if not irrational, until they came into contact with nationalism's emancipatory potentialities. 217 The habit of seeing the countryside as a space of unrelieved backwardness, which it was the task of urban reformists to liberate, has been one of the constants of Indian modernizing thought. 218 The key development, in the initial stage of the project, was thus to attack all forms of elitism and to accomplish this with great economy by unearthing the structure of subaltern consciousness at moments of rebellion. Doing so would expose the limitations of colonial elitism by showing that it completely failed to appreciate what subaltern rebellions were about when it branded them as a mere continuation of crime, a reaching for sticks and stones. It would also reveal the limitations of bourgeois elitism by showing the wrong-headedness of thinking that subalterns were only capable of pre-political actions until they encountered the bourgeois nationalists. Arguably, the propensity to see the peasantry not so much as activists in their own cause, but rather as an appendage of more able social forces, was also a problem with the Indian Marxists, but this time with the industrial proletariat, not the bourgeoisie, in the role of the hegemonic class. To this end, from the late 1960s onwards, Indian Marxists launched wide-ranging studies of the countryside, and debates and polemics among themselves to develop a clear line of analysis. Their objectives were both historical and political, at one level, to ascertain the actual social form of rural relations, capitalist, semi-feudal and variations on those combined and uneven forms of the capital relation, the directions of change in the decades after independence, internal differentiation within the peasantry, their relationships with other social classes, and ultimately their potentialities and limits as part of a revolutionary alliance with urban workers. 219 Insofar as the question of hegemony was debated, it followed the classical Gramscian form of a relationship of forces within the oppressed and exploited classes, rather than the vexed issue of bourgeois hegemony over the exploited and oppressed classes as a whole. 220 Absent in the mode of production debate was any sense of the peasantry as historical actors, their culture, organization, and consciousness. Some version of a middle peasant thesis was present in the work of Alavi, for instance, but it suffered from excessive formalism, if not a downright formulaic application of Mao's ideas on peasant revolution. 221 By and large, The Marxist debate offered a somewhat mechanical scientific analysis from which the capabilities of each grouping of the peasantry for entering into revolutionary alliances was inferred. The debate reflected some larger weaknesses of left studies of peasant and labor movements that have tended to concentrate on economic conditions and political organizational work, if not ideological lineages. 222 While the debates mobilized data in a sociological sense, there was no feel for the concerns of the actual working people or even their ability or willingness to enter into the kinds of alliances that were posited as necessary. In other words, Marxism notwithstanding, it was largely an academic debate. Subaltern studies supplied what was lacking in Indian Marxism, namely, a sense of the peasantry as rational competent actors with their own goals. Rather than a mere potentiality awaiting mobilization by other social classes. Ranjit Guha and his colleagues in the self-styled Subaltern Studies Collective were therefore concerned to show the self-organization and self-activity of the peasantry long before they came into contact with and quite independently of either bourgeois nationalism or proletarian radicalism, their ability to understand the challenges confronting them and to formulate a course of action to overcome those challenges, the neglected dimension of subaltern autonomy in action, consciousness and culture. 223 The contribution made by the people on their own. 224 Given the Marxist affiliations of a number of the early practitioners of subaltern studies, this was, at least in the climate of the late 1970s and early 1980s in India, an effort to rectify what they might have seen as a glaring defect in that body of thought. 225 Subaltern studies also evolved alongside populist strands of thought in India, incorporating their notions of the self-sufficiency and self-identity of the Voke. Uncontaminated by modernization or its ideological assumptions and expressions in nationalism at least until the turn of the 20th century. There is an ecological component to this mode of thought, which draws attention to the world of the peasantry authentically immersed in an unreflected relationship with nature, of which the spirits that reside in it and intervene in human affairs are an expression. Their modes of life and work, consciousness, action, particularly rebellions, and so forth, are then extensions of that fundamental ecological substrate, and remain so for a while, even when the actors subsequently relocated to the cities or the cities began to engulf the countryside. 226 Perhaps this is traceable to a common inspiration, possibly in some of Gandhi's seminal writings, that surmised conventional assumptions about peasants, and not only in India. Gandhi's indebtedness to Tolstoy and the Narodniks in Russia, not to mention Theosophy, is abundantly clear. 227 So what is represented in this mode of thought is a partial secularization of all manner of spiritualist notions about cultural and civilizational difference, of traditions rooted in the soil and bodies of the indigenes that became a powerful inheritance of anti-colonial and post-colonial thought. Sarkar posits that Guha used the term subaltern rather in the way Thompson used the word plebeian in the 18th century English context. 228 The rationale for this lying in the fact that in the largely pre-capitalist conditions of colonial India, class formation was likely to have remained inchoate. Subaltern then, Sarkar argues, would be of help in avoiding the pitfalls of economic reductionism, while at the same time retaining a necessary emphasis on domination and exploitation. 229 But while there is no discounting Thompson's influence in this regard, it might also be that the cultural peculiarities of the English had an Indian counterpart, so to speak, bringing to the fore in due course alternative potentialities of a more problematic kind that were present all along in the subaltern studies usage of the term. At any rate, Guha adopted as a programmatic guide the methodological criteria for a history of the subaltern classes that Gramsci had developed earlier. These were 1. Objective formation of the subaltern social groups, by the developments and transformations occurring in the sphere of economic production, their quantitative diffusion and their origins in pre-existing social groups whose mentality, ideology, and aims they can serve for a time. 2. Their active or passive affiliation to the dominant political formations, their attempts to influence the programs of these formations in order to press claims of their own and the consequences of these attempts in determining processes of decomposition, renovation or neo-formation. 3. The birth of new parties of the dominant groups, intended to conserve the ascent of the subaltern groups and to maintain control over them. 4. The formations which the subaltern groups themselves produce, in order to press claims of a limited and partial character. 5. Those new formations which assert the autonomy of the subaltern groups, but within the old framework. 6. Those formations which assert the integral autonomy etc. 230. This program could not in itself yield anything as dramatic as an essential structure of subaltern consciousness. In fact, Gramsci's formulation foregrounds the dynamic and dialectical relationship between economy, in this case, the developing capital form, politics, and consciousness. Indeed, the very first item in the methodological criteria Gramsci mentioned points to the primacy of economic production. What was needed was a foray into the language and methods of French theory. Sarkar argues it was Levi-Straussian structuralism that supplied the key to unraveling an underlying structure of insurgent peasant consciousness extending across more than a century of colonial rule and over considerable variations of physical and social space. Guha, it seems, still confined his generalizations to Indian peasants under colonialism, and sought to preserve some linkages in his study of the many forms of resistance, from food riots to caste conflict, with patterns of class exploitation. 231 But if Guha was literally trying to adapt Levi-Strauss to the Indian case, he might have concluded, rather like Levi-Strauss himself, that there was no essential difference between the concrete logic of primitive societies and the abstract logic of mathematiste science in civilized societies. 232 No vital difference between the structure of the consciousness of the Trobriand islanders and the modern-day denizens of Paris, with Indian peasants presumably sandwiched somewhere in between. What one sees is, arguably, something else, more along the lines of a post-structuralist mode of positing completely different and irreconcilable paradigms at work, something in the vein of Foucault. 233 Finding expression in this case in the essentialization of the categories of subaltern and autonomy, not only assigning them more or less absolute, fixed, decontextualist meanings and qualities. 234 But implicitly attaching them to some fundamental civilizational attribute. All these tendencies come together in an exemplary work in the subaltern studies mode, Ranjit Guha's Elementary Aspects of Peasant Insurgency. Guha is not concerned to depict the class war in the countryside via a series of specific encounters, but instead is more interested in getting to its general form, elements of which derive from the long history of the peasants' subalternity and their striving to end it. 235 Guha stresses, against the inclination prematurely and condescendingly to subsume peasant rebellions into either a framework of inadequacy, misdirection, or pre-politicalness, errors that he notes were made by no less a left-inclined historian than Eric Hobsbawm, that they were political, organized and revealed a will to transform the social relations in which the peasantry found themselves. 236 Nor is Guha concerned to paper over the limitations of the political dispensation the peasantry wanted to substitute for the one they were out to destroy, that their model did not conform to a secular and national state, their concept of power failed to rise above localism, sectarianism and ethnicity, and their consciousness was inchoate and naive. 237 A similar assessment was also present in, for example, David Arnold's study of the features of the hill dwellers of Andhra. Here the seizing and burning of a police station, for example, was not the prelude to anything approaching a transformation of the oppressive social relations under which the subalterns lived, but rather a temporary inversion in which the police had to beg their captors to spare their lives. 238 To the extent that studies like this represented an important theme in early subaltern studies, they reveal some of the frailties of spontaneous peasant insurgency. Guha's motivation here seems to be, in opposition to nationalist and even socialist/communist attempts to write the history of peasant rebellions as if they were mere footnotes in some other history, to emphasize the sovereignty, consistency, and logic of peasant subaltern consciousness. 239 Guha was adamant that peasants were autonomous actors in the class war that raged in the countryside at least until 1900, after which externally originated frameworks, for example, nationalism, tended to invade their world. 240 Despite this, he maintains that the elementary aspects of peasant insurgency continued to provide the paradigm for other struggles including those of urban rebels. Therefore, the centerpiece of Guha's work was a commitment to developing a critical body of knowledge about rural India based on the notion of peasant autonomy, and to argue the perdurance of a paradigm for struggles set down at a moment before political frameworks generated within other political discursive modes invade the world of the peasantry. While stressing peasant autonomy might be seen as a necessary corrective, there are a number of difficulties for the claustrophobically enclosed model developed by Guha. In the first instance, as O'Hanlon points out, Guha seems to find the limits to the spread of peasant rebellions to be a function of the subalterns' habits of thinking and acting on a small scale 241 rather than of the ways in which those habits interacted with the impediments set in place by colonial structures, which may have had the effect of deepening social rifts in an already deeply differentiated society. On a more general theoretical level, it is almost as if the independent organizing principle of the insurgent's mind, grounded in a primordial and autonomous insurgent peasant tradition, directs if not determines the historical process. 242 Since Guha has elsewhere been so deeply critical of Hegel, this piece of unconscious Hegelian idealism seems quite ironic. In positing for the peasantry a consciousness marked by religiosity, existing in a pure state especially in the 19th century, 243 Guha seems to have fallen for a colonial representation of the peasant rebellion. British officials may have wished to represent peasant rebellion as if it had no causes outside the peasantry's own autonomous, religious consciousness, with no political, social, economic triggers, provocations, and so on, to that extent absolving themselves if not their compradors of any role in creating the oppressive conditions against which peasants rebelled. 244 In fact, this might be an ironic instance of colonial and bourgeois elitism making a covert inroad into subaltern studies. It shuts off the whole field of external structural interaction and determination. Indeed, the search for causes that might originate outside the consciousness of the peasantry being dismissed as an elitist ploy, with cause seen as a phantom surrogate for reason. 245, so that the potentialities of a movement and its final limits are understood in terms of what the culture allows and not in terms of what the structure forecloses. 246. Indeed, a sense of continuity based on primordial community is a prominent element of early subaltern studies narratives of the forms of consciousness and actions, including studies of peasants turned workers at industrial plants. Despite offering a historically nuanced account of working-class conditions, Chakrabarty seems to see working-class consciousness as a function of primordial loyalties of religion, community, kinship, and language, which was the essence of the pre-capitalist culture of the Calcutta jute mill workers between 1890 and 1940. 247 There were, of course, greater continuities in a country like India that experienced very slow development through much of the 19th century than in the rapidly industrializing imperialist countries. Although the pace picked up in the 20th century, many parts of India still remained largely agrarian in the mid-20th century and beyond. In the developed capitalist world, enclosures of land made a return to the countryside a virtual impossibility for people thrown onto the labor market. In India, such an enclosure movement did not and could not happen despite the interests of the odd British official in bringing plantation-style capitalism to India. The forces required to do this would have been prohibitive. In fact, the colonial government's legislation from 1875 onwards seems to have had the objective of protecting peasant property rights even if the peasantry themselves were hopelessly locked into debt bondage with no prospect of escape. This set up the characteristic dynamics, either of regular circulation migration or a retirement to the village after a period of work in the cities. With the demographic situation of India from the late colonial period onwards, the working class qua strictly urban proletariat was always going to be a fraction of the total number who relied on wage work for a living. Despite all of this, as Chandavrakar's work shows, there was widespread industrial action not only in Bombay, Ahmedabad, Kanpur, and Madras, but also in Calcutta. Altogether between 1919 and 1940 there were 8 general strikes, each lasting at least a month, some considerably longer. 248 Over the period, it has also been shown, there was a gradual shift from demands for religious holidays to demands for increased wages. 249 Being part of such mass industrial action implies a level of solidarity that goes beyond caste and religious lines, and it was bound to have a major impact on the class consciousness of those who participated in them. 250 Both for Indian workers and their English counterparts, the explicit point of contrast that Chakrabarty develops, class consciousness is not some constant, operating ahistorically across time. Bonds of local solidarity, embedded deep in local affective communities, worked very strongly among Welsh miners, as Raymond Williams has shown persuasively. 251 And the nature of class formation that allowed for a continued belonging in a rural community must have reinforced a sense of locational solidarity, regardless of considerations of caste and religion in colonial India. No doubt, community consciousness, expressed through ritualistic relations to the means of production, and hiring dependent on ascriptive and place of origin criteria, did not disappear, and has yet to do so even if its forms have changed. But it has had to yield some ground to more impersonal methods, weakening the position of the Sardar. 252 and so on. In this case, the fact that the colonial government acted not as an administrator for capital in general, but often as a barrier to capital, is important. Just because the same government introduced limited capitalist social property forms in agriculture and brought about some spotty modernization does not alter the general argument. Over time, the notion of autonomy and its accompanying notion of a paradigm of thought and action based on culture have been applied to a larger field of actors, even if this extension has had to hide under a variety of guises, and the concepts themselves have been lost behind thickets of thick description. For instance, when Guha writes essence our access to the rebel consciousness lay, so to say, through enemy country, we had to seize on the evidence of elite consciousness and force it to show us the way to its other. 253 The other is the class enemy, and enemy country is the country of landlords, and their collaborators, not to mention the bureaucracy that enforces class rule. This is the language of class war, even if a somewhat inchoate one. Its virtual disappearance in more recent works, in late subaltern studies, brings a different kind of polarity into view. This is the one that J.L. Mehta advances, quoted approvingly by Dipesh Chakrabarty in Provincializing Europe. Here is no way open, to us in the East, but to go through this Europeanization and to go through it. Only through this voyage into the foreign and the strange can we win back our own selfhood. Here as elsewhere, the way to what is closest to us is the longest way back. 254 The other is no longer the class enemy, now, enemy territory is the quasi-friendly landscape of the foreigner/stranger. This is no longer a matter of class, but one of civilizational consciousness, part of an Orientalist geography of Asia-Europe, East-West. There seems to have been a hostile takeover of the idea of class contradiction by a class-free civilizational consciousness, a temptation to which Guha himself is not immune. Even in elementary aspects, the consciousness of the peasantry seems to have been permeated by the laws of Manu through centuries of recursive practice. 255 Which is a bit strained when one considers that it was the colonial policy makers who canonized such texts as representative of Hindu Dharma. The substance of this argument runs through Guha's more recent dominance without hegemony, so one must conclude that this is not some new folly, but rather a recursive practice originating with subaltern studies itself. The very idea of long continuities and the abolition of class differences and antagonisms in favor of organic communities of culture is closely affiliated, as noted, not only with the Gandhian legacy of Hind Swaraj, but also carries over into the populist thought of Vandana Shiva and others. A similar logic of continuity appears to underlie the notion of paradigm expounded in elementary aspects. The elementary aspects of peasant insurgency, informed by long recursive practice, provide the paradigm for later struggles, even for urban rebellions, strikes, insurgencies, and the like. In some covert, untheorized way, the peasantry have left a legacy in India even in their collective death throes as a class that for all practical purposes is being extinguished by the relentless invasiveness of capital. They are seen not so much as a constituent element of a combined and potentially hegemonic force contributing to the kind of transformative action that Gramsci or for that matter the Indian Marxists may have envisaged once they had been objectively proletarianist, but one always subject to a pre-capitalist logic. 256 That is, the notion of paradigm, the grammar of the profoundly autonomous basis of peasant rebellion bequeathing its structures for subsequent challenges to established norms, now stripped of its radical dimension in class struggles of a particular time and place and immersed in a culturalist framework and agenda, can become the subtext of authenticity. It can inform the notion of an authentic form of self-identical culture, and cultural antiquity, that leaves its stamp on subsequent cultural expressions even, and perhaps especially, when subject to the pressures of actually existing globalization and commoditization in all its forms. It is as if resistance is built into the cultural DNA of India, however hybridized and attenuated it might be now. This ties neatly in with the populist notion that only culturally deracinated bourgeois elitists will be permanently attracted to the foreign and the strange. The more authentic types will work their way through it and return to the native fold, as Mehta hopes, speaking for a broader post-colonial constituency. India will always be India, in whatever original form it has been cast by populist thought. Since an authentic Indian culture is subterraneously linked with ancient Sanskritic norms and aesthetics, it is indeed the paradigm around which the contaminations of bourgeois elitism can be measured. Chatterjee claims that Spivak's critique of the limits of representation Darstellian in her famous Can the Subaltern Speak? 257 was a critical moment in the project's evolution from inquiry into subaltern autonomy at moments of rebellion through representations of the subaltern in the colonial archives and mainstream histories to a whole range of subjects connected to colonial governance, education, movements of religious and social reforms, the state and public institutions, modern ideas of rationality, science, regimes of power and related topics. 258 Chatterjee himself has explained the original thrust of the project in investigating moments of rebellion by noting that only at such moments did the subaltern appear as the bearer of an independent personality. That is, when the subaltern rebelled, the masters realized that the servant too has a consciousness, interests and objectives, methods and organization. If one had to look for evidence of an autonomous subaltern consciousness in the historical archives, then it would be found in the documents of revolt and counterinsurgency. 259 This seems like an eminently reasonable historicizing approach to peasant rebellion, their radical activism in their own cause, however limited and inchoate it was in terms of aims and goals. A critique like Spivak's, which pointed out that the subaltern cannot speak to us simply by a reading of the colonial archives against the grain, revealing, in the process, some deeper essence of subalternity, an essential structure of subaltern consciousness, and so forth, could easily have led to a rethinking of the project of depicting and understanding subaltern rebellion and insurgency. Why it did not do so, but rather led to a scramble for the exits, a jettisoning for all practical purposes of the study of peasant insurgency in properly historical terms a scant 5 to 7 years after the inception of the project, is at first sight somewhat obscure. One could still have examined the subaltern consciousness using a variety of documentary sources, rather in the way popular histories have been written by the likes of Thompson, or, for that matter, Carlo Ginzburg. 260 Or one could even have followed the subalterns into a period when they had learned to speak, although both of these approaches would have involved some loss of a, largely fictional, pristine essence and a proper insistence on context, the very opposite of the isolated contemplation of the fragmentary. 261 It seems that one key to the abandonment might lie in the very austerity of the original project, its rejection of the idea that insurgency might not be entirely a matter internal to the subaltern consciousness, and that cause might not merely be a phantom surrogate for reason, part of a bourgeois strategy of containment. Guha's preface and introductory essay in the first volume, as Sarkar points out, had been full of references to subaltern classes, evocations of Gramsci, and the use of much Marxian terminology. 262 So there was already a contradiction built into the original project, a tension, shall we say, between the subaltern as an active historical agent on the one hand, and an ethically decisive being in the world on the other. The former evokes a political space of alliances and blocs, of leadership acting in the name of specific interests and a collective subject erupting into a transformative force. The latter evokes, by contrast, a subaltern whose existential being is separated off from an imposed and always arrogant rationalism, indeed, a life privileged only insofar as it remains subaltern. 263 Both versions are present in Guha's accounts of rebellion in an unreconciled tension, the first version, as Brennan notes, pointing the way to a condition to be overcome, the second a sacred refuge from the disenchantments of bourgeois life, a dark secret space of revelation. 264 Once the subalterns started behaving like proletarians everywhere, they had in effect lost some vital essence and could be forgotten when not reclassified as members of the dangerous classes. 265 The repudiation of the essential structure of subaltern consciousness was, as Chatterjee puts it, the arrival of the post-structuralist moment. 266 Foucault, or rather Heidegger via Foucault 267 would henceforth be quite prominent in the late subaltern studies critique of the Enlightenment and Western modernity. The shift in left focus that had already occurred with post-colonial studies in the U.S., from classes to identitarian groups, from class struggles to the new social movements, from material interests to immaterial desires and self-understandings, was replicated 268 to a considerable degree in subaltern studies. Domination was conceptualized in cultural discursive terms as the power knowledge of the post-Enlightenment West. If at all embodied in institutions, it was identified with the modern bureaucratic nation-state. 269 Chakrabarty summed it up as a shift from the attempt to write better Marxist histories to an understanding that a critique of this nature could hardly afford to ignore the problem of universalism/Eurocentrism that was inherent in Marxist, or for that matter liberal, thought itself. 270 For a project now increasingly interested in a critique of the Western episteme, in a notion of the Eurocentric and economistic Marx, of difference posited along an East-West divide, the study of peasant rebellions, that are, for the most part, similar in form, structure and, sadly, outcomes as well, does not afford much room for the inventions of difference. Especially along a culturalized axis. A study of peasant rebellions, over a significant span of time and space, should lead not towards an interest in fragments or culturalized difference, but towards a realization of the socio-economic forces that produce class polarization and an insurgent consciousness that informs class struggles. A strategic abandonment of that project would then point to something else. So perhaps Chatterjee might have included the pull of the something else as a factor in abandoning the fragmentary, disconnected, and incomplete moment of peasant rebellions for the more salubrious regions of post-colonial understandings of governance, science, regimes of power and the like. 271 It is surely an unintended irony that one of the cover blurbs of Elementary Aspects calls this book a classic in subaltern studies as well as in post-colonial studies. This would be a sort of subsumption, or subduction, by which the concepts underlying the class concerns of Guha's earlier work have been swept under the civilizational concerns of post-colonial studies, by which a radical agenda aimed at illustrating how pre-literate rebellion was organized and fought has been quietly displaced by the agenda of a hyper-literate academic elite trying to find a respectable place at the banquet of multiculturalism. One does not get the impression that either the proponents of subaltern studies or post-colonial populism, who posit long-term continuities and global divisions, have made a deep study of either today's popular cultures or Sanskrit aesthetics, philosophy, and related disciplines. So I assume that positing such continuities is simply a polemical device directed against those who would argue that ruptures and new beginnings are the stuff of history. This is especially the case as the autonomy and continuity of any acquired form of social life is under constant assault and imminent threat of dissolution with the further progression of the subsumption of hitherto autonomous social forms to capital. In a March 1988 editorial, The Social Scientist, a journal with CPI.M. affiliations, which had paid close attention to the early volumes of subaltern studies, acknowledged the historiographical contributions of the project, but suggested nonetheless that SO may feel that by now so much has been written on the subaltern school that the topic itself has become somewhat stale. 272 coinciding as it did with the publication of selected subaltern studies in the U.S., with Ranjit Guha and Gayatri Chakravorty Spivak as editors and with a foreword by Edward Said, the fortunes of subaltern studies would henceforth be tied to US-style post-colonial studies. While in the West, discussion and acclaim has proliferated since the late 1980s, within India by contrast there has been a largely derivative adulation, but nothing remotely resembling the critical engagement of the early years. 273 For the American interlocutors of subaltern studies, it was the post-colonial theoretical possibilities that were attractive. As Said noted in a closing remark in his foreword, all in all, the first appearance of a selection from subaltern studies before a general Anglo-American audience is a noteworthy event. 274 Preceding that remark by noting, So in reading this selection from subaltern studies one becomes aware that this group of scholars is a self-conscious part of the vast post-colonial cultural and critical effort involving prominent poets, novelists, political theorists, and so on. 275 Even earlier, Ronald Inden had praised subaltern studies in terms of Indians perhaps for the first time since colonization, showing sustained signs of reappropriating the capacity to represent themselves. 276 So what was important was the capacity of Indians to represent themselves vis-a-vis the West, and for intellectuals from the former colonies to stake a place in the spectrum of US-style identity politics and multiculturalism. Neither Inden nor Said had much use for anything as exotic and barbarous as the structure of subaltern consciousness, but found the subaltern studies critique of the Western episteme useful. For Said, it went along with his critique of Orientalism. One can understand why an embattled Palestinian intellectual in New York might wish to embrace, opportunistically, it must be said, a contingent of intellectuals from India. They had their uses, but he would have been less than enthused about their post-structuralist leanings. So for a whole variety of historical reasons, the structure of subaltern consciousness had to go, or go underground, and Spivak provided eloquent enough arguments. But one suspects that the post-colonial turn of subaltern studies may have more to do with the reception in places like the United States, Britain, Canada, and Australia of French theory, and the whole complex of meanings attachable to the notion of representation that it affords, than anything to do with the realities of cultural decolonization or transformations of the international division of labor. 277 Perhaps French theory itself was just a vehicle for a European or, more likely, German tradition, associated with Schopenhauer, Nietzsche, and on to Heidegger, that Megel refers to as crisis thought. 278 All of them to varying degrees had referred to the Orient, or any rate the Aryan Orient, in their philosophical texts, none more so than Nietzsche, who apparently called on the Vedanta in his critique of European modernity. 279 Aryan India had been summoned to the great task of addressing the deficiencies of the West, and helping it recover from the decline brought about by Christianity. The Enlightenment, secularism, revolution, and all the other usual suspects. German crisis thought suitably sanitized and deodorized in post-1968 Paris, a little helpful pressing taking the nihilism and the racism out of the equation, was now being summoned for a similar task in another crisis. In its French manifestation, genealogy was no longer about family in the extended sense or the genetic inevitabilities of paternity. 280 It was about fragments, detotalization, and so on. What was it about the integral structure of subaltern consciousness that might have made it problematic in the American academic, particularly an immigrant academic, milieu? What exactly were the subaltern studies people foisting on the peasantry? Was it ultimately something to do with Aryanism, the Aryan laws of Manu for instance, with a little help from Nietzsche, a once great civilization reduced to subalternity and beggary? Perhaps it was really a problem of the unconscious, an unacknowledged romanticism about an ancient civilization that had been passed through the phenomenological guts of European crisis thought and post-structuralism. Chakrabarty's reference to the culture of North Indian peasants, in his Conditions of Knowledge essay, is eloquent in this regard. 281 The North-South divide is paradigmatic in Indian history, Rural North India is the original Aryabharta 282, and the north-south pervasion of civilization was, in Mortimer Wheeler's words, logical and integral. 283 So subaltern studies in its post-colonial turn had to leave the peasants of Aryabharta aside, put some distance between itself and the deep structure of an integral peasant consciousness en route to discovering a more global and salubrious destiny. Perhaps it was also a question of audibility, abandoning the residues of Marxism and adopting, or adapting, French theory would raise the immigrant intellectual's voice above the threshold of inaudibility and let it take its place in a much wider movement of intellectuals coming to the U.S. in the wake of the 1965 immigration reforms. Insofar as Gramsci has survived the post-colonial turn, he has been assigned some light duties, transformed into a heterodox Marxist with an anticipatory foot in the politics of the new social movements with their ethics of dispersion, instability, and displacement. 284 Rather than in the Leninist project of a punctual overcoming of bourgeois civilization involving, among other more political matters, a break with the stranglehold of organized religion, the church, the reactionary clerisy, and so on. Chatterjee's injunction not to inject into popular life a scientific form of thought springing from elsewhere, but to develop and make critical an activity that already exists in popular life. 285 might be read as a critique of elitism or bureaucratic centralism, but it hangs on to a residue of the old notion of a subaltern consciousness formed deep in the folds of a culture that remains inaccessible to outsiders. Representation then requires the authorized interpreter, someone armed with more than mere linguistic competence or some variant of now defunct vanguardist theory. In Chatterjee's more recent work, this making critical has acquired a practical dimension, dirtying one's hands in the complicated business of the politics of governmentality. 286, a project of democracy in which the precariat can be assigned an acceptable place while it slowly develops out of its own cultural resources the behaviors and forms acceptable to civil society. Chapter 3. Colonialism, Modernity, Postcolonialism. The following page is subject to of the keywords of the postcolonial lexicon, colonialism and modernity, to a close reading. They are simultaneously periodicing concepts and structuring categories. They also inflect each other, as in the compound term colonial modernity, which is supposed to indicate the limits of a Eurocentric historical perspective that imagines modernity either to replicate the European pattern or to be considered inadequate, distorted or otherwise a corruption of the original. Colonial modernity is characterized in some versions, particularly the version made popular by some of the founding members of subaltern studies, through the spatial metaphor of inside/outside. The outside is already a victory for the West in terms of its institutions of governance and its technologies of production and societal control. It is on the inside that one looks for originality, and this is the domain of culture most generally portrayed in terms of fraternal affective bonds, gender relations, traditional social relations, and so on. The objective of the argument that follows is to illustrate that while postcolonial studies polemicizes relentlessly against meta-narratives, there are the makings of a culturalized and reified meta-narrative within postcolonial studies. In analyzing the constituent elements of this grand reset, the following pages also wish to make clear the limitations of organizing a historical narrative around colonialism and modernity that fails in the first place to historicize them adequately. 3.1 Colonialism and modernity in a post-colonial framing. Post-colonial studies seems to experience some considerable difficulty in foregrounding a critical study of capital as a centerpiece of its analysis of post-coloniality. Capital smacks of political economy, and economism as something to do with the economy is now a very bad word. Stuart Hall's judgment on what has followed the abandonment of deterministic economism might stand as the definitive statement for now, not alternative ways of thinking about economic relations and their effects but a massive, gigantic, and eloquent disavowal. 1 So what are the principal categories around which postcoloniality is studied? Colonialism is one, modernity is another. Colonialism is perforce one of its principal categories. Otherwise, in the first instance, the very notion of postcolonialism would be abstract, ahistorical, and vapid. It is not entirely unexpected, then, that with pre- and post-fixes colonialism becomes the foundation of historical transitions and transformations around which a virtual periodization is achieved. Virtual because after all the post-colonial is said to originate in the first act of resistance to colonialism. Point 2. As for the pre in this categorical organization, it is as if all that came before it becomes a prehistory of colonialism itself, so that literally thousands of years of contradiction, sociality and creativity come to be gathered up under the singular heading of pre-colonial, as if those diverse temporalities, those conflicts and principles of structuration, could now only be recalled in relation to the changes that the coming of the East India Company was to cause. Point 3. There is no question that the changes brought about by the East India Company and its successor state constitute an indispensable part of the definition of colonialism, a historically determinate transition. A local manifestation of a wider phenomenon informed by an understanding of the structural economic subordination and subsumption of the autonomous pre-existing social forms of vast regions to the capitalism that had originally developed in parts of Western Europe. The historical specificity of the colonialism that resulted, itself born of prior ruptures, transitions, and so on, is not in question. However, for post-colonial studies, as understood here, colonialism is more crucially the attempted erasure or submergence of a whole host of life worlds and unbroken traditions that flourished in those regions until the arrival of modern Europe. Colonialism, then, is the colonization of the life worlds of the various non-European peoples who came under European domination. What seems particularly important, in this definition, is that traditions kept alive through untold generations have by now been reduced to history, are seen as dead for or have simply assumed submerged forms in the consciousness and world of the subalterns. The post-colonial denizen of any country should be able to identify the historical moment when something precious and definitive in the realm of the soul of their nation was lost, generally through the eruption of foreign and inauthentic elements. In the more progressive post-colonial circles, this is limited to the eruption of Western Enlightenment-inspired Europeans. Point 5. In less progressive, communalist, variants, the foreign, inauthentic element could be some other group, for example, the Muslims of Southwest Asia. Point 6. To the extent that colonialism is the categorical focus, post-colonial studies, rather like the nationalism it likes to criticize, revolves around the colonization of incipiently national territories and, more so perhaps, that is, they are part of an immigrant intelligentsia. Point 7. The role of colonialism, then, is believed to lie in the foisting of an inauthentic geobody on the cultural nation 8 whose origins stretch back before historic time. The colonization of land and territory, in a formal sense, has ended, but an implicit argument is that the minds of the formerly colonized and their descendants are still somehow incompletely decolonized. Post-colonialism steps in to demonstrate the extent to which the post-Enlightenment project of modernization is still and always was a continuation of the colonial project, and to demonstrate that there was an autonomous inner domain that was beyond the grasp of the colonizers and that was perfected to the requirements of a cultural, often religiously infused, nationalism even prior to the battle against political colonialism. If the latter was waged outside the home, the former was waged in the home outside the arena of political agitation. Point 9. Generally, the women's question looms large in such considerations, and the argument of an inside/outside dichotomy is sustained by the evidence of the supposed absence of any autonomous struggle by women themselves for equality and freedom. 10. It is on the inside that the originality of colonial modernity is revealed, whereas on the outside European domination is conceded and political nationalism proceeds, as it were, in derivative and even imitative forms. It is in the former domain that the colonist and former colonist are more than mere consumers of modernity, and it is here that an anti-colonial nationalism uncontaminated by the force of a colonizing presence takes shape. Point 11. Henceforth, it is free to take, as required, anything on offer from Europe, since it is inoculated against Westixication in the crucial domain of culture. However, such victories are by their nature fragile, and in Ashish Nandi's strict tours on much nationalism in India today, one encounters the old themes of post-colonial nation-states that have lost touch with their pre-modern pasts. 12 The colonization of minds by the post-Enlightenment project of European colonialism used to be a favorite taunt of the Gandhians and all manner of populist discourses, and it remains a popular theme, with suitable exemptions for the extraordinary abilities of a few great men to overcome the overwhelming grip of post-Enlightenment colonial power knowledge, and leave a larger and more valuable legacy for the formerly colonist. 13 An unspoken, unacknowledged condition of acceptability may be involved for post-colonial studies, ironically set largely by metropolitan interlocutors, which decides the initial conditions of entry and a subsequent broader reception. Post-colonial thought that had to do with the challenges of economic modernization, or the more radical, politically charged liberation ideologies, never acquired the kind of acceptance that post-colonial studies of the post-structuralist variety has done in the Anglophone Metropolitan Academy. Does the latter somehow pose deeper and more important questions? Or is it the case that even Western modernization thought thrived on the terrain of cultural difference and civilizational otherness, such that what the metropolitan interlocutors wanted to hear from their post-colonial colleagues was not a universalizing, much less totalizing, discourse grounded in a close analysis of capital and its colonial forms? And by extension, were they almost certainly not expecting an analysis of the systematically polarizing tendencies of capital that made a mockery of modernization, but something else rooted in culture? The career of one of the keywords of post-colonial thought, difference, is instructive in this regard. When it enters the post-colonial lexicon, it quickly acquires connotations of exoticism, untranscendable otherness, and the like, which immediately links it with a long-standing tradition of Orientalism. Without a grand narrative of colonialism, and its total impact on pre-colonial societies, post-colonialism would simply be a time-marked descriptive term. That it is not so indicates an exorbitation of the term beyond anything that Marxists, who are frequently accused of totalizing and determinist schema, would consider. In the process, we get the reified, ahistorical categories of Europe/India, or China, or Senegal, that are the staples of culturalised meta-narratives, meta in its proper etymological sense. However, since post-colonial studies generally, and subaltern studies in its post-colonial turn specifically, have aligned themselves with post-structuralist thought, Marxism being declared a dead dog, then it also needs to embrace the entire business of a suspicion of grand narratives, and so on. Post-colonialism finds itself tracing, in a subaltern register, the tendency of post-structuralist thought to ground itself in a suspicion of totalities, totalization, sometimes casually linked with totalitarianism. 14 No doubt following the dubious lead of Heidegger and Arendt in the use of the term 15, and, of course, the grand narrative. The result is a paradox. If an encompassing and universalizing narrative of the impact of colonialism and its enduring and seemingly ineradicable effects are indispensable to post-colonial studies, then we do indeed have a grand narrative. But post-colonialism must reject that description. This, I suppose, we could call a post-foundationalist move, a grand narrative undertaken in a spirit of absent-mindedness. Depending on how one looks at it, the motivation for this move will vary. It is the unconscious lie that can never be examined, so post-colonial studies needs to do an end run around a properly historicizing analysis of imperialism and its manifestations in colonialism. B. The response to an urgent need to cover up the social form of the economic, thus naturalizing inequalities under ascriptive titles. C. The further naturalizing effects of the displacement of categories like hybridity from animal breeding to cultural identities. D. The price to be paid for getting a hearing in the first place. At the critiquio meta-narrative level, the colonial relationship between the colonizer and the colonist that is the linchpin of post-colonialism becomes a redundancy, if not a liability. Epistemological uncertainty and the ensuing rejection of all efforts at causal explanation, or even contextual analysis, should certainly point to such a conclusion. After all, pain and pleasure, emotions of various kinds, confrontations, loss and gain, are all simply so many turns of the will associated with human life, as it were. So too the innocence that Nandi wishes to defend in his The Intimate Enemy. 16. The Foucauldian genealogical approach that seems to inform many of the micronarratives of the subaltern studies variety is not interested in the big questions of the destiny of a people, certainly not with causal or contextual explanations, which all give rise to bad universal histories, but rather with accidents and minute deviations, and even with errors that somehow conspire to produce the modern axis of power and knowledge. 17. Since modernity is not just a European monopoly, and the colonist people are also producers of modernity, the logical conclusion is that the colonial in post-colonial can be dispensed with and post-colonial studies can take its place alongside post-structuralism or postmodernism as just another postmarked discourse interested in fragments that may come with names and places, but which all seem sufficiently homogeneous as to be interchangeable. The reinsertion of this discourse of fragments into the world of colonialism, with its supposed post-enlightenment epistemic violence and subjugating propensities, the demiurgic if not meta-narrativist end of post-colonialism, strikes one as arbitrary, and theoretically incoherent. This would be the case even if one were to reintroduce some context. So, for instance, in Pandey's studies of communal violence that take their stand against the economism of secular intellectuals, which leaves little room for the emotions of people, for feelings and perceptions through their emphasis on land and property. 18. Merely to argue, as Sarkar does, that people can get emotional, experience pain and loss, over issues of land and property, and that therefore socio-economic and emotional issues are sometimes intimately interconnected is insufficient. 19. What is more likely to be at issue here is that an anti-causal argument seeking to avoid a grand narrative covertly assumes something about the nature of the protagonists, that they are somehow emotional creatures who do not respond to materialist notions and conform to a type. That is, there is the assumption, covered, to be sure, that transformations of social property relations cannot help ground larger patterns of violence in, for example, colonial India, and indeed cannot account, to some extent, for the emotional investments made in certain types of communal politics and certain types of geographies of belonging and alienation, for example, the notion that Muslims are permanent aliens in the subcontinent. In itself, this is not inconsistent with administrative Orientalism and its rather generalist and homogenist assumptions about colonist populations being different from that of the colonizers. Possibly against his better political judgment, since he has elsewhere shown the socio-economic elements involved in communal riots. 20. Pandey has to conclude with some trite philosophical comments about how historians depict pain and how difficult it is to do so. This suggests a démarche of the kind that Thompson and Jameson, writing about postmodernism, indicate, either towards a kind of metaphysical full stop 21 or towards quite unphilosophical empirical and anti-systemic positivist attitudes and opinions in supposed opposition to metaphysics. 22. In Nandi's case, the depiction of the pre-colonial condition contains an attack on modernity. He contrasts the innate plurality and tolerance of religion as faith of pre-modern times with the situation that came to prevail under the auspices of the Enlightenment-informed project that created the conditions for a less tolerant and monolithic religion as ideology, based on a fundamental secularizing of the grounds of religious practice. 23. This, of course, reduces Indians to passive recipients of modernity generated elsewhere. The relationship of such developments to colonialism per se is rather adventitious and secondary. In either case, attempts to avoid a narrative, grand or otherwise, based on a properly historical grasp of causes and contexts that would necessarily include their relationship to a local development of a global mode of production, and that would in turn ground a critical historical materialist understanding of colonialism and modernity, end up producing arbitrary and poorly conceptualized results. The assumption that colonial rule brought about an absolute break in pre-colonial society, long-lived traditions now reduced to history, is a crucial one for post-colonial studies. Colonial cultural domination devoid of all complexities and variations confronts an indigenous domain similarly homogeneous. 24 To the extent that colonial anthropology worked with the notion of a non-contradictory hierarchy in pre-colonial society, it did not record the instances of exploitation, oppression, and so on, indigenous to that society, or at any rate not in ways that would suggest the possibility of some, superficial at least, continuation into colonial times. The tradition-modernity dualism required clear geographic reference. The rupture that occurred was primarily in the cultural domain, and in the introduction of the categories of modernization including capital and labor to a population to which they were alien. The implicit Marxist critique of this method of thinking has required seeing all societies, including capitalism, as exploitative, albeit in historically determinate ways. Pre-colonial societies themselves, like pre-modern societies in Europe, were the sites of major social contradictions between immediate producers and those who extracted unpaid labor in kind and in services, which then interacted with the socio-economic imperatives of the emergent new form of capitalism, including its colonial variations, to produce singular outcomes that cannot be adequately expressed in the vocabulary of hybridity. 25 This is especially so when the intended contrast posits Europe on one side and the colonist countries on the other. Culture in this case can be thought of both as the ideological dominant, intended to hold a contradictory social form together, and as a form of struggle against the dominant. The ideological dominant is unlikely to stress the social contradictions. The plebeian element of culture as a struggle against the dominant can be occluded either by positing a subaltern consciousness not open to causal imperatives located in the larger social formation, or by turning it into an existential trope that works as a standing rebuke of Enlightenment-inspired modernity. Postcolonial studies quietly adopts, or more likely adapts, some of the ideas of colonial anthropology, whereby pre-colonial societies have a non-exploitative, non-contradictory hierarchy until modernity comes along. The latter position was part of a very rich tradition of anti-modernist anthropology and sociology in Europe that applied this argument as much to Europe itself as to the colonies. Thus, Louis Dumont's work can be considered a retranslation into the post-World War II universe of social anthropology, of philosophical and sociological questions previously expressed by the advocates of a conservative Catholic and nationalist culture in France. Among their ranks we find Charles Maurras and René Guénon, who denigrated reason while strongly supporting the concepts of social order and hierarchy. 26 That is, the mid-1930s crisis of an integral Catholicism with its nostalgia for an imagined organic community of non-contradictory hierarchy, ritual, and continuity prompted some searching for a place where such things might have obtained until recently. Aryan India, an inexhaustible resource for Europe, was found to be one such place. Dumont writes to reveal the hierarchical principle that frames Indian society in terms of a universal totality, and argues that it teaches us something about the structure of common, non-modern, I'm tempted to say, normal values. 27 This privileging of traditional social orders over modern ones, for holding to properly universal values, including a non-contradictory, and presumably non-exploitative, hierarchy was a very powerful resource for certain traditional, or more likely reactionary, strands of Indian nationalism, and Gandhi's writings are replete with this theme. In different forms, the privileging of the pre-modern, or in the European case the medieval over the modern, has also come via a certain strand of post-structuralism. Foucault's critique of Western modernity not only posited an Oriental difference but also an ancient and medieval one. In some odd way, Foucault even blurred the two, assimilating for instance the Greco-Roman world to the East. 28 Rather like Dumont and earlier the intellectuals of Catholic integrisme and German romantics like Friedrich Schlegel, Foucault drew a dividing line between pre-modern and modern European societies. This tradition is of critical significance to subaltern studies, more so in its post-colonial turn. A variety of tributary streams have flowed into a broad river. Whereas Dumont and the Catholic intellectuals spoke in the name of a universal traditionalism that has been interrupted autochthonously only in the West, Postcolonialists speak as if such traditionalism is a sign of difference. Catholic anti-modernists and agnostic or atheist postmodernists seem to be walking arm in arm. Implicitly, Europe is held to be always predisposed to modernity, even before modernity existed, always already modern, so to speak, and endowed with some sort of demiurgic desire to impose it on others. In that case, the overwhelming nature of post-Enlightenment, colonial, power knowledge is indigenous to Europe and is brought to bear on non-European indigenes in such a way as virtually to rob them of any original expression, to make them at best capable of derivative discourses, unless, of course, they were or are traditional intellectuals who remain immune to the pressure, despite in some cases being fully exposed to Western discourses, as undoubtedly Gandhi and Tagore were. The socio-economic divide between the class of traditional intellectuals, overwhelmingly bound up with structures of landlord and bureaucratic domination, and peasant communities apparently do not matter. 29 hierarchies are non-contradictory as long as they are not modern ones. When Gandhi asks, what is the system of Varnashrama but a means of harmonizing the difference between high and low, as well as between capital and labor, 30 he gives expression to this view. The division that does matter is between the West and, in this case, India, or between a Westernist intelligentsia and traditionalists in touch with their pre-modern pasts. Of course, the discourses of the colonial bourgeoisie could have been both derivative and expressive of their class interests. On the one hand, they hoped to inherit the colonial structures as the new ruling class, they did not have to create anything through a bourgeois revolution. On the other, they had no intention of going much beyond the structural limits of colonial capitalism. For the moment, however, it is important to note that postmodern/postcolonial histories cannot consistently avoid connections to larger causal fields as part of any historical explanation. In looking for silences, ambiguities, and so on, even the most rigid skeptics are forced to dig deeper, beyond what is said to how it is said, how it is historically possible to say whatever was said, the historical forms of rhetoric, historically determinate silences, and so on. The whole pretension that history is just another literary narrative gives way to something else, a going beyond sheer micronarrative and surface forms to investigate a deeper content. The content may be unstable. When has it been otherwise in history? After all, not even the most impeccable Rankine historian of today would interpret the French Revolution the way its contemporaries did, but that does not prevent the actual investigation of a reality that is not simply revealed to common sense or a superficial gaze. Something else is needed, a feel for time and place, for cultural nuances, for what might have been meant, and so on. 31 When post-colonial theorists, for example, come to considerations of the past, they are not above utilizing not merely their linguistic competence. Nuances of social and cultural practices, the special significance of the categories in use in specific circumstances, but also their sense of the history of the region they study, knowledge of longer-term economic and political trends, not to mention abstract categories like capital and labor. In other words, they seek to locate a particular moment of a local history in longer-term continuities and interruptions caused by a variety of historical forces. 32 In many respects, there seem to be two layers in operation in post-colonial histories, claims about history as a text with all sorts of interpretative latitude, slapdash attacks on good history as evolutionist and universalising 33 but frequently enough accompanied by attempts to practice the same denigrated good history to understand longer-term trends encompassing a larger arena than their micro-histories might involve. So perhaps this is the return of a repressed sense of history, not as mere textualization, but a longer-term unfolding of dynamics contained in the capitalist mode of production, conceived in its larger, dare one say, totalizing sense. If there is a grain of truth in this, then we might identify a dominant register within which post-colonial theory works to exoticize the regions it studies, while perhaps unintentionally naturalizing by amnesia the commodity economy and putting forward an agenda suggesting an end to history's pretensions if not history itself. Furthermore, there is a subordinate register, which undertakes good historical analysis, even as it keeps alive some kind of hope of change for the better, even if it eschews a proper theorization of the issues raised thereby. 34 The implications of the foregoing raise an important question. If the colonization of the life worlds of the subalterns is the critical defining moment, then why the need for the Europe other aspect of the definition? We must assume this submersion of the world of the subalterns happened in Europe as well, much more comprehensively than elsewhere, since it seems now that this lost world of the subaltern in European societies is only recoverable through painstaking archival research into a fairly distant past, except perhaps on Europe's peripheries, for example, in the Orkney Islands or Sardinia. Whereas if we are to believe Ranjit Guha, exemplars of that older world were walking relatively unscathed around rural Bengal within a stone's throw of Calcutta until about 1900, after which their world was only gradually invaded. In that case we might argue, with some degree of logical consistency if not historical plausibility, that Europe colonized itself thoroughly before attempting a much weaker, and more compromised, version on the rest of the world. One might be tempted to conclude that this kind of post-colonial categorical framing must include its own forms of suppression, objectification, condescension, and aestheticization. For a project that sought inspiration in Gramsci's writings, the tendency to pass lightly over the toll taken by traditional religious practices on the subaltern population is puzzling. The type of subordination to which women of lower-ranked castes were subject within and outside temple precincts, the uses of Hindu dharma to naturalize inequalities, and indeed to justify untouchability, might have drawn inspiration from Gramsci's scathing portrayal of the reactionary nostalgia of what he calls Father Bresciani's progeny 35, whom Brennan refers to as lowbrow literary popularizers of the superstitions of Catholic dogma 36, and whose equivalents were and remain very much part of the Indian cultural scene. A study of the manner in which the so-called traditional elite, itself tightly integrated into colonial rule via the structures of landlordism, waged its end of a class struggle in the countryside in pursuit of rack rents and taxes, could have mobilized a critical understanding of their supposed immunity to Western Enlightenment norms. It would also have exposed the mechanisms of exploitation and oppression in the countryside. As for the struggle over the women question in the emerging urban society of 19th-century Calcutta, its structuring by certain strands of cultural nationalism around male nationalist anxieties over the issues of cultural identity and colonial subjection would have benefited from something approaching a Jamesonian study of an ideological strategy of containment and redirection. Its portrayal by Chatterjee, for instance, as a resolution that propelled nationalism forward seems almost apologetic by contrast. 37 At the same time, post-colonial studies cannot seem to include those in the Third World who find modernization attractive. 38 Or at any rate it needs to caricature them in culturalist terms as a deracinated lot, even if they are of the popular classes. In Gramsci's way of thinking, the traditional intelligentsia strategically enlisted backwardness as a new epistemology of otherness to be preserved against metropolitan encroachments. 39 For their part, the post-colonial critics of post-Enlightenment power knowledge nowadays do not counterpose to it so much an indigenous philosophy as a romantic nihilism, borrowed from the anti-Enlightenment wing of European thought, Heidegger as the liberatory voice of the Third World subject. 40 It is arguable that in our day class struggles from below can be most effectively conducted with the weapons prepared by the Enlightenment, rather than with those of Birsa Munda and his fellow insurrectionaries. The subaltern split, which, as noted above, could have a very useful socio-economic dimension if mobilized as part of an interpretation of the forms of exploitation perpetrated by the colonial mode of production and their often catastrophic consequences, now stands in as a demonstration of the limits of Enlightenment categories and forms of thought, with the subaltern, in the sociological sense, providing the exemplary figure to make the demonstration. Subalternity, cast as resistant presence. 41 As a mode of being. 42 Comes in handy in the service of quietism if not nihilism. Perhaps it is the ulterior recognition of those inconvenient aspects of defining colonialism with very limited historically significant socio-economic reference, which must include capital as a social form, that then leads post-colonial theorists to focus on modernity, a term whose elasticity has acquired a new lease of life with the use of qualifiers like alternative, plural and hybrid. In their writings, Chatterjee informs us, post-colonial theorists have resisted the tendency to construct the story of modernity as an actualization of the modernity imagined by the great theorists of the Western world. 43 The unruly facts of subaltern politics will not, in the first place, oblige those who adhere blindly to the rationalist grid of Enlightenment-derived elite consciousness. 44 The next step in the argument is to suggest that when aspects of Western modernity are domesticated in non-European societies, they will assume new forms, and those cannot be considered corruptions of the original. Those different, multiple modernities are supposedly alternative and hybrid forms that have no evolutionary content, that is to say, they will not transition into some close approximation of the European original. Or, as Sudipto Kaviraj puts it, transition narratives create the increasingly untenable illusion that, given all the right conditions, Calcutta would turn into London. 45 This resistance to a convergence model was visible, so Chatterjee says, even in the subaltern studies days, but it has acquired greater force with the post-colonial turn expressed in arguments about other modernities. 46 This rather begs the question of whether European modernity conforms to that imagined by the great theorists of the Western world and their Enlightenment-derived consciousness. The answer to the question would turn on what one understands by modernity. Using the image of base/superstructure, Jameson argues that modernization is something that happens to the base, that is, the economy, as capital progressively colonizes different aspects of pre-existing social formations. Modernism is the form the superstructure takes in response to that ambivalent development. 47 Modernism, for Jameson as for Perry Anderson, is to be defined by its historic location, rather than with reference to some normative qualities one might assign to it. 48 This is in contrast to Zygmunt Bauman, for instance, who sees the contrast between modernism and postmodernism in modernism's commitment to design, order and planning, and postmodernism's more freewheeling, spontaneous, liquid qualities. 49 Jameson locates modernism at the crossroads, temporally, at the moment when modernization, the development of capital as a generalizing social form that governs the ways in which things are produced and exchanged, had bit into people's lives and consciousness without totally obliterating the artisanal elements, and spatially, when an emerging social form has had to coexist with an older established one, within easy reach of individuals, that is, one's personal life experience could encompass both. 50. Modernity, in this definition, characterizes the attempt to make something coherent out of their relationship. Modernity would describe the way modern people feel about themselves. Modernity then is not so much about the products, industrial or cultural, as it is the producers and consumers and how they feel either producing the products or living among them. 51 If this materialist historicization of modernity is better than a normative definition, then Chatterjee's position above is doubtful. Modernity would have its plebeian everyday forms of trying to make sense of the world, relatively unscathed, one imagines, by what the great theorists were thinking. So, Europe too would have had its multiple modernities, combinations of elite and popular forms, and so on. For a description of those aspects of European modernity one might turn to the historical studies that enrich the otherwise theoretical considerations of Gramsci's incomparable Prison Notebooks 52 and his study of the Southern Question. 53 So the reality of European modernity must be some distance from the idealist imagination of it, and therefore the latter represents in itself no useful historically informed point of contrast with colonial modernity. It does need pointing out that seen in a properly historical perspective, not only did aspects of the old regime persist well into the interwar years in Europe 54, but that modernity itself took shape, as it were, in the space between a still usable classical past, a still indeterminate technical present, and a still unpredictable political future. 55 At a more general level, modernity is definable only with reference to the coexistence of old and new forms, of the archaic and the avant-garde, the complete interpenetration of technological and primitive modes of life. 56 History itself a stack of non-synchronous time streams, rather than a unified stratum through which one might slice a neat cross-section, chronos becoming kairos 57 and so on. In that case, one would expect to find misplaced ideas, experiences of incongruity, and so on, as integral elements of modernity. This is in contrast to Roberto Swartz's claim, expounded at some length by Cleary, that such ideas and experiences define something essential about the post-colonial condition. 58 For Swartz, an idea is in place when it is an abstraction of social processes to which it refers. While in Europe, liberal ideology constituted an abstraction of industrial capitalism, in Brazil, the imported liberal ideas were elaborated in a social order of a very different kind, one based in fact on slavery, economic dependency, and a political system based on clientelism. The sense of ill-assortedness, dissonance, and distortion has obsessed commentators on Brazilian life ever since, or so Swartz informs us. 59 The incongruity stems from the fact that dependent cultures are always interpreting their own realities with intellectual methodologies created somewhere else, a characteristic typical of post-colonial societies. 60 This argument would lose its force if it could be shown to be typical of societies that were neither colonial nor post-colonial in some meaningful structural sense. As Marshall Berman demonstrates, feelings of incongruity, rather similar to those experienced in Brazil, were felt very strongly in Tsarist Russia, and indeed something of the post-colonial notion of authenticity was anticipated in the portrayal of St. Petersburg as representative of all that was foreign and cosmopolitan, pollution and miscegenation, secularism, even atheism, and Moscow representing Russia's heart, and all the accumulated indigenous and insular traditions of the Russian Narod, the Russian subaltern, anti-enlightenment, purity of blood and soil, sacredness. 61 One can see where Cleary is coming from, but unless one is prepared to say something as absurd as the claim that all dependency is a sign of post-coloniality, the Russian case illustrates one limit of Swartz's ideas, as well as Cleary's misplaced use of them. If one thinks of where ideas originate from and where they find an enduring home in a somewhat broader and less dogmatic perspective, surely the picture is hugely complicated. In our day, Marxism, for example, has been adopted and transformed, vastly enriched by its encounter with peasant societies in poor countries as part of their project of emancipation. Indeed, the very terms Leninism and Maoism signify such a process of adaptation and enrichment, and one can point to numerous other efforts at translation of Marxism into a variety of local dialects. Indeed, Marx himself was enthusiastic about backward Russia's prospects for an original reinterpretation of the possibilities of his political theses. 62 Many of Marx's works, not least his political writings about France and India, and capital itself, can be read as a text about time out of joint, when the most unlikely combinations are likely to fuel original thought and transformative action. 63 Ascendant societies in the past have often taken ideas from long moribund ones to interpret their understanding of the world, for example, Greek philosophy and the science of classical antiquity as read, interpreted and indeed advanced by the medieval Arab scientists. 64 Closer to our day, the encounter with ancient Asian philosophy and religion has been followed by their partial adoption and acculturation within European thought. 65 Unless one is prepared to define colonialism, preposterously, as the colonization of one society's ideas by those of another, a gesture one finds troublingly frequently in today's nativist blood and soil versions of anti-Westernism, the potentialities for reinterpretation of ideas, and their reworking into new contexts, represents one of the more exciting developments associated with modernity. As both Losurdo and Mehta demonstrate, liberalism has frequently enough been associated with imperialism and conquest. 66 In that case, it is not the out-of-placeness of European liberalism in slave labor-based societies like Brazil that is critical to understand, so much as its ideological support for colonizing ventures. 67 Writing in 1988, Anderson argued that in the Third World a kind of shadowy configuration of what once, during the 19th century and the first 2 to 3 decades of the 20th century, prevailed in the First World still existed, pre-capitalist oligarchies of various, mostly landowning, types still hung on. 68 San Juan notes that amid a lack of cumulative growth, and a backward agriculture with a limited internal market, the accumulation of money capital was directed largely into speculative activities in real estate, usury, and hoarding. 69 Where it did occur, capitalist development was more rapid than in the metropolitan countries, but much less consolidated or stabilized. Socialist revolution haunted these societies as a permanent possibility. 70 These unsynchronous and asymmetrical formations were the natural habitat for magic realism and wild absurdist fantasies, as well as those cultural expressions described as hybrid, creolized, syncretic, ambivalent, multiplicitous, and so on. 71 The conditions that produced genuine masterpieces like Gabriel Garcia Marquez's 100 Years of Solitude or Salman Rushdie's Midnight's Children. 72 However, these are not timeless expressions of an ever-expanding process of modernization, but instead emerge in quite delimited constellations, in societies still at a definite crossroads. The Third World furnishes no fountain of eternal youth to modernism. 73 In the 25 years since Anderson's essay on modernity and revolution, vast changes have come to the Third World. In many places pre-capitalist oligarchies have mostly either transformed themselves into capitalists or given way to transnational corporations. Capitalist development has undergone dizzying rates of expansion across the social landscape, and socialist revolution no longer haunts those societies. Trying to grasp the outlines of modernity without that element of historical dynamism, and its often unpredictable consequences, is a piece of theoretical nonsense. By accepting the idea of European modernity as a reflection of the ideas of the great theorists of the Enlightenment, postcolonial thought of the variety being discussed above lends strength to the idea of a hyperreal Europe as the normative, universal referent, while the others conform, Caliban-like, to a host of local specificities. 74 Mired in their historical actuality, the latter may be alternatives, but rather poor ones, very much in the spirit of postcolonial shame. And in the context of the vast transformations that India, along with a host of other ex-colonial countries, is undergoing, to maintain, as Chatterjee does, that post-colonial studies has rejected the framework of modernization as the necessary plot of history can only be maintained by a willful blindness to the unmissable realities of the day. For however adventitious the origins of capital as a social form in England might have been, and Brenner's interventions in the transition debate, by insisting on the role of localized variations in social property relations and the quite uncertain outcomes of class struggles, logically underscores that position. 75, once established as a social form, it displays a powerful drive to consolidate the commodity form globally. A universal process with an imminent logic of development comes about, but it is historically determinate, not transhistorical. 76 Indeed, breaking the spell of this logic of development may be said to be Marx's central contribution to political theory. It has been necessary for post-colonial theorists to polemicize against the use of capital as a central category of analysis. Prakash has been the most explicit and notorious instance of this, but it affects even those like Chatterjee who acknowledge the centrality of capital in our time. When the latter brings up capital, it is often as a backdrop to a critique of central planning, or nowadays to issues of governmentality, the spirit of molecular reforms, or at best to rather formulaic pronouncements about globalization. 77 The claim to an adversarial relationship to the dominant structure of scholarship is not, in these instances, particularly convincing. 78 It is, of course, conceivable that having abdicated the responsibility for a close analysis of capital, postcolonialism is left with a rather idealized view of modernization. In that case, postcolonial studies should acknowledge its affiliations with modernization theory, if only in the negative register. That is not as far-fetched as it might seem at first glance. The strategy of postcolonial studies appears to be to focus critical attention on a normatively defined process with putative possibilities of imitative and secondary development following the path of the original, and the distance between that ideal and the actual situation of the regions or countries they study in detail, rather than on the uncertainties, flows and counterflows of capital. In the space afforded by the contrast between the ideal and the actual, the postcolonial appears as an arena for study, polemics, advocacy, alliance building, and so on. However, I would maintain that the categorical transpositions that occur in the journey from a Marxist-informed critique of political economy to modernization theory-informed cultural studies take a considerable toll on postcolonial studies. In a critical Marxist perspective, each path to capitalism is singular by definition 79. None replicates an earlier form, indeed it can be expected not to do so, and each takes its hostages and victims en route to establishing its domination over an earlier social formation. Demodernization, through the epidemic of overproduction, extensive and destructive crises, the flight of capital and the moment of barbarism entirely internal to capital as a social form, is implicit in Marx and Marxist theories of all variants. 80 Modernization theory takes a more benign view that once obstacles to modernization are removed, it is a matter of a smooth self-perpetuating process with desirable results. 81 Postcolonialism posits the unremovability of those obstacles rather. Like some variants of modernization theory, there perdurance and integrality to social formations outside Europe, hence modernization on European lines cannot be the script of history. That said, postcolonial studies cannot but fail to invoke capitalism often enough, but without a proper categorical or historical grounding and a fairly firm rejection of the framework of a transition to capitalism, dismissed, ironically, on the grounds of historicism in the Popperian sense. 82, it is never properly analyzed or periodized. The sort of commitment that led an earlier generation of theorists to inquire into the specificities of colonial capitalism, even to posit, as noted, a specifically colonial mode of production, is notably absent here, as is any broader impulse to periodize the career of colonial capitalism itself. Now one is more likely to encounter the world of the colonial laborer. 83 A world rich in gods and spirits, symbols of difference to the presumably disenchanted social world of Europe, rather than forms of labor subsumed, either formally or really, to capital, within specific historically determinate, colonial, relations in which consciousness and class action might unfold. Postcolonial theory champions the fragments that are supposedly produced by the totalizing projects of Enlightenment-inspired modernity. But in the absence of a proper analysis of capitalism and its structural properties, crises, breakdown points, and polarizing social and geographical impacts, the fragments too often appear, in anecdotal micronarrative form, as exotic inventories of unrelated diversity. 84 Detritus of a third world left behind by those projects. Consistent with this view is a sort of categorical exoticism, which begs the question of why people are constrained to live as they do and why their resistance or rebellion against their conditions of life assumes certain historically determinate forms. 85 Respect for difference should not lead to amnesia about the processes that entrench and intensify socio-economic differences. 86 Neither should it be overlooked that the notion of difference has sometimes been articulated from a metropolitan, utilitarian Orientalist vantage point, in effect from a universalist perspective. 87 To the extent that postcolonial studies does not theorize these possibilities, it unwittingly enters into a collusive relationship with the imperialists' antinomies of essential oppositions. 88 Forgoes the opportunity to analyze the historic specificities of colonialism in the modern period, and abdicates the responsibility to grasp the nature of both anti-colonial and class struggles. In light of all this, it would not be a very good idea to privilege the skepticism of anti-foundational thinking in postcolonial studies over the truth of the represented postcolonial experiences in the texts, the authenticity of what's different, this truth then being in some cases further reified by the sentimentality of use-dominated multiculturalism. 89 If the latter represents the phenomenological and Heideggerian turn in postcolonial studies, one is actually faced with a body of thought that seems to move restlessly and erratically between two rather dubious poles, cultural essentialism on the one hand, and an indeterminate social system 90 on the other, the movement itself signifying the impasse of postcolonial studies. 3.2 History's ironic reversals. We are now in a position to consider some of the further implications of the claims about intellectual migration and its critical contributions to postcolonial studies. There is no question that the migration of Indian intellectuals, for instance, has led to significant transformations in the study of India not only in the USA, where arguably the greatest impact has been felt, but also in other Anglophone countries. It was a significant part of the move away from the traditional emphasis on Sanskrit philosophy, philology, ancient history, religion, and the like, to modern history, international relations, rural-urban and transborder migrations, ecology, feminism, and a host of related fields. 91 To a substantial extent, the arrival of an important and highly productive group of political economists, anthropologists, sociologists, historians, not to mention a host of creative writers, by routes direct and indirect as graduate students or college professors, has been a catalyst in the transformation of South Asian studies, as it is institutionally known. One is unlikely to visit any major U.S. university and not find Indian intellectuals in prominent positions, a situation that is replicated in other Anglophone metropolitan countries, albeit on a lesser scale. The shift from a largely elitist Orientalist emphasis, based in philological concerns, to historical and anthropological ones 92 had begun earlier, even by the late 1950s. But the study of India in Western universities was mostly a matter for experts in the field who spoke to each other at length, but probably had a minimal influence beyond. This was unlike the period that Raymond Schwab calls the Oriental Renaissance 93, when the philological study of ancient India was considered crucial to global intellectual and political currents. Schwab goes on to describe trends in European scholarship of the period from 1785 to 1850 or so, when the study of the furthest antiquity of the roots of the West in an Aryan Orient was deemed vital to a range of European concerns with revolution and its containment. As theories of civilizational decline took on increasingly racial overtones in the 19th century, it fell to the likes of the above-cited Chamberlain to summon Aryan India to Europe's rescue, and Indology became part of an Aryan-Semitic dialectic around which the narrative of civilization revolved well into the 20th century. 94 The scholarship, steeped in a profound knowledge of Hebrew and Sanskrit, not to mention the European classical languages, fortified by comparative study of linguistic data, mythology, and religion, and shaped by efforts to relate linguistic structures, forms of thought, and features of civilization, gave rise in fact to a tissue of scholarly myths, fantasies of the social imagination at every level. 95 Indeed, in the words of one of its present-day commentators, the German Indological tradition produced knowledge rooted in itself, which barely needed India. 96 In the age of revolutions, counter-revolutions, competitive nation-building and, ironically, colonialism, India had come to serve quintessentially European purposes. 97 I will return to the question of needing India a little later, but for the moment it might be said, with not a little irony, that Indian intellectuals of the post-colonial migration have played a role, with the different emphases noted above, not dissimilar to their earlier counterparts of the Oriental Renaissance, returning the study of India to global significance, no longer entirely a matter for closeted specialists. The proponents of the Cambridge School of Indian Studies, and their counterparts in the U.S., might disagree with the above proposition, but it is unlikely that more than a very small number of academics in the U.S. or continental Europe, or for that matter Britain, have heard of it, and even fewer would contend that the efforts of scholars who might be associated with it could have given Indian concerns, particularly post-colonial ones, the worldwide prominence they have now acquired in the wake of the post-colonial turn in subaltern studies. 98. The point Derlich makes about the arrival of Third World intellectuals with regards to when the post-colonial began, involving either circulation migration of intellectuals or their permanent relocation to metropolitan centers of teaching and research, might have had some level of persuasiveness in the first instance, as perhaps an originary point, but it has become less so over time. For instance, we know that this relocation, or translocation, itself took place in the midst of an overwhelming reception of French theory, the post-structuralist moment of Foucault and Derrida, not to mention Deleuze and Lacan among others. 99 The end of the Vietnam War, the containment and institutionalization of the civil rights movement that had originally both drawn some inspiration from anti-colonial struggles in Africa and the Caribbean and rain-speared them, not to mention the worldwide collapse of actually existing communism and the retreat of Marxism in its twin capacities as analysis of capital and an anticipatory expression of a future society. 100, all subsequently recuperable as post-colonial moments in a homogenist world history. If there is a widely acceptable meta-narrative nowadays, post-colonialism would have to be one of its narrative categories. To a substantial extent, it is metropolitan post-colonialism that has contained and redirected Third World arrivals. 101 and the transformation of subaltern studies in its post-colonial turn offers an instructive example, compactly stated in Chakrabarty's idea of the abandonment of the ambition to write better Marxist histories in favor of a critique of Eurocentrism. 102 and the like. The precise national or even local conditions that gave rise to the original subaltern studies is hardly a matter of concern to its metropolitan readers, nor its subsequent reckoning with post-structuralism as read in the US and other Anglophone countries. Sarkar suggests that metropolitan interlocutors of late subaltern studies are, for the most part, satisfied with a simplified version of colonial history in which colonizers and colonist confront each other across a chasm constituted by Enlightenment power knowledge. 103 Never mind that critics like Ijaz Ahmed have pointed to a much more complex reality, in which the valences of texts are entirely transformed in their passages from India to the US, for example, their caste-class dimensions lost in their reading as post-colonial texts. 104 To an extent, then, the post-colonial would encompass a situation in which events that transpire in the formerly colonist world are interpreted, analyzed, and presented as if to be read by a metropolitan audience, or if not anything so explicit, then certainly by an audience with an attentive ear to the requirements of the latter. Whether this also means that such post-colonial scholarship functions as an intellectual extension of global capital or runs the danger of reflecting the globalization of capital flows, a charge leveled variously by Derlich, Young, and Burmer, is open to debate. 105 Of course, much less so is the sense that post-colonial studies describes a vast arc of reverse offshoring, its generative ideas developed in the context of longue-durée ideological and political ferment in the Third World. Inextricably linked to geopolitical lines of gravitational force, but now mass-produced in the academic centers of the metropolitan countries. Subaltern studies' preoccupation with an essential structure of subaltern consciousness that found expression in on-off rebellions, insurrections, and so on, has no place in this new intellectual formation. Instead, the fragmentary nature of that consciousness has acquired a substantive form, the fragments constituted by the alto-solid bodies of numerous ethnic, racial, caste and gendered communities living alongside each other and perhaps distantly recognizing some political kinship with each other, but with nothing much in common, no common grounding, as it were, in the workings of late 20th and 21st century capitalism. While subaltern studies carries on in name, in actuality it has had to be supplanted by a much more totalizing ambition, signifying the transformation of a particular kind of closure into an equally particular kind of opening, marking a quite unprecedented moment that has engulfed the entire planetary political and intellectual landscape. This has required, indirectly now, through the mediations of Foucault and Derrida, and their intellectual forebears Nietzsche and Heidegger, a profound post-colonial revitalization of an interest in the conceptual inheritance of the Oriental Renaissance, or more broadly Romantic Orientalism, or its equivalents, a development not confined, it seems, to any one country or region. 106 If the original Oriental Renaissance posited a second Renaissance of Europe with the discovery of its cultural ancestry in the Aryan Orient of Sanskrit and Persian, an idea put forth by Friedrich Schlegel among others. 107 Subsequent versions developed in India, for instance, during the colonial period stressed the renaissance of Indian society, culture, and religion with the rediscovery of its own ancient inheritance. Whether consciously or not, populist strains of post-colonial thought have reclaimed some of the issues of the Oriental Renaissance, albeit in a vocish rather than elitist refrain, and not as issues intrinsic to Indian civilization alone as in the case of the Neo-Hinduism that Wilhelm Halbfass writes about 108, but as significant in thinking about events of world historical significance. In the post-colonial moment, this Orientalist undercurrent finds X-praise Zion in a negative vein, as a loss of continuity and authenticity, in the process ironically recuperating the most constant element of Orientalist thought, the spiritual nature of the Orient that contrasts it with the more materialist West. 109. So if the first iteration had Europeans rediscovering their Uramat, bypassing the perils of modernity that the age of revolutions had opened up, the second iteration offers us the aftermath from the other side, when multiple modernities have evolved that resist evolutionary schema, but exist now only as shards and fragments, underlying which, nevertheless, one can discern some final essences. The most notable of those is, of course, the tacit transformation in post-colonialism of the panergic will to power pulsing through all social psychic structures, the ontological foundation of Foucault's genealogical methodological prescriptions of chance, serial, unpredictable outcomes 110, into a characteristic of Western modernity. Colonialism is then a mere outward form of that panergic will to domination. Insofar as a manifestation of it has survived colonial rule, it finds a secondary and bastardist expression in the modern nation-state, the most durable legacy of colonialism in the ex-colonial world. Where necessary, one accommodates to this reality in a decisionist or practical spirit, and where possible one retreats to an inside, the unassailable domain of native interiority 111 or to an ancient past. Anderson's point regarding the split between the apparently unrelated registers of determinism and contingency in post-structuralism finds a derivative expression in post-colonial studies, transported now from the realm of language to that of history, a total initial determinism paradoxically ending in an absolute final contingency. 112 Perhaps the paradox has been sharpened and given its unintended metageographic point by the additional influence of Derrida, in whose work the entire history of Western philosophy is amalgamated into a single homogeneous metaphysics, defined by the ubiquitous identity of its quest for presence. On the other hand, any individual sentence or paragraph within that metaphysic is seamed and undermined by the irreducible heterogeneity of difference. As Anderson notes, writing is, for Derrida, thus at once implacable and undecidable, inescapably the same in its general structure and inexplicably differing and differing in its particular textualizations. 113 Foucault, for his part, unable to explain the sudden mutations between the successive epistemes of his early work, each of which is treated as a homogeneous unity, later resorted to increasing celebration of the role of chance as the governor of events, which he argued in L'Ordre du Discours 114 should no longer be seen in terms of cause and effect, but of the serial and the unpredictable. 115 The popularity of the metaphysics of presence and difference, not to mention the genealogical method, were undoubtedly a function of and reinforced by the seemingly rapid and unpredictable changes that confronted post-World War II Europe and its former colonial peripheries. The application of such concepts and methods may have had locally persuasive effects, especially in the short term, but they also led to an abdication, for reasons already alluded to, of a properly causal historical explanation. The genealogical method, for example, gave up on the important dialectic of structure and subject for explaining the transformation of deeply rooted structures via the unintended outcomes of collective efforts either to preserve or overcome positions held within them. One of the most protracted and compelling attempts of the latter kind has been, of course, Robert Brenner's efforts to theorize the transition from feudalism to capitalism, its huge impact on the entire historical field testifying to its importance. 116 The impact even reached subaltern studies through Chatterjee's work on modes of power and the peasantry, an attempt to combine Brenner and Foucault. If this was initially a welcome effort at historical explanation, which took into account precisely the dialectic of structure and subject, the end result has been far from a happy one. In the post-colonial turn of subaltern studies, this has only had the effect of ridiculing transition theories as a whole. In the event two historical accounts have either turned on the force of personalities, sheer localized voluntarism, or a helpless drift in the face of a system that remains nameless and untheorized. Explanations dissipate into description, or rather description is made to stand in for explanation. 117 The sum total of this démarche has been something of a collapse of history itself. The initial determinism, more often implied than stated or repeated in forms that suggest a common understanding, is expressed in the idea of cultures extruding essences that are relatively unchangeable in history, but which are curiously inconsequential inasmuch as actual outcomes are the result of chance encounters, resulting in endlessly changing hybridizations, liminality, and so forth. So while there are material outcomes for people, the outcomes themselves merely position them at a tangent to European trajectories, as Prakash puts it. 118 But the European trajectories themselves, as Foucault might have insisted, are subject to chance events and dicey evolutions, which do not admit of any grand schematization. The end result is a world of randomly colliding particles, fragments, shards, detritus, that might produce a descriptive panorama, but little else of significance. But this is where the initial determinism returns, indeed must return, in the form of the collision of great primordial structures, Europe invariably the universal pole around which the collisions with the many others occur. That is, the panergic will to domination must take form as Europe, or most likely in today's post-colonialism as modern Europe expressed in the Enlightenment. Behind the random outcomes, the primordial structures exert their unseen force, the source of an overarching indictment, in post-colonial studies from the vantage point of the Oriental other, whose mere existence is enough to point to the violence of Western colonialism. Western colonialism, or, more to the point, its writing machinery, is the articulate instance of the attempted repression and supersession of social orders beyond the reach and subversive of all the successive modes of Western reason. It is through the eyes of those social orders that Western reason's common nature as repressive structures stands revealed. 119 The subaltern in post-colonial studies can take the place of the originary other in Foucault, whether it be the pure alterity of madness in his earlier work or the innocence of the body and its pleasures in his later work. 120, as the embodiment of the innocence that confronted Western colonialism. 121 It is against this background that the claims of the subalternist historians writing for a metropolitan audience in a post-colonial vein must be assessed. After all, the arrival itself is a complex affair. To sum up, it had been prepared, so to speak, by numerous prior migrations. In the first instance of British cultural studies, with its emphasis on proletarian culture and dissidence, to France, where the work of someone like Raymond Williams influenced Althusser. 122 who in turn had some initial impact on younger scholars like Foucault and Derrida. In due course, the work of the latter two migrated to the US, where it took hold of the academic, and extra-academic, imagination at a moment when multiculturalism and a post-civil rights US were in the process of formation. This was a moment when not only American minorities, but also immigrants of the post-1965 wave were in the process of helping remake academic and, more broadly, public life in the US. 123 progressively stripped of its immersion in class politics by a variety of converging processes during the journey from British cultural studies to American post-colonialism, with stops in Paris and Calcutta, and detours to Australia and so on, the long post-colonial way home took on board the reinvention of Gramsci by Eurocommunism alongside its own equally imaginative reading of his work against the grain of his own unrepentant communist militancy. The end result is to reinforce Larson's point, noted earlier, that post-colonialism has a great deal more to do with the reception of French theory in metropolitan centers than it does with the realities of decolonization. 124 or in his own words, the real, genealogical order of determinations is turned upside down if we think of post-colonialism or the subaltern as the theoretical emissaries of the Third World to the court of Western theory, whether post-structuralist or Marxist. Post-colonialism's origins are, at base, those of secular post-structuralism as a whole. The colonial is here a variation on a post theme, which travels from about as far east or south as a line traced by the lecture circuits and book distribution networks of French post-structuralist theory. 125. In his somber assessment of the elements that went into the formation of a conservative American academy in the post-1965 period, Brennan elaborates several developments that speak to the case in point: the popularization of right-wing philosophies from interwar Europe and a fundamental confusion between conservative and radical rejections of capitalism, accompanied by a hyper-professionalism that placed the humanities in competition with a post-literate media and entertainment sector in a climate of privatization, including that of the university. In addition, political belonging was ejected from the idea of identity. 126 now reduced to the ethnic and other communities that gathered around the so-called new social movements in endless flux. 127 and the flight of many left intellectuals from politics that sought to enter or make claims on the state. These two gestures, in Brennan's opinion, are perhaps the only unambiguous political legacies of what was then beginning to be called theory. 128 In this climate, Brennan writes, deans, talk show hosts, and think tanks were dubbing Marxist anything outside an uncritical embrace of the American free market, and indeed the term Marxism was attached even to a post-structuralist theory that in fact wanted to dismantle it, as though opinion makers had found a way instinctively to create a buffer between the establishment and its dangerous other by inventing a proxy. It was this academic political milieu into which third world intellectuals walked, already primed it seems to fit in, and here they automatically registered as the oppressed even when that was seldom the case. 129 With this as background, one can evaluate a couple of claims made by Chatterjee, that despite the overlaps between subaltern studies and post-colonial studies, and the reorientation under the influence of the latter of the original set of theoretical problems of the former, a crucial difference continues to exist in the choice of problems and topics in the two strands of history writing, and, 2, that the historical and polemical focus of late subaltern studies remains in the contemporary political debates of the countries of South Asia. 130 For a start, one wonders if he is not protesting too much. In any particular instance, and he gives the examples of the work of subalternist historians on the rewriting of communal conflicts in colonial India, the history of the partition of India, and the extension of those debates to neighboring countries like Sri Lanka. 131, the contributions may be distinct especially when there are no parallels with metropolitan experiences. However, there is equally no question that the gravitational pull of American debates and American-style identity politics have queered the pitch significantly. For instance, the serious critique of the nation-state, as well as the ideology of nationalism that Chatterjee sees as a distinct contribution of subalternist historians, has been around a lot longer in the US than he seems to recognize, and while aspects of both need to be subject to critique, the tone and direction of it in the US have had seriously debilitating political and economic effects that are clearly visible. There is reason to believe that the same tone and direction, and the resultant confusion, are being replicated by the subalternist historians and their fellow travelers. 132 Brennan's point about the loss of distinction between conservative and radical positions on issues is very much to the point here. At the same time, while the subaltern studies attack on elitist historiography brought fresh vitality to Indian history writing, and the shortcomings of the development agendas of nationalism have been criticized for good reason, there is also little doubt that when the attack on elitism is extended to the domain of the cultural alienation of the elite from the people, they restate some stock themes of cultural integrisme, with the English-educated deracinate cosmopolitan intellectual as prime exhibit. Both elementary aspects and provincializing Europe are tours de force. 133 each in their own way. But perhaps they also unintentionally impart a sense that some salutary lessons are being given on what it means to be Indian in a properly authentic way. This sense is further reinforced in Guha's dominance without hegemony. 134 Astonishingly, Heidegger is the presiding philosopher in this exercise, the quietist philosopher after the end of the Nazi storm, not the militant of earlier decades. 135 In whatever bowdlerized form, Heidegger has replaced Marx as a critical inspiration for post-colonial studies of Indian society and culture. Guha, for example, is clearly inspired by a range of Heideggerian concepts including aesthetic being, while Chakrabarty pronounces Heidegger as his icon. 136 This is the philosopher who presented himself as a seer but not properly an intellectual. 137 Lived contentedly in the provinces, a craftsman of thought who idealized the peasant, revelled in the mystificatory cult of the soil and a village craftsman's ideal of counter-technology, and combined all of that, appropriately enough in this context, with his Orientalist borrowings from Eastern philosophy late in his career. 138 Indeed, Guha seems to have worked out a connection between the Aristotelian concept of Thaumazion, the Heideggerian Befindlichkeit and the Sanskrit Adbhutarasa, the essence of wonder, which knows how to contemplate the world and by contemplating understand it. Understood thus, he concludes, certain aspects of a long-lost European tradition show up in the light of an unmistakable affinity with the ancient Indian concept of wonder. 139 The real wonder is that these Orientalist Arianisms that were once all the rage in royalist and reactionary circles in late 18th and early 19th century Europe, and that managed to connect the classical antiquity of Greece to Vedic India via Germany, should be making a comeback through post-colonial studies. 140 For its part, the concept of autonomy, going well beyond its original remit for understanding the structure of subaltern consciousness where it had already acquired some vokish potentialities, can open the way for the conservative, even reactionary, agendas of the Oriental Renaissance to be redeployed as some sort of radical rethinking about decolonization, dependency, and so on. This type of thinking, with its inevitable quota of nativism, still somewhat latent in the subaltern studies phase, has become acceptable in some quarters as a way of thinking about culture, community, and political self-governance. What was once deployed on the global scale of the collision of civilizations will now do for the articulation of community autonomy. 141 This then would be the counterpart of metropolitan post-colonialism's multiculturalism, restated for an Indian context. Both the administrative Orientalism of the colonial civil servant and the romantic Orientalism of European philosophers postulated an authentic/ideal non-Western subject, a son of the soil, emphatically not an intellectual who had become deracinated by being exposed to Western thought. 142 The place of the romantic philosopher, if not the colonial civil servant, is now occupied by the subaltern studies type of post-colonial intellectual, ensconced in a study in Chicago, London, or Canberra. Thinking long and hard about the survival of fragments and remnants of once sturdy, self-identical, and independent social and cultural formations. Of course, the irony of the comparison lies in the fact that the post-colonial populists of all stripes, like Gandhi earlier, may be said to be far more informed by the West's archive of knowledge, and indeed seem to derive their understanding of authenticity from it, than by some clerical worker in a remote post in India who might nonetheless, if given the opportunity, find the Enlightenment and modernization attractive. A kind of perverse populism has developed in India whereby the old colonial master's rhetoric is redeployed with reverse signs to denote the appropriate cultural virtues. It is only to be expected, in this general climate, that from 1987 to 9 and beyond, more so perhaps after 1992, the critique of bourgeois elitism itself and its collusion with the Western powers have been significantly toned down in some quarters and recast in a more neutral tone of difference. The focus is now less, if at all, on the peasantry, and more on the bourgeoisie and the petty bourgeoisie, less on class wars over land, labor, and the overcoming of landlord power, and more on culture wars over Eurocentrism, the Enlightenment, science, and power knowledge. There are some continuities as well, an emphasis on communities of local belonging, a hermeneutic of authenticity and, as noted, a critique of history itself as some master code that does violence to the fabric of people's lives. In the new circumstances, the overall expressions and forms have had to readjust to speak in the register of quiet protest and realist reformism. The subalternist historians working within the new spirit of institutional realism give voice to a different set of aspirations. The largely rural subalterns have gone silent, but the more educated and reform-minded bourgeoisie has become more voluble and articulate. Such a happy coincidence was too good an opportunity to waste. The welcome news had to be brought to the metropolis, and where better than the Ivy League and other elite universities, where an eager audience of multiculturalists was in search of difference and likeness at the same time. 143 It is almost as if now there are different registers at work simultaneously, the tug of the West and the repulsion from it informing them variously. The Subaltern Studies project from its inception to the present has gone through several mutations and transfigurations, from a project that originally wished to develop the rich legacies of Marx and Gramsci, if not the British Marxist historians, to one that embraced French theory, albeit not in its most Dionysian moods, to one that combines a fascination with German phenomenological existentialism and through it the revival of themes familiar from the period of the Oriental Renaissance, with all manner of practical and quietist accommodations to the present order of things. Perhaps this should be read as one of history's many grisly and ironic reversals of an original intention. 144. 3.3 Who is the subaltern in postcolonial studies? The consolidation of postcolonial studies on a planetary scale at the moment of the collapse of the Soviet Union must be referenced to a very large field of forces, well beyond the experience of any one country and its colonial legacies, or even a process informed by a third-worldist logic, but one that acknowledges the centrality and universal significance of events located in the leading metropolitan countries and their spiraling global effects. It could not be otherwise. One of the consequences of the collapse of the political landscape of the post-1917 era was the rise of a turgid triumphalism in the West, founded on the notion that a really existing pole of attraction, at least for some of the ex-colonial countries, had disappeared. 145 Francis Fukuyama's The End of History is much cited in this regard. 146 But the so-called neoconservatives are perhaps a better example, with their obsession with full-spectrum dominance, the American century, and so on. 147a. Further consequence was that systemic forms of thought that sought the outlines of an alternative social organization in some really existing system took a beating, in some quarters a pretty severe one. This was acutely felt in many of the former colonial countries, as a defeat by some and a liberation by others. Sections of the academic left predictably enough trimmed their sails to fit the wind. If the best that could be achieved was some form of representative democracy, why not settle in and accommodate oneself to the new reality? These events ought to have underlined the inadequacy of thinking about post-colonialism without capital as a central referent. The terms colonial and colonialism have never been exhaustively explanatory in themselves. Those terms work at best as periodicing concepts to indicate that something had changed, namely, the economic structures of countries that came to be occupied and ruled directly by one or the other European power, or came to be ruled indirectly by them, were no longer autonomous of an external determinant, a metropolitan power through which the economic circuits were completed. This could only happen, as I argued in Part I, if the external determinant was capitalist. Under that external determinant, the local economies all underwent a significant degree of integration and subordination to capital, and subsequent transformation. The only way to make colonial into a decisive moment is to bring capital into the analytical framework, not excision passant to make a point about modernity or secularism or what have you, but as a central structuring and anchoring concept, in which case the post-colonial merely indicates a punctual transition within that mode of production. This is all the more so since after 1989, liberated of the slightest pretension that it had to prove its moral superiority over another social form, capital has pushed past any restraint that might have operated earlier. One of its strengths in recent decades has been to invade every nook and cranny of the world, not only the conventionally understood possibilities of commodity production, but the very core of culture itself. When one is asked to find room for enjoyment in the seduction of the commodity, the implicit understanding is that there is no outside to capital. Even difference has become a commodity. It gives us at least the illusion of multiple ways of living in a completely commoditized world. 148 It is possible to see the Heideggerian moment of post-colonial studies as symptomatic, not only of the position of intellectuals in the formerly colonist countries and in their several migrations, but, perhaps more significantly also of the deep changes in the world itself that have made the earlier focus on class struggles, whether peasant rebellion or working class revolution, seem untenable, archaic, or simply irrelevant to the world as it has been reconstituted in the last 20 to 30 years. 149 For the most part, post-colonial intellectuals from the Third World make little common cause with the working classes of the metropolitan countries in which they live or make their living, whose lives pass by without any reference to the issues the former seem interested in. When Chakrabarty polemicizes against modern-day historical narratives that serve to suppress human solidarities other than those demanded by the modern state, 150 he must also be suppressing, if only unintentionally and somewhat absent-mindedly, those histories of working-class solidarity, even revolutions, that emerged in the wake of the spread of industrial capitalism and the modern state. What then of the histories that are not under the influence, so to speak, of the demands of the modern state? Are they also somehow secretly co-opted into the projects of the modern state? If so, history itself could be construed as fatally damaged from the start. No doubt, some such gesture is implicit in post-colonial studies, which might explain the polemic against history that seems so central to it and the ensuing drift towards literary studies and idealist philosophies of ideas that ironically recapitulate the sort of hostility to the Enlightenment that characterized French Neo-Catholicism or Ultramontanism 151 and their latter-day secularist equivalents. To the extent that these latter were, in their different ways, coded ways of speaking about anxieties that came in the wake of capitalist crises, the interwar economic depression would be a case in point, and working-class rebellion. Perhaps post-colonial studies traces those anxieties in the context of a new moment in capital's erratic and crisis-prone history. Lazarus's idea of the post-colonial unconscious points to both the repression of the need for rethinking genuine projects of emancipation after the 1989-91 conjuncture, and the return of the repressed in the wake of the nightmare of a Western episteme that chokes off the possibilities of so doing. 152 This is the moment of a new politics of being, which finds expression in numerous post-colonial tracts. In a change of tone, more so than of particular content or political orientation, Chatterjee makes the point that in order to rescue politics from those fraternal enemies, the politico-religious communalists on the one hand, and the secularists on the other, 153, the moral equivalence of the two might find acceptance in some multiculturalist quarters, but is surely most likely to provoke offense among secular-minded readers and is probably intended to do so. Subalternist critics have been forced to deal with a range of issues to do with democracy, governance, and civil and political society in their countries of origin. They do so not from the vantage point of the considerable creative freedom afforded by the relative marginality of post-colonial studies in the United States and Britain, but instead from the realist confines of national politics. That is, they have had to assume the full responsibility demanded by considerations of practicality and institutional realism. 154 But this political homecoming has been accomplished not via a long march through enemy, class, territory, but through the foreign if no longer strange domains of French, post-structuralist, theory, German, existentialist, philosophy and U.S., multiculturalist, politics, as we have seen just above. In fact, what has occurred is that at some global level there has been a confluence of theory and practice, and these have converged to inform an anti-secular subalternist politics informed by practical realism. Whether or not this is an example of what Chatterjee generally advocates, of not injecting into popular life a scientific form of thought springing from somewhere else, but of developing and making critical an activity that already exists in popular life, a process that Gramsci is believed to have pioneered 155 and presumably an effective antidote to elitism, is a moot point. After all, the same Chatterjee also seems alarmed by the fact that popular life characterized by squalor, ugliness, and violence is now invading the sanitized precincts of bourgeois life. 156 But from Chatterjee's perspective, the post-colonial theorist needs to get involved in politics, perhaps to make sure, in the process, that those who are governed learn the limits of reformism and work within them, or acquire the proper methods for bumping themselves up from political society into the more respectable civil society. Institutional realism may be understood as a strategy for dealing with the inescapable systemic features of capitalism through the methods of indirection, a preference instead for speaking about modernity and its multiple forms. Labor, for its part, is a categorical imposition that, like the unmarked bourgeois individual, is manufactured by Colorado nihilism in the first instance, from which point it materializes itself in a variety of post-colonial forms. Since non-corporate, indigenous, capital is said to be governed by livelihood needs, unlike corporate capital that goes after profit maximization 157, we can also dispense with the exploitation that produces surplus value. Faced with the rival elitist, secular and religio-communalist strategies of consolidating the regime of the nation-state, subaltern groups in India, Chatterjee argues, are devising independent strategies of coping, particularly as they are convinced about the inadequacy of the nation-state form for dealing with ethnic violence and authoritarian politics. 158 Chatterjee's position is for communities to have adequate autonomy and self-determination, as it were, so that in some contexts they may do things differently as long as they explain themselves adequately to their own chosen forum. This will involve processes, Chatterjee notes, by which each religious group, for example, will publicly seek and obtain consent for its practices insofar as those practices have regulative power over its members. 159 The issues of who is to decide what constitute those contexts, and who indeed will ensure that the religious groups in question are in fact democratically governed, are left hanging. This would especially be the case involving groups that are communalist and might even believe themselves to represent a majority, and will probably never ask their poorer members and women for consent. Perhaps this is where the state comes back in, no longer adequately theorized but invoked ad hoc as the case may be. In any case, the theory that informs Chatterjee's practice seems less Gramscian than Foucauldian, and possibly even Deleuzian, de-totalist, fragment and informed by questions of biopower, if not quite the phenomenological existentialism that has taken hold of subalternist critics who have no actual interest in investigating social questions. The suspicion of secularism that Chatterjee articulates sits rather badly with Gramsci, who advocated the absolute secularization and earthliness of thought. 160 And at a time when even a conservative thinker like Brzezinski wonders if a pre-evolutionary situation may be taking shape in late capitalism, community self-determination seems like pretty thin gruel. To the extent that capital is mainly invoked as planning, globalization, modernity, and so on, in various descriptive registers, it seems that subalternist critics have abdicated developing a proper response on an adequate scale. It is almost as if French theory has made its post-colonial appearance mediated through American-style libertarianism, and this at a time when the state has withdrawn from its development obligations and abandoned people to the tender mercies of an ever more unstable capitalism. The resistance to a systemic analysis rooted in the capital social form and its class contradictions is, in the current post-colonial circles, generalist and widespread, going well beyond any sort of internalist narrative that explains a local reaction emerging out of specific experiences of the bureaucratic degeneration of left-wing parties, factionalization, sectarianism, bourgeois elitism, and so on. A work that sums up the fin de siècle positions on these issues is a 1997 edited volume by Lowe and Lloyd, wherein the editors set out to displace class analysis and political mobilization from their implied prominence in elitist anti-colonialism. They express the by now standard objections to politics that might make demands on the state, instead advocating a respect for dispersed resistances among the alternative rationalities of cultural, feminist and anti-racist opposition, which have been apparently sidelined by elitists as feminine and racialist spaces. 161 That dispersed resistances might accord with elite interests and be welcomed by capital seems no longer to be a subject of critical self-reflection. The idea of opposing, without violence, popular customs that have negative effects on the oppressed population, and organizing dispersed resistances and sporadic rebellions into a coordinated, participatory, and revolutionary activity 162 directed towards overcoming a coercive state apparatus, and ultimately the mode of production it upholds, might be construed in the present circumstances as hopelessly elitist. Elitism seems to have become a catch-all term that now most likely includes what in earlier times, when great revolutionary movements were afoot, would have been the role played by a revolutionary leadership. That such a leadership functioned as an organizational and political vanguard that sometimes hardened into an elite, with revolutionaries becoming bureaucrats or dictators and even assuming the functions of a ruling class. 163 revolutions degenerating into a historical deadened 164 and indeed exploiting and consuming their own 165 are all well known. For some, this is reason enough to dismiss all revolutionary movements as sanguinary excesses that are best avoided. But the point is that such movements do not arise by voluntarist fiat, but only when existing reformist alternatives have demonstrated their futility in addressing even the basic needs of the vast majority. The post-colonial intellectuals who speak about and advocate marginal and dispersed resistances might consider that they too have assumed some sort of leadership role, certainly representing, even if uneasily and with reservations, the underlying dynamics and tendencies of the alternative rationalities they perceive among the movements about which they write. It is undeniable that life for many billions of people is lived precisely on the borderline of starvation, brought about by low wage, scandalously exploitative work, a liminal existence on the constant verge of unemployment, sickness, and misery, all of which are unavoidable, structural tendencies, almost laws, in capitalism. As Jameson notes, this is the lesson Marx wanted us to take away from capital, a form of naked life far more deeply rooted in the economic system itself than Agamben's hopeless inhabitants of the concentration camps. 166 If the now dispersed and fragmented resistances should ever begin to coalesce into a movement, no longer a resistance to but a movement against the present order, one can be sure that they will produce a revolutionary vanguard that will have the task of organizing and leading the movement. 167 That such vanguards may not all possess personally attractive qualities is almost an occupational hazard. As Brecht put it in his poem To Those Born After, we, who wished to lay the foundations for peace and friendliness, could never be friendly ourselves. 168 Or as a socialist in Raymond Williams's novel Second Generation remarks, we'd be the worst people, the worst possible people, in any good society. And we're like this because we've exposed ourselves and we've hardened. 169 What marks out Williams's thought on this question, as Eagleton points out, is that he regarded the conflict between the struggle for socialism and socialism itself not just as a regrettable necessity that history will find it in its heart to forgive, but as tragic. 171 Sometimes gets the impression that lurking behind the notion of alternative rationalities is a rather paternalistic outlook on politics and culture. The peasants and working class do not quite experience things in the same way as the bourgeoisie. Anti-elitism consists of upholding subalternity as a way of being in the world lost to a deracinated and cosmopolitan bourgeoisie, the subalterns as a standing reserve of cultural values worth preserving in their difference. Both the Tory elitism of paternalist reformism, and the romantic nihilism of the anti-Enlightenment wing of European thought, existed in colonial Orientalism, on both sides of colonial rule as it were. 171 In the post-colonial moment, the former tendency expresses itself in small-scale interventions in everyday life among post-colonial theorists who have maintained a connection with their countries of origin and feel the need to do something. The latter tendency is the subject of theoretical and polemical interventions among post-colonialists at large. Be that as it may, as expressions of the post-1989 moment, and the diminutivist political perspective it offers, the post-colonialism no longer refers exclusively to colonialism as a historical phenomenon, but to revolution as a punctual rupture with actually existing capitalism. At least in the heady years after World War II, the radical wing of the post-colonial project had envisaged, at a programmatic level, vast transformations of the socio-economic terrain, the revolution that Marx had prophesied for the social state of Asia with European takeover, but which the subsequent career of colonialism had betrayed. 172 All this can be construed as the abandonment of an unfinished project, and arguably not only by the post-colonial intellectuals who ought, in this context, to be seen as a symptom of a much wider problem. In the process of focusing attention on Eurocentrism, Enlightenment-inspired designs, and symbolic issues of identity at the expense of a concern for political economic issues, post-colonial studies tends to ignore, in Derlick's view, a rather bleak situation in much of the ex-colonial world and prefers instead to celebrate a victory over Eurocentric universalism, a victory largely manifested, it might be said, within select sections of the liberal Anglophone academe in the form of curricular changes. It goes without saying that the intellectuals who complain about their lost traditions have no use for them, if they do get around to reconstructing their supposed indigenous intellectual heritage. It sometimes comes across as an anticipation of Greco-German thought, or worse a racial kinship of the Herrenvolk that somehow history has sought to suppress. So what is actually being celebrated, Derlick claims, is the newfound power of post-colonial intellectuals within some particular academic niches, rather than any transformation in the larger sphere of class or regional inequalities. 173 It might be added that this newfound power, such as it is, would in itself have not been possible without the prior victories of the civil rights, feminist, and anti-colonial movements that fought their struggles on behalf of a basic idea of human equality and the need to overcome ascribed places in a traditional social hierarchy, deepening not rejecting aspects of the great revolutionary bourgeois tradition. Along with its material developments. 174 The extent to which that revolutionary tradition is written off in a fit of moralistic self-righteousness, and correspondingly, cultural traditions are recuperated minus their manifold cruelties and exploitation, suggests the kinds of occlusion and forgetfulness of history that accompanies the trajectory of post-colonialism. Of course, the post in post-colonialism might also, more generally, stand for an age that has forgotten to think historically in the first place. 175 But then that forgetting would seem to be a politically motivated one. For people used to seeing triumphalism coming from the ranks of the ex-Cold Warriors, this kind of celebration of newfound power must be somewhat mysterious and easy to misrecognize. It is within this amnesiac moment that one might place three key developments that characterize this moment of post-colonialism. The classical history from below in Europe, Chatterjee has argued, enriched but did not essentially disturb the solidity and triumph of European modernity. History from below was essentially about a lost history. 176 Not so in India, for instance, where no such narrative of modernity is possible. Rejecting the framework of modernization as the necessary narrative of history, and skeptical about the established orthodoxies of both liberal nationalist and Marxist historiographies, subaltern studies affirmed the autonomy of subaltern consciousness and later the alternative and hybrid modernities that prevailed elsewhere. As we know by now, the fiction of an autonomous subaltern consciousness was one of the first casualties of the post-colonial turn of subaltern studies, and the issue of different modernities has become a largely empiricist exercise in description, with ad hoc invocations of theory. Either the progress of real history, the rapid modernization of India, in this case, in the late 1980s and 1990s, and more so in the present century, was making the original claims look a bit silly. That is, modernization was indeed the plot of history once one took into account the rather complex global dynamics of capital over a proper span of time. 177 Or history from below was not really about lost histories of the past as about a history of the present, a connection to the actually existing forms of class struggle that might in the present circumstances express themselves in forms not easily recognizable and lead to a misidentification of them as fragments, or multitudes, or whatever. Regarding the three issues on which late subaltern studies has apparently made a productive intervention, caste, religious minorities, and women, opening up the way to rethinking the political formation of the nation as well as the political process of democracy. 178 The central questions posed seem perfectly obvious from a mildly reformist perspective. Rethinking the political formation of the nation-state is well known and extensively written about, frequently enough either from a neoliberal sociological standpoint or from a libertarian communitarian one, identifying the limitations of the nation-state and its supersession in due course by all manner of communitarian formations. 179 Of course, the question of capital, particularly its most abstract form of finance capital and all its derivatives, remains a matter of sporadic and at most descriptive appraisal. The spirit of practicality and institutional realism that informs these inquiries raise some obvious questions. If practicality, then practical from whose perspective? The religious leaders of the community, since now the tendency is to define such communities principally in terms of religious identities. 180, in an echo of Thatcherite and Blairite politics. If institutional realism, which institution? Principally the state, presumably. And by extension, shall we say, what is acceptable within the present configuration in which the nation is coming to be defined principally in terms of ethnoreligious identifications, in Europe as elsewhere, and the state which is increasingly becoming the banker's state, outside the nation and positioned at a tangent to it? So, once again, we have the community of money and the communities of faith alongside each other, one reinforcing the other. Around this unconfessable impasse there is some notion within institutional realist postcolonialism that people will somehow find solutions to their manifold problems of subsistence and existence outside the project of the modern nation-state, although they might need its help and access to resources occasionally. As noted, what is distinctive about late subaltern studies is not so much the positions they adopt as the supporting conceptual apparatus, which no longer needs Gramscian, let alone Marxist, concepts and categories, their methods of analysis or their political outlook. This might well be one of the faces of the materialist turn in postcolonial theory, institutional realism combined with a postcolonial politics of being, staged within a metageography of East-West couched either in culturalist terms 181 or in terms of a revival of the grand existential drama of the Oriental Renaissance. 182 The general thrust of the post-1989 restructuring of social thought has been to eschew the issue of state power and advocate the formation of some sort of local collectivity, or collectivities, to resolve local problems. This is entirely consistent with the argument that Jameson advances, that socialism is now thought of as some sort of reaching for a more human scale. 183 Eschewing the pitfalls of modernity, a sort of narratism with a post-structuralist touch, rather than the vision that Marx offered in which a politics of revolt is combined with the poetry of the future, in which socialism will be more modern than capitalism and more productive. 184 And more properly global in its reach and appeal. Quite surreptitiously, then, a history from below has been replaced by a history from the margins in postcolonial studies. A history of class struggles to overcome the legacies of colonialism has been replaced by a pseudo-history of civilizations, taking its place in a quite respectable genealogy of histories from the margins that go back in the US at least to Jefferson's dabbling in Orientalia. The ethnic or national identities of postcolonial critics in metropolitan academic settings have simply stood in for entire regions of the authentic Third World, even as its beneficiaries dismissed authenticity as a humanist fiction, denouncing nationalism while promoting cultural nationalism. 185 It is significant that this has occurred in the context of what I would call a political selection that has been taking place within social movements with complex internal dynamics and contradictory potentials. The civil rights movement, for example, had both a civic universalist side and an ethnic particularist one. In the former register, the active principles stepped forth as the representatives of suffering humanity with no divisions in the ranks, in the latter as the voice of a particular ethnic group that could be represented as having suffered more, and more singularly, than any other group, a logic of competitive bidding. To the extent that this side has come to represent African American studies on campuses across the U.S., it was part of a ruling class strategy, part of the class struggle. That which survives and comes to represent the whole is the ethnic particularism. That is, the more conservative, fragmenting, separating, ethnicizing moments of social movements are selected, by the state and private agencies, for funding, support, publicity and ultimately co-optation. The ethnical particularizing moment of a struggle becomes its ultimate legacy and representative, while the more radical, universalising tendency is remembered only as history, and a nightmare of violence and chaos at that. Multiculturalism as the outcome of this class struggle by other means signals not the vitality of a struggle, but its debility. With every new wave of immigration, multiculturalism has expanded its portfolio, as it were, adding further layers of difference and separation. This is where postcolonial stud-IES meets ethnicity and nation in the presence of French theory and German phenomenological existentialism. The upshot in the US itself has been to provide an additional reinforcement for the ethnic particularist components of US multiculturalist theories. Presiding over this debacle is the mangled and deformed body of Gramsci's work. If the Gramsci that postcolonial studies inherited was not quite the harmless gadfly that Peter Thomas has said was made of him by Euro-communist theorists 186, his work has undergone a fairly thorough makeover so as to yield a heterodox Marxism. 187 Three issues were critical to this reading: 1. That Gramsci, in contrast to his predecessors in the communist movement, was the theorist of the war of position. 2. That he had built a conceptual wall between state and civil society, locating all effective political work within civil society, and 3. That he privileged the superstructure over the economy. 188 These positions were supposed to be a logical corollary of the kind of oppositional movements possible in advanced capitalist countries, but were effortlessly transported to the ex-colonial world, where they informed the sort of reformist and situational politics about which Chatterjee writes. Thus, Gramsci, mobilized against himself, emerged rather in the spirit of Derrida as an alternative both to Marxism and conservatism. 189 Closer to the latter perhaps than the former, at least in the alternation between the existential and instrumental invocations of the subaltern. The patient political work needed to overcome subalternity, the construction of a proletarian antithesis to bourgeois dominance, had to go. 190 Gestures like provincializing Europe develop a list of negative attributes of modernity, tacitly presenting the pre-modern as an abstract of toleration, communal well-being, non-work, and so on, and make use of this vision to advocate, without really advocating, that is, by slyly implying, some authentic nationalism achievable by the people on their own. A nation coming into its own, the nation as the earthly container for people's collective soul, and so on. This, if properly enunciated, would resemble some form of agrarian fascism, so it is best left merely implied. When Chatterjee says that the idea of subaltern history, having traveled from Italy to India, has now produced a generally available methodological and stylistic approach to modern historiography that can be used anywhere. 191 He might in fact be suggesting some sort of modular transportable method, a few changes of name and place and perhaps even a slight adjustment of focus to fit the local situation. But as we learn from Vieira, Oriental imports are not always welcome, particularly in Latin America. 192 which prefers to get its theory directly from Europe. However, to the extent that subaltern history, influenced by subaltern studies, has in fact limped around the world devoid of anything resembling Gramsci's unrepentant communist militancy, it is mostly about indigenism and the mysterious properties of the resistant presence of the indigenes among the civilized and Europeanized, if thereby deracinated, bourgeoisie. 193 In its global moment, we may also see this Gramscianist history as part of an elaborate attempt at ideological closure, an avoidance of the ultimate consequences of the confrontation of capital and labor on the world scale. Stripped of its immersion in and emergence out of the history of capitalism with its political eddies and flows, cross-currents, not to mention intellectual structural adjustments, postcolonial studies can represent itself as a self-identical body of thought that explicates hybridity, difference, heterogeneity, and a whole host of concepts that are of history yet unhistoricizable, conceived at some distance from the blood and gore of that history, requiring an authentic accounting of itself by itself. Hence the frequent repetition of the cliché regarding the scrupulousness of its practitioners. When one speaks of postcolonialism in the US nowadays, the main point of reference is not to the historic colonialism, which is poorly understood, but rather to some quite abstruse concerns with the breakdown of organic cultural communities under the onslaught of the West, the imposition of Enlightenment-inspired categories, including capital and labor, on a population that had to resist the violence of such categorical impositions. 194 The development of a body of theory that apparently draws inspiration from the world of the subaltern, and carries forward this resistance to the Western academic setting. Babha's post-colonial criticism that focuses on social pathologies, loss of meaning, conditions of anomie, that no longer simply cluster around class antagonism, but break up into widely scattered historical contingencies. 195 dispenses with even that bit of Pietism. He makes it clear that the colonial in post-colonial is a mere convenience, perhaps to suggest that the post-colonial has some non-Western reference. 4. As Lazarus notes, Babha's statement gives no reason as to why the colonial should be implicated in the putative obsolescence of class analysis. 196 Indeed, since Babha is also concerned to dispute the continued salience of the ideological discourses of modernity that are set to flatten out complexity, to simplify the sheer heterogeneity of real conditions, reducing them to a binary structure of opposition, post-colonial criticism could be more appropriately called either post-Marxist or post-modern. 197 With the replacement of class antagonism by cultural difference, ambivalence, the more complex cultural and political boundaries that exist on the cusp of those often opposed political spheres. 198 Babha signals what post-colonialism is about these days, both anti-Marxist and postmodern, since postmodernism is in fact a repudiation of Marxist grand narratives, although not necessarily of all grand narratives. Those that have a grounding in long-surviving spiritual traditions are deemed acceptable. So are civilizational narratives, the history of Western philosophy since its inception, the metaphysics of presence, the political spirituality of Orientals, two paradigms that have existed since time immemorial and still survive as vestiges, fragments, and so on. Somehow, Babha notwithstanding, an oppositional pole to Europe, in long-standing civilizational traditions, seems to be an occupational necessity for post-colonialism. As such, the fragments tend to gather around the powerful gravitational field of an implicit meta-narrative. Post-colonial intellectuals have become adept at playing the field. On the one hand, vis-a-vis their metropolitan host society they are specular, border intellectuals, with all the characteristic postmodern gestures in which Babha and Prakash engage. On the other hand, as authorized interpreters of their societies of origins, their greater linguistic competence, not to mention their privileged access to authentic being, comes into play. In this guise they can write certain ways of being in the world of their societies of origin, of practices, aesthetic and spiritual, sediment into language itself and not referring to concepts that the mind elaborates or that contain experiential truths into an idiom that their Western counterparts might understand. 199 In the multiplicity of these convergences, divergences, struggles, and so forth, the colonies, and more generally the former colonies, are a sort of gambit to clear the ground for various kinds of representation, of both varieties. The history of the colonies and their specific struggles, leading to, among other things, decolonization, are merely incidental, and are of no detailed interest to post-colonialism's metropolitan interlocutors. The more abstract and generalist the form in which those actual histories can be represented, the better. A certain kind of formulaic presentation goes down very well, and ultimately names and places are interchangeable and serially dispensable, rather like the World Bank country reports. Indeed, post-colonialism is now more or less completely detached from the study of the political economy of colonialism, and is attached instead to cultural studies of the postmodern variety, mainly but not exclusively of the former colonies. In the post-colonial moment, we are all somehow still under the epistemic sway of the colonial even as we resist under the sign of something post. But since this is understood to have been true when the colonial powers ruled their extra-European colonies, and possibly in the future as well, the post-colonial is not related to the departure of colonial powers from their Colorado knees. The post-colonial is not primarily about time, it would seem, a moment when colonialism as understood within a mode of production paradigm comes to an end. It is really more about space, a virtual location across the barrier of the Enlightenment. Given the global ambition of post-colonial theory, the post-colonial, if not the colonial, is presented as the concurrent condition of humanity on both sides of the old colonial divide. This opens the way to a metropolitan post-colonialism and the promise of a post-colonial meta-narrative, even if it is composed of fragments of other theories, combining a nostalgist and sometimes organicist vision of ex-colonial societies and cultures, elements of a critique of Enlightenment-inspired projects of modernity drawn from the Frankfurt School, anti-colonial nationalism, post-structuralism, postmodernism, and Maoism. 200 Ironically, of course, the significance of all these gestures might emerge more fully in the light of an enlarged narrative of capital. Whereas in the 19th century, colonialism was a necessary moment, so to speak, in the initial articulation of pre-modern forms to capital, the rise of post-colonialism coincides with the moment when capital finally overcomes the barriers imposed by both the pre-modern social forms and by colonialism itself. This is when capital completes its conquest of the entire world, including those regions that were once colonies of the Western powers. If so, post-colonialism is a record of the world fully colonized by capital, after the lapse of a generation or so following formal independence from the former colonizers, when the archaic forms of political colonial rule were finally rendered obsolete and completely consigned to a dusty corner of historical memory by capital's Promethean inventiveness and global reach. Post-colonialism, although a record of a fully capitalist world with no outside, no reserves of natural productivity à la Luxembourg, and Zizek, left to conquer 201 no free gifts from outside its own realm of surplus value, nonetheless incorporates in its name the claim that the object of analysis is colonialism. Or rather that it is directed towards the resistance offered by the colonist people and their descendants, not to mention all the migrating and crisscrossing fragments that reflect the unevenness of the world today, to Europe's pretentious universalism, to history's repressive strategies and practices. 202 But reading Babha's post-colonial manifesto makes one wonder whether there might be something more along the lines of a strategy of containment, of structural limitation and ideological closure. 203 A concerted attempt in fact to close off the implications of a growingly undiated confrontation of capital and labor on the planetary scale. So, is there a subaltern in post-colonial studies apart from the empirical subalterns that are occasionally dusted off and pressed into the service of subaltern history? Does social standing actually matter in a diasporic context? In a different context, of colonial India, Ranjit Guha pointed to the fluidity of the dichotomy between elite and subaltern, especially in relation to uneven regional development, class formation, and in specific institutional relations involving the colonizers. 204 Guha noted that some members of the local elite could in certain circumstances take on the air of subalterns. In a diasporic context, Brennan notes in response that racialist or ethnicist subjects, including the post-colonial intellectuals, could assume a rather different role, if not that of an elite, than at any rate that of a subaltern in a somewhat problematic sense of dominating and constraining political, or certainly theoretical, alternatives. They do so through a displaced Southernist strategy, political quietism under the guise of authenticity. 205 Post-colonial theorists have had to jump through some hoops to get heard. Neither American minorities nor the dominant Euro-American ruling class are interested in grubby illiterate peasants who cannot read or write, and whose idea of which country they live in is as vague as Marx's working-class students. 206 The subaltern has had to become an abstraction around which a third world can be written for a metropolitan readership. In the process, there has also been a somewhat untheorized reaching for Orientalist symbols and tropes, hastily reworked or excused as something like a strategic essentialism. The substitute for the subaltern in the post-colonial project must now be the intellectual who implements the totalizing projects implicit in the post-colonial meta-narrative on behalf of all those disappeared and disappearing fragments, which can no longer, if ever they could, speak for themselves, and also the one who resists the sway of Enlightenment-inspired categories and worldviews, and the whole secularizing, rationalizing drive of modernity. If that seems far-fetched, a reading of Chapter 3 of Provincializing Europe will disabuse the reader. 207 This is where Chakrabarty more or less tears apart the idea that subaltern refers to any particular social group or groups. We must assume that anyone who worlds the earth, experiences time, and so on, in ways that challenge the imperious code of historicism, can fill in for the absent subaltern. Social position itself is virtual, it is the tyranny of homogeneous, empty time that is the target of theoretical underlaboring. The practice of subaltern history is to take history, the code, to its limits in order to make its unworking visible. 208 And in this mode, the subalterns are those who stoutly resist the call to always historicize the one absolute and we may even say trans-historical imperative of all dialectical thought. 209 The goal of postcolonial critique, as Brennan notes, must be to preserve the essential resistance of the voiceless as a jumbled, useless, noble suffering, revelatory excess. 210 The form and structure of postcolonial studies have to be placed squarely within the force field created by the intersections of geopolitics, the economics of global capitalism, and the increasingly otiose resurrections of difference that draw on an old conceptual inheritance of the West and the rest that has been a constant companion of all manner of Orientalist thought. To the extent that the old Orientalist construct of Occident-Orient, Europe-Asia, has been part of the conceptual inheritance around which difference has been constructed, its revitalization in a postmodernist idiom is not entirely unexpected. And to the extent that the Metropolitan Anglophone Academy, especially the American university system, perhaps because of its early and comprehensive involvement with the worlds of government and corporations, not to mention the global study of the world's cultures, captures these trends, it reflects what appear to be contrary currents, on the one hand towards a flattening out of any sense of the local, and on the other to an occlusion of what is in fact common to the experiences of working people everywhere. But this appearance is deceptive. The latter, the occlusion, is, as this book argues, the ideological accompaniment to, not the contradiction of, the former, the flattening out. However inchoately realized, it is perhaps this ideological feature of postcolonial studies that has made it attractive to a Metropolitan Anglophone Academy. And that it seems is the interesting and obscurely understood part of the arrival with which this book began. Chapter 4. Provincializing Europe or Exoticizing India. Towards a historical and categorical critique of postcolonial studies. The following pages will closely analyze two major texts, namely, Dipesh Chakrabarty's Provincializing Europe and Ranjit Guha's Domination Without Hegemony, for the insights they provide into what has been called late subaltern studies, or perhaps more accurately the post-colonial turn of subaltern studies. They illustrate a distinctive aspect of subaltern studies in their continuing engagement with major historical themes, exemplified by their detailed readings of the colonial archive and fundamental vernacular texts, their critiques of imperialist and colonialist historiography, and withal a willingness to engage in vigorous debate and polemics around the issues of modernity, historicism, hegemony, power, and representation, which continue to define the vital terrain of post-colonial history. To grasp the key contentions of provincializing Europe, one almost has to turn to the end, where after over 250-odd pages Chakrabarty summarizes his argument. As he puts it, this book is not committed to either Marx or Heidegger in any doctrinaire or dogmatic sense, the spirit of their thinking and their guiding concepts preside over the two poles of thought, the analytic and the hermeneutic, as Chakrabarty presents them that direct the movements of this book. 1 The analytic heritage. The practice of abstraction helps us to universalize, and we do need universals, Chakrabarty argues, to produce critical readings of social justice. Yet, he maintains, this critical analytic tradition evacuates the place of the local and tends to sever the relationship between thought and modes of human belonging. To restore the latter, Chakrabarty has recourse to the works of Heidegger, reinstituting in the process the relationship within thought itself between thought and dwelling to it. Is under the sign of Heidegger that the crucial chapters in the book describe the distinctive features of a colonial modernity that neither replicates that of Europe nor should, for that reason, be regarded as a failure. It is about people making themselves at home in capitalism, even as that home appears to be tossed about in the furious oscillations of modern times. It is also under the sign of Heidegger that the key concluding section, Beyond Historicism, is developed. Dominance without hegemony expounds at great length, and via an examination of the categories that define and compose it, the distinctive features of colonial modernity in India, a result of the braiding, collapsing, echoing, and blending of two idioms, the British and the Indian, in such a way as to baffle all descriptions of this process as either a dynamic modernity overwhelming an inert tradition, or the mechanical stapling of a progressive Western liberalism to an unchanging Eastern feudal culture. Point 3. A distinctive feature of dominance without hegemony is its emphasis on an Indian historiography of India, with a critique of colonialist elitism and bourgeois nationalist elitism for as a necessary if extended preamble. That this Indian historiography turns out to have some reactionary and regrettable features is a point that becomes the subject of lengthy apologia, rather than a forthright engagement of its limitations, but more on that below. 4.1 Marx and difference in provincializing Europe. Three aspects of the larger agenda developed in Chakrabarty's work are important to note right away. 1. The apparent neutrality between Marx and Heidegger is misleading. Nowhere is the critique of Marxist thought for evacuating the local and the many ways of being in the world paralleled in the book by an exploration of the limits of Heideggerian thought for developing a project of social justice adequate to the challenges of our time. 5. 2. The act of writing some very particular ways of being in the world. Chakrabarty's vignettes of Bengali life, which I shall examine below into some of the universal, abstract, and European categories of capitalist/political modernity. 6. Has no counterpart in writing the abstract categories of Enlightenment thought in ways that might have a meaning for a subaltern facing injustice. 3. The invocation of a capitalist/political modernity, and its implicit and problematic equation with Europe, remains curiously disembodied, despite its evident centrality to constituting the very fabric of life in colonial India. 7. The ways in which some colonial subjects themselves shaped colonial capitalism and profited at the expense of those most proximate to them is the subject of considerable amnesia in Chakrabarty's tale. Chakrabarty appears to engage Marx mainly as a negative example of post-Enlightenment thinking that forces the many ways of being in the world into abstractions, not the least of which is abstract labor. To claim difference and resist the translation of difference into common terms via abstractions are, in this view, emancipatory gestures in a world grown tired of pretentious Eurocentric universalism. 9. Provincializing Europe, however, is not devoid of politics. By emphasizing the non-goal-oriented nature of much middle-class Bengali social life and by articulating a kind of nostalgic desire of a diasporic intellectual for that social life, Chakrabarty seems to be suggesting that the older subaltern studies' emphasis on struggles for social justice, however inchoate, were a bad dream from which a mature version has woken up. To defuse the charge that he has replaced struggle with a kind of existentialist conservatism, Chakrabarty strives mightily to argue that the real roots of oppression in modern Bengal, or India, or the Third World by extension, lie in a rampant Eurocentrism and historicism. 10. Not in income inequalities, mass poverty, patriarchy, the exploitation of labor, or the manifold oppressions of the state. The struggle is displaced onto the level of discourse. The post-colonial radical now has no desire to seize the means of production and socialize them on behalf of the immediate producers. Mainly, in a diasporic reincarnation, he, in this case, wishes to seize the academic curriculum and rid it of Eurocentric diffusionist elements. The starting point for Chakrabarty's attack on historicism is, of course, to define the term itself. Drawing on Ian Hacking's view that historicism is the theory that social and cultural phenomena are historically determined and that each period has its own values not directly applicable to other epochs, and Maurice Mandelbaum's notion that an adequate understanding of any phenomenon and an adequate assessment of its value are to be gained through considering it in terms of the place it occupied and the role it played in the process of development. 11. Chakrabarty notes two prime characteristics of historicism: 1. The notion of development and the elapse of homogeneous, empty time as the medium of development; 2. A preposited internal unity of the object that undergoes development. Historicism, in this sense, Chakrabarty suggests, is common to Marxist, liberal, and similar histories of capitalism, industrialization and nationalism, and is premised on a variety of strategies. In dealing with capital as a mode of production, for instance, historicist accounts either suggest that it is a world historical process that will eventually sublate differences, producing a more or less smooth terrain of development, or one that is not only not committed to overcoming differences, but positively produces and proliferates them. Both accounts are historicist in sharing a view of capital as arising in one part of the world and diffusing out to others, or if global nonetheless operating as a totalizing unity. 12. The only history that counts in this regard is the history that can be retrospectively constructed as the history of the becoming of capital, when it is not yet fully hegemonic or dominant, that is, the past as posited by capital itself. Chakrabarty calls this history the staple of transition. Narratives and historicism. Arguably, however, this is not the sum total of histories, even of capitalism, and to do justice to the complexity of the reality, not to mention the practice of historians, another history has to be brought into the picture. This is history too, that is to say, history not as antecedents established by itself, i.e. capital, not as forms of its own life process. Capital may seek to subjugate those antecedent forms, but, citing Marx, Chakrabarty notes that all sorts of remnants of vanished social formations still partially unconquered survive those efforts. 13. No simple meta-narrative of capital will suffice to unravel the complexity of modernity. Chakrabarty wants us to resist thinking of the future simply in terms of the unfolding of some potentiality inherent in capital, history marching on to the end of history, and to consider the pasts that live in the present, which resist yielding some simple agenda to make that happen. 14. The pasts that live in the present will take Chakrabarty into an exploration of the Bengali pasts that contributed to the making of colonial modernity. Provincializing Europe is thus an attempt to produce a reading in which the very category capital becomes a site where both the universal history of capital and the politics of human belonging are allowed to interrupt each other. 15. To do so with any amount of success involves confronting a number of issues. First is the acknowledgement that European colonial rule in India marks a definite caesura. Intellectual traditions, Chakrabarty asserts, once unbroken and alive in Sanskrit or Persian or Arabic, are now only matters of historical research for most. Categories once subject to detailed theoretical contemplation and inquiry now exist as practical concepts, bereft of any theoretical lineage, embedded merely in quotidian practices in South Asia. 16. When South Asians wish to theorize, they have recourse to European traditions, some of indisputably greater antiquity than the dead traditions of South Asia. Second, and allied to the first, is the near universal attraction to Enlightenment-inspired notions among the colonist and ex-colonist globally. He cites Hichem Jait, a Tunisian philosopher, who accused imperialist Europe of denying its own vision of man, and Frantz Fanon, who struggled to hold on to the Enlightenment idea of the human, even when he knew that European imperialism had reduced that figure to the male white settler. The attraction of the Enlightenment stems from the fact that there is no easy way of dispensing with the abstract figure of the rights-bearing individual or reason in its revolutionary guise in the conditions of political modernity, or for developing a social science that addresses the issues of modern social justice. 17. Chakrabarty's response to historicism, in this view, the global unfolding of capital as a self-identical entity, and the idea of the political, the abstract figure of the human and reason as the agency of history, develops a complex notion of time and place within which to disrupt their implicit triumphalism. That requires acknowledging both the indispensability and inadequacy of European thought. Indispensable not only in articulating a program of social justice precisely in terms of Enlightenment abstractions, but also because in its radical register as Marxism it plays a role in demystifying the ever-present tendency in the West to see capitalist expansion as a case of altruism, inadequate because it occludes questions of belonging and diversity. This is something of a central challenge, from Chakrabarty's point of view, since in fact the indispensable elements of European thought contain a powerful dose of anachronism, which he explains as the desire of modern humans to reduce the past to a null point outside oneself and one's time, so as to be free of it and to liberate oneself for the project of social justice. 18 Historicism of one variety or another, it seems, is central to the project of social justice. However, this kind of reductionism is also problematic for Chakrabarty since he wants to interrupt this narrative with those unvanquished elements of history too. To do this, he must assert not only that difference, a key term that will recur throughout provincializing Europe, is not external to capital, but that it lives on in intimate and plural relationships to capital, ranging from opposition to neutrality. 19 Why opposition to capital must come from history too and not history I, that is, from antecedents, for example, labor, reduced to moments of capital's self-expanding circuit, is a mystery that Chakrabarty does not clear up. 20 He insists that the issue is not about the resistance of this or that group to the spread of capitalism, it is not outside in place, but in a time that includes the category of capital, that is, it violates that category's internal coherence, in effect disrupting history I with history too, counterposing other forms of temporality to the homogeneous, empty time of post-Enlightenment modernity. 21 On this account, subaltern history cannot give up either Marx or difference. Marx and difference are supposedly exemplified in two intellectual traditions, both European, seemingly at radical odds with each other, the analytical and the hermeneutic. The analytic tradition, Chakrabarty tells us, seems to evacuate the local by assimilating it to some abstract universal. It seeks to demystify ideology by looking forward to a more just social order. Marx is held up as one of the progenitors of this tradition. The hermeneutic tradition, on the other hand, with Heidegger as its chief icon, finds thought intimately tied to places and to particular forms of life and is innately critical of the nihilism of that which is purely analytic. 22 The polemic against Enlightenment universalism that Chakrabarty launches here maintains that the universal is but a placeholder into which steps a proxy, which usurps its position in a gesture of pretension and domination. Let us say that Eurocentric diffusionism, or the colonizer's model of the world 23 is one such gesture of pretension and domination. Histories from the margins attempt to challenge that pretension and domination by giving us other life histories. We will ignore for the moment why a critique that looks forward to a more just social order should be considered nihilistic per se, or why thought intimately tied to places should not be implicated in injustices and tyrannies of all kinds, or the larger question of why a program for a just social order must evacuate the local, or why life histories from the margins must eschew a program for social justice. These questions are never seriously broached in provincializing Europe, remaining merely implicit, and that constitutes perhaps a political failing. Nor does Chakrabarty come to grips with the dialectical unfolding of the local and the global, the universal and the particular. This appears to be a significant methodological limitation. 4.2 The not yet of historicism. Historicism is what allowed European domination of the world, Chakrabarty asserts, thereby correcting one's naive assumption that it must have been the heavy artillery of imperialism. It does so by making modernity or capitalism look not simply global, but global over time, by originating in one place and spreading to others. 24 Historicism posits historical time as the measure of the cultural distance assumed to exist between the West and the non-West. In the colonies it legitimate the idea of civilization. Historicism assumes we are all heading in the same direction, but some have got there first and must direct the traffic for later arrivals. This is what he calls the not yet of colonial rule, whereby the colonist, whether Indians, Africans, or Irish for that matter, must wait and learn the codes of modernity and citizenship from the colonizer. Up to a point, nationalist thought goes along with this historicist approach to questions of modernity, but at others it balks at the limits it places on the mass mobilization of peasants and others not yet drawn into the vortex of modernity for the eminently modern project of nationalism. The not yet of colonial rule is then replaced by the now of anti-colonial thought, as those not yet schooled in the doctrinal and conceptual responsibilities of a secular civil society explode onto the historic stage. 25. Chakrabarty's criticism is not limited to colonial pretensions on this issue, the civilizing mission, but also takes to task the English Marxist historian Eric Hobsbawm for describing peasant rebels as primitive and pre-political, admitting non-secular, non-rational elements into their thought. 26. This kind of historiography, Chakrabarty states, is echoed in India where the peasantry, under world historical notice of extinction, has survived and remains a sign of India's particular, not incomplete, transition to modernity. Chakrabarty describes the peasant as no less a part of Indian modernity than the secular rational bourgeoisie and argues that the primitive, peasant, rebels' reading of the relations of power was by no means unrealistic or backward-looking. 27. Indeed, Chakrabarty states, there is no need to translate, as part of a secular rational civilizing mission, the practices of the rebels who called upon gods and spirits, and attributed much agency to them, into some acceptable and more real secular equivalent. To the extent that nationalist narratives are trapped within the not yet of historicism and the signs of inadequacy and primitiveness of the subaltern classes, they presuppose that the subaltern classes needed to be educated out of their ignorance, parochialism, or depending on your preference, false consciousness. In trying to subsume a variety of narratives not written from a modern subject position into narratives that bear approximation to that of a private citizen, nationalist narratives essentially tried to make Indian history look like a chapter in European history, adding only that it happened later and was perhaps an inferior copy of that original. This deprives modern Indian history of its multiple and contradictory themes, reproducing Indian modernity as a project of positive unoriginality. 28. In a show of even-handedness, Chakrabarty is intent on implicating even subaltern studies, at its inception, in this project of studying the historic failure of the nation to come into its own, a failure due to the inadequacy of the bourgeoisie as well as the working class to lead it into a decisive victory over colonialism and a bourgeois democratic revolution of the classic 19th century type. 29. Arguably, Chakrabarty is right to distance himself from this form of historicism, which as we shall see has not entirely died out among the founding principles of subaltern studies, but his arguments do raise some thorny theoretical, methodological, and political issues that cannot be easily discarded. For instance, when he notes that the presence of gods and spirits in the manifestos of peasant rebels is not symbolic of some deeper, more real secular reality, he is in fact avoiding dealing with the problem of the symbolic in human thought. To attribute some crude literalism to peasant thought avoids the question of what the gods and spirits may symbolize even if they do not stand in for something more real. Equally, Chakrabarty seems to imply that in the thought of disenchanted workers in their struggles for social justice there is, in effect, a straight equivalence between thought, action, and description. This kind of literalism is no help in sorting through the multiple and instantaneous translations that take place not only in the sphere of everyday politics, but also in the upheavals that take place in more exceptional times, and is probably why his questions of how do we, presumably narrators, interpreters of subaltern consciousness, handle the issue of the presence of the divine or the supernatural in the history of labor, and whether the project of social justice requires the use of some sort of disenchanted universalist language, remain largely rhetorical. 30. As for the red herring of the untranslatability of experiences into a common currency, we might only note that while Indian and British workers labor in different life worlds, they have been no more or less attentive to the radical calls of democracy and socialism, although they might very well interpret those terms quite differently. Any suggestion that disenchanted workers will hear the call to secular social justice, while workers for whom gods and spirits are an everyday reality will not be able to do so, is belied by working class history itself. As for the not yet, and the lack or inadequacy that it appears to imply and that informs the drive to develop programs for social justice. Why should this be interpreted merely as an example of the imperialism of post-Enlightenment thought? Every program of reform or revolution, even in the disenchanted West, implicitly acknowledges some inadequacies in the present state of things, and to the extent that it succeeds in mobilizing people to the cause, perhaps even convinces them of the importance of addressing those inadequacies. If all we could come up with as an alternative were the many ways of being in the world, there would be no need for a program of social justice, since at least some, if not most, could happily adjust to the manifest injustices of their time. Altogether, Chakrabarty's Platonic questions about gods, spirits, not to mention reason, can we give reason the same mission the world over? In what do we ground the reason that unavoidably marks the social sciences, if not in a historicist understanding of history? 31, may only convince the reader of the need for a more sophisticated sociology and hermeneutics than provincializing Europe seems able to muster. One would also need to go beyond repeated references to translation, agency, historicism, and universals, and get down to some serious comparative history and ethnography. It is in light of the above that we must assess Chakrabarty's claims about provincializing Europe, which he explains to be a way of exploring how European thought, both indispensable for and inadequate to thinking about the thorny problems of colonial and post-colonial modernity, may be renewed from and for the margins. For Chakrabarty, this involves dispensing with the by now archaic concern with the transition to modernity/capitalism, resisting the translation of different life worlds into a common currency, instead looking for conjointment and disjunctive genealogies for European categories of modernity. 32 It also involves the possibility of an alliance between the dominant metropolitan histories and subaltern peripheral pasts, whose task must be to expose the collaboration of European imperialism and third world nationalism in making Europe universal, and to formulate a radical critique and transcendence of liberalism, most notably bureaucratic constructions of citizenship, the modern state, and bourgeois privacy. 33 If successful, provincializing Europe should result in a recognition of the many roads to a many-sided modernity in which Enlightenment-inspired liberalism is only one discourse and a provincial one at that. And what would be the end result of that, apart from, ironically, a liberal tolerance if not celebration of diversity? While the latter might suffice in an elite private university setting in the West, one wonders how it would address the real, material deprivations of the world's poor and oppressed. Respecting the beggar's right to sleep under a bridge or on the sidewalk, and his or her invocation of gods and spirits in a cruel world, while avoiding such historicist issues as income redistribution, is in fact to give the game away. One might be led to ask if the project of provincializing Europe is a sophisticated apology for global and class polarization, an aestheticization of poverty and human misery. I would like to suggest, for the moment, that we should consider an alternative approach to provincializing Europe, which takes its cue from what Jameson calls the growing contradiction between lived experience and structure, or between a phenomenological description of the life of an individual and a more properly structural model of the conditions of existence of that experience. While in older societies, or even in the early stages of capitalism, the immediate and limited experience of individuals might still have been able to encompass and coincide with the economic and social form that governed that experience, at a later moment these two levels drift ever further apart and really begin to constitute themselves into an opposition, Wesen and Erscheinung, essence and appearance, structure and lived experience. 34 In advanced capitalism, the phenomenological experience of an individual becomes limited to a tiny corner of the socio-economic world, while the truth of that experience no longer coincides with it. The truth of the limited, daily experience of someone in London may lie, as Jameson points out, in India, Jamaica or Hong Kong, bound up with the whole colonial system of the British Empire. In the same way, the truth of the limited experiences of someone living in Calcutta might lie not only in London, or the metropolitan countries, but also in that of the other colonies, say, Jamaica or Hong Kong. The colonial system determines the very quality of the individual's subjective life, and yet the structural coordinates are no longer accessible to the individual's lived experience and are often not even conceptualizable for most people. 35 The experience of the metropolis can no longer serve as a universal referent. A fortiori this is the case in post-colonial times. Global capitalism scrambles the hitherto relatively stable geographies of metropolis and colony, core and periphery. A stage theory of politics loses all meaning. While the above addresses the spatial coordinate of modernity, there is also a temporal coordinate that needs to be factored into an understanding of the challenges of theorizing modernity. And this is what Jameson calls a fundamental peculiarity of human history, namely, that human time, individual time, is out of sync with socio-economic time, with the rhythms or cycles of the mode of production. 36 He goes on to say that as biological organisms of a certain lifespan, we are poorly placed to witness the more fundamental dynamics of history, glimpsing only this or that incomplete moment. The space-time distanciations of advanced capitalism raise the problem of the true and the authentic, and it is the task of theory to deduce the absent totality that makes a mockery of us, without relinquishing the fragile value of our own personal experience. 37 A process that becomes especially urgent as capital on the global scale unleashes its vast cycles of growth, recession, crises, its interminable miseries, as well as its sanguinary euphoria. It is this very materiality of capital that affords the objective basis of provincializing Europe, while keeping in full view the need for a universalist discourse of rights and justice, and for bringing into the foreground the structural coordinates that are no longer conceptualizable in terms of the lived experiences of most people, either among the former colonizers or the colonist. That is, it underscores the need for a large conceptual framework that does not preempt historical inquiry by recourse to arbitrary divisions, and the importance of not allowing a concern for difference to precipitate forgetfulness about the processes that create difference. It may, of course, be historicist in one of the ways in which Chakrabarty defines historicism, but it is a much more promising line of inquiry, not only to explain the contours of modernity, but also to create a politics adequate to countering capital's relentless drive to planetary dominance. 4.3 Why historicize? Historicism, for Chakrabarty, is part of the attempt by proponents of post-Enlightenment thought to universalize the notion of homogeneous, empty, disenchanted time. There are other ways of experiencing time than as a relentless sequence of secular cause and effect, other ways of worlding the earth, as it were. To think of European modernity, he says, is to think of modern industry, technology, medicine, legal systems, and so on. 38 Into which are coded not only a transition narrative, but also the above-mentioned homogeneous, empty, disenchanted time. Subaltern historians cannot accept this imperium of the European experience as a universal referent. 39 But is the matter so simply resolved? Chakrabarty himself comes close to arguing that modern history and historical consciousness are material necessities, since bureaucracies and other instruments of governmentality can only hear particular types of argument coded with the ubiquity of the commodity economy and its categories, in which abstract time and labor are key categories. Subaltern classes will need this knowledge in their struggle for social justice. But one might argue that this is a somewhat crudely decisionist approach to history. To think of modern industry, technology, medicine, and other innovations, is in fact to come face to face with the question, posed in the Communist Manifesto, earlier century had even a presentiment that such productive powers slumbered in the lap of social labor. 40 It is the real, visible, and experienced material difference that opened up in the course of the 19th century between industrial and non-industrial societies, which continues to sustain the transition narrative in its global form, not just some imperious code of post-Enlightenment modernity. The history of lack, deficiency, and other cognate terms, the ulterior leitmotif of much of the historiography of the former European colonies, locates itself in an obscure realization that what unleashes the powers of social labor lies not in the economic sphere, powers that can be released by mere changes of policy, but in the course and aftermath of sweeping social transformations, that is, in the disturbing, for some, sphere of radically undecidable class struggles. The modernity that Chakrabarty attacks is the modernity of liberal theorists like John Stuart Mill, and of their latter-day modernization counterparts, in which traditional societies are transformed into modern ones by the diffusion of Western institutions and practices. Chakrabarty makes much of the fact that Indian historians are expected to know the works of their European counterparts, that is, European history is part of the archive of Indian history, but the reverse is not true. In fact, the Third World, when it is of interest at all to European historians, is as a living fossil of social forms long ago consigned to the Museum of History in Europe itself. The point is well taken, but the issue is how effectively does he, or Guha, for that matter, use the European archive to write history. The Europe that Chakrabarty invokes is by his own admission hyperreal. Europe's modernity appears as some mythical Protestant ideal filtered through Locke and Hume. Huge chunks of counter-hegemonic thought in Europe, much less the radical critique of political economy developed by Marx and successive generations of radical thinkers, are simply ignored. What emerges is a caricature, one that is likely to be greeted with derision by anyone who knows European history. There is another concept of modernity, and in the plotting of its coordinates Perry Anderson notes the coexistence of significant elements of Ancien Regime culture and economy at a time when Europe was recognizably modern in the common sense of that term. There is no law that dictates an inevitable and inexorable movement away from those Ancien Regime mores. If that has come to pass, it has been by an act, or many acts, of political will and organization, many of which at any rate originated not among the so-called revolutionary bourgeoisie, but among workers and peasants whose vision of an alternative to Ancien Regime bondage was not the unfettered reign of capital, but something far more radical, articulated by, for example, the levelers and diggers in the English Revolution. 41 It is by suppressing this radical dimension that modern Europe emerges. Fully self-identical and armed with a retrospective, seamless, and elitist genealogy from ancient Greece to modern England. Freed from the constraint of recognizing radical impulses from below, and premised on their suppression, bourgeois rule emerged triumphant with a limited offering of rights, self-determination, and democracy. Concessions have had to be won at the cost of considerable struggle throughout Europe, and have been and are being rolled back at every opportunity. The history of those radical popular interventions appears in Chakrabarty's narrative to be the subject of considerable post-colonialist amnesia. The Europe that predominates in his narrative, and, as we shall see, in Ranjit Guha's as well, is one that traces a lineage from Aristotle to John Stuart Mill, via Locke and the apologists of colonialism. Here perhaps there is an unintended collaboration between those fraternal enemies, that is, the metropolitan elite intellectuals and the post-colonial subaltern historians, in defining the scope of the Europe to be provincialized by the latter. Chakrabarty seems able at best to give us vignettes of Bengali life that I shall address below, constituted around terms such as difference, excess and plenitude. 42 Under these terms lies an Indian tradition, alive and unbroken in both theoretical and practical registers before the colonial encounter, but which now sustains itself in quotidian practice and to some extent in literature and art, without the benefit of theoretical reasoning. It is the survival of this tradition, in however attenuated if not debased forms, that Chakrabarty is at pains to recuperate. All those other things that social historians have been and remain interested in, political, economic, and social struggles, which utilize Enlightenment and Enlightenment-derived, not to mention a variety of indigenous, forms of thought and action, in this account become background noise. The ways in which modernity is constructed in each dynamic context, shaped by a variety of political tendencies, responding to, articulating or obfuscating the understanding of a world buffeted by capital and colonial rule, are at best faintly visible. There is, of course, a more interesting way to come to grips with modernity, consistent with the idea developed above that the truth of any limited phenomenological experience is actually tied into a much larger sphere, a global one in fact. Here again, we have recourse to an idea developed by Jameson. When one is immersed in the immediate, the abrupt distance afforded by an abstract concept, a more global characterization of the secret affinities between those apparently autonomous and unrelated domains, and of the rhythms and hidden sequences of things we normally remember only in isolation and one by one, is a unique resource. Historical reconstruction, then, the positing of global characterizations and hypotheses, the abstraction from the blooming, buzzing confusion of immediacy, was always a radical intervention in the here and now and the promise of resistance to its blind fatalities. 43. This capacity to think in large, conceptual, systemic terms, arguably made possible by the in-between, or both together character of the modern, is seemingly lost to our age, the postmodern moment of capitalism, a purer and more homogeneous expression of classical capitalism, in which, as Perry Anderson argues, the possibility of other social orders has all but vanished. 44 The resistance in postmodern and postcolonial theory to globalizing or totalizing concepts like the mode of production, or the dreaded transition narrative, are a function of precisely the globalization of capitalism that began in the post-World War II period but has accelerated tremendously in the last quarter of a century. As Jameson puts it, here everything is henceforth systemic. The very notion of system seems to lose its reason for being, returning only by way of a return of the repressed in the more nightmarish form of the total system fantasized by Weber or Foucault or the 1984 people. 45 The rejection of the pernicious categories of a totalizing Western Marxism, not limited to but finding its most active use in the arsenal of the post-colonial theorist, and the preference for the discrete genealogies of, say, Michel Foucault. 46 Emerge as much from this historical context as from any desire to achieve a sense of identity uncontaminated by universalist Eurocentric concepts and images. 47 Those aversions and preferences emerge too at a moment when the ideologies of progress and modernization, whose human and ecological costs have often been fearful and whose results have frequently been dubious to say the least, have gone into a terminal crisis. Furthermore, terms like conservatism and revolution seemingly no longer mean what they did previously, and indeed have no clear reference. The spatial economy of global capitalism is now so jumbled up that regions in the pathways of global capitalism undergo development, growth, commoditization, others find it virtually impossible to do so. Some in the erstwhile Third World participate in a new global culture, while others turn to finding solace in cultural havens as far apart from one another as they were at the origins of modernity, even though they may be watching the same TV shows. 48 Ironically, then, post-colonial theory, and no better exemplar can be found than Chakrabarty, has rearranged this global situation, objectively quite pessimistic, into a celebration of the end of colonialism, and the necessary tasks for the near future as the abolition of its ideological and cultural legacy. 49 However, it is difficult to understand how this ideological and cultural legacy, Eurocentrism, as some prefer to call it, comes to have a special significance absent capitalism's foundational status. Without it, as Derlich cogently points out, Eurocentrism would have been simply another ethnocentrism comparable to the Chinese, the Indian or for that matter the most trivial tribal solipsism. An exclusive focus on Eurocentrism as a cultural, ideological, or discursive factor blurs the power relationship that dynamized it and endowed it with hegemonic persuasiveness. 50 Post-colonial theory fails to explain why Eurocentrism, in contrast to local and regional ethnocentrisms, was able to define modern global history and define itself as the universal aspiration and end of history. It merely throws the cover of culture over material relationships, as if one had little to do with the other, and diverts attention from the criticism of capitalism to the criticism of Eurocentric ideology. 51 How does Chakrabarty put his agenda of provincializing Europe into motion? Like other post-colonial critics who claim to be influenced by Marxism while resisting its imperious code, Chakrabarty has an odd way of doing so. Insofar as anything of Marxism survives the anti-colonial spirit of gratitude 52 with which he embraces Heidegger, fascist warts and all, it is translated into a post-structuralist language, in which the universalist ambitions of Marxism are deconstructed, decentered, and so on. Unlike earlier Marxists who had perforce to render Marxism into a local vernacular, Derlich gives the example of Mao Zedong. One can think of a host of other equally important translations. The repudiation of practical transformative challenges in post-colonial thought leads not to its dispersion into local vernaculars but a return to another first-world language with universalist epistemological pretensions. 53 Anti-universalist universalism appears no less foundational than its predecessor. Eurocentric form and probably more imperious, we might imagine, from the sheer lack of any need to render it intelligible to those who have been on the wrong side of imperialism and its supposedly Enlightenment-derived ideologies. 54 Why historicize? Because difference, excess and plenitude turn out to be misdirected slogans after all, because a system that constitutively produces differences remains still a system, and because knowledge of the system might be an indispensable ally to overcome the seemingly blind and natural laws of socio-economic fatality. If the third world theorist objects that something precious and existential, something fragile and unique about their singularity, will be lost irretrievably when they find out that they are just like everybody else, so be it, we might as well know the worst. That objection, Jameson notes, is the primal form of existentialism and phenomenology, and it is rather the emergence of such anxieties that needs first to be explained. 55 In view of the preceding considerations, it is perhaps not so unexpected that Chakrabarty should write about other social orders, while adopting a theoretical stance appropriate to a moment of world history when the possibility of other social orders besides or beyond the planetary hegemony of capital seems to many, if not most simply, unimaginable. The social order that Chakrabarty offers as the other of Western modernity is at best a reactionary one, even on the terms of the founding ideas of subaltern studies. His theory and polemics implicitly rule out a progressive, indeed revolutionary, alternative to really existing capitalism. 4.4 Tattooed by the exotic. As noted, Chakrabarty rejects the notion that modernity requires us to think exclusively in terms of a secular, disenchanted time in which history unfolds. He cannot accept the notion that gods and spirits are social facts, and that the social somehow exists prior to or apart from them. Although the god of monotheism may have taken a few knocks, and was perhaps even declared dead in the 19th century, the gods and spirits of superstition, in India and presumably many parts of the Third World, are, he assures us, alive and well. Chakrabarty claims to take gods and spirits as existentially coeval with the human, and thinks from the assumption that the question of being human involves the question of being with gods and spirits. Being human means, quoting Ramachandra Gandhi, discovering the possibility of calling upon God without first being under an obligation to establish his reality. 56 The Santal rebel, facing death, could offer in his defense the plea "I did as my God told me to," which Chakrabarty concludes is about the consciousness of the Santal and about the Santal as our immediate contemporary, a figure illuminating a life possibility for the present. 57 This existential coevalness of gods and spirits allows Indians to mobilize anti-historical notions of the past that are fully integrated into their modernity. In other words, there is no way to consign the Santal's consciousness to the Museum of History, while privileging the secular consciousness of disenchanted rebels for the present and future. They both coexist as facets of modernity. By themselves, these claims are quite uninteresting. People who invoke God in everyday life do so without having to prove his or her prior reality. This is a fairly ordinary definition of faith. As for modernity, one of its essential horizons is precisely the coexistence of different social and imaginative orders. 58 It is the further claims that Chakrabarty makes on behalf of the supposed existential coevalness of the secular and the spiritual world that begin to unravel his claims on behalf of the difference underlying Indian modernity. For example, he distinguishes between good history and subversive history. A good history, trying to assimilate the Santal's explanation of what made him rebel, would recast his explanation into a causal mode in which his Thakur God would be given a materialist reading to the ends of privileging a purely secular, perhaps socio-economic, account of the rebellion itself. If we see the causality attributed to Thakur as massive self-estrangement, then we have merely done good history. A subversive history, on the other hand, would take the Santal's account literally and leave open the possibility of loose ends that will not need to be tied into a neat secular knot, thus giving us a peek into a very different form of thinking about causality than the relentless secular cause and effect sequence of much modern historiography. Point 59. Subversive history, it turns out, is nothing more than a proxy for what Chakrabarty elsewhere calls the time of the gods. It is unclear what has been subverted, and in favor of what. If the end of this kind of history is causal and political agnosticism, what happens to the project of social justice? If it is epistemic charity, then why is it not patronizing and orientalist? One is left with the suspicion that the time of the gods becomes in this type of account a mere placeholder, which can be replaced by whatever scraps of orientalism are ready at hand. We must remind ourselves that modernity is defined by the conjunction of two sets of circumstances, the legacy of a still living pre-industrial past and a situation in which a global, capitalist/colonial, system inscribes its imperatives at the very heart of human experience, with those circumstances in turn affecting artistic and political endeavors. This context, in which both European and Indian modernism emerged, enabled the creation of remarkable new languages and forms, haunted by the exotic and tattooed with foreign place names. Point 60. Perhaps what the historian of colonial modernity needs to understand is that the foreign and the exotic lie not on the other side of the globe, as it were, but in the intimate proximity of the colony itself. Chakrabarty betrays a misunderstanding of colonial, in his case, Bengali, modernity when he suggests that subaltern pasts act as a supplement to the historian's pasts, that they remind us of a shared, unhistoricizable and ontological now. This is to turn the subaltern into an exemplary character who illustrates the contemporaneity of the non-contemporaneous, an inhabitant of the psychic basement of bourgeois consciousness. Point 61. Let us suppose, for the moment, that we were confronted not with a subaltern rebel, but with a fundamentalist Zionist who rationalized his role in the occupation of the West Bank by saying that God had given that land to Israel. Would we extend to him the same epistemic charity, the same causal and political agnosticism as Chakrabarty wants us to in the case of the Santal? Both statements seem identical in their structure, abdicating responsibility, partaking of the logic of extreme authoritarianism, utter absolutism. On what grounds would we differentiate the statement of the land-grabbing Zionist supported by his government and the world's superpower from that of the oppressed and exploited Santal rebel, since this particular brand of subversive history gives no basis for such comparative judgment, since all is difference, excess, and plenitude? In point of fact, neither the existential coevalness of the time of the gods and the spirits, nor calling upon God without having to establish his or her reality, form any part of Chakrabarty's methodology in provincializing Europe, they are merely empty gestures. Despite his disclaimers, he does offer a fairly straightforward anthropology of faith, if not of religion, of the forms in which gods and the ineffable are invoked, the occasions when they are, and what those invocations signify, written by a metropolitan historian with an outsider's point of view. A political translation might help avoid the cul-de-sac to which Chakrabarty's argument leads. In the conditions of subaltern struggles against an armed and hostile opposition, some ideological armor might have been necessary before entering the fray. Attributing a causal role to the gods, and alienating responsibility to them, would have been part of the strategy of class warfare. In that case, we might see the Zionist argument differently, not as an invocation born of the fear of imminent liquidation, but as ideological manipulation. Point 62. The Santal's case would be different, and acquire a more complete secular reality. 4.5 Under the sign of Heidegger, the woman's question. Not surprisingly, in the last 4 chapters of Provincializing Europe, supposedly written under the sign of Heidegger, we find neither the kind of insight into Bengali urban life that a good historical approach might provide, nor even an inkling of what projects of social justice might have been developed out of 19th-century Bengali urbanism. There is no discussion of how Indian political, economic, and cultural ideas were, or could have been, mobilized for such projects. Those concerns are replaced by the more familiar trope of Indian exceptionalism. The endless spinning around on the notions of difference and excess seem mainly designed to spirit economic and social inequalities, injustice, and oppression out of sight, and on the occasions when these are brought into view, they are quickly aestheticized and rendered unusable for any project of social justice. Indeed, Chakrabarty's positive reading of hierarchy, images of worship, the thoroughgoing relativization of patriarchy, all contribute to making modern city life in Bengal part of an exotic moral economy and the site of an apolitical difference and excess. Chapter 5, Domestic Cruelty and the Birth of the Subject, traces the emergence of the caste Hindu widow both as the object of much solicitude in Bengali writings of the colonial period and as a person with a complex emotional life, whose sufferings she herself could write about and about whom articles and books were written. How was the condition of the suffering Hindu widow presented in this newly emerging literature? Much of it seems to have been through fairly straightforward calls for social reforms to ameliorate the condition of the widow, often accompanied by analyses of the problems posed by Hindu customs and joint family life. For Chakrabarty, however, the need to go beyond good history is so insistent that he proceeds to set aside these concerns, or the voices of the widows themselves, except for the odd paragraph here and there. 63 Perhaps the widows have been rendered mute by the workings of an all-encompassing and powerful nationalist patriarchy that could command, alongside the traditional resources, those of Western reason as well? Chakrabarty is much more concerned to show that the plight of the Hindu widow came to be articulated within a field constituted by two spheres of thought: 1, the Enlightenment sphere of natural sentiments, in which reason plays an important part in regulating blind custom, thus releasing a human capacity to experience sorrow for the plight of those who have been subject to especially poor treatment; the other, the sphere of Indian aesthetics, which asserts that only the particularly large-hearted could feel the pain of others. The point is that the Enlightenment field of interpretation did not swamp the Indian counterpart, but coexisted with it, and that the suffering of widows, undeniable in both traditions, generated alternative and incompatible readings of human capabilities, endowments, and so on. 64 If we assume Chakrabarty's reading of the situation to be correct, are we then to conclude that somehow the life of the Hindu widow was enriched, and her suffering lessened, by the coexistence of these traditions? If not, are we permitted to entertain a sneaking suspicion that Chakrabarty is more interested in aestheticizing the sufferings of the widow than in understanding the actual dynamics of social reform movements that grew up in engagement with and in the interstices of the two traditions? Are we also to assume from this that the Enlightenment view was the generally accepted one in, say, 18th or 19th century Europe, that similar antinomies were not present in European modernity? If not, the best that one can say is that in the unprecedented conditions created under colonial rule in Bengal, social spaces may have opened up that Indian aesthetics could not theorize and explain, so that some form of Enlightenment philosophy would become an important theoretical, political, and social resource. Enlightenment philosophy was available to urban Bengalis and could be pressed into service; otherwise, undoubtedly, modes of thought existing in India would have been wrestled with in order to generate a new conceptual order adequate to the new situation. The appropriation and invention of traditions is very much a part of every modernity, with the Enlightenment itself, reinterpreted to suit, being one pole of it. 65 Chapter 8, Family, Fraternity, and Salaried Labor, is an example of what Chakrabarty has in mind when he writes about the inextricably conjoined but disjunctive nature of colonial modernity that calls into dispute historicist, evolutionist, notions of modernity. Among other things, this chapter deals with the idealization by the 19th century Bengali middle class of the Grihalakshmi figure, the idealized housewife, member of a clan and indeed its savior, so to speak, against the ravages of modern life, and Grihakarma, the disinterested work of maintaining the familial collective, versus the denigration of office work as routinist, soul-killing stuff, and perhaps also as individualistic and utilitarian. Along the way, Chakrabarty also examines differences in the ways conceptions and practices of fraternity were developed in Europe versus Bengal. The history of Bengali nationalism, he informs us, gives us a glimpse into a colonial modernity intimately tied to European modernity, but one that avoided reproducing the latter's autonomous individual as a figure of its own desire. This problematizes, for Chakrabarti, the place of liberalism in Bengali modernity, while avoiding the temptation to think of the more collective, familial, fraternal bonds that accompanied Bengali modernity as somehow incomplete, compensatory, or as an ideological cover for the grosser forms of exploitation of women and younger siblings. Citing an 1823 text, Kalikata Kamalalaya Calcutta, the abode of Kamala, to make the point about difference, Chakrabarti argues that the author displayed a steadfast desire to maintain a critical symbolic boundary between the realms of gods and ancestors on the one hand, and that of the public secular domain on the other, and resisted disciplining the time of the household to that of civil society, which is conceived of as the side of compulsion, unfreedom, a forced interruption of higher duties to one's gods and ancestors. However, and this is the point Chakrabarti wishes to emphasize, the author himself was a member of a voluntary association that followed European rules and was dedicated to improvement. 66 If the story were to end there, perhaps it would neatly illustrate Chakrabarti's point, although it is very doubtful that office work as such was ever the subject of sustained poetic rapture by a salariate anywhere. However, within a few pages, another story starts to emerge. For instance, he notes that by the late 19th century, in contrast to the world of Kalikata Kamalalaya, Victorian fetishes of discipline, routine, and order had become some of the most privileged and desired elements in Bengali imaginings of domestic and personal arrangements. Time, it seems, had become the essence of this reconfigured Bengali bourgeois life. 67 There is certainly the making of a transition narrative here, but Chakrabarti neither follows this through, nor does he inquire into its material coordinates with the level of historical detail that he devotes to difference. Instead, we are offered a rather lame conclusion, following Sudipto Kaviraj, to the effect that the more modernity unfolds it seems to appear inescapably plural. Transition narratives create the untenable illusion that given all the right conditions the Bengali rich and poor would understand the principles of being private and public in the right ways. 68, an extremely platitudinous statement in this context, to put it mildly. Chakrabarti asks, how do we find a home for reason, even as we acknowledge the plural ways of being human that we ourselves posit? Of course, it goes without saying that modernity is inescapably plural, but can it be subjected to good historical analysis, or do we take refuge in vague generalizations, verging on essentialization, of an East-West dichotomy? One certainly ought to be able to track the development of notions of time and space in colonial modernity without necessarily giving into hard notions of transition, whereby every society is bound to follow a rigid sequence of social and economic forms and arrive at more or less the same end point. This would be more the approach of a rigidly bureaucratized and Stalinist version of Marxism, captured or recuperated for neoclassical economics in the Cold War period by people like W.W. Rostow, and latterly at least in claims about the endpoint by Francis Fukuyama, impeccably bourgeois thinkers, than of any critical school of Marxist theory. 69 In this context, an interesting question might be, what were the ways in which older themes survived and how were they modified as a new regime of time and space emerged in the urban culture of Calcutta during the colonial period? One might reasonably posit three overlapping moments. One in which ritual, religion, and economy are inextricably imbricated. Indeed, perhaps it would have been impossible for people in such a social formation to separate and autonomize aspects of social life that we casually describe as if they were autonomous and separate, a not uncommon situation in many social formations that precede the development of capitalism, to a moment of genuine tension, when the economy is being pulled apart from other aspects of social life, in this case largely through the initiatives of a self-consciously superior and alien power, a moment in which ritual and religion achieve significant autonomy and become associated with an agenda of purity and authenticity over against the foreign rulers. Let us call this the moment of tradition, when tradition is constructed as an oppositional pole to modernity. 3. The moment when the cleavage is far advanced and the economy begins to exert its gravitational power over the symbolic arenas of identity and culture, let us call this the moment of neo-traditionalism, when the capital forms subsumes culture, including religion and ritual, and gives it the characteristically commoditist existence widely recognizable today in India as elsewhere. The antinomies generated in the process and the contradictions they signal would tell us something significant about the ways Bengalis themselves mobilize old and new ideas for their projects, and take us beyond a substantialized aesthetic agency acting behind the backs and seemingly above the control of social agents. This is not a trivial consideration, especially when examining the issue of patriarchy, which recurs on several registers in chapters 5 to 8 in considering, for example, the idealized figure of the housewife Grihalakshmi, the Hindu widow, and even Atta, a supposedly non-end-oriented practice of orality that Bengalis came to prize as part of their adaptation to the exigencies of urban living. How does Chakrabarty's brand of subversive history cope with patriarchy? Chakrabarty is uneasy about a purely historicist explanation of the emergence of the idealization and romance around the figure of Grihalakshmi and Grihakarma, dismissing the tendency in Indian historiography to see this as the particular way in which a middle class constructed new patriarchal norms in the face of colonial exclusions and racism, and the shock of being subjected to foreign norms in the public domain and the anxieties accompanying this situation. There are two major shortcomings to this approach, according to Chakrabarty: 1. That it effectively reduces the aesthetic to its mere ideological functions, 2. That it foreshortens historical inquiry. To reduce the categories. 181. Provincializing Europe or exoticizing India. Of a nationalist aesthetic to its ideological function alone would be to miss out on the histories of contesting desires contained in them. Imagination and desire are always more than rationalizations of interests and power. 70. From Chakrabarty's point of view, it is crucial that we investigate the proposition that Bengali modernity might have imagined life worlds in ways that never aimed to replicate the political or domestic ideals of modern European thought, that instead of the contractual individualism of European fraternity, a conception of fraternity based on the solidarity of brothers in an extended family developed, in which Bhakti was mobilized as a modern political sentiment. 71. And in keeping with the emphasis on difference, one ought to resist the temptation to see this as a lack, a deficiency among middle-class Bengalis. 72. However, as we well know, there was a ferocious amount of litigation between family members, including brothers, over inheritance matters, and occasional instances of solidarity were massively undercut by a near-constant sense of grievance and mutual suspicion. If nothing else, this suggests that individualistic tendencies existed in tension with, perhaps even in contradiction to, the familial solidarities that normative ideology, fostered within specific historic coordinates, emphasized. Chakrabarty might respond by saying that one must not confuse the actual situation on the ground for the idealizations involved in this aesthetic practice, but if we were to follow this approach, we could do little more than a side-by-side narration of how different civilizations, moved by high textual aesthetic and philosophical prescriptions, gave voice to those traditions, resulting in a civilizational narrative resembling in form that of Samuel Huntington's, for example, even if the valence of the universal was diametrically opposed. 73. Difference could be spun out to the nth degree and description would displace explanation altogether. This could easily lead to a variety of historicism that Chakrabarty would not wish to deal with. Lest we see this patriarchal culture as singularly oppressive of women, Chakrabarty assures us that women did not necessarily view it as an iron cage of unfreedom. He cites the example of a book entitled Patibrata Dharma, English subtitle, A Treatise on Female Chastity, by Dayami Das, which goes on to celebrate the land blessed with women devoted to their husbands, which should celebrate women as goddesses. The book also gave its author an opportunity to celebrate her eroticism and individuality, and express her exhilaration at becoming literate. 74. Depending on what the baseline is, this might indeed be construed as bringing out the creative side of this non-liberal patriarchy. But is it any way unusual? After all, bourgeois women are given some space, as patriarchy becomes less private and more civic national, to exercise a degree of power over proletarian women and to develop a social role. As we know, the sense of power and the exhilaration that goes with it, confined to a very few women, even of the dominant classes, is something that women of the Hindu right now experience. After all, they can participate, if only vicariously, in the blood rights of Hindutva. 75 Fascism offered Aryan women some sense of mission and accomplishment. 76 This may be creative, but it is hardly something to celebrate. What is the idealization of housewife and housework, Grihalakshmi and Grihakarma, but a local statement of the widespread tendency to develop and institutionalize a cult of domesticity, to build in sanctions against those women who would stray from rather narrowly stated norms of behavior, and to accompany the idealization of the female figure of virtue with a denigration of the male world of work and sordid compromise. The inversion of the symbolic and the economic hierarchies involved here is typical of patriarchal discourses everywhere. Bengali patriarchy may have idealized the extended family as the unit of solidarity, but even so, it did not violate the wider norms of controlling female sexuality, branding and punishing those women whose personal desires may have driven them to violate those norms. The figure of a Lakshmi, the malevolent counterpart of Lakshmi, has its likeness in other cultures. What larger solidarities and anxieties were being expressed in this dialectical counterpositioning of Lakshmi/Alakshmi? On the one hand, the mobilization of an indigenous idiom is one way of limiting the assimilation of the Bengali bourgeois woman to alien, read, European, norms, even if that alien figure was also bound by the limits of Victorian patriarchy. On the other, there is the anxiety of upper caste, not necessarily upper class, men thrown into the maelstrom of capital and into an indifferent public sphere by a foreign power that professed contempt for their religion and social arrangements. Conceivably, then, there could have been a leveling down of the pretensions of upper caste men to those of people below them in the caste hierarchy, whose values in matters of sexuality might have been heretofore more distinctly liberated. If the role of Grihalakshmi was to maintain the integrity of the Kula 77, this may well have been because that integrity was always fragile, under threat from within as from without. In this situation, one would have to reconsider Chakrabarty's contention that Bengali modernity rejected the agonistic individualism of modern Europe in favor of a natural solidarity. In the first place, rejection implies active consideration before a decision is made. Arguably, colonial rule itself, for reasons of economical governance, among others, may not have encouraged, and indeed may actually have actively restrained, the emergence of agonistic individualism, not that it could contain all countervailing tendencies in that regard. Overall, colonial rule, and not only in India, was decidedly conservative. The historical conditions may have played a significant, if undiscussed in provincializing Europe, part in the ways in which an older aesthetic and philosophical tradition gained the effectivity it did, if only in a limited temporal conjuncture. Aesthetics and high textual traditions cannot be made into self-moving forces in history. This is precisely how a civilization narrative model short-circuits historical investigation. But it is the larger, in this case, nationalist, significance of solidarities based on kinship or pseudo-kinship through which we must sift. Whatever the actualities of family solidarities on the ground, it is clear that ethno-nationalism in India mobilized religious solidarities even as they were being crafted. 78 Nationalism operates simultaneously in the civic universal and ethnic particularist registers, and membership of the imagined community of a nation modifies and qualifies unmarked universal individualism. Individuality is historically conditional on membership of the group. 79 Chakrabarty deals with this rather complex development of nationalism using his by now formulaic invocation of the idioms of family solidarity that mark a crucial difference with Europe. He informs us that an assumed fraternal compact underlay the tendency, pervasive in Bengali and Indian nationalism, to think of the country as mother. Hindu nationalists portrayed themselves as children of the mother. Popular nationalist songs captured the affective side of the brotherly unity on which this patriarchal nationalism was based, and the myth of fraternity was one crucial difference between the patriarchal assumptions of nationalist politics in Bengal and the classical themes of European political thought. 80 The politics underlying this assumed fraternity is no great secret, and perhaps in this case difference ought to take into account the historical conjunctural factors in the evolution of anti-colonial and, indeed, communalist versions of nationalism. Absent that type of investigation, no essentialist difference between Europe and Bengal, or India, is likely to be persuasive. 81. 4.6 Under the sign of Heidegger, 2. Imagined communities. Chapter 6, Nation and Imagination, takes up the question of the nation as imagined community and the specific connotations of imagination. Chakrabarty is keen to show that India was not imagined according to some European conception alone, but owed a lot to the animation, in new circumstances, of an ancient Indian tradition. One component of modern Indian imagination about the nation is informed by incorporating European thought, in which it is seen as a mentalist construct with an active, thinking historicizing subject participating in the formation of the imagined community. The other is the Indian component, darshan, a subjectless practice, which implies the cessation of the world, the ordinary historical world, samsara, and its sudden replacement by a new dimension of reality. The enjoyment of the rasa essence of nationalism requires, in modern India, the coming together of both traditions. Chakrabarty insists that plural and heterogeneous ways of seeing raise questions about the analytical reach of the European category imagination. 82 This is an arguable assertion. One might suggest that Indian bourgeois thought of the 19th century is actively inventing a tradition or creating multiple and ever more complicated examples of sophistry, rather than simply recapitulating some ancient tradition. Chakrabarty is further interested in linking the peasant mode of imagining and seeing with the ancient, elite, tradition of Sanskrit aesthetics. Thus, he asserts, the Bharat Mata of the peasants, as opposed to the India of the intelligentsia, is imbued with this age-old practice of darshan, and refers to practices, aesthetic and spiritual, sediment into language itself, and not referring to concepts that the mind elaborates or that contain experiential truths, and that such practices were the legitimate ground of peasant nationalism. 83 We are being asked to believe that an ancient Indian tradition, shared by elite and peasants alike, distinguished not only Indians from Europeans, but surely by implication Hindus from Muslims, and that this was true for all the subcontinent's authentic Hindu denizens through time. Despite Chakrabarty's earlier polemic against historicism, this is a sheerly dogmatic statement of conservative historicism and Orientalism, wrapped up in the kind of organicist fantasy to which subaltern studies inspired post-colonial thought seems to be increasingly drawn. One wonders about the price to pay for setting aside a secular causal account of the national imagination. For a start, the Bharat Mata of the peasants could be the earth beneath one's feet or the whole world. Why should we call this nationalism, since nationalism carries the charge of belonging in a community constituted precisely by shared notions of the past, vicariously experienced commonality with people one will never meet, and some notion of boundaries? Educated nationalists like Tagore, Nehru, and others might use darshan self-consciously to indicate an equivalence or difference. Both should be possible, with other, Enlightenment-influenced theories of nationalism. But short of systematic investigation, one cannot summarily suggest that there is some organic, class-indifferent tradition that binds all Hindus together. Furthermore, what notion of imagination corresponds to the realist mode, even if we know what corresponds to the poetic? In fact, the nationalist imagination, a la Benedict Anderson, contains both the notion of origins and time, therefore history in some sense, and the suspension of time itself. 84 In the latter mode, the nationalist imagination dwells in an unhistorical present that connects individuals into a community regardless of subjective will, or it manifests itself as the consciousness of a timeless collective being that suspends the very notion of origins. Via its poets, and secular priests, the nation becomes an almost sacred entity experienced in moments of devotion, when the rational, critical faculties are suspended and one submits to fancy. 85 These facets of the nationalist imagination might suggest that the imagination is itself a multifaceted thing to be investigated in each historical context for what it can reveal about the poetry and pathos of nationalism. But Chakrabarty wants so much to wring the maximum mileage out of difference and excess that he must ransack every bit of Sanskrit aesthetics he can muster to press his case, even if that involves, ironically, arguing within precisely the enclosures of the Orientalism and nativism bequeathed by the colonial legacy he otherwise wishes to challenge. Chapter 7 on Atta, A History of Sociality, the longest in the book, begins with Marshall Behrman's question: how can one become a subject as well as object of modernization, get a grip on the modern world and make oneself at home in it? 86 The cultural location of Atta, a form of sociality that is not end or result oriented, and which is peculiar, so Chakrabarty will conclude, to colonial Calcutta, has something to do with a history in which the institution came to symbolize a particular way of dwelling in modernity, almost a comfort zone in capitalism. The passing of Atta as a social practice over the last several decades in post-colonial Calcutta seems then to have become the occasion for a great deal of nostalgia and mourning, as if its passage carried away with it an exciting if problematic period in the history of modern Bengali urbanism. In Chakrabarty's view, an unresolved question remains buried in the current nostalgia for Atta: how to be at home in a globalized capitalism. 87 The requiem for Atta, then, brings with it a deeper anxiety: how to cope with a fast-changing world, in which uninterrupted disturbance of all social relations, everlasting uncertainty and agitation seem to be the order of the day. 88 Chakrabarty concedes at the outset that what is peculiar is the Bengali claim that the practice of Atta is peculiarly Bengali. He quotes Nripendra Krishna Chattopadhyay, somewhat ironically, to the effect that no other race has been able to build up such an institution as Atta that stands above all ideas of need and utility. To enjoy Atta is a primordial and perennial practice of life. No other people have succeeded in acknowledging this in life as Bengalis have. 89 He also cites Neeraj Chaudhary, 90, an iconic figure of Bengali letters, who argued that Atta signified a lack or deficiency in Calcutta's natives, whom he likened to Galton's oxen, which were hardly conscious of each other when in a herd, but showed extreme distress when separated from each other. 91 For Chakrabarty, Atta cannot be seen as a carryover of a feudal culture, surviving as an obstacle to Bengali modernity. It would be a mistake to see it as defending a pre-capitalist sense of time and sociality, and equally wrong to hear the ghosts of Luther and Weber in Neeraj Chaudhary's strictures against it. The participants in Atta were, as he points out, the people who helped form a Bengali literary public in Calcutta and who contributed to a distinctly modern sense of nationality. These must be the key ideas, one would think, and an apt subject for an extended meditation on the transitions that are inevitable for any society drawn into the gravitational field of capital, and perhaps even the occasion for a stab at a comparative history of sociality in the transition to a capitalist urbanism, especially when the space that was created, as in Calcutta, did not pre-exist colonial rule, and the city itself was quite consciously modelled on London. But predictably, Chakrabarty has another agenda, to show that the history of sociality in Calcutta does not follow metropolitan precedents. Atta is not the salon, the coffee house, the party. It does not replicate Western ideas of sociality. Nor is he interested in a historical comparison with societies making similar colonially driven transitions from older social forms, Cairo, for example, and other Indian cities, of a similar recent vintage, like Bombay or Madras, are outside his ambition. Perhaps he does not consider them important enough. The point of comparison is always the metropolitan other. The ambit of Chakrabarty's historical curiosity seems remarkably narrow, with rich descriptions on one side, Calcutta, and rather stark schematic outlines on the other, Europe. To make the point about difference, Chakrabarty has recourse to the tension between the ideals of Atta and those of modern civil society. They are, he informs us, mutually antithetical organizations of time and space. Civil society, in its ideal construction, builds into the very idea of human activity the telos of a result, and structures its practice on obtaining a product and a result informed by a developmentalist and utilitarian logic. 92 Atta, by contrast, is opposed to achieving such definite outcomes, and the idea is for the participants to enjoy a sense of time and space that is not subject to the constraints of any explicit purpose. To do so would kill the very spirit of Atta, or to quote his favorite source, Buddhadev Bose, drive one from the heaven of Atta to the barren land of duty. So Atta would seem to be a practice that defines a key element of Bengali modernity, singular to be sure and not comparable to anything else. If the chapter began with some ironic reflection on Bengali claims to Atta's uniqueness, Chakrabarti quickly retreats to his favorite method, namely, comparing an ideal Western construction, be it of civil society or modernity, to the actual experiences of modernity that characterized Calcutta, from which he draws his conclusion that there were crucial differences between European and Indian conceptions of modernity. The model could, of course, be vastly enriched by considering the complexities of Western modernity itself, and the actual existence within it of many different ways of being or becoming modern. A similar procedure for a range of societies making their transitions from older, feudal, social forms to capitalism under conditions imposed by conquest and occupation would, in the end, illustrate two rather important points, that each instance of modernity is indeed singular, and yet they all have something to do with the incursions of capital into everyday life and culture, not to mention family life and gender relations. For difference to be a properly historical concept in relation to modernity, it requires an understanding of the workings of historically developed social formations and the structural force of capital, and their relationship over time. 93 But this is not the place to go into an extended exegesis on the importance of maintaining historically determinate comparative points of view on phenomena that range across wide expanses of time and space, rather than an ideal on one side, which is nonetheless implicitly posited as the actual practice of particular societies in Europe, and the really existing forms on the other, in each society that serves as an oppositional pole to Europe. How such a project can manage to provincialize Europe is a mystery, since everyone who is not European is comparing their Caliban-like peculiarities to Europe's invariable universalism. Of course, it goes without saying that this is the method that pervades Orientalist thought, both in its utilitarian and romantic modes. As for avoiding historicism, we might note that using descriptions to establish historical difference is hardly avoiding it. Indeed, it is a surreptitious way of establishing at the same time the self-identical evolution of a civilization over time until it comes up against, in this instance, an exogenous impact that renders its past dead, mere history to be studied for whatever salutary lessons one might wish to draw from it. The irony of this situation is that there were plenty of universalist utopian impulses in the culture of colonial Calcutta, which could have been the focus of Chakrabarti's study of urbanism. He himself cites the case of the Four Arts Club founded by two men of modest background, one, Dinesh Ranjan Das, who worked at a pharmacy, and the other, Gokul Nag, who worked at a florist's. A considerable idealism informed their outlook on the redemptive role of art. I imagine a resting house where people tired by the burden of their lives can come and rest, where nationality, sex, and position will not be barriers, where men will make their own work joyful and by freely mixing with others will find themselves fulfilled in the easy working out of their own desires. 94 Further, the same chapter quotes Nripendra Krishna Chattopadhyay, who points out that the import of books to Calcutta's burgeoning reading culture had acquainted young Bengalis with trends in world literature and thinking. It also quotes an anonymous source to the effect that behind all the seeming disorder of meter and rhyme in the poetry being published in Europe of the late 1910s and 1920s, there is a very big tragedy. The Great War came and destroyed all the old world beliefs in the minds of their young. Their restless minds are seeking a new refuge. 95 What does Chakrabarti make of this? That the market and the taste in the consumption of literature are all mediated by the conversation of the Atta, whose non-end orientation, we have already been told, was a distinctive feature of Bengali modernism. Chakrabarty's subversive move here is unfortunately also quite banal if not conservative. He does not explore what might have provided an impetus among working-class intellectuals to the kind of utopian impulses behind the founding of the Four Arts Club, and their interest in the radical new forms assumed by world literature in the interwar period. An exploration of this kind would have been particularly apposite given the quotation from Marshall Berman that began the chapter, and Behrman's own understanding of modernism as a flaring up of the most radical hopes in the midst of their radical negations and people's desire to explode their world from within, even if at another level they were at home or tried to make themselves at home. In at point 96, how did the churning of the world by war, revolution, and emergent fascism generate, at the same time, a deep desire to transform it? The question then arises as to which Europe is being provincialized by Chakrabarty, and to what ends. What does it mean when a global circulation of books and news media, not then as subject to corporate control as they now are, carried radical impulses across different domains? What relationships developed between print media and orality in the construction of movements against fascism and colonial rule? The mediations are, one would imagine, too complex to be contained in Chakrabarty's superficial formula of difference. Is it a sign of some profound difference that people adapted world events to their local place-bound lives? In the modern period, the universal not only arises out of the most singular experiences, but also in turn creates new senses of locality. Did the range of responses to war, colonialism and imperialism vary significantly between the radical reading public of London and Calcutta? Did the great events of the early decades of the 20th century create solidarities across the colonial divide? Can all that be subject to good historical, materialist, analysis? I can only say that the term ATA itself, used variously to refer to conversations about tigers in zoos and to more momentous concerns with war and revolution, is too indiscriminate at one level, and too homogenizing at another, to be of any great use. In Chakrabarty's usage it is also much too self-exoticizing to yield insights about the contours of the urban culture of colonial Calcutta. The challenge now is to think about difference without falling over into exoticism, and to think about identity without concluding that it refers to sameness. After all, the history of capital in its planetary extension gives us the opportunity to do just that, to see beneath all the most astonishing mutations and expansions the operation of some basic, persistent structure. Point 97 Perhaps to some hypertrophied concern with historicism, as implying an evolutionary scale of cultures, ought not to prod us into a historicism in reverse, whereby cultures are but extrusions of some putatively indigenous theology or aesthetics, ultimately linked to some deeper ecological exchange between socialized humans and the life of the land, a kind of ecologized racism in fact. We could end up reconstructing Orientalism, negritude minus all its radical potentialities 98 and a host of related ideologies. To go beyond the antinomies of East and West, Europe and India, or whatever the poles of the antinomy, but always with Europe or the West at one end, we might begin to work at a different level, whereby we recognize that difference becomes the keyword of a period in which the easy promises of development and social justice through economic growth, and the other aspirations that found expression in the immediate aftermath of decolonization, no longer obtain. It is all the more important then for social theorists to probe the question of what the many ways of being in the world actually mean in a world of profound socio-economic and regional inequalities, and the politics implicit in forms of sociality that evolve among people trying to make themselves at home among the increasing detritus being left in the wake of the operations of capital. We could, I expect, read texts for the buried and repressed histories of class struggles, look beyond the ideological antinomies for the social and historical contradictions. We could also, as Jameson suggests, recognize the simultaneously ideological and utopian functions of literary texts and evaluate their potentialities for a radical political praxis. Point 99. Too many readers of Provincializing Europe might be tempted to skip chapters 5 to 8 and all the cultural exotica presented there. However, that would be a mistake, for it is here that the project of Provincializing Europe meets its methodological, theoretical and, dare one say, political limits. Chakrabarty's desire to invert the terms of the transition narrative, and for lack/inadequacy to substitute plenitude/creativity, may have a soothing sound for a Western audience steeped in the clichés of multiculturalism. For sidewalk dwellers in Calcutta, this would simply be a cruel joke at their expense. Despite his disclaimers, Chakrabarty's book is about translating the Bengali middle-class world for its Western counterparts. Conveniently, provincializing Europe glosses over the elitist, patriarchal, anti-minority, anti-untouchable sentiments of that world, and emphasizes the dreamy, non-end-oriented activities like Atta. This is an Orient that an Occidental could learn to like, patronize and perhaps even exploit in the age of globalization, without fear of backlash. The occasional mention of poverty, filth, and cruelty is curiously disembodied. This is a world in which poetry can reconstitute harsh realities 100. In which poverty is mere deprivation, one supposes that the rich have an excess of wealth and there is some difference between them and the poor. Provincializing Europe appears to have seamlessly incorporated some aspects of American academic and political life that are quite seriously disabling for any kind of project of social justice, or, for that matter, even the more limited stated objective of provincializing Europe. In the wake of a series of recent political disasters, not to mention the hammering of the poor in Asia, Africa, Europe, Latin America, and the United States, projects for social justice need to do more than engage in polite chatter about provincializing Europe or rescuing from oblivion different ways of being in the world. 101 Celebrating difference would have some meaning in a world in which the basic needs of all humans were met and where really democratic institutions were able to safeguard precisely different ways of being in the world without pushing many of those into dire poverty and catastrophic crises, and in which difference was not tied to primordialist descriptive identities that the many who suffer under them did not choose and would not perpetuate. Oddly, for a historian of the subaltern, Chakrabarty's project appears to be a somewhat top-down history, unable to develop even a rudimentary agenda of what needs redress in this world. To do so calls for a militant universalism, in which, for all its attendant risks, the tasks of transformation will be paramount, even if some of the hypothetically many ways of being in the world will be lost in the process. 102 Some are, in any case, being lost now, even as others are being generated, under the iron discipline of neoliberalism, structural adjustment, New Age crusades of the imperialist powers, and so on. It is deeply ironic that subaltern studies at its inception was informed by concerns specific to Marxist thought, even as it challenged the bureaucratized, mechanical, and brutal aspects of what one used to call really existing communism and its weak replicas in India. This distinguished and, in the work of Dipesh Chakrabarty, continues to distinguish, to a very small extent, subaltern studies from other varieties of post-colonial thought, which are indifferent if not actually quite hostile to Marxism. Since many post-colonial theorists have known Marxism only in its Stalinist version, and can be dismissive if not contemptuous of it, I suppose one must be somewhat grateful that Chakrabarty is still able to present the indispensable if, in his view, limited, decisionist, value of Marx to his enterprise of keeping alive some notion of projects for social justice. That said, provincializing Europe cannot, pace Chakrabarty, just be a matter of elaborating difference as it reveals itself in middle-class Bengali, or Chinese or Senegalese, for that matter, writing. If the Europe to be subjected to critique is the Europe of imperialism and colonialism, then the task needs to incorporate the spirit of Marx, draw on the rich legacy of Marxist writings on the subject, and base itself on a politics that creates the grounds for a new universalism that will go well beyond the limited and Eurocentric universalism of our day. This requires thinking and writing in an altogether more militant register. The task of theory is to map the terrain that needs to be transformed and the struggles that contribute, however inchoately, to this process. Perhaps only when the present unjust world order is transformed will its gestures of pretension and domination die with it. Provincializing Europe does not have much to say about this need. The injustices of the current world, or even the injustices of the world about which Chakrabarty writes with great familiarity, the world of colonial middle-class Bengal. Provincializing Europe is also Orientalist in a fairly obvious sense. As noted in Chapter I, the text that seems to inspire Chakrabarty's work is Juravalal Mehta's book on Heidegger that speaks of a homecoming by way of a journey through the foreign and the strange, except that the latter refers to Europe. 103 From an Indian bourgeois intellectual point of view, the characterization of European philosophical, much less political economic, thought as foreign and strange is frivolous. For the poor, the journey through Europeanization is a non-starter. Either way, it offers a clue to the impasse in which this project of provincializing Europe finds itself. Of course, the homecoming may simply be part of a moral parable whereby those who have hitherto led a deracinated and inauthentic life will somehow work through it, before returning to a more authentic life grounded in the age-old verities of India, or if that is indeed impossible, then to engage in a bit of post-colonial hand-wringing. What is so unproblematically assumed here, and in the vignettes that Chakrabarty offers us, is the truth of the spatial geography and categories of Orientalism that now seem so central to the kind of post-colonial thought that we are being treated to in the safe spaces of the Euro-American Academy. But lurking beneath this surface is something of greater political significance. Post-colonial gestures aside, Chakrabarty's Neo-Orientalism is perhaps a decoy, drawing us into the unspoken logic of a post-McCarthyite academy. We are allowed to invoke Marx if at the same time we safely quarantine the political dimension of his analysis of capital to the realm of decisionism, and limit ourselves to petitions to the state for ameliorative action, and the like. Otherwise, under the sign of Heidegger, we are offered anodyne formulae about different ways of being in the world as a cover for the immense suffering, cruelty, and injustices so casually and thoughtlessly inflicted on the lives of the exploited and oppressed poor. If one can, apparently with a considerable level of acceptance in some academic quarters, point to the use of abstractions, transition narratives, or something else, anything but capital, as the source of the inequalities and distress from which the many actually existing ways of being in the world must be rescued, then the project of social justice is already a quixotic enterprise. 4.8 Dominance without hegemony, historicism by another name. As noted above, one of Ranjit Guha's main aims in Dominance without hegemony is to study the emergence of an autonomous Indian historiography of India, whose objective is not to write a history of empire or a history of India as merely an interesting chapter of British history, but to give expression to a range of nationalist concerns. Guha's work presents two visions, one of a historical compromise between the modern and what he calls the semi-feudal in modern Indian society, in which the latter progressively swamped the former with economic, political, and cultural results that he finds clearly regrettable, on the other, an Indian historiography of India, which by naming colonialism as the antagonist, and organizing a struggle against it, might be expected to try to break this compromise in a revolutionary direction. But in what seems like a paradox, if not a contradiction, the version of Indian historiography that Guha singles out as authentic carried with it significant elements of conservatism, if not nativism, xenophobia, and communalism, that would undercut any such progressive mission. These two elements of his work are plainly at odds with one another. A willingness to consider models of a more liberating historiography of India that foreground the original concerns of subaltern studies with class struggle, storming the class enemy country, as it were, seems to have become something of a casualty of this later enterprise. Interestingly enough, in light of where the book ends, its point of departure is to illustrate the limitations of any historiography produced within a particular social formation to develop a radical critique of it. Guha is concerned to demonstrate the blind spots that historiography develops, precisely in regard to distributions of power, the loci where power is produced and reproduced, and the characteristic lacunae that result. In outlining his argument, Guha does not hesitate to use elements of a mode of production narrative. He locates historiography within the coordinates of the social form that gives rise to it and the ideology that represents both the limits of the worldviews generated within that mode and the ways in which the ruling classes articulate their interests, while attempting to occlude from plain view their domination over other classes. In other words, Dominance without hegemony might be read as a corrective to Chakrabarty's rather sweeping critique of a materialist analysis of ideology including religion. Guha follows his analysis of the limited capacity of historically evolved ideologies, and the accompanying historiography for a critique of the dominant mode of production, with an argument about the necessity to locate a radical critique outside the parameters of that mode of production. As we shall see, Guha does not hesitate to suggest a lack or inadequacy not merely in the historiography itself, but also in the social formation that it seeks to describe and rationalize. Insofar as he draws on philosophy, it is the classical philosophy of Locke, Hobbes, Montesquieu, and Hegel, not to mention Marx, none of whom can be said to be reticent about locating their historiography in relation to a doctrine of progress. 104 On this issue at least, Guha does not appear to be tempted by a blandly multiculturalist version of postcolonialism and its apology for many ways of being in the world. This might be a function of primary location and political interests. Guha starts with a tripartite division of historical development, slavery, feudalism, and capitalism, with historiographies corresponding to each of those divisions, each expressing, as it were, specific class interests in what they would claim were universally defensible propositions. Thus, both classical Greece and imperial Rome not merely tolerated but positively supported slavery by naturalizing it to the condition of certain people and advocating it as a positive social good, as in the cases of Aristotle and Xenophon, for example. Aristotle, seen by some as the progenitor of Western philosophy, saw slavery as natural and justified. By nature, some are free, others slaves, and that for these it is both right and expedient that they should serve as slaves. 105 Xenophon, a fellow Athenian, wanted to set up a state fund of public slaves to provide every Athenian citizen with at least 3 slaves. 106 However, Enlightenment philosophers like Montesquieu and Hegel had no difficulty seeing through the apologetic nature of those arguments by counter posing the radical notion that all men are born equal, that helotry was contrary to the nature of things, Montesquieu, or that Greek freedom was only a fortuitous, undeveloped, transient, and limited efflorescence, and a harsh servitude of all that is humane and proper to man, Hegel. 107 Guha argues from this example that intellectuals, by and large, had no critical distance from the ruling order in their understanding of the basic power relations of, in this instance, a slave society, historiography itself being an instance of the ideological correlate of the material prosperity of the master class, unable to break away from its moorings in slavery and deal critically with it. 108 A similar case can be seen in Kalhana's account of the civil wars in 12th century Kashmir, which Guha takes as an example of the limitations of the feudal intellectual. Kalhana's account exhorts the nobles and kings to get their house in order but falls short, as his modern critics R.C. Majumdar and A.L. Basham point out, by attributing causal efficacy to gods, spirits, not to mention karma and transmigration. Majumdar, for instance, although admiring Kalhana for his critical attitudes to kings and nobles, faults him for his tendency to explain events by fate and divine will, rather than any rational cause, and Basham provides a secular humanist and disenchanted critique of Kalhana for not acknowledging that humans are makers of their own history and masters of their own destiny, and for attributing to superhuman forces or beings the biggest part in the destiny of man. 109 All of these points no doubt ought to be important in mobilizing not only a critique of colonial historiography, but also an Indian historiography of India. So where does criticism of a social formation originate? The unambiguous answer for Guha is, from outside the universe of dominance which provides the critique with its object, indeed from another and antagonistic universe. From this vantage point, Montesquieu and Hegel, for instance, were able to see through Aristotle's hollow pretenses about natural slavery. People captive to the gravitational field of ruling class ideology of any particular historical epoch, on the other hand, have a necessary and congenital blindness to the paradoxes of their times. The lesson for our times is that liberal historiography, operating within the cramped imaginative space of bourgeois consciousness, can never shine a light powerful enough to penetrate and scan some of the strategic areas of that consciousness where dominance, a structural component of any system of class rule, stores the spiritual gear it needs to justify and sustain itself. 110 Liberal historiography in its colonial and post-colonial guises, as Guha notes, is congenitally blind to the paradoxes of colonial and post-colonial rule in South Asia. The critique must again come from outside, from an ideology antagonistic towards the dominant culture and which declares war on it even before the class for which it speaks comes to rule. 111 Undeterred by the possibility that all this might be construed as hopelessly historicist, Guha plunges on to develop an outline of British historiography of India that not only relates history to ruling class ideology, but also traces its evolution to the internal transformations of power relations. The point of departure is the recognition that colonial capitalism and colonial modernity were not merely a replica of their European counterparts, but were something sui generis, an original alloy composed of the historic failure of capital to realize its universalising tendency under colonial conditions and a corresponding failure of the metropolitan bourgeois culture to dissolve or assimilate fully the indigenous culture of India in the power relations of the colonial period. The colonial state in India was fundamentally unlike the metropolitan bourgeois state in England. The chief difference between the two was that while the metropolitan state was hegemonic in character with its claim to dominance based on a power relation in which the moment of persuasion outweighed the moment of coercion, 112 the colonial state was, by comparison, non-hegemonic with persuasion outweighed by coercion in its structure of dominance. 113 At home, champions of the right of nations to self-determination, the metropolitan ruling elite, denied the same right to their Indian subjects, and their antagonism to feudal values in their own society made little difference to their vast tolerance of pre-modern values and institutions in Indian society. 114 Despite what Guha considers their much publicized albeit rather ineffective campaigns against sati, child marriage, and so on, the contemporary element, that is, the British/European political culture so vigorous in its metropolitan soil, failed to strike root as a graft and remained shallow and restricted in its new site. As an upshot, bourgeois notions of rights remained weak. By and large, coercion won out over persuasion. Guha concludes that any universalising design one might attribute to post-Enlightenment capitalism is false. Colonialism stands not only for the historical progeny of industrial and finance capital, but also for its historic other. 115 Even such a staple of bourgeois hegemony as individual rights was unavailable, it seems, to colonial subjects. As Gandhi is said to have stated while in South Africa, I discovered that as a man and as an Indian, I had no rights. More correctly, I discovered I had no rights as a man because I was an Indian. 116 To be fair, Guha does acknowledge that what he calls dominance without hegemony had a nationalist aspect as well, a result of the failed universalising mission of colonial rule, which in turn saw a corresponding failure of the Indian bourgeoisie to dissolve the indigenous culture of India. Vast areas of the life and consciousness of the people were never integrated into bourgeois hegemony, and over such areas the bourgeoisie could only exercise a largely coercive dominance. 117 The limitation of much liberal historiography lies, in Guha's opinion, precisely in not recognizing that the discrepancy between metropolitan and colonial social formations was not a mere exceptional and aberrant instance of malfunctioning or local difficulties destined to be overcome, presumably by modernization, but a structural fault in the project of colonialism. Guha's quarrel with colonial historiography lies in its failure even to recognize this problem. In its origins and development, he argues, colonial historiography was concerned with statist priorities and projects. He cites Hegel to make the point, it is the state which first supplies a content which not only lends itself to the prose of history but actually helps to produce it. 118 The philosophy underlying the first school of colonial historiography, developed during the mercantilist period, is memorably captured in Alexander Dow's statement, "The success of your Majesty's arms has laid open the East to the researches of the curious." This school, intended for the education of the East India Company's officers, aimed to elucidate the relations of state power and landed property in India so as to extract an efficient surplus. 119 Itihasa history, as Guha puts it, had become a component of Arthashastra treatise on material gain. 120 A second school, corresponding to a more mature phase of colonial rule in which the colonizer spoke not merely as a merchant or tax collector, but as a legislator as well, produced the knowledge of the past that would serve as a guide to the future. Here the idiom of improvement took its place alongside that of order, and Indian history found itself reduced to merely a highly interesting portion of British history, with James Mill's History of British India as prototype. 121 The civilizing mission was the operative concept for this school. Why was a historiography of India necessary in the first place? Guha argues that the colonial idiom of order and improvement both required a knowledge not merely of contemporary custom, but also of the past, to ascertain with authority issues of ownership, rights of owners and the government, not to mention a whole host of social issues. But more importantly, it was the result of an ethnographic encounter in which colonial officials suspected that specialized local knowledge, and even general knowledge of statecraft and political economy, was being withheld from them by local officials. History was ethnology's surrogate and in the end a more scientific one as well. 122 In which the higgledy-piggledy of local arrangements was more scientifically reclassified in line with modern statecraft. To Guha this is not the basis of an Indian historiography of India so much as a history of the British in India, their concerns, priorities, and so on. Nor apparently does this type of historiography end with colonial rule. A good example of the carryover of colonial period paradigms, if not specific issues, into the present is the Cambridge historiography, particularly of the 1960s and 1970s. 123 Continuing with the notion of the civilizing mission of British rule, government is seen in this historiography as supplying the stimulus, either directly to a class of people, collaborators, to perform according to proper, modern, rules of conduct, or indirectly via the formation of various associations that replicate the rules and modalities of governmental organizations. Either way, colonial rule works as a school of liberal modernization, using market mechanisms to create collaborators out of subjects. Guha is quite scathing in his assessment of this liberal modern characterization of collaboration, and points to the limited monopoly-like character of the benefits distributed by the British, more like feudal justing than free bargaining in an open market. More to the point, the focus on collaboration hides the rather large social arena in which resistance to colonial rule developed. By definition, resistance is consigned in the earlier installments of the Cambridge historiography to the realm of the pre-political, a mere reaching for sticks and stones. 124 Of more recent installments of Cambridge historiography, Guha is no less caustic, seeing them as doing nothing more than replacing some worn-out fittings, while keeping the basic foundations and structures intact. Thus Guha responds to David Washbrook's claim that the non-Brahmin movement was a result of the novel processes including the creation of a public sphere of early 20th century Madras, a movement supposedly without a political existence prior to that period, by noting that the emergence of the colonial state and the substantial effects it had on caste conflicts did not amount to transforming an apolitical movement into a political one, but rather signaled a shift from one kind of politics to another. 125 Guha's conclusion is that this school of historiography, for all its coherence and lucidity, remains an act of bad faith, not concerned with the history of India at all, but like James Mill writing it as portion of British history. As such, it constitutes a misappropriation, a violence. 126 The central point is the degree to which dominance without hegemony still occupies ground from which others in the post-colonial camp seem to have distanced themselves, namely, the issue of a transition or, more exactly, a failed transition, and the limitations and handicaps introduced into Indian society as a result. Additionally, Guha seems entirely unrepentant about relating religion to politics, and ideology to praxis in a secular materialist mode, that is, translating the world of religious ideas into a more real secular explanatory scheme. Recall now Chakrabarti's opposition to treating the presence of gods and spirits in subaltern politics as merely symbolic of some deeper and more real secular reality. 127 But on this reading of dominance without hegemony, subaltern studies and its post-colonial successor cannot do without a principled sociology and politics of religion. This will become apparent in the next section as we delve into Guha's more detailed account of the historic compromises of colonial modernity. 4.9 The constituent elements of colonial modernity. To explain more fully the combined nature of Indian modernity, Guha has recourse to a schematic of power around the concepts of domination D and subordination S, which are structural components of any relation of power in a class-divided society. Each of those terms in turn is overdetermined by a pair of interacting elements, D by coercion C and persuasion P, and S by collaboration C** and resistance R. Schematically, this can be represented as follows. Schematic of domination/subordination. POWER. Domination D, subordination S. Coercion C, persuasion P, collaboration C** resistance R, order and danda, improvement and dharma, obedience and bhakti, rightful descent and dharmic protest. The first item in each pairing in the last row represents, for Guha, the European element, the second the Indic element. 128. While D and S imply each other logically and are intrinsic to all structural, modal, and discursive aspects where an authority structure can be discerned, this is not true of other pairs of concepts, which imply each other. Contingently. 129 Drawing on the Marxian notion of the organic composition of capital, Guha develops a framework around the organic composition of power in which C, P, C**, and R, in various combinations and permutations, constitute the warp and the weft in the fabric of world history. 130 Guha further breaks down each constituent part of D/S into European and Indic elements, the former associated with the modernizing drive of English bourgeois rule, and the latter the recasting and reconfiguring of India's feudal culture in the context of colonial modernity. Thus C is broken down into order and danda, P into improvement and dharma, C** into obedience and bhakti, and R into rightful descent and dharmic protest. The failure of a bourgeois revolution in the Indian context is signaled, for Guha, by the extent to which the latter term in each dyad survives and indeed constitutes a determining element in Indian life up to the present, a fact that an Indian historiography of India has to deal with. Politics, no less than culture, is constituted by such coexistence, which in another context has been described as the uneven and combined development of an existential and psychic kind. 131 Alongside the uneven and combined development of the economy. Order, for example, represents an impersonal rule-governed system designed to curb the extra-economic coercive powers of institutions and ideologies in order to win the consent of the governed. The realm of order in India extended well beyond the normal sphere of governance in Europe to embrace public health, sanitation, municipalization, labor mobilization for plantations, and recruitment to the army. In all of these areas, the idiom of order interacted with that of danda, central to all indigenous notions of dominance and defined as the manifestation of the divine will in the affairs of the state. Danda extended to the creation and use of private armies, levies, caste and territorial panchayats, caste sanctions, bonded labor and bigar, the jurisdictional powers of landlords over tenants, punitive measures against women for disobeying patriarchal codes, and so on. Danda operated in every walk of life outside the jealously guarded realm of official order and was employed to uphold in every little kingdom every putative king's authority constituted by D and S in all relationships of gender, age, caste, and class. 132 Notwithstanding the inconsistencies of the exposition, for example, danda infiltrates the idiom of order, exists alongside and outside the realm of order. Guha's argument stresses the reactionary quality of colonial rule. 203 Provincializing Europe or exoticizing India. Similarly, improvement coexisted with dharma. Improvement refers to the long list of reforms including Western education, Orientalist projects of exploring, interpreting, and preserving India's ancient and medieval culture, not to mention more mundane enactments of labor law, the abolition of sati, Hindu polygamy, infanticide, and laws to improve working conditions. All of those reforms were signs, Guha avers, of an optimistic and ascendant bourgeoisie intent on proving itself adequate to its own historic project. But true to form, improvement had to share and, one suspects, concede considerable ground to Dharma, the indigenous organic societal doctrine of Hinduism. What Dharma brought to the mix of P was in fact a pre-rights paternalistic notion of the government as protector, trustee, and friend of the people, not to mention caste-based exclusivism. The hierarchical, Hindu components built into the notion of Dharma, when deployed during the Swadeshi movement, for example, succeeded in dividing Muslims from Hindus, upper castes from Namasudras, and landlords from tenants. Its subsequent adoption by the Gandhian Congress had much to do with saving the country and landlords, in particular, from socialism. As Gandhi himself put it, I enunciated this theory of trusteeship associated with Dharma when the socialist theory was placed before the country in respect to the possessions held by zamindars and ruling chiefs. 133 Guha thinks that Dharma, like Danda, was an accommodation to the old and moribund order, rather than a vigorous challenge to it, embraced alike by Gandhi and Ghanshyamdas Birla. 134 Similarly with C** and R, Guha unfolds his theory by juxtapositioning obedience with bhakti, and rightful dissent with dharmic protest. According to Guha, obedience was developed to a fine-tuned doctrine by Samuel Smiles, and not only urged obedience to the parent, to the master, to the officer, but upheld the soldier as the epitome of the virtues of obedience and duty, especially in holding the empire together. 135 Smiles, in effect, advocated a form of guardianship based on sympathy between employers and employees, rather than class militancy. 136 Nonetheless, Guha insists that while bearing some superficial resemblance to bhakti, obedience is still distinguishable from it in that it had a countervailing notion of rights and just rebellion if authority should fail to live up to its commitments. Bhakti, for Guha, has no such redeeming features. With the Bhagavad Gita as its ur-text, it linked all the collaborationist movements of subordination in Indian thinking and practice during the colonial movement to an inert mass of feudal culture which had been generating loyalism and depositing it in every kind of power relations for centuries before the British conquest. 137 Bhakti, unlike obedience, operated basically in a servile mode, daisya, and there was no notion of equality even in its erotic expression, which merely spiritualizes and aestheticizes male dominance of gender relations. Guha is at pains to show that bhakti is an ideology of superordination par excellence, with its stark binaries of protector/subject, master/servant, superior relative/inferior relative. Many feudal cults addressed to the lower strata of Hindu society had it as their function to try to endear the dominant to the subordinate and thereby assuage the rigor of daisya. 138 In this sense, bhakti might be an analogue for feudal cults that had no idea of rights except as those of the superordinate to the subordinate. Its exceptionalism, in Guha's narrative, lies in the extent to which it became so central to Indian modernity. And here, critically, Guha argues that bhakti, as it operated in colonial India, was not simply a carryover of the force of traditional religiosity among the subaltern masses. Bankim Chandra, who will resurface later in Guha's book as an architect of an Indian historiography of India, was one among many eminent intellectuals who stepped forward to adapt bhakti to colonial rule. Whoever is superior to us and benefits us by his superiority is an object of bhakti. Unless the inferior follows the superior, there cannot be any unity or cohesion in society, nor can it achieve any. 205 Provincializing Europe or exoticizing India. Improvement. 139 The allusion to the superior in this case might very well have been to the colonial state as a proxy for the West. Bankim Chandra laments the loss of bhakti in Indian society, Indians having failed to grasp the true significance of the Western doctrine of egalitarianism and perverted it to mean that people are equal everywhere in every sense and nobody owes bhakti to anyone else. Guha argues that Bankim Chandra was influenced by the religion of Kont, more worthy in his opinion than the religion of the Hindus 140, but that this attempt to draw the Indian element into the orbital sphere of Kantian sociology had no real impact on the subaltern masses, who were so far removed from Western-style education and liberal values that they could hardly be receptive to the positivist liberal modifications of their cherished beliefs. However, it is the nature of the Indian bourgeoisie's compromises with the old order that Guha is keen to stress, citing Bankim Chandra's casting of the relationship of husband and wife as one in which theoretically bhakti was supposed to be mutual, but in practice remained strictly patriarchal, bhakti towards the husband being the first step towards bhakti for God. 141 As with the family, the patriarchal character of the state in Bankim Chandra's writings virtually dissolved all constitutionalist and republican sentiments into a plea for submission to absolutism. All attest to the weak hold of Western positivism, egalitarianism, and humanism, in favor of the terms of a culture and politics of a pre-capitalist kind. 142 Finally, Guha makes the point that the notion of rightful descent, which drew on an important current of English liberalism going back to John Locke, and which later informed the Indian civil disobedience movement, coexisted with the notion of dharmic protest, which was manifested in subaltern uprisings of all kinds. These uprisings, such as the one studied by Guha in elementary aspects of peasant insurgency, were premised not on the notion of citizens' rights, but on the defense of dharma, and founded in values such as Vichara, a providential justice having nothing to do with the English law courts. 206 Chapter 4. And Nyaya, legitimacy conferred by the ethics of dharma far removed from secular political morality in any modern sense. Gandhi attempted to link the two by grafting the Western notions of liberty and citizens' rights to dharmic protest, the result being a hybrid category called Satya. 143 Mass protest in colonial India, whether the Swadeshi movement or the later civil disobedience movements, used mechanisms associated with the dharmic order, including social boycott. Indian liberals, such as Surendranath Banerjee and Aurobindo Ghosh, involved in the Swadeshi movement not just condoned but actively promoted this kind of boycott. While Gandhi set his face firmly against it, he nonetheless indirectly winked at its practice. Guha's overall point is that Indian liberalism, thanks to the rather peculiar conditions of its development within colonial power relations, belonged to an ideological and cultural category altogether distinct from its Western prototype. 144 In this sense, Guha concludes, colonial political culture represents an accumulation of paradoxes. Whatever is indigenous is borrowed from the past, whatever is foreign is mostly contemporary, the element of the past, Indian, is moribund but not defunct, the contemporary element, British/European, so vigorous in its metropolitan soil, finds difficulty in striking roots as a graft and remains shallow and restricted in its penetration in its new site. The originality of Indian politics, for Guha, is revealed by the following: on the colonial side, for example, a mother of parliament presiding over a state without citizenship; on the side of the indigenous elite, an emergent capitalist class keen on masking its role as buyer and seller; and on the subaltern side, a working class struggle carried on as a campaign for truth. 145 Why, Guha asks, did this peculiar socio-political formation take shape and prove so durable? Why two paradigms, not just one? Why did the establishment of British paramountcy in South Asia fail to overcome the resistance of its indigenous culture to the point of being forced into a symbiosis? Why did the universalising drive of the world's most advanced capitalist culture fail to match the strength and fullness of its political dominion by assimilating, if not abolishing, the pre-capitalist culture of its subject people? After all, it is that drive to abolish, rather than settling in amongst other or older forms of culture, which gave the bourgeoisie its hegemonic power. 146 Guha's explanation rests on the idea that colonialism could only continue in power in the subcontinent on condition of failing to live up to the bourgeoisie's universalising mission. Emerging as it did not by internal process, but as an external force, it was doubly alienated from the local culture, both in its becoming and in its being. As an absolute externality, colonial rule was structured like a despotism, with no mediating depths, no space for transactions between the will of the rulers and the ruled. This produced what Guha calls a decalage, the insertion of the world's most dynamic power of the contemporary world into the power relations of a world still living in the past. The colonial state was an anachronism embodying the paradox of an advanced bourgeois culture regressing from its universalist impulse to compromise with pre-capitalist particularism under colonial conditions of its own making. 147 The end result was an immensely complex social formation that acquired its specificity from the braiding, collapsing, echoing, and blending of these idioms in such a way as to baffle all descriptions of this process as either a dynamic modernity overwhelming an inert tradition, or the mechanical stapling of a progressive Western liberalism to an unchanging Eastern feudal culture. 148 The Indian bourgeoisie, for its part, had no wish, nor, one would assume, any capability, to destroy this social formation, whatever the private unease of some. In this mediocre liberalism, the watchwords were compromise and accommodation. 149. 4.10 Modernity as class struggle. The issue of autochthonous emergence versus external imposition has been at the heart of debates about the development of capitalism. In a modernization framework, it is the persistence of old social forms and their resistance to the new that constitute the main barrier to modernization. In parts of Europe, the old social forms were said to have given way through molecular processes over a period of time that then created the basis of autochthonous modernization. Depending on the account, capitalism either arose in the cities and spread to the countryside, or in the countryside and spread from there to the cities and beyond, through the initial subsumption and ultimate overcoming of older social forms. Elsewhere, when modernization was imposed from the outside, it encountered a variety of obstacles, not least the ability or willingness of the colonizers themselves to undertake the arduous labor of uprooting older forms in societies to which they were outsiders and which they understood rather poorly. The upshot was often a set of compromises that decomposed some elements of the old and introduced some elements of the new, the resulting entity having neither the cohesion of the older social form nor resembling in any way the capitalism of the metropolitan ruling power. Within these broad outlines, variations exist. There are cases of older polities successfully transforming themselves under pressure from the outside, Japan being the paradigm example, while others, the hard cases, resisted and were often colonist, becoming over time underdeveloped or maldeveloped. In this model, India would have been one of the harder cases. Guha's argument follows this script rather closely, the details and the bravura with which he expounds them hardly masking what is a fairly classic account of failed modernization. The issue for us here is not whether Guha's characterization of colonial rule and the colonial social formation is an accurate one. At any rate, it is not incompatible with some Indian Marxist descriptions of Indian society as semi-feudal. 150 Although some scholars might quibble with the use of the term feudal to describe the ancien regime in India, we might simply note that Guha's counter-positioning of colonial rule as a dominance without hegemony, with contemporary Europe as the hegemonic rule of the bourgeoisie, is much too stark. The rhetoric of the Communist Manifesto, a somberly triumphalist account of European capital and its agents sweeping all obstacles before them, masks a much less heroic reality. As some commentators on the manifesto have maintained, Marx was probably not describing the realities of his day so much as projecting a reality that is closer to ours. 151 In late 19th century France, for example, feudal prejudices and aspirations of every kind had firm roots, so feudalism survived even in that most Enlightenment-influenced and republican of countries. 152 Historians like Arnaud Meyer have pointed to the survival of all manner of feudal habits, not to mention historic compromises with feudalism across Europe even after the devastation of the First World War. 153 The difference between the autochthonous transitions to capitalism and the colonially engineered ones could have been, pace Guha, more a matter of degree than of kind. Indeed, the Gramscian notion of passive revolution can be read in terms of the mutual military invasions of the European powers in the 19th century in order to effect the social and economic changes the home country itself failed to achieve on its own. 154 One might think of autochthonous transitions to capitalism, even in Western Europe, as possibly more an exception than a rule. Furthermore, Guha's method seems to imply that the secular freedoms associated with the West were a free gift from the bourgeoisie to the people in the various parts of Europe, rather than hard-won if only partially realized rights. Between the highly compromised intent of the European bourgeoisie to sweep away feudal powers, institutions, and habits on the one hand, and the institution of a modern secular polity embodying real rights for citizens on the other, lies a trail of broken bodies caused by war, revolution, and counter-revolution. Revolution and counter-revolution battled each other almost to a standstill, and barring the massive shocks of the two world wars, we might still be living in that world. It is therefore quite unclear under what conditions the universalising impulses of the bourgeoisie might have had the amount of play they did in Western Europe, at least in Guha's description. How deep did the internal process have to be and how far did it have to extend? Eurocentric historians have tended to posit the rational rights-bearing individual, ostensibly a uniquely European phenomenon, as the heroic subject of their history. 155 Guha's statement that an uncoercive state is a liberal absurdity. 156 And the extent to which such coercion at the ideological level mobilizes the old, moribund but not defunct, elements, could be developed as a useful tool of comparative analysis, and a caution against getting carried away by an unqualified Europe other. Contrast. Unfortunately, Guha seems to have taken on the bad habit one sees in post-colonial critiques of European universalism of counterposing an ideal and hyper-real Europe on one side to actually existing colonial, and post-colonial, social formations on the other. That method affords little insight into the specific compromises with the old order within Europe itself, a function of the uneven spatio-temporal rhythms of national unification, capitalist development and modernization, not to mention geopolitical lines of force, and the further implications of those distinctive national trajectories on the very particular types of political dispensations developed in the various extra-European regions that the European states colonized. Add to this the vagaries of pre-colonial social orders and the differentials of anti-colonial resistance, and we get a sense of the real differences that defined colonial situations. 157 And while colonialism was an integral moment in the structuring of a global capitalist order, post-colonial histories should be able to take into account difference on this scale so as to develop a good comparative rendering of real historical dynamics, while keeping in mind the more general and invariant features of the colonial mode of production. As it was, the British ruling class could barely be seen as the agents of a surging industrial capital. 158 Or forward-looking representatives of the most advanced ideals of the French Revolution. Indeed, they stepped forward during the 19th century as the firm bulwark of a counter-revolutionary vanguard. 159 Either way, empire was hardly the place to send their most advanced minds. Those who did go to India were often firmly wedded to all manner of moribund but not defunct aspects of British hierarchy, and attempted to reproduce them in a country whose elite seemed quite attached to its own versions of hierarchy and inequalities. 160 Overall, Guha's analysis reveals some rather important lacunae in a historian who would draw his inspiration from an historical materialist methodology. The concrete analysis of concrete situations has to work on both sides of the colonial divide. The issue of historical difference in Guha's model is fully addressable as a political problem and might inadvertently strengthen the hand of a revamped modernization theory. For if one pays close attention to his argument, the triad of categories deployed, power, modernity, and tradition, older cultural forms, is precisely that used by modernization theory. Traditional society, more or less abetted by the colonial state, appears to have held back the tide of modern ideas that came in the wake of the world's leading metropolitan power by maintaining all kinds of backward-looking communitarian features in place of a more strictly modernizing, individualist utilitarian, calculus. Guha's analysis is thus entirely compatible with 19th-century sociological theory, the operational terms of which constitute an opposition between community or Gemeinschaft and society or Gesellschaft, with the former injecting considerable inertia into the emergence and dynamic functioning of the latter. There is a scant soupçon of Marxist rhetoric thrown in, but the essential lines of Guha's argument are clear. Modern comes to stand implicitly for a democratic, rational, and secular society. Traditional stands for the very opposite of that, the entire socio-cultural bastions of a world that pre-existed colonialism and was reinforced by it. 161 The twist to the more ordinary tale of modernization comes, as noted, in the form of a colonial state that betrays the revolutionary avocation of its metropolitan parent. Guha's rendition of the causes and conditions of the failure of bourgeois hegemony, that is, the inability or unwillingness of colonial rulers and the Indian bourgeoisie to bring about a situation in which the moment of persuasion outweighed the moment of coercion, especially vis-a-vis the working people in rural areas, and the resulting absence of liberal modernization in India along British lines, contrast rather markedly with Gramsci's more radical version of the issue. As the founder of subaltern studies, one might be tempted to assume that Guha would have been interested in carrying forward Gramsci's insights to the Indian context. In The Southern Question, as in his later prison notebooks, Gramsci excoriates the way in which class alliances between the north and south of Italy, northern industrialists and southern landlords, had sacrificed the interests of the peasantry of the south in favor of the needs of the northern industrialists. 162 Gramsci calls for an alternative hegemony based on the northern proletariat providing a radical leadership to the southern peasantry, in the process resisting what the translator of The Southern Question characterizes as southernist, that is, culturalist, readings of the question of the role of the southern peasantry in Italian development. 163 This issue of hegemony within a working people's coalition had also been a concern of the Marxist mode of production debate in India. Both drew on a long history of interest in the concept and its history within the Communist International. The distance between deploring a failed bourgeois hegemony from above and a call for a radical hegemony from below, to be built in the face of the challenges of fascism and ruling class intransigence, should be fairly obvious. Indeed, in some very real ways, Guha's reading of the Indian situation converges quite nicely with Italian-style Southernism. 164 Guha's contribution to a more radical understanding of hegemony seems to have been his notion of a peasant paradigm that continued to inform even working-class actions in India. In the first instance, that is, when studying the world of a newly relocated working population from the countryside to the cities, this would have been an acceptable formulation, but as implying something enduring it seems far-fetched. It is almost as if the patterns of work, industrial discipline, the experience of life in large urban agglomerations and being drawn into capital's orbit as productive labor are powerless in the face of a deeply rooted peasant culture and ethos. If this is in fact the case, it rather undermines Guha's own explanation of colonial inadequacies. After all, how revolutionary would the interventions of the metropolitan bourgeoisie in the affairs of its colony have had to have been to uproot forms of social life that appear so sturdy in their ability to survive massive dislocations and relocations? Even if one accepts Guha's analysis of the problem of colonial modernity, there should be no reason to foreclose the possibility that in different historical conditions, let us say a different period in the history of a particular colony, the overcoming of difficulties posed by the issue of indigenous cultural forms can be attempted by the very descendants of the earlier nationalist bourgeoisie. This might be a plausible reading of what is happening in India today, attended by all the harsh calculations of such a project. Modernity, to modify Lenin, is not the pavement of the Nevsky Prospect. 165 Modernity, both in its revolutionary and post-revolutionary moments, has been a matter of serious uprooting and upheaval in the interest of capital accumulation, not simply a matter of temporal marking. That is to say, it is a matter of class struggles carried on now, as in the 19th century, under the banner of progress and civilization, even if ideological softeners were and still are mobilized to offset the bleakness and violence of the proceedings. 166 This line of thinking runs up against a conviction in post-colonial intellectual circles that somehow the moment of emergence permanently marks off colonial modernity from its metropolitan counterpart, that difference is attributable to profound cultural roots, and that hybridity, and the alternative different modernities that result from it, defines the post-colonial. My argument has been that the last characteristic, let's call it uneven combined development, rather than hybridity, is a defining feature of modernity if one sees it along the axis of time, as well as space. In that case, colonial modernity and all its adjectival qualifiers are merely descriptive, they have no analytical or theoretical value. 4.11 Orientalism and Nativism. Recall that in analyzing the condition of colonial modernity in India, Guha employs four pairs of concepts, each with a European and an Indic element, which together constitute the elements of D/S, order and Danda, improvement, and Dharma, obedience and Bhakti, rightful descent, and Dharmic protest. In doing so, Guha tries to show the peculiar qualities of colonial Indian modernity, a function of the arrival and social implantation of a foreign and secular idiom in a land that, by his argument, had not known any autochthonous movement in the direction of a secular modernity. It is unclear, from Guha's account, what precise weight should be assigned to the possible ways in which this type of modernity came about. Was the incorporation of Indic elements, for example, a strategic move on the part of the colonial rulers to utilize Indian idioms familiar to their subjects so as better to control them, or was it an attempt by the Indian upper classes to assert an autonomous domain by refurbishing parts of their own tradition? To what extent was the tradition itself a function of the arrival of colonial rulers from Britain, and their ethnographic reconstruction of the Indian past? How should this issue figure in an Indian historiography of India? Insofar as Guha discusses the Indic elements in colonial modernity, he seems to be flirting with some stock Orientalist themes. Apparently, the Indian elements trace an unbroken lineage back to the laws of Manu, they can be referred exclusively to a Hindu, Brahmanic, tradition, and contribute via the braiding, collapsing, echoing, and blending of these Indic and European idioms to the immense complexity of colonial modernity in India. 167 Even more problematically, this Indian tradition seems to have rooted itself in popular culture so seamlessly and thoroughly that we can understand many aspects of peasant insurgency by recourse to the theoretical insights revealed by a mastery of what is arguably an elite tradition of thought. Furthermore, the reach and symbolic power of this elite tradition of thought in the eons of the subcontinent's history preceding the onset of the East India Company's rule is held to be axiomatic. This is historically dubious. Guha's misreading of the hold of the laws of Manu constitutes a particularly egregious example. Translated by William Jones, a judge in the employ of the East India Company, they were ritual texts, misconstrued by the British as legal texts in their zeal to found an Indian legal code on what they saw as an authentic Hindu basis, an alternative to the complex skein of the Indo-Islamic legal structure they found in place. As Berger Avara puts it, the text was never universally followed or acclaimed by the vast majority of Indians in their history. It came to the world's attention through a late 18th century translation by Sir William Jones, who mistakenly exaggerated both its antiquity and its importance. Today many of its ideas are popularized as the golden norm of classical Hindu law by Hindu universalists. 168. All this Orientalist enthusiasm on Guha's part sits awkwardly with his more straightforward use of a transition narrative and with his unabashed insinuation of a lack/inadequacy in the Indian social formation. It also ignores the implications of the consciously developed anachronisms of colonial modernity, and comes uncomfortably close to the organicist fantasies of the right about tradition. Guha traces the evolution of both modern Bengali fiction and historiography, replacing the structure of epic and myth with a secular, rational account of events in homogeneous, empty time, to a decisive victory in that struggle to free the Indian past from the coils of epic time which had begun with the pundits of Fort William College. 169 It was from the English that Bengali intellectuals learned to rethink their own past according to a post-Enlightenment rationalist view of history, and it was from the influence of the same source that a modern Bengali prose began. Once that happened, however, Guha is convinced that a Bengali historiography of Bengal, which he insists on referring to as an Indian historiography of India, is likely to be more sensitive, and interesting, than anything a foreigner could turn out, not only due to the superior linguistic capabilities of native speakers, but also because the latter have a variety of other factors going in their favor, for example, extralinguistic beliefs, cognitive structures, and a myriad of other factors that interact with underlying competence to determine actual performance. 170 Presumably, Bengali's writing about non-Bengali, but still Indian, history would have no such advantage, and presumably some of this advantage would be lost when Bengali historians of Bengal wrote in English, and all this without even asking where the boundaries of Bengal, let alone India, begin and end. By this token, Indians will never be able to claim to write a competent history of England. The racism of the colonizer will meet the cultural chauvinism of the colonist. History will become segmented by nationality, religion, gender, caste, down to the most trivial ascriptive identity. This will never happen, of course, but is this an ideal to uphold? Or if a position historically taken by certain individuals or groups, is it not one that should be subject to the same level of critique that Guha undertakes in relation to Cambridge historiography? As for underlying competence, one must wonder exactly what this consists of. Is this something imbibed with mother's milk or something acquired by writing a doctoral dissertation at one of the leading Western universities? Be that as it may, Guha proposes to drive this theme home, citing the introduction to Nilmani Bazak's 1857-8 Barabarshar Itihas, to the effect that Indian history written in English is not only prejudiced and ill-informed about the Hindu past, that students who read them at school were led to believe that the religions and customs of this country were all based on falsehood and that the ancient Hindus were a stupid lot, but also that such writings utterly lacked aesthetic quality. 171 In the second half of the 19th century, Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay carried Bazak's concerns forward. There is no history of Bengal. There has to be a history of Bengal. Who is to write it? Anyone who is a Bengali has to write it, suggesting that the need to establish an autonomous historiography was also a sign of an urgent, insistent, though incipient nationalism. 172 This seems to be an astonishing about-face. For Bankim Chandra was presented in the earlier part of Guha's work as a political quietist and arch-reactionary who tried to refurbish patriarchy and political submission with a rereading of Bhakti for modern times, but who now re-emerges as the hero of an autonomous Bengali historiography fully equipped with the principles of armed struggle. 173 Guha claims that colonial education as a code of culture and a code of power, coming together in the English-educated Indian, opens up a chasm between the latter and those educated in Bengali, even translation from one to the other unable to render their ideas mutually compatible. English education, we are told, cut off the English-educated Indians from their own tradition, and by the same token made their own past inaccessible to them as history. 174 Far from promoting the development of a distinctively Indian historiography of India, Anglophone education ended up as a vehicle of ideologies that hindered it. Whether Guha intends this to be taken in an ironic or critical spirit is not clear. The standard slander of the colonizers about deracinated Indians has now been made respectable by being pressed into the service of a subaltern history or an Indian historiography of India. A case of anti-racist racism perhaps? Writing novels and histories in Bengali was tantamount to the making of a nation, a potentially transformative if as yet inchoate use of fiction and history to challenge colonialist attempts at dominance. Guha continues, a movement, with its springs rooted deeply in that relation which man as species being has with his sick natural language, it was no more than a reflex action of the will. The passions it inspired and the metaphors of motherhood used to describe it, were all evidence of its rootedness in such a primordial connection. 175 Stripped of any mention of its class content and somewhat questionable political ambitions, Guha's attempt to theorize the 19th century creation of a standardist literary Bengali out of numerous dialect forms. 176, the vehicle, one might say, of the Bhadralok's own feeble and incomplete attempt at hegemony, a failure Guha himself admits in so many words earlier in the book. 177, in idealist and organicist language brings Guha's narrative within shouting distance of the nativism of blood and soil, so popular among the petit bourgeois right in India, and, incidentally, among their class counterparts in Europe, from the late 19th century onwards. Guha's exegesis of the role of the Maithrabhasha mother language in the project of nation-building bears an uncanny resemblance to Sadiq Alizm's notion of Orientalism in reverse. Quoting Edward said, Alizm notes, the exaggerated value heaped upon Arabic as a language permits the Orientalist to make the language equivalent to mind, society, history and nature. For the Orientalist the language speaks the Arab Oriental, not vice versa. 178 In Orientalist thought, the primordial, mind, psyche, essence, shines through the events, circumstances, and accidents forming the history of Oriental peoples. The primordial reveals its potency, genius, and distinguishing characteristics through the flux of historical events and the accidents of time, without either history or time ever biting into its intrinsic nature. Conversely, one can work backward through history and time to the unchanging Arab mind, psyche or essence. 179 Substitute Bengali for Arab/Arabic and we can see how, in post-colonial times, as earlier, Orientalism is a theory that seems to travel well and inhabit different bodies of thought. So determined is Guha in these pages to portray the foreigner as the expropriator in need of expropriation as a precondition for the efflorescence of a nationalist historiography that he does not pause to examine the implications of the dominant, upper caste, Hindu motifs in Bazak's and Bankim Chandra's writings. To say the least, this is a curious lapse of memory for one who had earlier chastised nationalism for employing the idiom of Dharma, which effectively drove a wedge between Hindus and Muslims, upper castes and Namasudras, and so on. 180 The foreigner, supposedly as alien to the historiography of India as he was to the process of nation formation, could quite as easily be the Muslim, in a Hindu nationalist rendering of Indian history, as the British. Bankim Chandra's equation of former glory to the glory of our forefathers could simply be the prototype of one of the stock images inherited by right-wing Hindutva-inspired nationalism. At least in this form, an incipient Indian historiography of India turns out to be the short road to communalism. Orientalism in reverse, xenophobic nativism, unable to separate the foreigner from the colonizer, Bengal standing in for India, as empty a gesture of pretension and domination as any white supremacist universalism, become the components of an Indian historiography of India. Those are, to say the least, somewhat Pyrrhic victories to be celebrating. Guha's concept of an Indian historiography of India seems to be off to a rather sorry start. 4.12 Bahuibal and the Muslim question. It is perhaps some ulterior discomfort with this romantic and idealist foray into nationalist historiography that causes Guha to draw attention to Bahuibal, literally, muscle power, used in this case to signify the power of armed struggle, as an important ingredient of Bankim Chandra's historiography and thence to an Indian historiography of India. In Bankim Chandra's thought, the concept of Bahuibal stood for that rat hole which allowed history to flood into what would have been a banked-up and interiorized nationalism. Bahuibal was predicated on an object and the power of arms was power only in the sense and to the extent that it had an object for its exercise. The object, Guha wishes to persuade us, was none other than colonial rule, and the power of arms was an essential condition for a critique of the necessity of colonialism. Guha's point seems to be that a historiography of colonial India would qualify as genuinely Indian and autonomous only if it allowed Bahuibal to operate as a decisive element of that critique of colonialism. 181 He continues by noting that, in doing so, Bankim Chandra problematized Indian historiography at a higher level of politics than had been the case so far in the liberal tendencies of Indian historiography. Above all, it armed Indian historiography with a principle that would allow it to expropriate the expropriators by making the Indian people, constituted as a nation, the subject of their own history. A genuinely national history, Prakrita Itihas, would address the slander against Indians by setting the record straight on Bahuibal. 182 Ignoring the bizarre logic of this argument, what is of significance for us is that Guha is forced to acknowledge, although he does not seriously come to grips with, the implications of a slippage in the object of Bahuibal. He obsessively debates why Bankim Chandra hardly deals with armed conflict against the British, while mentioning many instances of it against Muslims. The direct and sufficient answer might be that he thought British rule was providential and good for India. But Guha's apologetic response on behalf of Bankim Chandra is to say that the force of ideology had brought about a series of displacements to make the Musalman rather than the British the object of Bahubal and the remote pre-colonial past rather than the recent colonial past its temporal site. Putting Bahubal in the wrong place denied it a role in the process of Jati Pradishtha, nationality formation. Without correctly placing Bahubal, the formation of nationhood, hence the writing of history, would not be possible in the era of imperialism. Nationhood, and indeed nationalist historiography, cannot assert their autonomy without a recourse to arms. Guha concludes by noting that what was absent in Bankim Chandra's writing was overcome by the later development of a kind of Samizdat literature in the early 20th century. 183 He does not discuss precisely how such a Samizdat literature actually contributed to an autonomous historiography of India, whether a Marxist historiography of India owes much to the theme of recourse to arms, or even the political orientation of the various attempts to cut history's Gordian knots through Bahubal. It is only worth pointing out that mere recourse to arms is insufficient to do the radically remedial work assigned to Bahubal by Guha. Given the history of communalism in colonial Bengal, and its spectacular eruptions in the form of riots and pogroms from time to time, Bankim Chandra's argument about Bahubal can be plausibly construed to mean precisely the deployment of force against Muslims as the eternal foreign incubus in Hindu India, as opposed to the British, who could be seen as a passing presence and who in their brief sojourn as rulers had brought some good to the subcontinent. In that case, does Bahubal take on the characteristics of Savarkar's later call, in the 1920s, to Hindus all politics and militarize Hindutvam, 184, or perhaps it has the aspect of a durable political philosophy, as in Galwalkar, who describes a nation as a hereditary society of common spirit, feeling, and race bound together especially by a language and customs in a common civilization, and who derided as amazing a theory that the nation was composed of all those who, for one reason or another happened to live at the time in the country. 185 Such blood and soil ideas, of course, had a long pedigree among European reactionaries, going back to Edmund Burke's reflections on the revolution in France. 186 Indeed, Galwalkar almost exactly mirrors the ideas of Adam Müller, the German translator of Burke's reflections, who expressed the sentiment that people are not a bundle of ephemeral beings with a head, 2 hands, and 2 feet, who happen to live together at a particular place and time, but rather a beautiful, immortal community, the sublime community of a long series of past generations, living and future, united through life and death by great, intimate ties. 187 Müller credits Burke for discovering what he defines as a spiritual India, the idea that the social contract involves not only the living, but also past and future generations. According to this idea, society is to be considered an alliance that includes those who are tied to each other by a shared space, those who are born in the course of time on the same native soil. 188 The concordance of these ideas with those of Hindu nationalists is unambiguous. 189 Galwalkar's ultimatum to the Muslims characterized them, predictably enough, as a foreign race who must either adopt the Hindu culture and language, must learn to respect and hold in reverence Hindu religion, must entertain no idea but those of glorification of the Hindu race and culture, i.e., of the Hindu nation. Failing this, they would have to forfeit all rights, claim nothing, not even citizens' rights. Galwalkar urged his readers to deal as old nations ought to and do deal, with the foreign races, who have chosen to live in our country. 190 In October 1938, following the Munich Agreement, Savarkar approved the Nazi occupation of the Sudetenland, a predominantly German-speaking province in Czechoslovakia, on the grounds that its inhabitants shared with Germans common blood and language. 191 Is it possible to read Bahubal, armed with the language of blood and soil nationalism, in this instance as part of a reactionary, if not proto-fascist, ideal developing simultaneously in Europe and India? While armed struggle against colonial rule, and any other unjust system, can be justified, it has minimally to be a principled recourse for socially transformative ends, not some cult of violence a la Savrukar, Gulwalkar, and the RSS goon squads that regularly terrorist minorities in colonial India and indeed continue to do so in the name of correcting imagined historical wrongs. An Indian consciousness expressed in political and creative writings speaks in two registers simultaneously, a romantic rejectionist register, whereby the symbols of Western modernity themselves become the target of distancing India from the West, and a civic universalist register, in which the absence or negation of the principles underlying those symbols in the political life of the colony become the subject of a critique of colonialism. 192 In the writings of Tagore, this latter position is expressed as disillusionment. The idea is fast gaining ground in India as well as in England that European principles are meant for Europe alone. Indians are so very different that the principles of civilization are not suited for their needs. 193 Difference was, of course, a stock theme of the administrative Orientalism of colonial rulers. A bourgeois nationalism that aspired to and, to some extent, succeeded in leading a mass movement against colonialism addressed the question of rights, European principles, in a very partial and incomplete way. As Guha himself notes, it often tended to substitute discipline, both external and self-discipline, for the seemingly intractable problem of developing an agenda radical enough to mobilize the masses to obtain those rights, tolerating in the meantime all sorts of carryovers of inequalities and inequities from feudal culture. 194 As such, it was a bumpy road which the elite had to negotiate in its ride to hegemony. It never arrived. Bahubal, we might imagine, could have helped it to do so, but then again what kind of force of arms, organized by whom, directed at what and whom, behind what ideology and program? Arrival would have implied, at the very least, a radical transformation of society. The implicit contrast to the Indian bourgeoisie that never arrived, namely a progressive European bourgeoisie that did so, is debatable. Guha himself concedes that even in Europe the capitalist mode of production did not triumph without encountering, combating, overcoming, and yet in a certain sense yielding to the feudal mode. 195 And even so, we must further qualify the relationship between capitalism as a mode of production and bourgeois hegemony as the moment when persuasion outweighs coercion. It is this last characteristic that requires serious analysis, not at the level of Europe-wide generalization, but in the kind of detailed historiography that Guha demands for India. Surely, a comparable history of Europe would illustrate the numerous failures of bourgeois hegemony, not only in the period 1789 to 99, but more conspicuously in 1848, 1871, not to mention 1914 to 18 and through the entire interwar period in Central and Eastern Europe. Workers, peasants, and women in many parts of Europe may have felt, rather like Tagore and Gandhi, that universal rights were not intended for them. If, after many false starts, detours, and some partially successful and many failed revolutions, they achieved some measure of formal rights, it was not due to the kindness of the bourgeoisie, but their own resolute autonomous mobilization. 196 It is in the realm of social movements and class struggles that the proper sphere of comparative historiography lies. The place of Bahubal in this sphere needs systematic investigation, and its potentialities and limitations demand a more rigorous methodology than Guha supplies. Guha's failure to engage this issue in full makes dominance without hegemony incomplete and the discussion of Bahubal merely rhetorical when it is not problematic. Chapter 5. Uses and Abuses of Marx. The works of Marx, and aspects of Marxist theory, were important at the inception of subaltern studies. Although less so now, Marx remains an important reference point for Chakrabarty and Guha, if only as a foil for post-colonialism, in addressing a range of historical, historiographical, and political concerns arising out of the experience of colonialism, decolonization, political independence and the ongoing struggles within India and now in a global world that perforce has to deal with the powerful legacies of colonial and Western archives of theory and knowledge production. In provincializing Europe, this takes the form of evaluating the potentialities and limitations of the Marxist use of abstractions, powerfully illustrated in Marx's discussion of abstract labor in a number of his major texts from Capital to the Grundrisse to the theories of surplus value, as a sign of the way in which abstractions can strategically be used for political ends and the risks that such uses carry for a history of different ways of being in the world and stories of effective belonging. A critique of abstraction, then, would be vital for a history that avoids triumphalism and inevitability in favor of one that stresses the role of the vital force of life itself in resisting abstractions. In Guha, Marxist theory supplies, via the more politically direct notions of expropriation and hegemony, theoretical instruments for a critique of historiography. This constitutes an interesting attempt at the deployment of a concept in Marx that organizes his understanding of the inescapable originary moment of the capital social form, what Marx himself was to call original or primitive accumulation, that is, the transfer of landed/productive property from the generally usufructuary domain within which the peasantry held it, in freehold or tenancy relations, to a form of property used to generate profits via the reorganization of production. In Guha's usage of the term, the capture of an autonomous Indian domain by the British is followed by their writing of Indian history as simply an interesting chapter of British history. Guha's subsequent discussion of the Gramscian concept of hegemony reveals the extent to which Indian modernity under colonial conditions is distinct from its metropolitan counterpart, and generates in turn an Indian historiography of India, whose task is to remedy the shortcomings of the colonial construction of the Indian past. In both cases, history and historiography are subject to critical scrutiny for traces of historical evolutionism that contains its own political agendas, including, for example, the civilizing mission of colonialism. The language of the mainstream social sciences is particularly implicated in this type of practice. The pages that follow will be concerned to debate the range and adequacy of Chakrabarty's and Guha's engagement with Marx and Marxist theory via three topics of historical and political interest. These relate to abstract labor and its corollaries productive/unproductive, not to mention socially necessary labor, hegemony, including the related issues of coercive dominance, persuasion, and leadership, as well as the question of the determinants of hegemony in colonial and non-colonial social formations, and finally the question of the place of historicism in Marxist theory, and more generally in a historiography of colonial modernity. The following pages will also discuss issues of relevance to what one might call the politics of knowledge that a critical engagement with post-colonial thought raises. 5.1 Abstract Labor, Difference, History IN 2. Chakrabarty argues the centrality of the concept of abstract labor in Marx's thought and the need to rescue this concept from its reductionist uses that would limit history to history I, the self-expanding process of capital itself, whereas in fact much of the history of people, he contends, is outside capital's life process. Chakrabarty wishes to use the latter history too, to show how Marx's thought may be made to resist the idea that the logic of capital sublates difference to itself. 1 Abstract labor, Chakrabarty holds, is the key to understanding how capital can encounter difference and still extract surplus value from labor, while abstracting it from all the social tissues in which it is embedded and which make any particular labor, even the labor of abstracting, concrete. In a hypothetical barbarian society, laborers might evince a practical indifference to specific labor, but this would not be visible to an analyst. In capitalist society, by contrast, the particular work of abstracting, from the specific qualitative aspects of each labor process and its output, would itself become an element of most or all other kinds of concrete labor and would thus become visible to an observer. Abstract labor, Chakrabarty maintains, is to be understood as a practical, performative category, rather than the result of a large-scale mental operation. 2 He quotes Marx to the effect that men do not bring the products of their labor into relation with each other as values because they see these objects merely as material integuments of homogeneous human labor. The reverse is true. By equating their different products to each other in exchange as values, they equate their different kinds of labor as human labor. They do this without being aware of it. 3 Given this practical, performative character of the abstraction, that is, equalization of different kinds of labor by abstracting from their particular useful qualities and qualitative differences in the conditions of their production. Chakrabarty concludes that Marx decodes abstract labor as a key to the hermeneutic grid through which capital requires us to read the world. Point 4 For Marx, in his polemical engagement with political economy, abstract labor was the key to understanding the historicity of the capital social form. Instead of making the value form, and from it exchange value and surplus value, a trans-historical reality, Marx argues it is characteristic of a particular historical epoch, in which all aspects of the production process have become commoditized. This includes, of course, the workers' labor power, which they are constrained to sell in return for a wage because they have been separated, by one process or another, from direct access to their means of subsistence, that is, they no longer have non-market access to their means of subsistence. The precise manner in which Marx phrases this is important. The possessor of labor power, instead of being able to sell commodities in which his labor power has been objectified, must rather be compelled to offer for sale as a commodity that very labor power which exists only in his living body. Point 5 In return for the performance of a concrete work process over a period of time, workers receive a definite quantity of money, a wage. It is out of this historical situation in which the commodity form is generalist that the role of money, not only as means of exchange but as store of value, undergoes a vast expansion, and indeed it is out of this situation that quantification and abstraction emerge at a socially general level. With reference to labor, for example, this involves the determination of value by abstracting from concrete work processes often with ascriptive characteristics attached to them. Point 6 As Sohnrethel points out in his Critique of Epistemology, drawing undoubtedly on Marx's Critique of Political Economy, commodity exchange is the original source of abstraction. He argues further that there is a formal identity between the social form of exchange in a situation of generalist commodity production and bourgeois epistemology, in that both involve an abstraction, and he attempts to demonstrate that Kant's a priori categories were grounded not in a timeless transcendental subject, but in the historical development of the abstractions of exchange involving the commodity form. Point 7 Jameson makes a cognate point that the tendency towards abstraction is a function of the world itself having become abstract. 8 That is, in a world in which abstractions are routinely performed at the very heart of the material reproduction of human life, they tend to take on a life of their own. However, both Sohnrethel and Jameson point to the real character of abstraction, its emergence out of a particular historical reality. In the case of abstract labor, we may say that it is a historically determinate abstraction, a practical, performative act that remains anchored to the realities out of which it emerges, and does not require theorization by those who perform such acts, but which runs the risk in the hands of some theorists of being hypostatized into a historically indeterminate form. All this points to the need for some initial caution, that rather than see abstract labor as a trans-historical and affirmative category as with political economy, we should see it as historically specific and critical, grasping what is essential to capitalism. Point 9 This is perhaps the best or the most charitable way to read Chakrabarty's statement about Marx decoding abstract labor as a key to the hermeneutic grid through which capital requires us to read the world. Point 10 Capital as social form becomes intelligible to the extent that we read the abstraction involved in abstract labor as a historically limited and critical category, but then abstractions do have a way of becoming an ideological reflex of the extent to which the world has become abstract. Indeed, as noted, in the hands of political economists, not to mention marginalists, abstractions tend to be used, whether in the classical form of the former, pertaining to value as labor embodied in a commodity, or in the neoclassical form of the latter, pertaining to marginal value and subjective human valuation, with little reference to the historical conditions of emergence. But such a historicizing reading of Chakrabarty's statement turns out to be a mistake. For Chakrabarty, abstract labor is a problematic idea not only because of its homogenizing effects, obliterating difference, and subjecting many different entities and processes to a common substance, but also because the abstracting tendency gives us analytical histories that render supreme and perhaps unquestionable the universalizing language of the social sciences. This is to ignore the affective narratives of human belonging where life forms though porous to one another do not seem exchangeable through a third term of equivalence, such as abstract labor. 11 The universalizing language of the social sciences follows too closely the logic of a capitalist economy. Chakrabarty would prefer to give us the other histories, of difference, of affective belonging, and so on, which resist homogenization to a third term. Although capital may discipline workers in their capacity as workers, and subject them to the full force of abstraction, Chakrabarty suggests that the real limits to capital's dominance lie in some vital human quality that capital needs but cannot fully subjugate. Life itself, in its biological, conscious capacity for willful activity, the many-sided play of muscles, is the excess that capital, for all its disciplinary procedures, always needs but can never quite control or domesticate. 12 Life, Chakrabarty declares, is a standing fight against processes of abstraction, which are likened to death threatening the unity of the living body with dismemberment. 13 Chakrabarty does make an important point here, striking a note of defiance in relation to the tendency to create an apolitical language of abstract signs and then assign it a supremacy over human affairs, a form of fetishism, to be sure. The elevation of a certain type of social scientific abstraction into a timeless expression of unalterable realities is not only pseudo-scientific, but also desocializing and demoralizing. It is, one might say, the mother of all variants of the TINA, there is no alternative, doctrine. 14 Ultimately, however, according to Chakrabarty, this is precisely where Marx founders. Acute as Marx's insights into the violence implicit in the abstracting process may have been, his commitment to the idea of productive labor is such that he overlooks the rich possibilities of the standing fight, difference, history too. Chakrabarty finds objectionable the distinction between productive and unproductive labor that Marx develops in his parable of the piano maker whose labor is productive and the pianist whose labor is not. In a passage in the Grundriss, Marx indeed goes so far as to say that the pianist's labor, important though it may be to the formation of the aesthetic sensibilities of an audience, is no more productive than the madman's delusions. 15 This baleful equation is a sure sign of just how weak was Marx's capacity to deal with the histories too that punctuate and interrupt capital's dominance. For Chakrabarty, the pianist is the quintessential figure of difference, of worlding the earth, whereas the madman is world poor. 16 It is clear that Chakrabarty has limited patience for Marx's failures in this regard. He concludes his discussion of Marx's notion of abstract labor by noting that while Marx uses his vision of the abstract human embedded in the capitalist practice of abstract labor to generate a radical critique of capital itself, historical difference remains sublated and suspended in this particular form of critique. 17 Marx may have recognized that the limits to capital are constantly overcome but just as constantly posited. 18 And may have registered too the survival of unvanquished remnants of older social formations in the social order of capital, but for him, or so we gather from Chakrabarty, the not yet triumphed over the never. Difference, on the other hand, Chakrabarty states, is not external to capital, nor is it subsumed into capital, but lives in intimate and plural relations to capital, ranging from opposition to neutrality. 19 This is where Heidegger presumably can help address the limits of Marx. In Chakrabarty's terms, subaltern studies can give up neither Marx nor difference. Thus, history I and history II, taken together, destroy the usual topological distinction between the outside and the inside that Marx debates about whether the whole world has come under the sway of capital. History too is not about a program of writing histories that are alternatives to the narratives of capital, not the dialectical other of the necessary logic of history I, nor is it subsumed to history I. History too is charged with the function of constantly interrupting the totalizing thrusts of history I. 20 History too is not necessarily pre-capitalist or feudal, or even inherently incompatible with capital. If that were the case, Chakrabarty declares, capital would truly be a case of unrelieved and absolute unfreedom. History too gives us insights into how humans can be at home, dwell, in the rule of capital, create room for enjoyment, the play of desires, or the seduction of the commodity, and makes space, in Marx's Analytic of Capital, for the politics of human belonging and diversity. It gives us grounds on which to situate our thoughts about multiple ways of being human and our relationship to the global logic of capital. Point 21. From this vantage point, Chakrabarty takes on the hollow universalist pretensions of history's totalizing thrusts. The universal is a placeholder, visible only when some particular takes it over in a gesture of pretension and domination. The globalization of capital is not the same as capital's universalization. Globalization does not mean that the universal and necessary logic of capital has been realized. Various histories too always modify and interrupt history and thus act as our grounds for claiming historical difference. Point 22. I will return to the not yet and the never in a while, but here two issues need to be considered before we embark on an investigation of productive and unproductive labor and its significance for Marx. It would be difficult to deny the grain of truth in Chakrabarty's attack on the hollow universalism of capital's apologists, but why implicate Marx in the same attack? The notion that globalization does not equal universalization would have been news to Milton Friedman and his acolytes of the Chicago School, not to mention a host of erstwhile Cold Warriors lost in the mists of their own triumphalist rhetoric, and perhaps some present and past members of the Planning Commission in India. However, it will most certainly not be news to Marxists who have for the longest time now been pointing to the partial, limited, and often destructive nature of the globalization brought about by capital. Certainly if universalization implies an end of history scenario, that is to say, a thorough capture by the operational logic of capital and its ideological hegemony, and a denial of alternatives based on overcoming the operational logic and ideological hegemony, we are as far from it now as in Marx's day. Marx's stinging criticism of colonial rule, not to mention his growing interest in the unvanquished remnants of past epochs of social economic life, has served as a prototype of many such accounts. Point 23. His essays on European society, whether the class struggles in France, 1848-50, the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, the Civil War in France, or the prospects for revolution further east, reveal a keen interest and insights into the limits to capital, whether internal, that is, those generated by its own laws of motion or more often by resistance from communities facing subsumption to capital's onward march. Point 24. Much Marxist historiography has followed in this vein. Gramsci's historical studies explored the enormously complex social formation of Italy 25 and go much further than the generalizations involved in Chakrabarty's mutual interruptions of history and two, as does E.P. Thompson's magisterial work on the making of the English working class, in the preface to which the author declared, "I am seeking to rescue the poor stockinger, the Luddite cropper, the obsolete handloom weaver, the utopian artisan, and even the deluded follower of Joanna Southcott, from the enormous condescension of posterity." Point 26. On the other hand, Jameson argues that globalization may be understood as the final phase of a long bourgeois revolution, involving an element of accommodation or surrender to the realities of a thoroughly generalist commodity economy, and that in this mode we are programmed and made increasingly at home for life in what would otherwise be a distressingly alienating reality. Point 27. In that case, we must see the globalist phase of the bourgeois revolution as a final and very specialized moment of that immense process of superstructural transformation whereby the inhabitants of older social formations are culturally and psychologically retrained for life in the commodity system. Point 28. Globalization, then, is precisely the kind of universalization we might associate with capital, its class nature clearly revealed in the ways in which it conquers new terrain, while its older presuppositions have all but vanished. Of course, we would also have to accept that capital's universalization is always truncated, limited and productive of no small amount of misery. My argument does not hinge on the acceptance of this proposition, but it must be considered. The career of subaltern studies inspired postcolonialism, and Chakrabarty's limited ambitions for history too would be an indirect manifestation of the foregoing argument about reprogramming for life in a generalist commodity economy. What are the supposed mutual interruptions of history and two? If difference is unthinkable outside history no less than history too, then clearly difference is as much a part of capital's drive to subsume a variety of autonomous social formations to itself as it is a matter of unvanquished remnants of the past. Chakrabarty may recognize this in the abstract, but his historiography cannot cope with the problems this poses for the issue of capital's commodity-determined and truncated universalism. From the perspective I have developed, it is arguable that subsumption of hitherto autonomous social formations does involve sublation, in the sense of preservation and cancellation, preservation of some similarities of external form and aspects of the superstructure, which are nonetheless subtly altered, while cancelling more or less entirely their ability to function independently of capital's overall cycle of reproduction. This is the real historical ground for claiming difference, one might even say the moment when tradition is born. Outside this sublative process, difference hardly qualifies as anything more than mere empiricism. As for issues of human belonging, it is undeniable that Marx did not produce anything on the subject approximating the scale and depth of his analysis of capital's laws of tendencies that the 3 volumes of Capital, for instance, give us. He never lived to finish his volume on labor, for example. His remarks on the conditions of working people do have a deeply felt quality to them, particularly the images of absolute exhaustion, pauperization, even the approach of life's premature end as a result of overwork and starvation. 29 Even so, 2 preliminary qualifications are necessary. 1. Marx set out to anatomize the mystifications of exploitation under capital, an indispensable undertaking given the apologist nature of political economy and the sheer confusion expressed by such slogans as a fair day's wage for a fair day's labor. 2. He called upon workers to solidarize and fight together against numerous other mystifications involving the manipulation of ascriptive identities manifested not only in racial arguments, ethnicity, and so on, but also in wage differences. His remark that labor in a white skin cannot emancipate itself where it is branded in a black skin, was paralleled by Engels's pioneering study of the use of wage differentials to drive a wedge between Irish immigrant workers and their English counterparts. 30 Many of Marx's addresses to working class audiences had a practical political element to them, which incorporated and popularized hard-won theoretical insights, and these remain as true in the age of globalization as they were in his day, perhaps even more so. 31 But does a closer look at the issue of abstract labor and the closely related notions of productive and unproductive labor in Marx tell us something about Marx's politics, and help to clarify the political implications of Chakrabarty's intervention? 5.2 The piano maker and the piano player, productive and unproductive labor. We have seen that, for Chakrabarty, the issue of abstract labor connects through history I and history II to issues of human belonging and diversity. In some senses, this is a fairly standard argument, namely, that labor under capital's rule is so unremitting, empty, and abstracted of all meaningful social ties that humans seek diversity, community and meaning outside the laboring nexus with capital. It remains to ask specifically why Marx insists that the labor of the piano maker is productive while that of the pianist is not. As Marx explains, what is productive labor and what is not has to emerge from the dissection of the various aspects of capital itself. Productive labor is only that which produces capital. The piano maker, Marx insists, reproduces capital. The piano player only exchanges his labor for revenue. 32 The cycle of capital and the cycle of revenue remain distinct in Marx's analyses, even if over time revenue itself becomes a function of the profits of capital. Labor, for Marx, becomes productive only insofar as it produces its opposite, and the productive laborer is one that directly augments capital. 33 Marx is clearly developing the notion of productive labor here as a relation of production, that is, a relational category linking living labor to the augmentation of capital via its exploitation in the process of production. 34 The transformation of labor, as living, purposive activity, into capital is, in itself, the result of the exchange between capital and labor, insofar as it gives the capitalist the title of ownership to the product of labor, and command over the same. Labor is productive, Marx insists, only if absorbed into capital, where capital forms the basis of production, and where the capitalist himself is in command of production, the productivity of labor thus becoming the productive force of capital. Labor in its immediate being, separated from capital, is not productive. 35 It should be clear by now that productive labor is not a natural relationship between the worker and his or her activity, but a specific economic relationship. 36 Marx is recasting a commonly used category, productive labor, from something that could be used to describe a type of activity involving the transformation of raw materials, wood, metal, glue, and so on, into a tangible final product, say, a piano, in terms of a social form that might involve any activity that augments capital. This becomes abundantly clear in Marx's discussion of Richard Jones, in the Theories of Surplus Value, where he states, Jones quite correctly reduces Smith's productive and unproductive labor to its essence, capitalist and non-capitalist labor, by correctly applying the distinction made by Smith between laborers paid by capital and those paid out of revenue. The distinction made between the laborers who live on capital and those who live on revenue is concerned with the form of labor. This difference must be kept in mind, and the fact that all other sorts of activity influence material production and vice versa in no way affects the necessity for making this distinction. 37 Now, the pianist can also become a productive laborer if she is hired by a company to play concerts, make recordings, and so on, while on a salary. In that case, the product of her labor is alienated, objectified, and commoditized, say, in the form of compact discs or online downloads, and she becomes quite clearly a productive worker in the Marxian sense. The relationship can continue as long as the wage laborer, in our case the pianist, continues to produce a profit for her employers. It should not be altogether unexpected that since Marx's day pianists have become productive laborers no less than piano makers, that culture itself has become progressively commoditized. Perhaps history too is now more completely subsumed to history I than Chakrabarty allows. From this transformation of what was a trans-historical category in political economy into one that is historical, Marx develops what he sees as characteristics of the capitalist system of production that account for the role of living labor in its ongoing valorization, its economic dynamism, and the need ultimately to overcome the condition of productive labor by transforming the basis of production itself. Productive labor is the direct means of capital's valorization, that is, to its self-expansion. Production in capitalism is necessarily quantitatively oriented, towards ever-increasing amounts of surplus value. As Postone notes in his study of Marx's theory of labor, this is the basis of Marx's analysis of production in capitalism as production for the sake of production. This means that production is no longer a means to a substantive end, but a means to an end that is in itself a means, a moment in a never-ending chain of expansion. Production in capitalism becomes a means to a means. 38 In which productive labor is the indispensable mediation. 39 The goal of production in capitalism, ever-increasing amounts of surplus value, a function of the competition of capitals, exerts a form of necessity on the producers. It is neither given by social tradition nor decided upon consciously, but rather confronts people as an external necessity. Producers can only decide which products would likely maximize surplus value. 40 It is out of this situation that, historically, the richest possible concrete development, the lavish explosion of commodity production, emerges, so much so that Marx begins the first volume of Capital by saying, the wealth of societies in which the capitalist mode of production prevails appears as an immense collection of commodities. 41 And it is precisely as a reflex of this, and labor's mediating role, objects as material integuments of homogeneous human labor, 42 that the very abstraction of labor arises. As Marx explains, indifference towards any specific kind of labor presupposes a very developed totality of real kinds of labor, of which no single one is any longer predominant. As a rule, the most general abstractions arise only in the midst of the richest possible concrete development, where one thing appears as common to many, to all. Then it ceases to be thinkable in a particular form alone. On the other side, this abstraction of labor as such is not merely the mental product of a concrete totality of labors. Not only the category, labor, but labor in reality has here become the means of creating wealth in general, and has ceased to be organically linked with particular individuals in any specific form. The simplest abstraction, which expresses an immeasurably ancient relation, nevertheless achieves practical truth as an abstraction only as a category of the most modern society. 43. The indifference to any specific kind of labor does not in the least imply that the labor process in capitalism is anything but brutally specific and burdensome, but that is one aspect of labor. It is the other, more abstract element that often escapes characterization, and here it is worth remembering Marx's utilization of the terminology of specters, phantom-like objectivity, and vampires, not to mention the vocabulary of chemical changes, latency, transformation, crystallization, to describe the process by which the specificity of actually performed labor is transformed into the abstractions of the circuit of value. 44. A form that does not appear to contain an iota of materiality. The abstraction of labor corresponds to the abstraction of time. With the establishment of capitalism, homogeneous, empty, that is, abstract, time, free to pass by independently of man and events, establishes its tyranny to which people are constrained to submit. 45. The concept of socially necessary labor time, so central to Marx's analysis of generalist commodity production, is not simply a measure of the time employed in the production of a commodity, but a socially constrained amount of time within which the production of a commodity must take place if producers are to receive the full value of expended labor time, that is, if the commodity is not to become devalorized in exchange. As a result of the socially mediating role of labor under capitalism, that is, value understood not as a subjective category, but as an objectified social mediation constituted by labor and measured by socially necessary labor time expenditure is transformed into a temporal norm, not only abstracted from but standing above and determining individual action. 46. Operating with an implacable law-like regularity. In the capitalist mode of production, the definite, particular labors of individuals must manifest themselves as their opposite, as equal, necessary, general labor, and in this form as social labor. 47. Individual labors thus become cellular components of a large, complex, and dynamic alienated system that encompasses men and machines. 48. The historical development of capitalism involves two quite diametrically different processes, the ongoing transformation of social and economic life as a function of the continual appropriation of science and technology into the production and circulation of commodities, all the astonishing mutations and transformations visible in everyday life under capitalism. 2. The reconstitution of the fundamental structural opposition of capital and labor in the production process, the capital relation, as an unchanging feature of social life, and with it the reproduction of the socially mediating role of labor. 49. Even as humans proceed with the development of capitalism, to overcome personalized forms of social domination, of the kind that obtained under tributary modes of production, for instance, and liberate themselves from their overwhelming dependence on nature's vagaries, they do so by a non-conscious and unintentional creation of a quasi-natural form of social domination constituted by labor, a sort of second nature, as Postone refers to it. Following Lukács. 50. The concept of a second nature is expressed in some detail in Lukács's History and Class Consciousness. There Lukács develops the idea that feudal society was far too unorganized and had far too little control over the totality of relations between producers for the reality of man as social being to appear to consciousness as the reality of humans. It is only under capitalism, with the overcoming of the spatio-temporal barriers between different lands and territories and the legal partitions between the different estates, that humans become, in the true sense of the word, social beings, or in Lukács's words, society becomes the reality for man. Thus, the recognition that society is reality becomes possible only under capitalism. But the class that carried out this revolution did so without consciousness of its function and the social forces it unleashed. The very forces that carried it to supremacy seemed to be opposed to it like a second nature, but a more soulless, impenetrable nature than feudalism ever was. 51 Lukács further grounds this idea in Marx's understanding that the mysterious nature of the commodity form consists therefore simply in the fact that the commodity reflects the social characteristics of men's own labor as objective characteristics of the products of labor themselves, as the socio-natural properties of these things. Hence it also reflects the social relation of the producers to the sum total of labor as a social relation between objects, a relation which exists apart from and outside the producers. 52. Lukács refers to this as the basic phenomenon of reification. 53 And it sets the condition in which a system based on productive, abstract, socially necessary labor, in the Marxian sense, underpins social relations that are blind, processual, and quasi-organic. 54 The core of the capital relation is thus constituted by the twofold character of labor, as an active if progressively minor force in creating material wealth, much of which is now contributed by the awesome powers of science, technology, and in general by the harnessing of the powers of nature. 55. 2. As the source of value, socially necessary labor time, and surplus value. In Marx's analysis, the working class remains important, indeed indispensable, as the source of value, but no longer of material wealth. Value does not, from Marx's point of view, express human relations with nature, but is constituted by abstract labor alone, a function solely of socially necessary labor time. Although increased productivity does result in more material wealth, it does not necessarily result in more value. 56 However, it is not material wealth but value that is expressive of the general form of wealth under the productive system of capital. As Marx puts it sardonically, no scientist to date has yet discovered what natural qualities make definite proportions of snuff tobacco and paintings equivalents for one another. 57 To explain the general nature of profits, you must start from the theorem that, on an average, commodities are sold at their real values, and that profits are derived from selling them at their real values, that is, in proportion to the quantity of labor realized in them. 58. Labor in capitalism, far from being the standpoint of Marx's critique, is its object. 59 Fundamental to it, in Postcolonial's judgment, is the constituting centrality of labor in capitalism as the ultimate ground of the abstract structures of domination, the increasing fragmentation of individual labor and individual existence involving paradoxically the subsumption of individuals as mere organs of the whole. 60 The progressive hollowing out of social relations, the domination exercised over humans by the non-human side, commodities, money, capital. 61 The blind runaway logic of capitalist society necessitating the ever-increasing exploitation of nature. 62 And the ever larger scale of organizations that subsume humans. Marx's analysis of capital sees the working class as an integral element of capitalism rather than as the embodiment of its negation. 63 The working class remains structurally important to capitalism as the indispensable source of value, but over the course of its history becomes a minor component of material wealth. Postcolonial contends that far from constituting the socialized productive forces that come into contradiction with the capitalist social relations and thereby point to the possibility of a post-capitalist future, Marx argued that the working class was the essential constituting element of those relations themselves. Both the capitalists and workers are bound to capital, but the latter is more so. The working class, rather than embodying the socialist future, is the necessary basis of the present under which it suffers. 64 Therefore, insofar as the working class represents capital constituting rather than capital transcending forms of action and consciousness, overcoming capital must be understood in terms of abolishing proletarian labor rather than realizing it more adequately. 65 For Marx, it was far more important for the working class to abolish itself in its capacity as an aspect of capital, variable capital, and thereby to free human life from the abstract, quasi-natural form of domination by production, than for it merely to seize the means of production and continue capital-determined production even if under workers' control. 66 Only then would humans be able to appropriate the socially general knowledge and capacities, produced by harnessing nature and natural laws via science and technology, that had hitherto been constituted as the alienated power of capital, and thereby open up the possibility that people might begin to control what they create rather than being controlled by it. 67 For Marx, the realm of freedom really begins where labor determined by necessity and external expediency ends. Freedom, in this sphere, can consist only in this, that socialized man, the associated producers, govern the human metabolism with nature in a rational way, bringing it under their collective control instead of being dominated by it as a blind power. Accomplishing it with the least expenditure of energy and in conditions most worthy and appropriate for their human nature. 68. It is not too much of a stretch at this point to see that Marx, committed as he was to a historical analysis of the idea of productive labor and to a future in which humans would live in intentional communities in which the realm of freedom would be vastly expanded, could have had no commitment to some trans-historical idea of productive labor, and certainly not to productive labor in its capitalist guise. Indeed, Marx argued that labor's historical role as the key mediation in the value form, productive, abstract, socially necessary labor under capitalism, produced a massive waste of the worker's life and health. 69 He likened capital to a vampire sucking the blood of living labor in order to reproduce itself. 70 And deplored the way in which socio-economic relations are uncoupled from social considerations and made in terms of independent objective factors. 71 Being a productive laborer, Marx concluded, was not a piece of luck but a misfortune. 72 In light of the above, Chakrabarty's idea that historical difference would remain sublated and suspended in this particular Marxist form of critique is not only beside the point, but trivial and obfuscatory. 73 Historical difference is one of the keys to Marx's critique of capital. It is really up to Chakrabarty to say why the kinds of human difference that are possible under the dominance of capital are so important per se as to override Marx's point that it is only in overcoming capital, in the sense of the specific social relations of production of our epoch, that humans can experience the full flowering of their creative powers, implicitly establishing the conditions for the expression of human difference in creative, non-antagonistic ways. What are the mutual interruptions of history I and history II supposed to achieve? If they merely create some space for the seduction of the commodity, the play of desires, and so on, while leaving value-producing labor well alone, then one must conclude that history too remains captive to the logic of history I. In the end, this particular hermeneutic strategy has the main function of spiriting the possibility of an epochal transformation of the social form of capital out of sight. After all, while Marx may not have produced a detailed transition narrative, in the sense of a transition from feudalism to capitalism, much of his work was concerned to point to the absolute historical necessity of the other transition, namely, one that would have as its point of departure an overcoming of the rule of capital. Chakrabarty seems unwilling to confront and draw out the implications of a rather important distinction, namely, that a respect for different life worlds in a hierarchical world order should not imply any respect for the processes that created those hierarchies, including the uneven geography of world capitalism, and that any understanding of the significance of resistance to absorption into capital's processes should also ask when a resistance to becomes a struggle against. That particular distinction, and the question of resistance and struggle, requires one to work under the sign of Marx, not Heidegger. Otherwise we end up with a sentimental, postmodernist third-worldism, no better than its discredited positivist historicist predecessor. 5.3 Millennial toil as the nightmare of history. Chakrabarty's excursus on the category of abstract labor in Marx is part of a wider post-colonial critique. Jun Prakash, a leading proponent of subaltern studies-inspired post-colonialism in the United States, claims that the colonial categories of capital and labor were a sign of how distant the colonial government was from the world of its indigenous subjects. As categories, they were alien impositions, inappropriate to describe the lives people led or to help them organize their relationships to each other and their past. In the world of subaltern indigenous subjects, Prakash notes, mundane matters, such as caste hierarchy, ritual notions of purity and pollution, and patriarchal domination, were all mediated through interactions between humans and the spirit world. 74 He proclaims the main virtue of postcolonialism as being precisely its abandonment, along with nationalist ideas of history and reason, of the modes of production narratives of Marxism. 75 A focus on production would be tantamount to economism, which would effectively ignore people's many-sided creativity in favor of an obsessional reduction to detailed function and maximum productivity, or, worse, by reinforcing a near-exclusive concern with the economic, would end up with the bourgeois naturalization of the economy as the foundation of all societies at all times. 76 Prakash maintains that the administrative departments of the colonial state did precisely that, instituting the economy as the foundation of society, while simultaneously using the decennial census to place numerous groups of people in the discursive field of labor, thus making them available for scholarly study. 77 Prakash goes on to assert that British rule created a class of agricultural laborers by rendering Indian society knowable as a collection of economic groups. 78 It would appear that the colonizers created a class of laborers by manipulating language and through discursive bad faith, rather than by transforming Indian society via the introduction of the capital social form at however basic a level, in the process subsuming a variety of modes of work into the circuit of value on the global level. One would have to conclude from Prakash's argument that if people were not placed in the discursive field of labor, then they would not be available for scholarly study. Given the relative paucity of studies of the Indian working class during the period of colonial rule, this might come as a surprise to many. Mere placement of people in a discursive field does not guarantee that they are available for study. To the extent that the situation has changed since then, it is a function of the vast transformation of the global economy as capitalism deepens its hold on many of the peripheral economies of the world, and labor relations acquire a clarity they did not possess in the colonial period, rather than being the result of a top-down manipulation of categories. 79 A massive irony of the situation is that, even as capital proceeds to proletarianize the last reserves of the peasantry worldwide, the reality for many millions of those so rendered propertyless is not a lifetime of work, but instead what Sarkar calls worklessness 80 and what economists dub jobless growth. The prospect of permanent unemployment has become a nightmare weighing on the brains of the living. 81 But to return to our main line of thought here, it almost seems, from Prakash's account, that labor was extruded from the category-making sociological imagination of colonial officials. It might be useful to remind ourselves here that Marx himself was at great pains to underscore the objective and historical preconditions for his discovery of the labor theory of value, or perhaps more accurately the value theory of labor. 82, at a moment in which for the first time land and labor were becoming commodities. Marx's discovery of this scientific truth, which had not only eluded Aristotle, but also his immediate predecessors and contemporaries among the political economists, was premised thus on two coinciding determinations. 1. The historical situation in which for the first time, labor power takes in the eyes of the laborer himself the form of a commodity which is his property, that is, in which it assumes the form of wage labor. It is only from this moment that the produce of labor universally becomes a commodity. 83 2. The categorical system that Marx himself developed, by which the ahistorical category of value in political economy was historicized, as discussed above. It is not only the objective originality of the historical situation, but also the subjective transformation, in which the workers themselves can see their labor as a commodity, which then brings forth the category of labor as a scientific category, which can then be retroactively used to recover the truth of even the millennia of pre-capitalist human history. 84 If so, labor as a category emerges twice, as a social reality sufficiently autonomous of its customary int-egument to be visible as a key component of production relations under capital, and as a category of analysis that reveals the nature of exploitation and alienation of a whole host of preceding historical epochs, even if that particular aspect of the relationship was of no great moment to the normal view of contemporaries. Or, put differently, to those who lived in older social forms, the methods of surplus extraction were so transparent that, unlike in the epoch of capital, they received no specific theoretical thought, the latter instead being directed towards more cosmological and mysterious matters that must have seemed a matter of urgency to people who lived at the far greater mercy of nature. In other words, the ideological dominant and the economic determinant did not coincide. In a colonial context, value-positing, value-producing labor emerges as a productive force through the so-called land and labor settlements that partially or fully commoditize land and labor. Even if the English progenitors of those settlements had not come to India, for example, with the vocabulary of political economy ready to hand, in transplanting the social property relations of their home country, they would have introduced into India the real categories corresponding to the relations of production under those new conditions. They might have had to resort to neologisms. Labor too in those circumstances would have acquired indigenous names unrecognizable to colonial rulers, but a perduring categorical dissonance seems untenable. 85 A close look at the ways in which spirits and gods were mobilized by rural people in India, and possibly elsewhere, shows a clustering around questions of the ownership of the means of production, and around the control and distribution of the product of labor. Arguably, a variety of ideological formations, whether informed by categories derived from spirit cults or neoclassical economics, have had a role to play in generating descriptions of social productive relations. The categories themselves develop in relation to the enforcement of social discipline and methods of extraction of the product of labor, whether by depressing the immediate producer's share of the total social product, lengthening or intensifying the working day, segmenting it spatially, or subjecting workers to the pace and intensity of machines. Generally, the densest thicket of symbolic categories develops in close proximity to some aspect or other of production, either I. The natural component of production relations, including the passage of seasons in an agricultural social economy, 2. The social component, relations of dependency, direct and indirect forms of social domination, or, 3. In combinations of I and II that might have the effect of promoting the naturalization of social relations. At transitional moments, this naturalization starts to break down and has to be reinstituted by resort to reworking and revitalizing all manner of symbolic resources. And through their resistance, workers also enrich this discursive field, creating or reinvigorating symbolic categories of resistance. Customary class balances may be alienated to the spirit world, and invoking it may be a way for immediate producers to resist new demands, consistent with a new socio-political dispensation. For example, colonialism. 86 The historicity of forms of exploitation and oppression becomes more transparent to the subordinated groups, fueling further resistance. The very intensity with which traditions were invented during the colonial period is a sure sign of heightened struggle at a time when new realities had come into existence. 87 In such junctures, the discourses of exploiters and exploited enter into a more or less sharp dissension, and allow for the imagination of alternative horizons of possibility, including a reworking of the past through an idealized recuperation of its best elements. 88 And the prospect of organizing new forms of collective resistance. In the modern epoch of capital, this also means the clarification to some extent of the very category of class. Marx's method demonstrates both the historical character of the realities that thought analyses, and the equally historical character of the concepts such thought constructs to explain those realities. 89 Undoubtedly, this is unacceptable to some, both on the left and the right. Althusser, as Jameson notes, rejected this absolute historicism because he feared it would relativize science. 90 For post-colonial theorists, this is a variety of pretentious historicism that attempts to render the life world of subaltern people knowable in terms of a more real secular reality. But there are other perspectives from which to grasp both the importance and limits of this type of historicization. Gramsci, for instance, did not hesitate to emphasize the historical limits of Marxism, but also acknowledged the legitimacy of Marxist science within those limits. 91 And sought to go beyond the science-ideology distinction in order to determine every thought by means of the immanent recognition of its historical conditions of realization. 92 If Prakash among others should still object to placing people in the category of labor, an unfortunate phrase, but one we will work with for the moment, as if that would somehow equate to the bourgeois naturalization of the economy, a response might include the following 4 points. 1. An understanding of the role of value positing. Value-producing labor can yield critical insights into the workings of capital, its differential economic impact on various social formations in which it has taken root, or in which it has been implanted under colonial conditions, indispensable, one would have thought, precisely for organizing, from below. Principled resistance and subversion, two of the favorite buzzwords of post-colonial thought. 2. As political sociology, an anatomization of the conditions of labor, ranks and privileges, wage differentials, racism, and segmentation, all of which must also count as difference, would serve to highlight the ways in which capitalists seek advantages in the field of struggle that is already so weighted in their favor. 3. A study of the deadening routines imposed on workers, their social and psychological effects, and an organization of struggles around their alleviation, if not abolition, might help to address the fatalism of accepting existing conditions as some sort of primordial human condition, that is, seeing punishing labor as a timeless and unalterable fact of existence. 4. An analysis of the trajectory of the capitalist system over time, its constant crises of overproduction and overcapacity. The deleterious impact of those inbuilt tendencies on the physical and social environment of which working people often experience the worst. This is true not only under colonial conditions but more so in today's actually existing globalization. All of this would combine to undermine, not promote, the bourgeois naturalization of the economy. 93 Avoidance of this topic might be a form of reactionary political theology, but it is not subversive in the slightest. 94 Difference must be understood as taking shape against the background of some more general identity, without entirely losing the autonomy of the elements that constitute it. This is to suggest that capital does not swallow everything in its path whole, but that its actions on a wide range of already existing social formations transform their constituent elements, not into identical clones of some master instance replicating the same motion, but in a mode of structural difference and determinate contradiction. There is no great inconsistency in respecting both the methodological imperative implicit in the concept of totality or totalization, while paying attention to discontinuities, rifts, actions at a distance, and so on. 95 To think in categories like abstract, capital and abstract, labor, the capital relation, is not to obliterate or do violence to categories generated within other fields of self-understanding, but to acknowledge that such categories are only relatively autonomous. There may be many culturally specific names for work, but over time, under the dominion of capital, they come down to different names for socially abstract labor. Difference is thus conceptualizable within a field constituted not only by the advance of capital as a force invading the lives of people living and working in numerous social formations that are its historical antecedents, but also by the eruptions of revolts, revolutions and class struggles of all varieties engendered by this advance. Given a world in which capital threatens to dissolve all fixed signposts before they have had a chance to be firmly erected, it will not do to treat difference as if it had either secure cultural or geographical coordinates that moreover appear to define some arena of authenticity. Capital as dynamic social form does not allow some static replay of the past. This is not just a methodological issue, but a political one. The challenge of capital's universalism, however truncated, pretentious and hollow, requires a suitable riposte in theoretical, political, and scalar terms. When Chakrabarty confronts the issue of the potential terrain of capital's dominance, if not hegemony, maintaining that history too is not necessarily pre-capitalist or feudal, he opens up a line of reasoning that reveals tellingly, if quite unknowingly, the political underpinnings of provincializing Europe. Thus, if history too were reckoned to be antecedent to or outside of history I, there would be no way for humans to be at home, dwell, in the rule of capital. Capital would be truly a case of unrelieved and absolute unfreedom, obliterating human belonging and diversity. 96 In fact, being at home in the rule of capital, that is, somehow accommodating oneself in a subaltern position to capital, is a rather poor example to choose to make a point about human belonging and diversity. For much of the world, massive and continuous deprivation has become the norm under the rule of capital. People do make themselves at home under bridges, on sidewalks and parks, not to mention refugee camps, but celebrating being at home in these situations is macabre. 97 As for the seduction of the commodity and the play of desires, the proper analysis is to note the coextensiveness in our times of economy and culture, economic life pervaded by the symbolic systems of information and persuasion and culture thoroughly informed by the logic of commoditization, that making oneself at home in the rule of capital is very much part of the totalizing thrust of history. 98 Might Prakash and Chakrabarty be arguing that rather than focusing on labor and economy, one might as well focus on human creativity and difference. It is unclear as to why this needs to be a choice. Indeed, one should look at the manner in which class struggles call forth human creativity, sacrifice, solidarity, betrayal, not to mention difference as overcoming. So a focus on the primal struggle at the heart of capital has much to recommend it. Labor qua labor in the work process of capital, or, for that matter, in any other antecedent mode of production, has had limited possibilities for expressing humanity's many-sided creativity. But workers in their attempts to overcome that situation have been the fount of social creativity. Indeed, the ultimate in creativity will have to be mobilized to overcome the labor-determined social form we call capital. Little wonder then that for Marx the not yet should trump the never. But what was the not yet of Marx? Was it the still unrealized potentialities inherent in the capital social form? Was that what he sought to praise and encourage? Or was it the not yet of the search for intentional community, of humans living in dignity as free associations of producers, bequeathing the earth in an improved state to succeeding generations as boni paterfamilias good heads of household? 99 If it is the latter, the not yet should supersede the never, then, is a sign of the pessimism and defeatism of post-Marx theories of which postcolonialism is only one. What are the implications of this type of post-colonial critique of the category of labor? In part, of course, it might be a recognition that there are any number of conditions in which working people do not necessarily adopt identities coinciding with their place in the capital relation, especially when it is still inchoate or unfamiliar, or when they are constantly on the move in ways that prevent the consolidation of their working lives. This is true, for example, of migrant labor when it is on the move between farm and factory, subject to the sorts of semi-patriarchal, semi-bonded methods of control in the former that are quite familiar in India and elsewhere, and insecure employment in the latter. But it could also dovetail quite nicely with the broader drive, along a wide spectrum of political persuasions, to effect a wholesale evisceration of working-class solidarity. This has been part of a pushback against the gains workers had won in the immediate aftermath of the Second World War and during the long boom, becoming particularly acute in the Thatcher-Reagan strategies that have spawned so many imitators elsewhere. At this political moment, therefore, it is worth reminding ourselves that categories themselves carry a political charge, and that for Marxism the categories of power are not the ultimate ones. The trajectory of contemporary social theory from Weber to Foucault that appeals to it is often strategic and involves a systematic displacement of the Marxist problematic. 100 The ultimate nightmare of history, Jameson declares, is rather the fact of labor itself, and the intolerable spectacle of the backbreaking millennial toil of millions of people from the earliest moments of human history, an ultimately scandalous fact of mindless alienated work, and of the irremediable loss and waste of human energies, a scandal to which no metaphysical categories can give a meaning. 101 The entry of subaltern studies and post-colonialism into the discursive sphere informed by the categories of Weber and Foucault is indicative. This particular nightmare of history cannot be conjured away by the aestheticization of the commodity from which all traces of dead labor have somehow been abstracted. 5.4 Bourgeois hegemony and colonial rule. While abstract labor represents, for Marx, a window into the exploitation of workers and the drive towards limitlessness under capitalism, he always maintained that the capital system's universalistic pretensions were rife with